Morning, Chair. How are you?
I'm very well. You're looking very sharp this morning.
Oh, I tell you what, man who doesn't drink and smoke has always come up stuff in the morning like this. You don't feel late like you guys.
All right, we're ready to go. So good morning, everybody. I declare open this public hearing of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 21-22 and related documents for the agriculture, water and the environment portfolio, excluding the environment. All questions on the environment go to the department's appearance before the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has before it a program listing agencies relating to matters for which senators have given notice. The proceedings today will begin with an examination of corporate matters within the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment. The committee has fixed Friday the 10th of December 2021 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Senators are encouraged to provide any written questions on notice to the committee secretariat by the close of business on Friday the 12th of November 2021. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate from the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. Could I please remind everybody present to switch off their mobile phones or render them inaudible. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the Budget Estimates 2021-22 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Bridget McKenzie, Minister for Regionalisation, Regional Communications and Regional Education. Mr Andrew Metcalfe AO, Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, and officers of the Department. Minister McKenzie, do you or Mr Metcalfe wish to make an opening statement?
I don't, Madam Chair, but I think the Secretary does.
Thanks very much, Minister and Chair and Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to make a short opening statement this morning. Firstly, I need to bring to your attention a typographical error in the annual report. The Department has identified that on page 202, table 61, we provide incorrect figures for our budget and actual average staffing levels for outcome 4 in 2021, which we will correct formally. The correct figures in 2021 should have read a budgeted ASL of 3,738 and an actual ASL of 3,599. And I'm arranging to table, I think, the correct replacement page today for the committee's information. My apologies for that mistake. Chair, secondly, in keeping with COVID-safe protocols, I'd like to just advise the committee that we only can have a small number of officers in this room at any one time. We have additional witnesses elsewhere and other witnesses ready to join us later in the session, and we'll obviously indeed do our best to have the right people at the table to respond to questions from senators. Chair, senators, when we last met 6 months ago now, helping our agricultural sector to grow and prosper is a core pursuit of my department. We are working side by side with each of our farming industries to achieve this, and despite the ever-changing pandemic and other challenges that they've faced, Australia's agricultural sector has shown remarkable resilience in recent times, and most regions have bounced back from years of drought and setbacks from the COVID-19 pandemic to allow the sector to have 2 consecutive years of record production. Last financial year, the agriculture sector reached an overall value of $67.8 billion, a record at the time. This financial year, we expect it will be higher, setting a new record, and for the first time top $70 billion, with ABARES forecasting the gross value of production to reach $73 billion. Combined with our fisheries and forestry sectors, the overall value generated by our industries is forecast to reach $78.4 billion. 2021-22 will see another near record winter crop, and we're starting to see the dividends from herd and flock rebuilding following through to increased production. Australian exports are also taking advantage of strong international prices driven by lower global grain production, with exports expected to reach a record $54.7 billion in 2021-22. Chair, as a department, we're committed to embracing new ways of operating, as outlined in our recently released Future Department Blueprint. Transforming our approach to become future ready will enable us to support and protect our growing agricultural sector and the natural environment which underpins it. One such example is the delivery of the inaugural hybrid online and in-person Future Drought Fund Science to Practice Forum held in late June. More than 850 people around Australia registered, and farmers reported they were able to attend to matters on their properties while participating in their forum, on their smartphones. The forum enabled researchers, farmers, community representatives, agribusiness owners and ag innovators across the country to connect and to learn from each other in a way they haven't been able to before. Chair, earlier this month we saw the launch by the Minister of the National Agricultural Innovation Policy Statement, which outlines 4 new priorities that target export, climate resilience, biosecurity and digital agriculture. Action under these priorities will assist in aligning efforts and target investment across the agricultural innovation system to achieve a more profitable, productive and sustainable agriculture industry. And this is an area that the Minister and indeed I are both quite passionate about. Based on the success of the 2020 National Biosecurity Forum, held online due to COVID constraints, we're hosting this forum again virtually on the 10th and 11th of November. Through this online forum, we hope to connect stakeholders right across the country to discuss challenges, opportunities and innovation in protecting Australia's biosecurity system. Over the last 6 months, we've continued to strengthen our biosecurity systems to enhance protections for our essential agriculture sector and our unique animals and plants. We've grown our Indigenous Ranger workforce to ensure we have enough eyes and ears to respond to the growing biosecurity threats in the north. This investment also aligns with our commitment to reconciliation under our Stretch Reconciliation Action Plan and recognises the important role of Indigenous Australians in the north, with their interests covering close to 80% of Australia's northern landmass. Chair, I continue to be extremely proud of my staff right across the country, not only to juggle their own personal challenges through this time of COVID, such as living with lockdowns, but also being open to different ways of working. Chair, we've achieved a great deal since we last met. Too much to list here today, but also recognising that there's much to do. We have our eye focused on the massive delivery task ahead of us, and we remain very focused on delivering strong outcomes for the future of our farmers, graziers, fishers, forestries and the communities that they support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Metcalfe. And yes, it's as we move out of this COVID time into a new period, it is I guess there's probably a whole new range of challenges being faced by your team right across Australia that, probably haven't occurred to us, and it will be good to hear more from the department today about, exactly the changes they're seeing and as they ramp back up into engagement and so forth.
Absolutely. Certainly the transition out of lockdown, Chair, is not at all straightforward. We have staff on the ground in export meat establishments, in biosecurity locations and approved premises and elsewhere, and the particular rules and requirements that apply at any one time in any one jurisdiction have required great flexibility and great leadership from our teams, so we'd be happy to brief you about that. And of course, as we start moving back towards international travel starting to ramp up again as well, we'll be back at airports and ports as well. So.
Be interested to hear what Suki and Charlie and all the rest of your four-legged team have been doing during that
Absolutely,
time.
yeah.
All right, thank you. Senator Ciccone, Senator Sterle, thank you for waving. There you are. You ready to lead off on questions, please?
Absolutely, thank you. I'm sorry, and if any of my colleagues are there, because I can't see the full table, please just jump in. But Chair, just Mr. Metcalfe, how'd you go with that letter that I wrote to you requesting certain information last week?
Thank you, Senator Sterle, and thank you for your letter. I'll just get it in front of me. As we have in the past, Senator, I can direct you to a number of the issues in which you've raised. Just bear with me while I get the right papers in front of me. Thank you. I can respond to a number of the issues that you've raised, Senator, and we're very happy, of course, to respond to some of the detail as we work through the program elements today. Some of the information that you've requested is already publicly available. For example, the national plans around delivering Ag 2030, fisheries, forestry industries, drought policy, they're all on the department's website. I can provide to you through the committee secretariat the particular sort of addresses for those materials. The Agricultural Workers Code you asked for, it's also published on our website. Detailed summaries of program funding are available in our portfolio budget statements, of course, and I have the Chief Finance Officer here with me if there are particular questions. All details of grants are available on Grant Connect, so we're very happy to respond to those issues as we come to those parts of the program today.
Okay. It took me 4 goes to get on this morning, so forgive me for my cynicism against going to websites, would you? Anyway, that's not a great start to the day. All right, so Mr. Metcalfe, when's the next Agriculture Ministers Forum meeting?
I think from memory it's next week, Senator. It's in early November, but I can just double check. So I think the people who have the precise answer are in the room next door, but from memory it's in early November. It will be a virtual meeting, originally due to take place in Western Australia, but unfortunately Western Australia won't let us come to Western Australia, so we're doing it virtually on this occasion. So. Yes,
and let me tell you, we're quite happy over here in WA, and we do spare a thought for you poor devils that have gone through lockdown. We've been lucky enough not to have to do that. Mr. Metcalfe, I'm sure that my colleague Senator McCarthy would probably have some questions around the Indigenous Rangers program, but as you very well know, this committee and us are really good, strong supporters. We're sorry that we couldn't partake on that trip to go and meet them up the top end. Hopefully COVID next year, when the COVID restrictions will be down, and we'll be able to continue, because I know I'm very keen to get out there because the work I also do in Kimberley. So Chair, I will, that's me from Corporate Matters, unless my colleagues have anything else to raise.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Senator Ciccone or Senator McCarthy? Senator McCarthy, you there? Senator McCarthy, I think you're on mute still.
Good morning, Chair. I am here. I'm just getting myself sorted, so if you can give me 5 minutes and come back to me.
No worries. Senator Ciccone.
Sorry, Chair,
Yes.
if Senator McCarthy had any particular questions in broad areas, that will just allow us to have the right people in the room when she comes back later. It may well be about biosecurity matters, or I know that there are other issues she raised last time, so anything that can assist us would just speed up the work of the committee. So.
Yeah, sure. Senator McCarthy, if you're still there, yes, terrific. Could you give the department just a heads up on topic areas so that they can bring the correct people into the room?
Absolutely, you're right. Biosecurity is certainly one area that I'd like to go through later on this day. That's the main one, which I think I wanted to get to in terms of the Northern Territory.
Thank you. All right, we'll return to you shortly. Thanks, Senator McCarthy. Senator Ciccone.
I'm sorry, Chair, I can also, sorry to interrupt again. If Senator Sterle's still on the line, I can advise him that the next Agricultural Ministers' meeting, it's certainly in my diary, is on Monday, the 1st of November. So I'll let you know if that's not wrong, but certainly that's what's in my diary at the moment. So.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
I'm just waiting to be interrupted. That's
Yeah, I know, me too.
My apologies, Senator.
No, you don't have to apologise, Secretary. Just some guidance, and thanks for the blue document is shared around. I wanted to raise some questions about the ag visa. Where's that better suited?
Look, we're probably, if we're sort of in general questions, we can probably do that now. Again, the staff who can talk about the ag visa are next door, so they can be here in 30 seconds if you want to.
Or is there an outcome?
Look, it's really across, it's broadly in outcome 3 is how I describe.
Oh, we can wait till then,
So,
if that works with you.
yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, that's right.
Yep, all right.
Yeah, so look, agricultural workforce issues are 3.10.
Yeah.
You'll see towards the bottom of that first page.
But if I was asked questions about the visa, we could do then outcome 3?
Look, ag workers code, ag visa,
All right.
those issues are sort of in 3.10. So
All right, we can do an outcome 3 then.
All right.
if we're in outcome 3, then those staff are close by.
No, we're not in outcome 3 yet. We're
Right,
we're
we're still
in
in
corporate
corporate.
matters.
Yep.
So, Senator Ciccone, do you have anything in corporate matters that you'd
Not
like
really,
to cover
no,
off on?
Chair.
Yeah, terrific. We just don't want to rush Senator McCarthy, and Senator Sterle's fine. So we're just. Let me ask you to elaborate on what's been happening with your four-legged biosecurity animals. Is that a corporate matters? Can we talk about
Well,
that?
we can deal with it now, or we can deal with it under biosecurity, Senator. But certainly, the role that our biosecurity detector dogs play is absolutely critical. And of course, as you know, they're located not only at airports but at mail centres as well, and have proved invaluable. We've noticed, of course, increasing levels of imports through the mail and parcel chain. There's been a very well documented increase in activity, possibly because of COVID or other sort of global trends, but certainly consumers are bringing a great deal in from overseas through that channel. And unfortunately, we have been finding products that cause biosecurity concern. We do that through both our animal detectors, but also through the increasing use of X-ray technology as well. I'm really proud of the work that our teams have been able to do, quite innovative work around trialling 3D X-ray technology that allows us to not just detect the shape of an item, but to detect basically what it's made from as well, whether it's organic You know that African swine fever is a particular area of focus for us, and the combination of our dog teams and our X-ray protocols are ensuring that we are detecting large amounts, unfortunately, of pork products and other products that people are bringing in, I suspect innocently much of the time, but ignorantly, and that of course would be devastating if that particular disease got into Australia. But my colleagues from Biosecurity will be here later this afternoon under Outcome 4 and would be more than happy to talk in more detail about that.
Yeah, that'll be terrific. Well, it is probably the number one issue for all of us on this committee, understanding the strength of our biosecurity regime and new innovations in technology to allow us to more quickly pick up new diseases. And I know that Charlie McKillop on the ABC Country Hour has been talking recently about the mango fruit looper, which we do have a terrific ability to come up with great names for these terrible invasive species.
Yeah,
but,
no, look, the world is full of things that we don't want to come into a country, because not only will they impact on our plant and animal industries, but also many of them can impact on the quality of human life. And of course, one of the major areas of funding over recent years has been efforts in southeast Queensland to deal with the red imported fire ant, which is a terrible pest. Effectively swarms and attacks, and both impacts on human amenity, but also other animals as well. And that's been an absolute battle to try and keep it contained into that area within effectively the Brisbane Valley. And the Queensland government and all of the governments contribute to that effort. We've also seen some biosecurity is a partnership between the Commonwealth, the states and territories, industries, both importers and agricultural industries, and the community. And I think we reported at either the last hearing or the hearing before about the excellent work of some people who detected coming out of packaging unusual beetles and reported those to the biosecurity hotline, and of course turned out to be Capra beetle, which is one of the world's great plant pests. It impacts on stored grains and whatever, and would not only have huge impact on our grain stores, but also our ability to export if it became established in Australia. And we've seen that pest coming to Australia in pathways that we'd never seen before. Again, it's probably because of the changes to global shipping patterns, the use of containers. And so rather than arriving in grain or other products, we've seen Capra beetle arriving effectively in the floors of containers, crawling out after being dormant into packaged goods like refrigerators or indeed baby high chairs. And then, sort of exiting that, at some other point. And so that has been a huge effort, both for ourselves and state governments in dealing with a number of detections of Capra beetle. But as I've said, my colleagues from Biosecurity will be here later and can talk in more detail about all of those issues, and including Senator McCarthy's questions about the particular focus we have in Northern Australia through our Indigenous ranger groups and the Northern Australian Quarantine Strategy, which is more important today than it ever has been in the past.
Yeah, terrific. All right, well, I do have, Senator Canavan has some corporate matters. So, Senator McCarthy, yours are biosecurity, aren't they? So if you just hold for one moment, will Senator Canavan, if you'd like to go to your questions, and then I think we might be able to excuse the corporate matters team and then move fully into biosecurity and those other issues.
Well, I'm not sure if they are for corporate, but... Oh, sorry, have I got the call? Sorry. But thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if they are for corporate, but it's always best to come early in the day and so I don't miss. I've got some questions on the Awasi Express investigation and evidence in regards to conduct by Animals Australia. Who would be? Is there people
It
here?
takes us into the sort of the live exports part
Okay,
of the
so what time should I come back?
department, Senator, and again,
12:15?
that's sort of outcome 4, which is expected to be later this afternoon. So
Okay, no
I can
problems.
certainly make sure that we've got people ready to talk
Okay,
about that.
yeah, great. That would be fantastic. Thank you, Secretary. Thanks, Chair, and I'll be back.
Oh, that's it?
Sorry, it's later in the day.
No, great.
Officials
All right,
will be
good to
here
have
later in the day.
that flag. Thanks, Senator Canavan. Right, I believe that now finishes the corporate matters part of the schedule. So those department officials who've come in, thank you for all the preparation you've done for us. We'll look forward to seeing you at the next estimates. And if we could move to
Outcome 3, I think.
outcome 3. Thank you very much, Mr Secretary. That would be terrific. And Senator McCarthy, if you would like to kick off. I'm sorry, Senator Sterle, what were you going to say?
Oh, no, sorry. If Senator McCarthy, did I tell you I hate this technology? I really want to be in the room. Sorry, if Senator McCarthy wants to kick off in here, then I've got to.
Thank you. We'll go
Oh,
to...
don't worry, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. So I'm happy.
Terrific.
McCarthy, you want to do the below security, but I've got some questions in this area too, Chair.
All right, terrific. Thanks, Senator Sterle. So, Senator McCarthy, over to you.
Chair, I've got the biosecurity questions, which I note is outcome 4. So I'm just wondering, you're in outcome 3. I'm just.
All right, well, we'll
biosecurity now. Or?
no, well, let's
Or
go
do I
to
go to
Senator Sterle then, and we'll see if we can get through Ag Policy, Ag Vet Chemicals, Climate Adaptation and Resilience Division, Drought and Bushfire Response Division, Trade Market Access and International Division, Portfolio Strategy Division, ABARES, and Water Non-MDB. That's the bits that we're doing in this section now.
Okay.
Right.
Senator Sterle.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So my questions are to the Minister. So good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Senator.
What is the can you just let us know, what is the Morrison-Joyce government's position on net zero by 2050?
We're backing a net zero by 2050 plan that protects regional communities and secures opportunities in the regions.
Can you tell us more about the plan, Minister, while we have this opportunity to speak with you?
Well, I think that is currently a matter for the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister. I'm sure they'll be saying more about the plan today, is my understanding.
Okay, so can you just let us know then, Minister, is the Morrison-Joyce government committed to net zero by 2050?
We are absolutely working towards getting to net zero emissions by 2030. That is what the 2050, sorry, yes, no, we're not doing it by 2030. No way, never. What a faux pas. Yeah, so that's the plan and the goal that the Prime Minister will be taking to Glasgow.
Thank you, Minister. Now, I have to say you have been a vocal critic a vocal opponent, I should say, to net zero by 2050. Are you now personally committed
Sorry,
to net zero?
Senator, can I actually correct you on that?
You
I
can,
have
of
always
course.
accepted the science of climate change, but I have never signed a blank cheque. And so in my time in this parliament, we've seen various climate policies who would decimate rural and regional Australia, our industries and our jobs. So I haven't been prepared to sign up to those plans. But to somehow make out that I'm not supportive of the government's position or that I somehow don't accept the science of climate change actually misrepresents my entire time in this place. I've been very consistent.
Minister,
Sorry.
are
Stella.
you now, okay, thank you. Are you now personally committed to net zero by 2050?
I think I absolutely am committed to making sure that we tread very, very lightly on this earth. Please remember that rural and regional Australians, and you would know this too, were conservationists long before the environment was weaponised for ideology. We live out there in the environment. We earn our living on it. We raise our kids on it. And so we are very, very careful with it. And so the National Party has made its decision around net zero by 2050. And the Morrison-Joyce government has a plan to get there. And I fully support that.
No, I understand that, Minister, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying, are you personally fully
Yes.
committed
Yes.
to net zero
Yes.
by 2050? Thank you.
Take the pledge.
Thank you. Okay. Makes it a lot easier.
Well, you know,
I find
Stello,
it-
will you
I
join me?
won't go.
Will you join me? What about, oh no, we'll take that one offline.
Go on.
Anything
All right.
else?
Yes, yes.
What's
there is
your
actually.
plan?
I'm not telling you. That's my secret. You'll find out. Same as you won't tell me yours.
Oh no.
You tell me yours and I'll tell you mine. How's that?
I think, well, I'll leave that to the
You're the
Prime
government.
Minister to outline our plan.
All right, so Minister, Mr Joyce has referred to the Nationals' position as being committed to a process towards net zero. Does that mean the Morrison-Joyce government is committed to net zero by 2050 or just the process?
I think this is what happens when the Labor Party selectively quotes from interviews. And I think in the same interview, Mr Joyce also said he was 100% committed, 100% committed. So I do think we need to be very, very clear with the Australian people. The National Party's involvement in this process within the coalition has meant that rural and regional Australians will be protected and that they will secure opportunities from a plan towards net zero by 2050. That's a good thing. We won't be taxing our economy. We won't be shutting down the mining industry. We won't be making farmers pay, like what happened out of Kyoto, pay the price. So this is a positive move where the benefits of decarbonisation will be realised in the regions. And I think it's a positive move forward. And Barnaby
Thank you.
agrees.
And see, Minister, this is where the confusion lies, and you can't blame us for that because we don't know what the plan is. All we heard was, and I saw the Minister's interview, and it was just committing to a process. And without the backup and the meat around the bone, you can understand why we have to. We have this.
Well, I think
These questions-
I'm pretty sure by lunchtime that those questions will be answered. Senator.
So, Minister, thank you. Minister, did you support the National Party room and the Cabinet adopting a position of support for net zero by 2050?
Well, Senator, as you know, I don't talk about what happens in our party room and I don't talk about what happens in Cabinet. So I'm very
No, but-
publicly to you today saying what I think and what I see as the government's position, as our party room's position, as my position, but I am not going to conversations in the National Party room, the joint party room, the cabinet meeting, etc. That is actually not appropriate for MPs and senators to be talking outside the room because it leads to an erosion of trust within the room.
Well, Minister, forgive me, but you've got colleagues even in the room with you now that don't mind talking about what goes on in the party room. So I will ask you this then, and I won't stop from asking.
Well, is that we've got Raf Rice? Yes. Look, and that's disappointing. That is disappointing, Senator. It is disappointing that people don't respect the sanctity and the primacy of the party room, whether it's my party room, the Labor Party room, caucus, or indeed the Liberal Party room.
I absolutely agree with you on that one, Minister. We can both tick off on that one. We're on a joint ticket.
We are. And, you know, Senator, it's no secret I've been pushing for the best deal possible for the regions. The Prime Minister made it very, very clear he was heading to Glasgow, and I think that's what the National Party's been able to achieve.
So, Minister, then can you confirm that it wasn't true that the National Party room was split on the vote 12 to 9, 12 for and 9 against?
Okay, Senator Sterle, once again, I'm not going to confirm or deny what goes on in our party room. I absolutely believe we are the most democratic party in this place, and that is because we can trust and respect each other within our room. It was a very respectful process despite the difference of views within the room itself, and I'm not going to denigrate the room by talking about what happened inside it. That would be a betrayal of National Party traditional culture and my fellow MPs and senators that have been sent here to stand up for the regions.
So, Minister, then there's no truth to the wording going around that yourself and the leader were in the minority vote?
Senator Sterle, I've been very, very public with my views on climate change over a number of years. I've also been very, very public with my views on making sure rural and regional Australia doesn't pay the price for any government, yours or mine, climate policy. So there's no secret on where I stand on the substantive issue.
So, Minister, is the leadership tenable within the party, within your party room?
Sorry?
Oh, I couldn't hear what you said.
I've got two
Senator
National
Sterle.
Party MP senators here.
We couldn't hear what he said.
Point of order, I actually heard it. I don't know what National Party leadership has to do with the budgetary process or the departmental operations or anything to do with the estimates process. So while I'm very grateful that Senator Sterle is interested in our party and its machinations, I don't think that the questions are appropriate for this forum.
Thank you so much, Senator Davies. So once again, I'll ask, is the leadership tenable, Minister?
So that is the end of the questions then, Senator Sterle. Do you have anything to ask on something else? I think I've given you a fair bit of latitude on a broad-ranging discussion, but that is not a question that's relevant to Senate estimates and the Department of Agriculture and the very important work that they have to do. I would hate to think for a second that my takeaway was that you didn't think that the work of the Agricultural Department was not important. I know that that's not the case. So would you like to turn back to that, please, Senator Sterle?
Oh, I'd like to still ask questions that we still need to know, Minister. Sorry, not Minister, not yet. And then one day I hope that you do get there, Chair.
Oh.
But I think it's more than fair for the committee to ask what is going on. And it's more than fair for any senator to come in and ask any question they wish to in the process. And we're talking about net zero, and clearly there's some sort of secret deal. We know that the Nats have secret deals, and it's only fair for us to ask what does that cost, because no one wants to tell us. So I'm going to continue on this line, and if the Minister doesn't want to answer, well, then I'll go to my next question. So I appreciate
Senator Sterle, I've been incredibly helpful throughout your inquiries thus far.
You have, Minister, you have. Senator Davies was coming to, your assistance. You don't need it. So, Minister King, can you confirm that the secret deal went to Cabinet yesterday? You're not going to tell me what the secret deal is, but did the secret deal go?
So, Senator Sterle, can I take it that you don't have any questions on outcome 3, Agricultural Policy Division, AgVet Chemicals?
I just might very quickly deal with Senator Sterle's question. Again, Senator Sterle and your colleague, Senator Watt, tried this one on for a few hours yesterday. It's Cabinet. I'm not going to talk about what's on the agenda. I'm not going to talk about the contents of that discussion. If the Labor Party ever gets back into government, you may actually recall what Cabinet processes are like, and it is actually a highly confidential process so that respectful and serious and robust conversations can be always had in the room. And I'm not going to undermine that. And as a member of a party of government, not like the Greens, but you are a party of government, the Labor Party, you know the rules around Cabinet solidarity, Cabinet sanctity. And I would ask you to respect the fact that at this point in time, I am a Cabinet Minister and I will be upholding those conventions.
Thank you, Minister. And I didn't ask what the content was. I just asked, did the deal go to Cabinet yesterday?
You asked me for the Cabinet agenda, is what you were looking for there, Senator.
No, I didn't. Let's move on. You're not going to answer that. Was the department consulted on this submission?
No, Senator.
Thank you. So was the Minister for Agriculture consulted on this submission?
Senator Sterle, is that to myself or Mr Metcalfe?
I know this to you.
Oh, okay. Well, on a cabinet submission.
On the deal that went, yes, on the deal that went to Cabinet.
Okay, well, I'm really happy to run through the publicly available process that the National Party ran, very transparent, very inclusive. Obviously, we met as a party room. It's public knowledge that we were briefed by the Minister responsible, Minister Taylor. Coming out of that meeting, as the Deputy Prime Minister made clear recently in a media interview, the view of the room was no to what we were presented with, and we took our time robustly, carefully and in a considered way, assessing what we were presented with what we felt would protect and secure the regions. And we then went through a process between the Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister to secure a positive outcome for the regions, for our nation. I think it was a very respectful process, particularly given the difference of views in our room, and everybody in the National Party room, senators and MPs, were able to feed into that process.
Thanks, Minister. But as I'd said, and as I'd asked you, was the Minister of Agriculture consulted on that?
Well, I've just answered your question, Senator. I'm not going to the details of the National Party room discussions, of my leadership conferences with the Deputy Leader and the Leader, nor am I going to the Cabinet consultation. So I've given you everything I can.
But Minister, and I don't want to take too much time, but I've got to, or I'm asking, I don't want to know what is in the submission. Well, you're not going to tell us.
No, we're not going to. We've covered this. Yes, so...
You've made that very clear. You can't just push aside. All I asked a simple question was the Minister for Agriculture consulted? I'm sorry, is the Minister for Agriculture the Deputy Leader?
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Minister. I thought you were the Deputy Leader.
No, that was a while ago. I'm the Senate Leader now.
Okay. All right, great. Now, did the department provide input?
No, the department's already answered that question.
So I'll come back to my question is still to you, Minister, and to Mr. Metcalfe, of course. Has the department provided any advice to the Minister on the deal reached between the Liberals and the Nationals for support of net zero by 2050?
No, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Metcalfe. Has the department undertaken any work around any modelling that determines the cost of including or excluding agriculture from net zero emissions?
Senator, the department has done nothing specifically on that matter in the last few weeks. However, ABARES, of course, have undertaken work in relation to the overall impact of climate changes to the agriculture sector, and in fact published a report about that some months ago.
Okay, so nothing in the last couple of weeks?
No.
Were you not asked? Were you not asked, Mr. Metcalfe? Not asked?
We were not asked, Senator, and we did not provide anything.
Okay, thank you. Can the department confirm if you have undertaken any work around any modelling that determines the cost of including or excluding agriculture from climate change solutions?
Not recently, Senator. I'd have to check our records as to whether that sort of work has been done over past years. As I've said, ABARES has undertaken work in relation to this issue more generally, and that's obviously available to the government if it wishes. So.
All right, well, we can follow that up with ABARES anyway. So now the National Farmers Federation supports a net zero emissions target by 2050. That's correct, isn't it, Minister?
Yes.
Okay.
And as you know, the beef industry is hoping to be net zero by 2030. But you've got MLA later on today.
Yes, yeah. So the NFF's policy states that on an MLA quote, the continued success of the Australian agriculture sector will depend on our ability to continue to innovate and adapt to best management future climatic risks and to reduce the emission intensity of our production systems. So, Minister, you would agree with the NFF?
Just before you answer, Minister, we've got media in the room. Just a reminder not to film things on people's desks, and if any of the department officials don't want to be filmed, please move yourself out of shot. Terrific. All right.
That doesn't include you, Minister.
All right. Terrific. Sorry, Minister, for interrupting. Off you go.
Yes, so we're going to the NFF's view. I'm in constant contact with President Fiona Simpson, and obviously the NFF and particularly AgForce, the Queensland division of the NFF, have been very vocal about the impact, Senator Sterle, of the Kyoto Agreement and the subsequent behaviour by the Queensland state government around land clearing and native vegetation law, which has actually seen agriculture do much of the heavy lifting to meet those targets. And so they've been very, very clear that farmers are at the forefront of tackling climate change, and they're also doing things on farm to actually increase production and lower emission to sequester carbon. The department, I've just been advised, thank you Secretary, in the recently released National Agricultural Innovation Policy Statement, the second priority is for us to be a champion of climate resilience, to increase the productivity, profitability and sustainability of the agriculture sector. So whether it's the NFF, my own VFF, Senator McDonald's AgForce or Senator Davies' New South Wales Farmers Federation, I think the National Party works very, very closely with the farmer representation bodies to make sure that the policy of this government make sure they're sustainable and growing into the future. And you will have seen that despite not adopting the Labor Party's carbon tax back in the day, we've seen emissions lower in this country by 20%, and we've seen agriculture exports go through the roof.
So let's go back to my original question then, Minister, when I read part of the NFF statement. And as I said...
Is this their statement of the 11th of October?
I can't tell you what date that statement is. We've had the NFF on a couple of inquiries. We've heard from the NFF on a number of times where they've clearly said that their goal by 2050 is net zero. So when I read that part of the policy, my original question was, do you agree?
Well, Senator Sterle, I don't know how many times I can reiterate the statements of the Deputy Prime Minister, of the Prime Minister, of the Deputy Leader, of the Senate Leader, of the government, that we have agreed to go to Glasgow with a goal of net zero by 2050. And I have also outlined my own personal views. I don't know how much more helpful I can be. I'm very clear of the NFF's view. That is why we've worked very, very hard in this process to make sure that there are safeguards for the agriculture sector in any plans that this government develops. We want to make sure that we protect the regions and also secure future opportunities for the regions. That's been our two principles that have guided our party through this whole process.
Okay, so I come back to my original question. Do you agree with the NFF statement? You?
Yeah, Senator Sterle, I have said this.
Well, can't you just say yes?
Yes.
Why do you waste...
No, because we have literally spent 20 minutes where I've outlined my views on the substantive issue, on the policy that the government's announced. I don't think I could have been clearer. I'm looking at the committee. They're nodding furiously.
Oh, that's fantastic that the committee are doing that. Of course they would be nodding furiously, especially on the right-hand side of your view. I agree. They would be nodding. If they weren't, they'd be getting a good stern lecture after, wouldn't they? So the NFF policy states that, and I want to quote, Minister, a transition to a low-emissions economy will require transformation across a number of sectors, especially energy and transport. It is critical that the suite of government policies that seek to address the challenge of climate change are fully examined to ensure that policy levers of government work cohesively to achieve our national objectives while minimising the risk of unintended or perverse outcomes. End of quote. Minister, why have you been more focused on standing in the way of climate change than ensuring the policy levers of government work cohesively in tackling climate change?
Senator Sterle, we've been through this before. So I've been very, very clear with you. I've always accepted the science of climate change. In the decade that I've been in this place, my position's been consistent and clear. What I will not accept as a senator that has been sent from the regions to Canberra is any plan to deal with the problem that actually sees rural and regional Australians paying the ultimate price. And under your party's former policies, that's exactly what would have happened. That's exactly what would have happened, which is why we didn't support it. And as we've lowered emissions over the last we've lowered emissions by 20%, we've also seen growth in mining and agriculture, which is great for the regions. So our job as a national party is to protect regional and rural communities and to make sure we secure a prosperous and sustainable future. That's what we've done as part of a very respectful process within government. And to try and then spin this any other way, I can't be more honest and open with you about my personal views, the views of the party, and indeed the government.
Thank you, Minister. Now, Minister, has the National Farmers Federation communicated its position to you personally?
I've already said to you, I'm in very, very regular contact with not just the NFF, but with its constituent bodies.
No, you did say that, but I'm saying, did they communicate their position to you?
Yes, I've just answered that, Senator.
No. Minister, with the greatest respect, you do stretch out the questions and go around. You know, a yes and a no is very easy in my world. Thank you. What about to the department, Mr. Metcalfe? Have the NFF expressed their view to you?
In relation to climate policies generally, Senator, is that the question? Or?
To their climate, their statement, their climate policy.
We meet regularly with the NFF and attend their forums. There are a range of topics usually discussed, and certainly adaptation to climate is one of those topics. I don't recall that they've specifically, in the last couple of weeks, raised the specific issues, particularly in areas that you've mentioned that go beyond the agriculture portfolio, more generally into sort of energy or transport. But we're obviously familiar with their position. We read what they say, and that's simply part of our job.
Okay, so that's
what's your plan for the regions? What's Albo's plan for agriculture?
I told you, Minister, show me yours and I'll show you mine.
All right, I'll ask you this same question a little later today.
Well, and
I bet you won't be able to show me.
It will be a good discussion because Senator Sterle and I share an interest in the trucking and transport industry. And given how critical that is to agriculture, I'm sure that Senator Sterle will be having strong input into his party's position on net zero and how it affects that industry and agriculture, which, thank goodness, he's there to be a voice of reason in that room.
Thank you, Chair. So, can I just say, sorry, Mr Metcalfe, you said not in the last couple of weeks that the NFF have communicated their position to the department. What about prior to that?
Well, as I've said, Senator, we talk very regularly to the NFF, both myself and a whole range of my different officers. I'll need to check as to whether they've specifically let us know about their current position. But as I've said, we talk to them about many things, and the ability of the agriculture sector to adapt to a warming, drier climate is certainly one of those issues that we discuss. But I'll check and take on notice whether any of my officers have heard quite specifically over the last couple of weeks about this particular range of issues. However, as I also said, We are obviously aware of the views of the major industry associations and representative groups relevant to our portfolio. So even if the NFF haven't specifically drawn them to our attention, because of the media focus on this issue, we of course are aware of what their position is.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll ask then, Minister, has the NFF encouraged yourself or the government to adopt net zero by 2050?
Well, I think they've been really clear. They want to see sustainable, profitable regions just as much as we do. And they've been clear that while supporting a net zero by 2050 position, they didn't want us assigning a blank cheque either, Senator Sterle. They had a raft of protection measures and safeguard policy responses that they wanted to see as part of the plan. So, it's an iterative discussion, as these things always are.
So Minister, no, I understand, but it can be a simple yes or a simple no. All I'm asking is if they have encouraged you.
If this was a simple thing, Senator, Australian governments would have solved it a long time ago. This hasn't been
Minister.
simple because the impacts in the past, particularly under your party's particular propositions, would have decimated rural and regional Australians. And that's why they choose not to vote for the Labor Greens solutions to global warming. We've put forward a proposition which is much more in line with our values around technologies, not taxes. And the National Party, working with the Liberal Party, has secured significant protections and safeguards for rural and regional communities and industries, not just to the next election, Senator Sterle, but for the next 3 decades. And I look forward to seeing the Labor Party's response, because what you've put forward in this regard for the last decade has been, quite frankly, embarrassing, and why rural and regional Australians continue to reject your electoral proposition on this issue.
So, Minister, thank you very much for the lecture, but the beauty of this is I've been around too long and I'm not going to bite. So I'll come back to my question, which is simple. It was very simple. I asked, has the NFF encouraged you or government to adapt the net zero? There's nothing hard about that. It's either yes or no, Minister. And if you don't know, I'm happy for another lecture, because just keep chewing up time. We'll have a spillover day. It doesn't worry me. I've got all the time in the world and I'm in the beautiful state of West Australia.
I think the Minister has answered that. And Senator Sterle, I do have other senators waiting for the call. Do you have any other immediate questions? Otherwise, if I could share the call, that would be terrific.
Chair, I'm more than happy to share the call, and I've got many, many more, and I will be at your hands. But as I'd said very clearly, and please don't cut me off on this one, it was a very simple question, Minister, and you have not answered it. Try a yes or a no or a maybe or you don't know. But you don't need to go off and give me lectures about past and present. And
well, it's relevant to the discussion. You get to ask the questions, no doubt. I get to answer them.
Well, I wish you would. Please answer it. Yes, no, maybe.
You don't have to
know.
like the answer. You seriously don't have to like the answer. And it's great to have Madam Deputy President in the room. You don't have to like my answer, but that is the answer I've given. The NFF has made clear their position. We are very, very aware of it. We all want sustainable and profitable agriculture industry going forward, and our government is heading off to Glasgow with a net zero by 2050 position that protects the regions. I have nothing more to add, Senator Sterle.
So after all that, they have.
Thank you, Senator Sterle.
They
I
have to
will
you.
go to Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair. And look, I've got a range of questions about forests and forestry.
Senator Rice. That is going to be Senator Duniam will be here.
Oh, in 2 minutes.
Well, he will be here shortly. Okay. Would you mind if I go to Senator Whish-Wilson and come back to you? Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Oh, there he is.
Thanks, Chair. I think you just got me in before Senator Duniam appeared. So I'll be quick. I'll be quick, Senator Rice. I had a couple of questions for ABARES. Can you tell us a little bit more about the report that was released in late July and reported on on the 29th of July, where you say the changing climate is costing every farm on average $30,000 every year. Could you give us a little bit more detail on the reaction that you've had to that report?
Certainly, Senator. It's Dr. Jared Greenville here, the Acting Executive Director of ABARES. Yes, so that report we released in July of this year looked at the impact that the last really 20 years of seasonal conditions have had on farms. And so what we do in that report is that we use our extensive farm survey data to build what we've called a micro-simulation model termed Farm Predict. That model really takes the farms of today and says, okay, well, if we had a climate that existed in the past, so from 1950 through to 2000, what kind of outcomes would we see in terms of production, given the prices that we've observed, in recent times? What it's shown is that, farms were operating in the climate of the past, that they would be earning around $29,000 more in terms of profits. The other aspect of that is that we can then start to untangle, what's really been happening, because we know when we observe survey data and other information that, and as Mr. Metcalfe said this morning, that the Australian agriculture sector is still doing pretty well, and it's growing, it's taking advantage of new markets and the like. And so we can start to unpack what is, really the real productivity performance. And so what we've seen is that despite these challenges of a pretty rough 20 years, that the sector has had very strong productivity growth over that period. And so it is adapting to these changes in conditions, and that's maintained farm profitability over that period.
Thank you. You mentioned that in your report as an offsetting factor, but it particularly applied to larger scale broadacre farms. You mentioned you have concerns about smaller farming operations. Have you been able to get down into any detail, like, for example, on a state-by-state level in terms of impacts? Because obviously Tasmania, my state, has predominantly smaller farms.
Yeah, so in the report we have, I guess, the map of where you can see the range of different impacts on profitability across the country. And so that gives us a bit of a feel. We haven't, I guess, we haven't detailed the reports at a state level, but we do know that it's really dependent on the type of operation, and we see that cropping farms have been most affected, with less impact so far on livestock enterprises. But when we look forward, we see that the adaptation pressure in different areas does vary, and in particular we see that some of the adaptation pressure, particularly in the northern beef regions, is going to be more significant because of the expected impact of heat and heat stress.
Thank you. And what kind of stakeholder feedback have you had from the report with key agricultural enterprises or organisations or other stakeholders?
So we've had some pretty good engagement following the report just from various actors in the sector. I think there's a knowledge that the adaptation pressure is mounting on the sector, but we've seen that the sector has been able to perform in the past. And so there's various industry groups who are also starting to look at how to tailor some of the adaptation work that they're going to do. We've engaged with our department and the areas in our department which are responsible for adaptation, and we're trying to use this I guess, insights to at least give us a bit of a forward warning of where some of the pressures are going to be most acute.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question. Were you planning to do more work as a spin-off from this on, for example, crop selection with water use? Hemp comes to mind, for example, as a potential future crop. And was it also your intention to get farmers more interested in soil carbon initiatives on the back of this?
Yeah, so some of the work that we can do around this really is limited by the data that we have on existing farms, and so introducing aspects like new crops and the potential of those is quite difficult with the model that we have, because it relies on that long history of what farmers have done, what they've planted, how they've responded when rainfall and temperature has changed. So we're not looking to look at the addition of new activities, although we do note that in other types of work you could you could look at how, things like stewardship payments and biodiversity payments could help supplement farm incomes.
Right.
There are other extensions to the model that we are looking at, really related to expanding coverage, because at the moment it focuses on broadacre agriculture.
Thank you. In relation to, you do talk about future projections as well. I'm interested, are you able in your model to for example, simulate the costs to farmers on different scenarios of degrees warming over the century or over up to 2050?
Yeah, so
could you tell us what the cost would be under a 3 to 4 degree warming trajectory?
So we can say what the adaptation pressure is. The issue with the model is that it holds the farm of today constant. So we know from the past history that Australian farms aren't going to be the same in 2050 as they are today. They're going to adopt new technologies, become more productive, learn new ways. The size distributions will change, markets will change as well. So it gives us the very basic kind of counterfactual and says, well, where the pressure is going to come. So, but we can't really say, well, what is the cost of different kinds of warming scenarios or different kinds of climate outcomes, because that just assumes that, I guess, the farms would be naive to those changes and just carry on doing what they're doing today, which we know is not right. So that would give you a very kind of unbalanced picture of the future.
And Senator, just to add to that response, the Minister mentioned just before the National Agricultural Innovation Policy Statement and how the second priority is about our innovation system championing climate resilience to increase productivity, profitability and sustainability. And so that's intended to be a strong signal right through the sector, to the research and development corporations, to the work we're doing with CSIRO, to the work that we do with state and territory governments, universities, the industry, about this need for continuing adaptation, the new farming methods, new cropping methods, new plants, new animal production. Indeed, we've seen this adaptation occurring over time. Emissions from cropping and grazing have fallen 71% over the last 3 decades, and that is because farmers are adaptable and they're innovating. And so we are looking through these measures, through the future drought harvest.
Was that net emissions or gross emissions?
I'm simply quoting from the document, Senator, so...
I suspect that's net emissions, but if you could clarify that.
I'll take that on notice, Senator, but what
Please.
I'm just emphasising the point from Dr Grenfell that, we understand that this is an area of priority and we're directing the system to focus on this because we actually want to support agriculture not to shrink, we want it to grow. We actually want to increase our exports and increase our production. So.
Right. On that point, I know there's crossover here with the Environment Department, but obviously one of the things that the government's been trying to do, and certainly the Green Labor government brought in a carbon farming initiative nearly a decade ago. Could I get some feedback on how things are going through the ERF? Like how many farmers are we seeing sign up to soil carbon initiatives, which we know is an important part of the adaptation process?
I don't have the right people with me at the moment, Senator. We can check whether they're here and we'll come back to you on that during the course of the morning, if that's okay.
Yes, because I do, if you could, I do have a number of questions on how that's proceeding and what the barriers are. Could I also ask just very briefly for some guidance? At what point do I ask questions relating to, I know AgriFutures specifically have looked at research for individual industries like the hemp industry, which is a fledgling industry. Can I ask questions to you guys about that, or do I?
You can, but AgriFutures is actually due to appear before the committee this evening, Senator.
That's
so
correct.
It's probably, I'm sure that Mr Harvey would be happy to answer questions on that when they appear.
Okay. Also, and I also had just lastly, Chair, it's just guidance. I don't have a thread here. I'd also like to ask more about seaweed farming and its use in reducing cattle cattle methane emissions. Who should I address those questions to?
Again, I'll see if anyone's...
There's a government policy around stimulating research and development.
Yeah,
and
well, certainly
assistance.
Meat and Livestock Australia have been doing work in that area, and they're due to appear late this afternoon, Senator. So,
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Hey, thanks very much, Senator Whish-Wilson. I've made a note to remind you when AgriFutures is coming up so that you're alerted to that. Now, Senator Rice, you have... Oh, I'm sorry. ABARES. Senator Davey, do you want to ask ABARES questions and then Senator Rice? Oh, great, okay.
Look, I'll be very brief because it's right on the back of what Senator Whish-Wilson was asking about. I also wanted to know a little bit more about the assumptions that went into that report and whether you actually, in modelling and looking at the cost of climate change already, and you said in your response to Senator Whish-Wilson, you said you looked at the climate we had 50 years ago. So taking a farm of today with the systems and the technology of today and applying it to the climate of 50 years ago. Did you also look at what the increasing costs of climate change policies to date may have had on those farms? For example, in Queensland, a lot of farms have had 5 to 10% of their area taken out of managed production and returned to native vegetation. So did you sort of subtract those costs at all, or...?
So the short answer to that is no. So we take the farm, given where it's located, its available lands, its technology, the way it operates, and just give it a different climate. So we're really trying to isolate one factor here. To do that other kind of analysis would be quite complicated because you need to somehow then unpack all those different technology changes, all those other things, and really do some kind of what-if type questions to say, well, what could it have been or what would it have been?
So this was a very simplistic exercise, just looking at if we had the climate of 50 years ago and noting that the last 50 years of the last century were actually quite wet and quite good farming conditions. So if you had have said, we'll put it on the climate of 100 years ago, you might have had a completely different outcome.
Yeah, it's one of those things which is a very complicated model and a lot of information and data to get a really kind of tight answer to a question. But yes, it's flexible enough to look at different climate patterns. I guess we just need to map get the information on climate, and so part of that future-looking stuff was looking at scenarios. Very keen to think about how to make better use of this for near-term kind of seasonal forecasting as the BOM and CSIRO get a little bit better as to how to actually translate some of these seasonal forecasts into things that are useful for farmers.
And when you're looking at that, will you also look at, because you've talked about this was a look at largely broadacre farming systems. I've read a lot of reports that the increased carbon dioxide in the atmosphere can actually be a good thing and we might increase our grain productivity. So will you work those into your future models to see if those assumptions balance out and make up the difference? 30,000 in lost production due to climate as opposed to 30,000 in increased production because we've got better grain yields based on soil carbon sequestration or...
Yeah, so we don't have direct plans for, I guess, looking at that forward place at the moment in terms of how, that's, I guess, will get built into how yields change. And that part of that might be aspects that have increased CO2 in the atmosphere, how that might translate into better growing conditions. But then also as technologies and, we get new varieties that can deal with a whole range of different atmospheric conditions and rainfall and the like, and how that would play out. So we haven't looked at this stage, and we don't have direct plans to look at, what could be, I guess, a likely future as farms go through to 2050 or to 2030, adapt and adopt new technologies and the like. That is, in a theoretical sense, quite feasible. It just would require, I guess, a lot of information and a lot of robust studies around what the likely translating those for on a geographic scale that matches where our farm populations are, to be able to do that, rather than it being, I guess, a more general area. And so what we really rely on is that really tight spatial data to make it meaningful, so we can bring it down to particular areas and particular industries.
I'll hand over the call to Senator Rice now. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to follow up because I have asked questions about ABARES before, and as an ex-ABARES survey recipient, I have some strong views on the value of the data that ABARES produces. It's just that nobody else produces any data, so ABARES is the proxy for agricultural data. But I'm again curious as to why you would spend time researching such a narrow question. I mean, I am 51. In my lifetime, we have had floods, droughts, middle of the road, and you've said you've picked 50 years for this productivity question. Then you're talking about heat in the north, but you're not reflecting predicted and actual rainfall increases. So I'm just wondering if this is a good use of ABARES' limited resources.
Or if it's even a robust report.
So
my
I can,
concern is oversimplistic.
I guess, come to those points. So on the, just to correct, the future looking does look at rainfall and heat. It's just that heat was the driving factor for some of the impacts that we were seeing. So it includes what the CSIRO has as their best guess as to future climate scenarios at a disaggregated scale. And I think coming to the question of value for money in that sense is that it's really important to know where the pressures are coming forward for the agriculture sector, to be able to understand, what kind of innovations and where those investments that Secretary Metcalfe has mentioned about, drought hubs and other investments that we're putting into our R&D system, so that we can better target those investments to get some of the productivity gains that we've seen in the future. The key point that I guess comes from trying to isolate different factors like climate is that you can't reference the past to know the future. And as you were saying, there's a whole raft of different things that have occurred in the past, and so it's always good to look forward instead of look backwards, so you can have a better design for your policy. That's what we're trying to do in terms of using this analysis. In terms of the robustness, we've also had this work peer reviewed, and it's likely we'll seek to get it peer reviewed at a very robust level in academic journals, just to make sure that we are, as you say, making sure that we're being as robust as we can in the work that we do. I think on the survey data, there is sometimes some confusion between the survey data that we collect, which is very at the farm level, so we only survey farms, and we also work with the ABS, that they do the broader kind of agricultural statistics, which picks up a wider range of activities. We focus mainly on broadacre and dairy farms, and we do occasional surveys for irrigation and for some other products as we go along. We try and work directly with farmers. We provide them with reports that help them benchmark as means to get in to make sure, I guess, the data is as robust as we can make it.
All right, well, on notice, which I hate doing, but on notice I would ask that you provide your work program for the rest of the year and the next 12 months, with the scope of what it is that you're looking at, because it is not government that drives innovation, it is private operators who are responding to market conditions and risks and threats to their business, and I just would be keen to understand where it is that you're going and that it is money well spent. Thank you. Senator Rice.
Thank you. Look, I've got a range of questions, but given we've got ABARES at the table, I'll start with my ABARES questions. And look, I want to ask about your statistics about forestry, which I've asked a year ago. I think I was asking about them, but in particular the statistics about our plantation-based forestry. So my understanding is the last copy of the report that you produced of Australia's plantation log supply report was published in 2016.
We have just very recently, yesterday in fact, released the latest version of the report.
Yesterday?
Better than tomorrow.
Yes, indeed, except I haven't had a chance to have a look at it. Okay. Well, in fact, I was going to ask you some questions about some figures from the 2016 report. You can give me the updated statistics. So in that report, it said that the national plantation log harvest in 2014-15 represented 85.1% of the total plantation and native forest logs harvested in Australia in 2014-15. So you might give me the updated statistic from yesterday's report then.
Yes, so I've got a few statistics that I could provide. So there's been some changes to the plantation estate. What we've seen is largely that the softwood plantation estate has remained relatively stable in terms of size, but there has been some additions. We've seen some reduction in the hardwood estate, which is responsible for, I guess, an overall decrease by about 10% in the plantation estate from 2014-2015. In terms of total softwood forecast log availability for the period 2020 to 2024, it's around 15 million cubic metres per year, which always trips over that, sorry. And hardwood supply and log availability is around the 10 million cubic metres per year in that period.
Okay, and in terms of the statistic then of the plantation log supply, in fact, so the 2016 report had the national plantation log harvest in 2014-15 being 85.1%. What's of the total plantation and native forest logs harvested?
I'll just have to look. I don't have that figure directly to hand, but if you have some other questions, I can try and pull that out as we go. So that's the share of hardwood.
The share of plantation, basically plantation logs compared with the total of plantation and native forest logs harvested in Australia.
Out of total, okay.
Okay, if you could get that pulled out. Well, because what I wanted to then go on to was, given that we've got, as of that previous report, 85% of the total logs coming out of Australia coming from plantations, and the Australian Forest and Wood Product Statistics 2019-20 said it was about 87% of harvested logs came from plantations. So I then want to go to employment, because we've had discussions previously about the number of jobs in the forestry industry, of which there's a total of 52,000. The statistics you gave me from a question I noticed from a year ago. I mean, have you got any data that indicates whether across those 52,000 jobs, noting that in fact almost 30,000 of them are in manufacturing rather than logging, any data that indicates whether either the logging or the manufacturing from either plantation or native forestry is more labour intensive?
Unfortunately, we don't. I think this has been referred to in previous answers to similar questions, that we don't actually have a split in terms of labour that's associated with either side of the sector.
But would you have any reason, so there's zero information as to about the intensity of labour? Is it much the same, would you expect? Is there any reason to believe that one would be more labour intensive than the other?
We just don't have that information, so I wouldn't want to guess really at an answer.
Okay, but in the absence of any information, you could presume that the labour intensity, well, my presumption will be, okay, well, let's just say it's the same, if in the absence of any rationale as to why one or other is different. In which case, if you've got 85 or 87% of the logs coming from plantation logs, it would be a fair presumption that it's about 85 or 87% of the jobs in the industry are also plantation-based jobs.
Again, I just would have to refer to my previous answer that we haven't actually done any work and as far as we know, in terms of their ABS, they don't collect this type of information either.
And it goes a bit to the question that Senator McDonald was asking in terms of your work that you do. I mean, given that the government policy has now had a very strong focus on growth in the plantation industries, if you read the last forest statement, it was basically largely focused on plantations. Wouldn't it be valuable to have that data, to be able to split it apart? Because they're two very different sectors.
It's not a traditional area that ABARES has worked in terms of labour. We're starting to get more into that, but largely related to the agriculture sector. And we've received, I guess, some new work to look at labour issues in the agriculture sector and collect some more information. I think we rely quite heavily on the ABS and their statistics collections, which don't do this split.
That's right, but if you rely on them and they don't do the work.
That's right. And I guess we're significantly smaller than the ABS and don't have a legislated mandate to collect a number of statistics. We rely, as I mentioned before, on often the goodwill of the operators when we go to survey and their cooperation when providing information. So at the moment, we haven't looked at that area, and that's, I guess, where we're at.
And perhaps, Senator, that might be a question for the ABS if they're appearing later in the week as to why they survey in particular areas and not others.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll keep on pursuing it. So that's ABARES. Thank you.
Okay,
thank you for that.
Just on reference to your other question, I'll get someone to check it out. The number's not in the report, so it wasn't just the fact that I couldn't find it. They didn't produce that same number this time, but I'll try and get an answer to you before the close.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I then wanted more broadly to go to the issue of where I think we've probably got agreement right across, including, Senator Dunniam sort of online here, about the value in terms of carbon abatement for growing more trees. Yep.
Forestry trees.
So, and obviously, we've got the Trees on Farms initiative, farm forestry as an initiative. Look, perhaps taking on, I don't want to go into details about where things are at with farm forestry unless you've got any, well actually I will ask, is there anything specific in terms of progress with farm forestry and the regional forestry hubs that you can share with me about? If it's just things are progressing, let's not spend a lot of time on it.
Emma Campbell, First Assistant Secretary, Ag Chemicals, Fish Forestry and Engagement Division. We're working on a farm forestry strategy and expect to have it at the end of the year, and the hubs are doing well, but I don't have a specific level of detail.
Okay, because I then wanted to go to the carbon element of getting more trees in the ground and how much that is being a focus on the work of the department at the moment in terms of valuing and rewarding, the carbon value of growing more trees across the board, whether it's farm forestry or plantation establishment.
So Australia's forests and wood products store significant amounts of carbon. We estimate that there's about 22 billion tonnes of carbon stored in wood and wood products in the forests. In terms of working with to increase opportunities, the department through our water division works on the plantation, the water rule under the Emission Reduction Fund, and ultimately that's a decision of Minister Taylor in combination with Minister Pitt as the water minister. There's certainly a range of activities in place there. 5 original regions in the southwest of Western Australia, the South Australian part of the Green Triangle, the north and northwest Tasmania, northeast New South Wales and the southwest slopes all have been assessed under the water rule, which is a way to support and encourage plantation so that farmers can be and growers can be confident about ERF method access under the carbon rule. And those maps are published by the Department of Industry, so details on that methodology. The department's also supporting the clean energy regulators' work on a new plantation forestry measure as well, but again, that is led out of a different department.
But specifically for farmers who have, want to be growing more trees on their farm, being part of abating carbon through that. So they are able to access the ERF.
Again, we continue to work with through the regional forest hubs, through the ERF methods and the farm forestry strategies about giving that information to people so they can have that access.
Senator Lynn O'Connell, Deputy Secretary. I think in relation to farmers, so sort of non-forest
In particular, I'd point to the Ag Biodiversity Stewardship Program that enables farmers to be able to, if you like, receive carbon credits for looking after vegetation on their farm. So it's about an on-farm product that provides rewards, pays farmers for looking after carbon and biodiversity. And in fact, there's some significant investment in that in terms of the recent budget that built on a previous investment. There's already been a pilot for the Carbon Plus biodiversity, or rather the pilot's underway. It opened, it went to a number of NRM regions, and we received 65 applications, which was a good, healthy number of applications for the pilot under that Carbon Plus biodiversity program. And right now there's a program that's about enhanced remnant vegetation on farm again, and that's open at the moment in terms of applications.
Okay, and so for each of those, so protecting remnant vegetation, then being able to access carbon credits for basically...
Correct, that's right.
Not clearing it, for protecting it and enhancing its carbon capacity.
And receiving the carbon credits through the Clean Energy Regulator.
Right.
Correct, Senator.
Are the details of that methodology and what farmers are receiving, can you, I presume that's all public, could you point me to that?
Yeah.
On notice is fine.
I might just ask my colleague to join so that we give you comprehensive information.
I don't want to take up too much time now,
No,
but
no,
I just basically just wanted to clarify that yes, farmers can access carbon credits for protecting areas of remnant vegetation on their land.
And yes, they can, both under that Carbon Plus biodiversity pilot that we're running, and then more recently under the Enhanced Remnant Veg. And in fact, the Enhanced Remnant Veg pilot applications is open till the 27th of October, so fairly soon, and then we'll go into the assessment phase for the Enhanced Remnant Veg.
Sorry, I should clarify.
Say your name
Sorry,
first.
Maya Stewart-Fox, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Climate Adaptation and Resilience Division. Under the Biodiversity Stewardship Program, there is a Carbon Plus biodiversity pilot, and that is looking at crediting the biodiversity value in environmental plantings. Those environmental plantings are then credited through the Emissions Reduction Fund and receive carbon credits. Enhanced remnant vegetation is looking at enhancing the biodiversity values in existing carbon stores, and so as there is no additional carbon sequestration, they are not also registered through the Emissions Reduction Fund at the same time. The biodiversity, the method for valuing and measuring the increase in biodiversity is being developed through the ANU, and those are all available, and we can make those available to you.
Okay, so just in terms of clarity, then for if you've got existing vegetation, so there is, in terms of the carbon value of that existing vegetation or enhancing that vegetation, that is being rewarded through carbon credits?
No, the Emissions Reduction Fund rewards additional sequestration, so increases in sequestration as a result of some sort of management activity such as a planting. Enhanced remnant vegetation is looking, as you say, at existing carbon stores, existing on-farm vegetation, and so there's not an improvement in the carbon store, but there is an improvement in the biodiversity value or biodiversity benefits as a result of protecting it, weeding it, fencing it, and those sorts of activities.
So, is there a methodology being developed though for looking at potential? Because I can imagine if you're protecting that vegetation, potentially you are in fact increasing the carbon sequestration of that bit of vegetation.
So look,
improving soil carbon, sort of, basically that vegetation is being allowed to grow old and keep soaking up more carbon.
Yeah. So to the extent that there is an increase in carbon sequestration through, for example, an environmental planting, then that's something that would be credited through the Emissions Reduction Fund. The enhanced remnant vegetation, because these are mature vegetation basically, and I take your point, there is some scope to do infill planting and have very small increases in sequestration. By and large, those increases in sequestration aren't sufficient to warrant inclusion in the emissions reduction fund. So there's a sort of cost effectiveness question. So enhanced remnant vegetation is really looking at valuing the biodiversity change, the biodiversity improvement.
I believe, Senator, we've worked very closely with the Australian National University in developing the methodology to measure that biodiversity and to be able to commercialise it effectively so that it's a tradable resource. So.
How about this? The Minister has something to add there too.
Yeah, nice to see you, Senator Rice. Look, I just wanted to add to something Ms Campbell said before with regard to the changes to the water rule and being able to access the carbon credits in those 5 hubs. There was an announcement this morning relating to 3 additional hubs where credits will be accessed. They were in Western Victoria, Gippsland and in southern Tasmania. So the Victorian side of the green triangle, you've got Gippsland as well, and in effect expanding through to southern Tasmania from the north and northwest. And just for what it's worth, industry have come out and said today that from their point of view, the addition of being able to access the credit from these 3 hubs will pave the way to an additional 100 million trees being planted over the next decade. So just to give you a sense of what this announcement will have in terms of an impact in plantation, but also farm forestry. Some of the other, I'm very excited about the idea of farm forestry as well, people being able to access more easily these credits. You know as well as I do, you're very familiar with northwestern Tasmania, and as Senator Bush-Wilson said before, lots of small farms. The ability to aggregate, for example, to be able to access those credits is something I'd be keen to explore as well. But to your point, and just to echo something you actually said, I think we are all agreed that forestry, one of its big strengths moving forward is going to be carbon sequestration, and I think industry is very excited about it, and so is the government, hence the announcement today.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. How about the situation where a farmer has got the right to clear area of forest, because it's under native vegetation clearance controls, they've got the right to do that. It might be, a small area, and they decide that no, instead of that, they're not going to clear it and they're going to keep it. And how do they can they access the carbon value in doing that?
They can. There is an avoided deforestation method under the Emissions Reduction Fund, so that's where farmers have a right to clear and show that they would actually clear, then there is a carbon gain that can be credited through the Emissions Reduction Fund.
Okay. So now I want to get on to the issue with whether they're, and I've asked this question before, but given the increasing focus on carbon sequestration and with the commitment of net zero by 2050, not enough, but it's a step forward. The establishment of a methodology for avoided native forest logging.
Senator, I can check, but I believe there is an avoided deforestation methodology and there is a avoided clearing of native regrowth methodology.
So that's not the methodology. It's a methodology for assessing the carbon value of not logging native forest.
Let me check for you, but my understanding is that the avoided deforestation method does exactly that. It's looking at valuing the benefit of not clearing native.
No, I've asked questions about this before, and my understanding is there isn't such a methodology. And avoided deforestation is when you have, you're clearing it and you've got no intention of allowing that forest to regrow. But the research, the science is very clear that actually not logging forest is better than logging it and then having a regrowth forest. And the ANU research that the minister referring to shows that's the carbon sequestration value of just letting native forests continue to grow rather than being logged is very positive. But my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is this government has not determined a methodology for the carbon value of not logging native forest.
I will double check for you.
Is wanting to speak.
So are you throwing to me, Chair?
I was. You were looking animated, Minister, so
Apparently I always am. I just wonder whether some of these questions might be better directed to the Clean Energy Regulator, who are currently undertaking the update of the methodologies, who can probably speak in detail about some of these things. Perhaps, I'm not sure, I'd be guided by the officials there, but having met with them and spoken with them, they've told me about the work they're doing. I think they'd be quite enlightening for you, Senator Rice.
I'm happy to not take up the time of the committee, and clearly if there are people at the table aren't here at the table who know the detail of this, I'm happy for it to be taken on notice of just the assessment of, consideration of a methodology, a carbon sequestration methodology for avoided logging, essentially.
So the Minister is exactly right. This sits within the industry portfolio and is the responsibility of the Clean Energy Regulator. I can double check for you and come back to you, and we'll check with them.
All right. Can I continue? I now want to move on to the regional forest agreements.
You can, and Senator Rice, could I 5 minutes?
I probably
6?
need more. I mean, if we can, I'm happy to.
Okay, if
come
we
back
could
to
all
me.
try and stay quite targeted, because I've got Senator Whish-Wilson wants to go back to finish that ERF question that he had, and then we have... Right, and then we'll go back to Senator Sterle/Senator Ciccone and keep moving around the room.
Okay, all right. Look, I'll try and be as quick as possible. So I wanted to know what the current status of the major event review under the Victorian RFA is.
Thank you. So the major event review is progressing. The panel that has been appointed to conduct the major event review has had stakeholder consultations through August and September, and my understanding is that they have finished the public consultation and they're working on their final report. We're expecting a final report to both the Victorian and Commonwealth governments by the end of the year, the calendar year.
Right. Can I ask just a quick question about the selection of the people who are on that panel, and in particular there's a traditional owners representative. What was the process for selecting that person?
That was an issue. Victoria identified that person. My understanding, and I'll ask my people to correct me if I'm wrong, was that Victoria ran a process and took quite a bit of time, but they really did the detail. And in terms of the Commonwealth Government, we had a letter from the Victorian Minister to Minister Duniam seeking the Commonwealth's agreement with Victoria's proposal, and we agreed.
Because soon after that person was announced, I asked the First Nations communities across Gippsland whether they knew them and whether there had been a process of engaging them. They knew nothing about it. They knew the person, but they said that person was not representative of those First Nations communities.
Again, the appointment of that member was an issue for the Victorians.
I won't dwell on that. Okay. I now want to go to the clause in the updated regional forest agreements, and Ms Campbell, you know that I was asking questions about this yesterday in the Environment Committee, and particularly the clause in the RFAs that talks about where a listed species or community is present in the RFA, that Victoria will undertake a risk assessment within 6 months of April 2020 and determine whether additional interim or permanent protections and management actions are necessary, and where necessary use reasonable endeavours to implement interim enforceable protections and priority management actions. So I want to know whether that process, that clause in the RFA, has been completed.
So again, we talked yesterday about an interim risk assessment, and our response to your question on notice was that was a high-level interim risk assessment, and there'd be further work underway. We do know that Victoria has current requirements to protect leadbeaters, including out of that risk assessment, which my understanding was included fire impacts, and leadbeaters weren't a fire impact, and that may well be, my people are just exploring the reason that leadbeaters didn't appear as prominently in that risk assessment, but there's a range of measures underway. For example, establishment of 200-metre radius special protection zones.
Okay. What I want to know is that, my reading of that clause in the RFA is that, where a listed species or community is present, Victoria will undertake a risk assessment. I read that that's then for each listed species that is seen to be at risk from forestry, that there will be a risk assessment done for each species. Has that been done?
I'll have to take that on notice. I'm certainly aware of the high-level risk assessment, and Victoria had a commitment to do further further detailed risk assessments, and that was outlined in our last question and answer, but the status of those, I don't have those.
To me, I mean, we know that there have been 79 species, I can't remember what it was. No, in fact, it was, the risk assessment has identified 23 threatened species and communities that are at higher significant risk. Because I would like to get the detail of that risk assessment. Because Victoria, the documents that they've produced do not give that risk assessment for each of those species. So if you could take on notice, the details for each threatened species of that risk assessment, and then the assessment as whether additional permanent protections or management actions are necessary, and then how we're going with implementing those interim enforceable protections for each species, not just for the species that are, have been determined through some very obscure process, very opaque process, to be priorities. Because it's clear, there was a timeline that was set out in the RFA that was committed to, and we are now a year after that, when that time should be up, and there is nothing on the public record about that assessment of each of those listed species.
I'll see what we can get from Victoria about that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Rice. Senator Whish-Wilson, I think you wanted to follow up on your ERF queries from previously.
Yes, please, Chair. Just a few questions. But just with a little, could I perhaps ask a question with a little bit of background first? When the Carbon Farming Initiative, the CFI, was essentially ceased in 2014, people using that scheme were automatically rolled over into the Emission Reduction Fund. Could you just tell me what the fundamental difference is between the original CFI and the ERF in policy terms?
There was no difference to the crediting mechanism. So the Carbon Farming Initiative was a mechanism for accrediting projects that delivered additional reductions in emissions or additional sequestration. And it was linked to the carbon price. So the demand side was provided by companies that had emissions reduction obligations under the carbon price. When the carbon price was abolished, the Emissions Reduction Fund was introduced as a way for the government to purchase credits generated through the Carbon Farming Initiative, but the crediting mechanism stayed the same.
Okay, so the government under the ERF purchases the credits. How does it set the price for purchasing those credits?
It conducts auctions. Again, this is the responsibility of the Department of Industry and the Clean Energy Regulator conducts those auctions. I can give you information about the numbers of projects and credits that are attributable to the agricultural sector and the land sector.
Excellent. Perhaps I could just ask the data then. In terms of the CFI, how many contracts were awarded under the CFI for farmers adopting soil retention initiatives, etc.?
So currently under the Emissions Reduction Fund, the government has contracted 167 million tonnes of abatement. This is linked to land and agriculture. So that's a revenue stream of around $2 billion. So as those credits come online, because credits are issued as the sequestration occurs or as the emissions reductions occur, the ERF has a contract to purchase that stream of credits from project owners, and the value of that is around $2 billion.
How many were rolled over from the CFI into the ERF back in 2014? I just wanted to compare the two schemes in terms of uptake, like interest from farmers.
I'm not sure that there's a like-for-like comparison, because during that time there are a large number of additional projects that would have come online. So I don't have the specific data in front of me about the number of CFI projects that are still being that have been contracted through the Emissions Reduction Fund.
Righto. Okay. I visited a Farmers for Climate conference recently, and this issue was discussed in a lot of detail. A couple of things came up. Firstly, the cost of compliance of the ERF scheme was deemed to be I suppose, prohibitive by a number of farmers. What's the department doing about making the administration of the scheme for the individual farmers more streamlined or easier?
So, Senator, that's a matter for the Clean Energy Regulator and the Department of Industry. One of the things we're doing under the Biodiversity Stewardship Scheme, Minister Littleproud has been very focused on designing a scheme that seeks to address the compliance issues and make it much easier for farmers to participate. So that has been a really key design focus, and it's one of the primary things that we're trying to do through the biodiversity trading platform, which is both a trading platform but also a project design tool that makes it easy for farmers to get in there, see their land, understand the value of both carbon and biodiversity on their land, and easily develop and submit projects. So it is an issue that we're very alive to, but we're addressing it through the biodiversity scheme that Minister Littleproud is responsible for.
Right, so sorry, that scheme's separate to the ERF, or is it part of the ERF?
It's separate, but as we were talking about before with Senator Rice, we are linking the biodiversity with the carbon scheme. So where farmers are undertaking an environmental planting that delivers both carbon benefits and biodiversity benefits, we're looking to allow them to both get a value for the biodiversity benefit through our scheme and a value for the carbon benefit through the Emissions Reduction Fund. So they are distinct, but they're linked together.
So if I'm a farmer and I've got some remnant vegetation that I'd like to protect, I can do that through your biodiversity scheme. But if I also want to trade my soil carbon or grow my soil carbon and trade it, does that application go through your biodiversity scheme, or does it go through the ERF?
So the soil
If it's
carbon.
additional.
Sorry, the soil carbon
If it's
goes through
additional.
the Emissions Reduction Fund. So the Emissions Reduction Fund and the Carbon Farming Initiative are the mechanism for crediting the carbon, and then we are looking to additionally credit the biodiversity value.
Okay. The other issue that came up was uncertainty around the price of the credits, the value of the credits. As in, some farmers were feeling like it was, they're obviously trying to think about. There was an impression that these values will be much higher in the future than they are now, because we're seeing in Europe with their carbon farming initiative with a carbon price that's much higher than our voluntary carbon price here in Australia. Farmers were anticipating that they'll make more money for it in the future, so they weren't necessarily wanting to trade those credits now. How do you, under the biodiversity scheme, how do you get a value for those credits? Is it an auction process as well, or does the Clean Energy Regulator pay a set fee?
Yeah, so it doesn't seek to change any of the arrangements that are there through the Emissions Reduction Fund. And at the
So that's your pricing signal?
That's right. That is the pricing signal, and completely understand that, as with any market, people are making judgments about what the future demand might be and how that might affect price.
I'm just interested, and not being academic here, but if the ERF scheme is creating a value for those carbon credits, isn't it actually setting a price? Isn't that just a carbon price under another disguise?
Senator, really the questions about how the Clean Energy Regulator operates and price for carbon really are matters for the Department of Industry and the Clean Energy Regulator and the pricing mechanisms.
With all due respect, I don't think that's the case. If you want farmers in agriculture to take up more soil carbon initiatives, and we all do, we all want to see that across all political parties, actually understanding how you're pricing the carbon is going to be critical, right? Farmers are very canny, they're very cluey, they know there's potential, they can do the right thing and potentially make an income stream out of this.
Yeah.
If you don't have an efficient pricing mechanism, isn't that a problem for farmers?
Well, and Senator, that's why we've spoken about the Ag Biodiversity Stewardship program, which is to provide that incentive to farmers to exactly do that, either under the Carbon Plus Biodiversity or the Enhanced Remnant Veg pilots. And they're about trying to, if you like, and the reason that they're pilots is to create a viable commercial market.
Okay, so when farmers are, and the government talks a big game on trade, when farmers are potentially going to be entering into new market arrangements in places like Europe that have carbon schemes, carbon trading schemes and the carbon price, and there may be punitive measures taken against Australia if we don't have the carbon price. Is that something that your department discusses in any formal process? Like, how do you provide advice on how to make our markets more efficient or more competitive?
I think this will be a question for another department. I wish with you, Senator Whish-Wilson, this is a fascinating conversation and I am keen to hear more about it, but I think we have strayed now into
Chair, that's
trade and...
with all due respect to you, that you don't get to decide what my questions do or don't say, or what they mean.
I'm not trying to restrict you. I'm just trying to target you towards somebody who can answer it. So the department will then tell you...
We're talking about ERF requires a carbon price.
Yes, and ERF is not this department.
We want more farmers to do it.
ERF is not this department. ERF is industry and science. And whilst I'm fascinated and I support your line of questioning, but I think we've just come to the end of what this department can assist us with.
I don't feel that is the case, Chair. The fact that I applaud the biodiversity initiative. I've talked to farmers about it. There are consultants and people going out trying to raise awareness in the farming community about the need for adaptation measures for climate change, the need to put more soil in the carbon because that enhances productivity and brings a whole range of benefits to farmers that go beyond trading carbon credits. So I applaud that initiative. But I'm telling you, the feedback I've had from farmers that are looking very closely at this is without that price, without the certainty or a better understanding of what future prices of carbon is going to be, you're not going to see a volume or an uptake under the ERF scheme. I think it's a fundamental issue the Agricultural Department should be aware of and should be able to answer and provide me some guidance on.
And I think just to echo the Chair's sentiments, something I pointed out before, I mean, everyone's outlined that there have been interactions between this department, indeed between me and the Clean Energy Regulator, but in terms of the information you're seeking now, I think you're best placed to go and ask the Clean Energy Regulator further detailed questions.
I will, but I'll just make my point again that this is the Agricultural Department and that they're all things to farmers, and we talk a lot in this committee about this, and this is a major initiative by the government to tackle climate change and to enhance soil and carbon for a range of issues. We should be able to talk about how the scheme works and how it could potentially be more efficient.
Sure.
And work better for farmers.
And I think your points are well made, well raised. I, in fact, support your concerns. And so...
Do you support a carbon price, Chair? Because that's really what we need, this scheme to be more efficient.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I am getting off topic. So, Senator Whish-Wilson, do you have any further questions? Otherwise, I'll hand the chair to another senator.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Ciccone.
Wow.
I know, it's exciting,
Just indulgence,
isn't it?
Chair, are we planning to break at 11?
We are planning to break.
Do we
in
want to
3
do that
minutes.
and then come back?
That's probably a very
I think we need a break after this morning. So.
A very sensible decision. All right, let's take a break. Oh, I'm sorry, we have some information you want to provide?
Thank you, Chair. Dr Greenville has some additional information to provide in response to earlier questions from Senator Rice, if we might just take a couple of minutes now.
Well, that's a perfect timing. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms Senator, and I won't be long. Just in response to the question that Senator Rice had regarding the share of forest products that were sourced from plantations in the total. So we've had the team calculate the numbers for us. So in June, we have 87.5% of the total log harvest, that's of all sources, came from plantations. So total log harvest in 2019-20 was 29.5 million cubic metres, and from plantations it was 25.8 million cubic metres. And so that's in response to that question.
Thank you very much for providing that information for Senator Rice. All right, terrific. We're going to take a break for morning smoko, and we will be back in 15 minutes at 11:15. Thank you. All right. right, welcome back after the break, and we're going to turn to Senator Ciccone for questions.
All right, thanks a lot, Chair. I'll just boot up this iPad. Okay, Secretary, I've just got some questions with respect to agriculture workforce shortage.
Ms Jenninger can help you, and she'll have a
Excellent.
colleague join her, I think.
It's been great help along the journey on this issue for many estimates. Good morning.
Morning.
Now, in the last round of estimates, I think we got an update from EY. I think EY had a phase 2 report or a second report that they had released, which identified that the workforce gap was somewhere of the area of 11 to 24,000 workers. Does your department have an update on the workforce gap since EY has released its second report? Are there any updated forecasts in terms of the gap?
We're in the process of doing some additional survey work of the horticulture sector, Senator, so we expect that to be released in the coming months. I think it's fair to say that there is still, clearly workforce shortages because we still have not only domestic border restrictions but international border restrictions. So I expect in coming weeks there'll be an update on that data. But certainly what we are seeing through a range of domestic measures to encourage Australians into the agriculture sector, but also the combined seasonal worker program and PLS. We've had about 12,000 workers coming to Australia since about September of last year through those programs, and we have about 55,000 workers ready in our Pacific nations to come in. So certainly the other thing I would say in relation to the worker shortage is that over the course of the pandemic we've seen kind of things change, right? So businesses have, for example, changed practices, right? Which means they might have deferred maintenance or deferred some expenditure or some effort to focus on picking. They might have found efficiencies in how they've operated their business. So there are some things that have happened on farm that have helped deal with the labour shortage aside from simply bringing in additional workers. So that, I guess really what I'm saying there, Senator, is it makes the job harder of estimating the labour shortage or the labour mismatch, because there are a lot of factors that are working in this space.
So do you still know, to the best of your ability or the department's ability, what the gap is?
Well, I'll see if I've got some old data that I can refer to from our earlier work, but the work that is about to be released in coming weeks or the coming month or so is not yet finalised, so we haven't got the final.
Okay, so that will provide us with the latest update. Okay, yeah. All right. Well, that's good to know. Could I just turn to, and I know that the seasonal worker program, the PLS or the Pacific Labour Scheme, aren't strictly administered by your department, Secretary, obviously through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. And I just wanted to ask, to the best of your ability, can you confirm, also does the department hold any data with respect to where these workers that come under those two schemes are located? Is that something that the Department of Agriculture has information
in Australia
on?
Or where they've come from?
Well, both.
Right.
So certainly in relation to where the workers are available, that is managed through DFAT. So the Pacific Labour Scheme and the Seasonal Worker Program have now been merged into the PALM scheme, the Pacific Australian Labour Mobility Scheme. So they have the data because they have the on-ground connections in country, and so they have the data in terms of the worker availability, and also they are the department that manages the movement of workers across different employers or across borders, so they would have that data as well.
Okay, so the Department of Ag doesn't have that data.
I'll see if Ms Stanion has some additional data that we've sourced from those departments.
Thank you, Ms Denninger. Joanna Stanion, First Assistant Secretary, Agricultural Policy Division. We do have a breakdown of workers by state, Senator Ciccone, based on the state that they flew into when they came into Australia. So I can give that data to you
Sure.
if you want.
Whatever data you can provide would be most helpful.
And so this has been provided by DESI and DFAT. So Queensland, 3,691 workers. New South Wales, 2,323 workers. Tasmania, 844. Northern Territory, 719. WA, 1,633. South Australia, 914. and Victoria 1,730.
What period is that over?
That's since the restart of the Pacific Labour Mobility Programs until the 1st of October.
Thank you.
And just for clarity, when did the restart occur? Like, can you, just for the record?
In September 2020.
Okay, thanks. Can the department also provide an update on the information that was included? I think it was on a question SQ 21 000451 in relation to the seasonal worker program and the Pacific Labour Scheme. And in that quan, I think I think the committee had asked for a breakdown of figures. If you're able to provide an update on those figures.
We're just trying to get that in front of us.
That's okay.
Response.
What was the number of the quan?
451, was it? So
451. I don't know if you've got this at hand while we're waiting for that, but the total number of workers who have entered Australia since September 2020, and how many of those are working on farms, a breakdown of those workers in Australia, and I think you've provided some other information, and a breakdown of those workers that are employed in Australia, and a breakdown of workers by the state and territory, which I know you've also provided.
So we have to.
And also by the scheme or program that they're part of too. That's the other aspect too, if you're able to provide that information.
So we'll have a look at the quan. It might be that we have some information, but we might not have the level of granularity because, as Ms Stanion said, in producing the response to the quan, we would have gone to DFAT as the kind of owning department.
So, Senator, just to clarify, the workers who are brought into the country are brought into work, so our expectation is that they would all be working. The figures I have from Department of Education, Skills and Employment are that 11,220 seasonal worker program workers are in the country and 4,707 Pacific Labour Scheme workers are in the country, and both of those are at the 1st of October.
All right.
Certainly in my notes I don't have the breakdown between the Pacific Labour Scheme and the Seasonal Worker Program, but perhaps over the course of the hearing today we'll see if we can replicate, if you like.
Sure, that'd be good if you could update.
So these figures were as of 18 June, so it's probably around to that 1 October date that Ms Stanion mentioned.
All right, I'd appreciate that if you could today, that'd be great. Now, can the department also confirm, can you confirm how many pre-vetted workers are ready to enter Australia to work on farms? I know in the past we've spoken, and I think the Minister's also flagged around 25,000. Is that still the case?
It's increased, Senator. So as at the 1st of October, there's 55,851 pre-vetted workers in the Pacific.
And that's increased since when? Since the start of the year, or?
No, in the last few months.
Few months, okay.
Yes.
Because I understand last week in the House, I think the Minister for Agriculture had mentioned that, or confirmed that 12,500 pre-vetted workers were now in Australia. Is that the case?
Certainly, I think there's some later figures. The figures that Ms Stanion just read out was with the state breakdown. I think that's about 12,000 as of 1 October. I mean, obviously the numbers are moving, right?
Okay, so there's 12,000 in Australia as of the 1st of October.
Right, yeah.
All right.
Well, that's since September. There were already workers who were here under previous arrangements whose worker visas were extended. So there were a couple of extensions that were offered to those workers who were already here and wished to stay.
Okay. So we're then expecting the remainder to enter in Australia. Is there a process already in train with those other Pacific nations about trying to get the remainder into the country?
So that's the existing PALM program, and what that involves is basically matching up the demand that employers have with that available supply, and then arranging all of the arrangements around that, obviously the flights and the quarantine and accommodation and so on.
Okay. And look, just mindful of time as well, but since the Minister's announcement in October 2020, could you please provide a breakdown for each month since? So in relation to each of the 25,000 or pre-vetted workers that we've now updated that figure, that have entered into Australia, a breakdown across the 10 Pacific nations of those who have entered Australia, further a breakdown across the 10 Pacific nations of expected workers to enter Australia, how many have entered Australia and are working on farms, how many have entered Australia not working on farms, how many are not working at all, how many have not worked since the Minister announced the number of pre-vetted workers, and for those workers who have entered Australia, provide a breakdown of those participating on both the SWP and the PLS. So if you could take that on notice.
We'll take that on notice.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify that the pre-vetting, so the process is that in the home countries there's a pre-vetting process around health and so on and availability, and what that means is that then that is a work-ready pool that can be drawn upon when there's employer demand. So not all of those 55,000 workers obviously have come here so far. They're in that pool. So we'll find the detail in relation to the workers who are here, as per your question, where that's available.
All right, thank you very much, Deputy Secretary. Now, could I just quickly turn to the National Agricultural Workforce Strategy? Now, I think it's been almost a year now since the Minister has had the strategy on their desk. Can the department provide an update on where the government is in terms of responding to that strategy?
Certainly. So earlier in the year, the Minister released a roadmap which outlined in broad terms the way forward following the National Agricultural Workforce Strategy. In the budget in May, there were also a range of initiatives that address particular recommendations. And I think, if not at this committee, at other committees, we've given a bit of an update as to where those budget measures correlate, if you like, or relate to those recommendations. So we've been working on the government response. Because it is an industry, it was an independent report to government. There has been some consultations with industry, and we expect that government will respond in due course, but reasonably shortly.
Are you able to provide any update on how many of the 42 recommendations have been met or adopted or been considered?
Certainly, I'm happy to run the committee through some of the measures that were announced in the budget this year that relate to particular recommendations. So, for example, there was funding for the Ag Fair measure, which related to recommendation 9. There was an Ag Career Start program related to recommendation 13. There was an Ag Up grants program relating to recommendations 18 and 19. There was some additional funding provided for community perceptions and worker experience that relates to recommendation 19, updating the data ANSCO criteria and classification system relates to recommendation 35, and updating career maps relates to recommendation 11, and some ABARES forecasting in relation to Recs 32 and 33. So there has already been an amount of work done and additional funding provided that responds to many of those recommendations, but there are others that are still to be responded to.
Okay. When do you expect a response?
Well, that's a matter for government, but I think...
Have you briefed the Minister or government of late on that strategy?
Yes, we have briefed. I don't have the dates, but we have briefed the Minister in relation to that strategy.
As in the last few months, or?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can I just turn to the agriculture visa? And I understand Senator Green also has some questions as well too. Was it always, I guess, the government's intention to ensure that the visa was not just a horticulture or an ag visa, but also to include other industries such as meat and fisheries and forestry?
Yeah, so it's similar in a way to the PLS and seasonal worker program, which also cover those sectors. So, and you're right, it covers not only skilled and semi-skilled, but also unskilled workers. Well, that's the intention. Yep.
But it's fair to say, though, it's broad enough, and the scope of the visa has certainly broadened to what I think had been originally discussed about just horticulture, but now including other sectors.
I'm not aware that the government had made statements earlier that sought to narrow the visa. I'm not aware of those statements. Certainly, I can confirm that the this government announcement, most recently, is covering all of the sectors that you mentioned beyond, simply hort or narrowly ag.
Do you know what steps have been put in place to ensure that the ag visa doesn't undermine the seasonal worker program, the PLS?
So the programs will be demand driven. So it's not the case that workers will come to Australia unless there are roles available. And I think that the correspondence or the public statements of ministers have been clear that the Pacific remains a priority, and that we will continue to work closely with our Pacific neighbours on the PALM scheme. There's been a range of changes to that scheme to make it easier for employers to use and more effective. So I think that shows an ongoing commitment from the government and from employers to using that program. And the ag visa is an adjunct to that program.
Are you aware of any concerns that Pacific nations have expressed about the development of an agriculture visa?
So the Department of Foreign Affairs is engaging with potential partner nations, and so that's really a matter for them. We're not involved in those discussions and negotiations over those arrangements.
How many people do you expect to be arriving in Australia on this new visa by the end of the year?
So the first phase of the visa goes from December into March, and that's the sort of initial phase of arrivals. Because we haven't actually finalised the agreements with the partner countries, we're not in a position to advise on the uptake of numbers during that period at this point.
You haven't done any modelling or any advice to government on how many numbers you expect to be on this visa by the end of the year?
Well, I think that, as I mentioned, it's a demand-driven program, so, in the same way that the PLS and seasonal worker program are. And so the inflow of workers in that phase will depend on agreements with partner countries, demand from employers, and, of course, other practical things like, quarantine arrangements. And, of course, there's some movement on that at the moment as well. And what that might look like in December, may have changed as well.
And I appreciate it's a demand-driven, but at the same time that usually departments would have some forecasting. I mean, I guess you just don't sort of think, well, we'll just see what happens. We just open the floodgates. I mean, surely you've got some predictions of how many people will be on that visa by the end of phase one, for instance?
Well, I'm happy to check with DFAT if they have any projections. I think the issue...
But does the Department of Agriculture not have those projections?
Senator, we've been working with DFAT and Home Affairs on the development and implementation of the visa, and the intention is to trial during the December to March period. It's a smaller cohort of workers, but we haven't put a specific figure on that at this point because, as Ms Denninger said, it is dependent on negotiation and agreement with the partner countries and demand from industry for the workers.
So when we say smaller cohort, what does that mean in practical sense? What are you looking at? A couple hundred, a couple thousand?
Well, we're not in a position to say, Senator Ciccone. Happy to see if DFAT has additional information or to provide information later on if that comes to become available. I think the other thing that I would really emphasise is that the seasonal worker program and the PLS are really going to be an important mainstay in terms of our agriculture labour. That's not slowing down. So we have a number of planes, expected to come in before now and the end of the year to continue to bring in workers through those programs. So, the ag visas are very important, and we're building that up, much like we did with the restart of the seasonal worker program, which also started with some initial flights into the NT and then expanded as we could.
I don't want to put too fine point about this, but I mean you've got ABARES who have a lot of resources behind them, but yet the government's had to outsource to EY to tell the government what the labour shortage is. I'm simply asking you,
I think EY was
how many people are going to be arriving into the country to help our farmers?
Senator,
and it seems like no one knows what the answer is.
Well, Senator, I think that the EY material is actually provided to the horticulture industry from memory, so it's not commissioned by the government. ABARES have done work in this area and are continuing to do work in this area. What we do know is that there's a clear demand for workers across many industries. That will change district by district, region by region as the harvest progresses across the months, starting in the north and heading south. There's a range of other occupations beyond horticulture, of course, and the meat industry and dairy and elsewhere where there's a demand for workers as well. So we know that there's a demand for workers, and the new ag visa, together with the previous visas, is will be a highly effective way of ensuring that we can, in fact, harvest our agricultural products and get them to market, which is what we're all about. So,
I don't dispute that, but I guess the point still is, why is the government having to sort of outsource, or bodies, R&Ds, having to outsource what you'd think would be the role of the government to know how many people we need?
So, yeah, the EY, it's entirely appropriate for the horticulture industry to develop views as to its need for workers, and that's useful information. We rely upon work that ABARES do. The Department of Employment is also very important here in relation to labour market demand. We hear from the various agricultural industries. We meet regularly with the NFF and with the various commodity peak bodies. It's very clear that there's a demand, and we are now doing something to really ensure supply, and that this is not just a short-term issue, it's a long-term issue, and the ag visa will play a very important role. But as Ms Denner just said, it's demand-driven, so it's not just about thousands of people arriving here. They'll actually need to come here where there's a demonstrated need for them to actually do the work. So this visa, of course, with any new visa, and I can speak from long experience on these matters, is appropriate to trial the arrangements, make sure they're working well, and then to ramp them up. It's exactly what we did back when we introduced the seasonal labour program under Prime Minister Rudd, was to start small and to work it up.
Okay, so once we get to March next year, the expectation is the trial finishes, and then we enter what, phase 2?
That's right, and there's a fact sheet which happy to provide to the committee which talks about the next step. So then that would be around potentially going to more countries, depending on where the negotiations land with DFAT, and larger numbers of workers coming in, as the Secretary said, depending on demand.
So the expectation is what, to be complete within the next 3 to 4 years?
Well, there will be different things that will be done at different points of time, and obviously the pilot is the most important aspect now, and then understanding how that works in practice, so that then that can be broadened to more countries, and also so that can be increased to more workers. And just on the ABARES work, as I said, look, I expect in the coming months the next tranche of ABARES data on labour workforce will be released, and it will be released publicly. So that's fairly imminent.
And are you aware of where negotiations are up to with the other countries?
I think it's appropriate that DFAT talk about those.
No, I know that, but I thought I wasn't sure if your department knows where.
We're aware, but I think it's better if DFAT talk about any matters relating to other governments. So, Senator, just with indulgence, I just say that, of course, while we expect that the seasonal labour Pacific programs, ag visa, will all be very, very important contributors to dealing with the workforce issues, the pandemic has thrown up other disruptions to what you describe as normal workforce arrangements. There is the grey nomad factor, or the itinerant Australian factor, that of course has been largely suppressed because of state border closures, and of course the traditional sort of foreign working holiday maker factor has also been suppressed because we've had no backpackers coming to the country. When we move through COVID into a sort of a vaccinated economy, of course we would expect that some of those things will return, and they will also help meet the labour supply. But we always expect that the Pacific schemes and the ag visa will be critical to ensuring that we can in fact take our agricultural industries to their full potential of not only giving us food security but also being a great export industry as well.
Is it your understanding, or sorry, do you have an understanding of what arrangements, if any, will be negotiated with the states and territories with respect to quarantine?
So the quarantine arrangements vary across the jurisdiction. So, for example, in the NT...
Don't worry, we know that.
In the NT and Queensland have been successful in doing on-farm quarantine. Victoria and Tassie have an arrangement whereby workers who are going into Victoria quarantine in Tasmania. So the arrangements vary. There is a Commonwealth state group of senior officials who meet regularly to discuss all of these matters under the auspices of the secretaries and of Ag departments, and that's been really important to making sure that we have a coordinated approach that takes into account the differing arrangements to quarantine across the states and territories.
Look, Chair, if it's all right with you, could I maybe hand over to Senator Green?
Senator Green, over to you.
Thank you. I just have a few follow-up questions, and it's really going back to the initial question that Senator Ciccone asked, just in regards to the industries that have been chosen for the agricultural visa. I assume your department was involved in developing that policy?
Yes.
Hansard doesn't record nods. I'm really sorry. Yes. You'll have to. Thank you very much. So when the agricultural visa, as I understand it, has been talked about for a little while, particularly during the pandemic, because we have seen those workforce shortages. When was the decision made to include meat processing as part of the visa?
So the visa and the parameters of the visa were announced around, I don't have the dates immediately to hand, sorry, but there was a cabinet process which
yes,
which ran through all the parameters and the arrangements for that visa. So the original announcement was the 16th of June, and then there was a follow-up announcement in August.
In August, and then a final announcement on the 1st of October, am I right?
Oh, well, the announcement on the 1st of October was after the regulations were made.
Yes. Okay. And who put forward the idea of including the meat processing industry?
So, Senator, we've been having a lot of conversations with industry about what the ag visa should cover, and so industry has been telling us where they see a need for additional workers from other countries, and so was very early on in the process. The ag visa, as we looked at it, wasn't going to be restricted to horticulture.
Okay, so. But when you say industry, who have you consulted with? Who's the department consulted with to get an understanding of the workforce shortages?
I don't have the full list of organisations that we have talked to, but we have had more than 26 industry consultations so far with different parts of the agriculture sector.
And I'm specifically asking you about meat processing, so who did you meet with in that industry?
So just while Ms Stanyan refers to if there's any additional information on the stakeholders, I think it's evident from the PLS and the seasonal worker program that meat processing is a sector that uses workers from the Pacific in particular to supplement its domestic workforce. So we know from that program that there is demand for meat processing workers, for workers in abattoirs.
So on the 15th of September, Senator, we met with the Australian Meat Industry Council, Australian Pork Limited, and representatives from around 40 small, medium and large meat processing facilities.
You met with employers? Did you meet with any of the unions in that industry?
We have met with some unions, Senator. Bear with me.
Anyone representing any of the workers that are involved in the meat processing
there have been
industry?
Some discussions with unions, I believe, Senator. We'll see if we can... here we are. The Australian Workers' Union on the 22nd of September and the United Workers' Union also on the 22nd of September.
And did you flag in those meetings that the visa would cover meat processing? Or was that those meetings... Because those unions have coverage predominantly of farm workers in certain geographical locations, but might not necessarily have been representing workers from the meat processing industry. So did you flag that in those meetings? Did you try to arrange a meeting with the Meat Workers Union?
I'll need to check with my team, Senator, but
That
my
you can come
understanding
back.
is that those consultations were very broad and they were general discussions about what industries the stakeholders thought should be covered and any issues that they would like us to consider as part of the development of the visa program.
It sounds to me that a lot of industry and employers were consulted on this decision, but I'm keen to understand if anyone representing the workers in that particular industry was consulted. Because if they were consulted, I think they would have raised some concerns with you, and they've done that publicly. This visa, as you've said, has been developed from June to the regulations being made in October. In September, the 1st of September, there's a pretty awful story in the Sydney Morning Herald about a meat worker who was injured at a meatworks in Biloela. He was a migrant skilled worker. The injuries that he sustained are so graphic that the article actually comes with a warning that there are graphic images in the article. So that's happened in September. The article goes on to list a number of other injuries from workers in that industry. And in September, a meatworks in Queensland, in Western Queensland, was actually charged with industrial manslaughter because of a death of a migrant worker working in that industry. These are just the last line of stories that we've been hearing for years and years about the exploitation of migrant workers in the meat industry. And yet, at any stage, was there reconsideration after these stories came to light of including the meat processing industry in the agricultural visa?
So the general observation I would make, Senator, around worker safety and worker exploitation is that it's the government's expectation and certainly our department's expectation.
Are you aware of those reports?
I have seen reports around the work health and safety issues. Not all of the examples necessarily, but I have seen some of them. The government's position and the department's position would be that for employers, they need to comply with work health and safety laws and labour laws in all industries. And that is a clear expectation of government.
And there's evidence that is not happening in this industry.
And then it is important then that the relevant regulators, whether it's the work health and safety regulator or the Fair Work Ombudsman, is able to investigate and then prosecute those employers or others who are responsible for that. As part of the Pacific Labour Scheme and the Seasonal Worker Program, and as part of the Ag Visa, there is vetting of employers. It's a sponsored program, unlike, for example, the arrangements under working holidaymaker arrangements where workers will work for different people who are not vetted or there's not a worker sponsorship arrangement.
So my question is, was there any reconsideration after these stories in September came to light of including meat processing in the regulations?
I'm not aware of any reconsideration. The original announcement that... so I'm not aware of any reconsideration.
The clear expectation, Senator, is that employers ensure proper work health and safety. It's something that all employers are required
But
under
they're
law
not
to do.
doing that, Mr Metcalfe.
And
It's
the
not
appropriate
happening.
regulatory authorities relating to work health and safety, for example, as an employer, I'm a very large employer in terms of numbers. I take very seriously the responsibilities I have for my 7,000 plus staff. And there is a regulatory authority and an investigatory body should we have issues in the workplace, which sadly occasionally we do. We have exactly the same expectation in relation to all industries that workers are protected and safe in the workplace and that the appropriate regulatory authorities. The Ag Visa is about the availability of people to do jobs where there is a clear demand for that job to occur.
Mr Metcalfe, I would put it to you that the employees that you are responsible for have much more literacy about their workplace rights, are in a stronger position in their employment and would not be put in the same conditions that these workers in the meat industry time and time again, documented over and over again, are being put in. And I appreciate your protection of your employees, but we know that this is a problem, and yet
and that's
there
an
has
issue.
been, and I'm asking about not only the reconsideration of the visa, but what additional protections have been considered as part of the agricultural visa for the meat processing industry to stop these things happening? Not just saying, well, there's a workplace regulator, let them do their job, because they're not doing their job. That's clear. Otherwise, we wouldn't have people with life-threatening injuries, people dying in workplaces if the workplace ombudsman and the workplace regulator was doing their job. So we know that this is a problem. What additional protections have been put in place to protect these workers?
I can provide some advice, and my team can provide some advice in relation to some work we're doing with particularly small employers, particularly in the horticulture industry, about ensuring that people are well aware of their responsibilities. But in relation to meat processing, I don't think there's much more that we can say other than we just expect, quite properly, for agency employers and regulatory bodies to do their work properly, and I certainly would direct you to the Department of Employment, which has particular responsibility for this issue.
But your department, along with DFAT, made a decision to establish a visa that would allow more workers to be...
The government made a decision.
The government made a decision.
The implementing departments of the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Department of Home Affairs and the Department of Employment. The role of the Department of Agriculture is really to work with those departments and ensure that a good understanding of the particular industries that we work with is provided to them. But ultimately, the aspect of the regulation of which countries are involved, who gets a visa, how it's processed and how it's monitored sit with those agencies.
But your department is responsible for giving industry advice to the other parts of government and to the government, to the ministers. Did you provide advice about the risks to workers in this industry if the agricultural visa was opened up to them?
So, Senator, we are still working on what the program will cover and how it will be implemented. So it is still in development. So this is one of the issues that we are considering with industry as we work with them to co-design the program on how we can ensure that there's a strong industry accreditation process, so only reputable employers can take part and sponsor workers under the Ag visa.
These injuries occurred at Tees, Australia. I mean, they're a big employer. We're not talking about small employer, dodgy people who are just, trying to skirt under the regulations and do the wrong thing and make a bad name for everybody else in the industry. These are big employers that I would suggest the department would consider reputable. Are you going to consult with representation from workers who are involved in the industry when you're putting the protections in place so they have a voice in this?
As Ms Denninger mentioned, we have spoken to some unions and we have a discussion with the ACTU planned soon. Senator. And just
Can
to
I just ask, as a
Mr.
final question, just to wrap this up, because I know that other senators have questions. The Pacific Labour Scheme, as I understand it, and I'm not an expert on the matter, and I'm sure that DFAT has more information for me, but the Pacific Labour Scheme, as I understand it, provides pre-departure training in country, support programs in country here, including training from union representatives or worker representatives about workplace rights, specific information about accommodation, checks and balances from check-ins from the department, and also choosing places where there's already a community connection. So choosing a town or a community where there's already a connection to that person's home country. Are exactly the same worker protections going to be in place under the agricultural visa?
We are modelling the agriculture visa on the seasonal worker program.
Are exactly the same worker protections going to be in place under the agricultural visa?
They certainly won't be any less, Senator.
And Senator, if I might just add, as Ms Stanyon has said, we are developing the details. We are consulting with industry. We are developing the details. So we're not in a position now to be saying they'll be exactly the same or this different in this way or different in that way. But I can say that we are developing the details and we are modelling it on the seasonal worker program and the Pacific Labour Scheme.
and no one will come here on one of these visas until those details are finalised. Is that right?
Correct.
So when will the details be finalised?
Well, as we discussed earlier, the first phase of the establishment of the visa is between December and March, because we need to agree a whole range of things. We need to agree arrangements with employers, we need to agree arrangements with partner countries, and we need to facilitate the movement of workers. So we can't give an exact day as to when all of those things will be agreed, because they're being run by different organisations, and they are subject to constraints or decisions that are outside of the Australian government's immediate control.
Sure. One last question, sorry, Chair, just to finalise this. Finally, what is the basis for including the meat processing industry in the agricultural visa when there are already visa programs that are available and also Australian workers that are skilled in that industry? I know you said you consulted with industry, but did you just believe what they said, or?
We haven't touched on this, but a key part of the seasonal worker program and Pacific Labour Scheme, and also the ag visa, will be market testing. So before an employer can offer a role to a worker from the Pacific or under this new visa, they will need to have market tested to show that there are not Australian workers who are prepared to do this work. And we know that there are many overseas workers already working in abattoirs and that have been through that market testing process. Those jobs have been through that market testing
Well, local
process.
workers in Mareeba tell me that they have applied to work in the processing facilities there time and time again, and they cannot get a look in. So the labour market testing rules that are in place, well, that's what they apply over and over again. Will it have the same level of labour market testing as the Pacific Labour Scheme?
So as I indicated before, we're working through the details. The arrangement is that there will be market testing for the participants in the ag visa. It's very difficult for me, Senator. I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just very difficult to say that things will be exactly the same when we haven't got to that level of detail
Well,
at this
perhaps the
point in
government
time.
would like to give an assurance to workers and people who are concerned about this exploitation of workers that they will be the same. I mean, maybe the Minister can do that now, that there won't be any less protection under this visa than there would be under the Pacific Labour Scheme. Just rule it out.
So, Senator Green, thanks for that. And I think the officials have pretty well outlined the process that we're going through to provide protections, as both Ms Denninger and Ms Stanyon have said. I also understand Minister Hawke's going to table laws around ensuring additional protections are there to prevent overseas worker exploitation. But I would make the point as well that while we do have the federal regulated workplace standards, generally workplace safety is a matter for state governments. And I presume with some of those examples you've been in touch
Question,
with,
or you just
relating to the examples you gave as well, just out of concern for those.
So will you rule out,
That is important.
are you ruling out that there'll be any less protections under this visa? That was my
I've
question.
just provided you my answer. Did you miss it?
I'm asking you to rule it out. You can just do that.
No, I've just given you my answer. If you don't like the words I've used, I'm sorry, but I've provided you my answer.
So there won't be any less protections under this agricultural visa than there are under the Pacific Labour Scheme.
Did you hear what Ms Stanyon said to you before?
I'm asking you, Minister. I'm asking you to give an assurance.
I'll what I said before, and you can reread Hansard. I've already provided you my answer.
Okay, thank you. Can I just clarify, Senator Green, is that the Steggles abattoir that you're talking about at Mareeba?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the chicken industry, for just for clarification. Can I just follow on from that, because I have had representations from a broad range of meat processing facilities across Australia around the amount of product that's now not being processed, paunch that's been thrown out, offal that's not being packed because there aren't enough workers to do those jobs. Have you had representation on the lost productivity to abattoirs, and are you concerned that there will be abattoirs that will close down because there's not enough workforce available to kill the animals and to pack them?
So certainly, Senator, we know from the numbers of workers coming through the PLS and seasonal worker program into abattoirs that there is demand for workers there, and our goal really is to work closely with the states and territories and with employers to make sure that we can get the workforce so that there aren't those impacts on productivity or production that otherwise would exist if they didn't have the numbers of workers. I'm not personally aware of representations on that subject that you mentioned. I'm not sure if Minister Stanton has seen any, but certainly our goal in working closely with industry in the states and territories and other departments is to make sure that we've got that available supply. And it really goes back to the early discussion around having those pre-vetted workers in country so that then we can use that available workforce.
Senator, we have other colleagues with us who specifically focus on the meat processing industry. As you know, we are a major regulator in relation to export meat. We actually have staff in export meat processing establishments. We meet regularly with the Australian Meat Industry Council and the major companies, as well as the Red Meat Advisory Council and other bodies. And it is absolutely clear that there is a labour shortage in this area, and it's absolutely clear that that those companies are all looking to expand and provide more food and protein for Australians and to be able to export as well. On details of the discussions and what we may have heard from them, some of my other colleagues who can join us later might be able to expand on that if you'd like. So.
And can I understand, so you regulate the export aspect of the industry. To Senator Green's points about workforce safety in industry, is that the responsibility of state jurisdictions or federal government jurisdictions?
It's a responsibility of...
Well, it obviously is everyone, but who is legislatively responsible?
Work health and safety laws apply primarily at the state level. The Fair Work Ombudsman, of course, is available in relation to breaches of sort of federal awards and those issues. I, as an employer, of course, am responsible to federal authorities in relation to my health and safety responsibilities, including those of my staff who work in export meat establishments. So just to reiterate the points that we were discussing with Senator Green, all workers in Australia have the same rights and protections at work, regardless of their citizenship or their visa status. Employers must pay them properly, and their entitlements are set out by law, and employers are required to provide a safe workplace. If that doesn't occur, then that is a responsibility for the employer and the appropriate regulatory authorities. So.
All right. Minister Duniam, before you hand back to Minister Mackenzie, Senator Davey has some questions. If I could just hold you for just another few minutes.
I'll be brief. I've got a couple of questions that the Minister might be best placed to answer, and then the Department, I'm sure, can take over. Firstly, we have recently seen a successful appeal in Victoria about the regional forest agreements there, but we've also more recently had an Environmental Defenders Office launching a case in New South Wales against the regional forestry agreements there. Can I get a bit of an outline of what the claims are in that case, what the difference is between the Victorian case and the New South Wales case, and also whether the Commonwealth is in a position to share their response?
Well, I think officials might best be placed to answer the detail around the two cases and the differences, and then we can go from there.
Thank you. Two questions there. I might start with the New South Wales forestry case, and I'll just pull the brief. Effectively, the New South Wales Environmental Defender has taken the Commonwealth and the New South Wales government, charging that the RFA extension in northeast New South Wales is not an RFA for the purposes of the RFA Act. Their grounds really go to how the extent to which in renewing the RFA, effects of climate change, assessments of endangered species and assessments of old growth forest were taken into account by both the Commonwealth and then subsequently the New South Wales government. Both the Commonwealth and the New South Wales governments have filed their defence in that case, and that matter is really before the court for next steps. It was listed for case management hearing this week, and I understand it's been deferred for a short period, but I don't have the dates in front of me. So that's the New South Wales case. The Friends of Leadbeater Possum case in Victoria went to the actions that the Victorian government took in administering the RFA. So it's a different case. It's about the operation of forestry actions within an existing RFA. That case is subject to appeal in front of the full federal court, and that case is between Vic Forest and Friends of Leadbeater Possum, and Friends of Leadbeater Possum has sought special leave to appeal, and that is in front of the High Court, so we're awaiting a decision from the court on that. So both matters are in front of the court.
So that Victorian one has gone back for a second. So went through one court process. Then
full federal court
was
overturned the original decision.
Yep.
Friends of Leadbeater's Possum has sought special leave to appeal the full federal court decision, and the High Court will determine whether that leave is granted.
So one of the concerns I keep hearing from industry is these continual legal challenges are undermining the confidence of the industry and their ability to invest and proceed. It's a bit hard, and how confident... I understand that under Section 38 of the EPBC Act, RFAs that are established are exempt from certain parts of the EPBC Act, and that's how the RFA is established. Does this provide industry enough certainty to be able to invest and proceed?
So certainly, excuse me, Minister. So certainly, Senator, these matters are before the courts, and they will go through the court system as is appropriate. As we've discussed at other hearings, government's very supportive of the plantation sector, and in particular, with recent bushfire funding and also in relation to additional incentives to invest, such as access to the emission reduction fund. So certainly I think that the government has a very significant policy agenda to support the plantation forestry sector across Australia, and to help give that investment confidence and set those important foundations. Minister Duniam, did you want to add something?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a fair question and one that industry have asked. I mean, another Senate committee did, of course, provide recommendations relating to changes to the EPBC Act, and one of those recommendations actually touches on the specific issue you were asking about. That recommendation and consideration of it by government is, in effect, contingent on the High Court granting leave for the appeal. So I think we just refer back to that point, that this particular matter is still live before the courts. But it is an issue industry faces, and I know you have, Senator Davey, have been working with industry around ways to try and provide certainty. There is one option there on the table, of course, that my colleague Senator McKenzie worked on with industry, of course. So we are alive to it, and I want to do everything I can to provide that certainty with the rest of the government. I mean, there's other things at play here too, as well, of course, and it's not just in the form of court actions, but you do have some state governments that have unilaterally decided that, of course, maybe forest timber is no longer a thing that they want to trade in and have pulled the rug from under the industry with very little notice. And those issues, of course, are similarly disastrous when it comes to the certainty an industry needs to be able to invest and to make future plans. So there's a lot of issues here, and I'm trying to find the best way the federal government can support industry to give it certainty, some of which we've touched on here today. There's more we need to work on with industry, certainly ahead of the next election.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'll move away from that section now, but I'm still on forestry, so don't run away. I want to talk about earlier on, we were hearing with the questioning from Senator Rice, we heard a lot about avoided deforestation, clearing regrowth. I want to know what work has the department done to evaluate the carbon storage benefits of managed forestry, including managed native forestry and plantations, when compared to active native vegetation deforestation. So the lock up and leave it approach compared to managed forestry. Which one has better carbon sequestration over the long term? Because my understanding is when you cut down a tree and turn it into a table, that carbon is captured until the day the table disintegrates, compared to a tree in a paddock that falls over and starts to decompose.
Thanks. Understand the question. I don't have the data in front of me about the carbon in a long-term forest versus a sustainably managed rotation forest versus untouched lock-it-away forest. Yeah. So we can certainly take that on notice, but we do certainly recognise the carbon stocks in the forest, but also in the wood products. I talked earlier about 22 billion tonnes in our forest, in our stocks. That includes wood in wood products, in wood in landfill, so that continues to be stored in carbon for the life of the wood product, but we can take the detail of that answer on notice.
And I might just add, if I can, Chair, sorry, as well, as I said before, the story forestry hasn't told has been its capacity to do a significant amount of lifting when it comes to carbon abatement, and native forestry is no different. The IPCC report that Senator Rice often refers to actually does make the point that sustainable long-term native forestry operations store more carbon than the alternative, which is the lock it up and walk away approach. So there's been a bit of selective quoting going on. There's a bit more context to demonstrate that, but I think, as Ms Campbell says, we'll get you that detail on notice to make the case very clear about the advantages native forest operations have when it comes to carbon sequestration.
That would be great. I also note Oxfam have produced a report that identifies managed forestry and agroforestry as more beneficial because it still allows it to be part of the food production system. We heard earlier as well that there are programs that people can apply for with ag biodiversity stewardship and the enhanced remnant vegetation programs that the Clean Energy Regulator, which is a different department, I acknowledge that, people can apply for under the ERF or carbon farming initiatives. But my understanding is both of those programs are not open for potential harvesting, so it's not. If I wanted to sign up for the Ag Biodiversity Stewardship Program, I can't then harvest the wood. Is that correct? And I'm looking at Ms O'Connell because she's...
Senator, I'll just ask the officials who are the experts on the biodiversity program to come forward. So.
Yes, Senator, the Ag Biodiversity Stewardship Program and both of the pilots there, the Carbon Plus Biodiversity and the Enhanced Remnant Veg, are about retaining that vegetation and making sure that there's payments that basically go to farmers to retain that vegetation and carbon.
So is there an initiative, such as private forestry initiatives, notwithstanding I understand that forestry hubs and I also understand the water rule, but is there an initiative whereby farmers can seek to establish or set aside a portion of their farm for on-farm managed forestry that they can then harvest, and they get the carbon credits through that?
I'll just have to check whether or not that might actually come within the... Sorry, so let me go back a step. So there have been a number of decisions made by Minister Taylor in relation to access to the Emission Reduction Fund. And for certain regions, there is a water rule that applies, and so it's not any region.
Yep.
So there is a process underway whereby those areas have been specified, and that will allow access to the ERF and those carbon credits. But it's a region by region basis as opposed to sort of a carte blanche. But Minister Duniam, would you like to add to that? Or?
Thanks, Deputy Secretary. Look, that is right, and we referenced it before. So farm forestry and plantation forestry will be benefiting under 3 hubs announced today by myself and Minister Taylor, being Gippsland, Western Victoria and Southern Tasmania, where they aren't constrained from participating in the by virtue of the water rule. The point of the hubs is it's about having trees growing in a logical location near processing facilities and near transport and logistics facilities, for obvious reasons, to get goods to market. So as part of that, as I say, farm forestry, farmers will be able to participate in this and gain the benefit if for a part of their farm, and they say 15 to 20% of most farms across the country have 15 to 20% of farms across the country of each farm could be used for such a purpose, because there is no other viable use for that particular portion of land on the farm. So if a farmer wants to plant out trees and contribute to the carbon abatement effort, but more importantly provide resource for the, let's say, the housing and construction sector, then there's a benefit there. So they are getting more and more access, and as I say, industry themselves today, off the back of our announcement, have said this will pave the way for an extra 100 million trees just in those 3 regions over the next decade.
Have we got an estimate about how much carbon that will sequester over that decade? I mean, that's that 100 million trees. That's a very positive addition to our program, and very positive for the farmers who might put their hand up to participate.
I don't have a figure for that, Senator. We can see if we can take that on notice. There might be an estimate that industry or the Clean Energy Regulator might have.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying over time, Minister Duniam. That's all I have on forestry.
Thank you, Minister Duniam. We will let you go back to your very bookish office there.
Yes, House of Representatives.
House of Representatives, Hansard.
There's some red ones down the back there, but more importantly, there's some beautiful, sustainably harvested myrtle down the back there too.
Oh, very nice segue. Thank you.
Chair, if I could assist the committee, Senator Ciccone wanted to talk about the land care program, and we do have the relevant officials available if you wanted to ask questions at some stage in relation to that. So.
All right, we'll turn back to that after Senator Sterle's questions.
Yeah, let's hand over to Senator Sterle first.
Right, thank you. Could I just ask department officials, you are an incredible font of extraordinary information and knowledge. We are, however, a little over time, and so in the interests of moving along at a cracking pace, if you would stay focused on Senator Sterle's questions, and let's see if we can move through so that we can be finished this outcome by lunchtime. What do you think at 1:15? So anyway, we'll see how we go. I just make that observation, in no way to cut you short, but to encourage brevity of answers. Thank you. Senator Sterle, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. And we've just lost Minister Duniam, have we?
We have. We've got Minister Mackenzie back.
I was hoping to ask Senator Duniam just on the announcement today some questions. Maybe, look, I'll throw it at the officials and just see how we go quickly. and it's the regarding the new 100 million trees announcement that Senator Dunning just touched on. So I'll put it to the department. Can the department explain if this is linked to the 1 billion trees goal, or is this a standalone measure?
Senator, so in the forest industries plan that was released a few years ago, one of the commitments that the government gave was to open up access to the emission reduction fund.
Can I just not? Sorry, I'm going to interrupt. Can we just get a straight answer, please, nice and quickly? Is it linked or not? I'm trying to work with the chair. Otherwise, it's going to go on all day. I'm sorry, it does sound rude, but boy, oh boy.
Yes, it is linked. The government gave a commitment to expand access to the emission reduction fund, and today's announcement is part of that.
So sorry, it's part of it, it's not additional.
It's a contributing factor to the 1 billion trees. Part of the way to get to the 1 billion trees was opening up access to the ERF, and this is another step towards that goal.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, so how much funding is part of this announcement as a total? And by a regional forestry hub, can you help me out there?
So in terms of the announcement on the emission reduction fund today, that's a policy mechanism. It's not a funding mechanism, so it opens up opportunities for the future for people to contribute in the ERF, but there's not a specific budget for that. In terms of funding for the forestry hubs, which I think was part of your question as well. The government under the National Forest Plan provided 9.223 million to the 9 regional forestry hubs, and that money has been flowing out to those regional hubs.
Okay, so this new 100 million announcement has got no money.
No, it's an access to a scheme rather than a financial announcement.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've heard that it involves the regional forestry hubs in Victoria and southern Tasmania, and I did hear the Minister touch on that. Can you tell us why these 2 hubs were chosen and not the other 5?
So under the emission reduction fund, we already had access to a range of areas, 5 areas which I outlined earlier had access to the emission reduction fund. The announcement today was to add 3 additional areas in Tasmania, Victorian side of the triangle. There's further areas that are being considered, and really what we're doing to get those into the hub is it's a process of mapping and assessing which areas can support plantation forestry without unduly taking away from water allocation. So there's 3 more added today. There may be more coming when the hubs and the state governments provide us that mapping information, and those maps are considered by First Minister Pitt as the Water Minister, and then ultimately Minister Taylor as the Minister responsible for the ERF.
Okay, so can you tell us how many trees will be planted over what time frame in relation to this announcement?
So I think what you were referring to with the 100 million trees is an estimate from industry as to the additional plantings that would be encouraged by this decision. So we don't have any detail about, how that would be allocated between different regions and so on.
Okay, so we've just got a big announcement, but we don't know. Okay, well, do we know if and when trees will be starting to be planted?
So the idea of accessing these carbon credits is that it encourages plantation development, but industry has also been very clear with us that they want to make sure that trees are planted, in the right areas. So as Minister Duniam has flagged, close to transport, close to processing facilities. Ultimately, those are decisions for industry rather than the government as a plantation owner, and the timeframes over which they're planted.
Okay, so we don't have any idea. It's just an announcement, but there's no set times when trees will be planted, where they'll be planted, when they'll be harvested. There's no timeframes. There's nothing.
Well, as Ms Campbell has indicated, the government has regulated to approve particular areas where plantations can access the emission reduction fund.
Minister Duniam's quoting of the 100 million trees was what he said this morning was that industry had told him that this morning's announcement would lead to that level of trees. I haven't had a conversation with industry. The announcement only happened this morning while I've been in the committee. We'll work with industry to better understand what that means in the coming days and weeks.
Sure, and I know it's hard on you guys because it's just announced today, but it's just, this is just my comment, this is my thoughts again. Here we go, big announcements, but there's just no meat around it. Okay, look, do we know how long the trees will take to grow? Is there any science around that?
Growing plantation timber to harvesting can take in the order of 25, 30 years. It's a long-term plan to grow timber for the future. The National Forest Industries Plan recognises that there's a need for additional timber and industry has a desire to grow the timber industry and sets the policy parameters for government to support industry make those decisions. It is a long-term proposition, but this is for the future of Australia's sustainable forest industry.
Okay. Look, I've got many other questions on timber, but I'm going to just see how we go through some time. So I just want to digress to something else. Now, it's been over a year since Alice Workman wrote in the Australian about the Department of Agriculture investigating Amber Heard for possible perjury over the pistol and booze Star Wars palaver. Where are we at with that? Two officials around? I'm giving the timber. I'm giving.
Who's the biosecurity?
Yeah, so this is not, this is a biosecurity matter which is under outcome 4.
Okay, we'll wait till 4. I'll wait till 4.
Okay.
Yeah, just on, Senator, just on the forestry issues we've been discussing, I know that the Forest Products Association have put out some media releases around this. My understanding is that they do expect that the environment that we've created to allow these plantings to occur will mean that trees will be planted over the next decade. But obviously there's a long lead time when trees actually becoming available for harvest. No doubt you're having discussions with the forest product industry as to the benefits of these recent programs, and they've got material in the public domain about it. So.
Well, look, yeah, okay, thanks, Mr. Metcalf. Well, look, maybe we should just continue on timber for a little bit longer, eh? Let me just, and then hopefully we're finished with timber. So, do we agree, Mr. Metcalf, we'll put it to the officials, that we actually have a timber shortage here in Australia?
We do, Senator, so we have to import timber. So.
Yeah. So does the Department of the Minister concede that it's difficult to locate timber for housing frames and do-it-yourself projects as well?
I think that's well documented. Senator, I had the experience last year of needing to build some fencing, and it was quite a long delay, exacerbated, of course, by the impact of bushfires in parts of the southern parts of Australia.
I do remember them.
Fortunately, the fence is now built, you'll be pleased to hear. So. Good.
Very good. Now, on the department's website, there's a plan titled Growing a Better Australia, 1 billion trees, which we're talking about. I want to go to that project. And it talks about reference to a number of hectares of new plantations that are needed over the next decade to meet Australia's timber needs. I'm talking about 400,000 hectares. So can the department provide details about this 10-year timeframe, please?
Sorry, details about the 10-year timeframe?
Timeframe, yes.
So the plan is the Growing a Better Australia, Billion Trees for Jobs and Growth was a 10-year plan. As you say, it flagged industry's desire to grow. The plan included a number of initiatives, 14 initiatives, which industry had asked government to do to support removing the barriers, supporting investment, supporting science in growing the timber industry. And Minister Duniam released, a progress report on that plan last month. There's been strong progress on the plan measures. To date, over the first 3 years, today's ERF method, as you flagged, was part of those measures. really, there's still more to do, though, and government recognises that. Minister Duniam last month convened a roundtable of state and territory ministers and the forestry industry to see what else needed to be done to support that ambition of industry to grow the forest industry. It is a long-term plan. I will also say, Mr. Metcalfe talked about the impact of the bushfires, and that has certainly delayed some things in the growth of the plantation industry as existing growers put their efforts into recovery, as existing seed went into recovery. So that certainly has been a step back, and the fires burnt approximately 4.8% of Australia's plantations, so it was a significant impact.
Yes, that it was. So can you tell us of the 400,000 hectares announcement, how many have been planted?
Approximately 10,000 hectares of new plantations have been planted in the last 5 years, which equates to between 8 and 12 million trees.
8 and 12, okay, thank you, 8 and 12 million. And where have they been planted?
Across the country. I'll see if I might throw to my colleague from ABARES on this one.
Okay, sure. Don't go far away.
Dr. Jared Grenville from Acting Executive Director from ABARES. So there's been a number of, I guess, that distribution of that plantation, new plantation estate has occurred in a number of areas. Now, there's essentially been an increase in most of the national plantation regions, and so what might be, I guess, more efficient, if you would like, we released a report last night which has the full details of the changes in the plantation estate, so we could provide those details rather than me read verbatim into Hansard.
Absolutely. No, that would be great if you could release that now. That would be very handy. Thanks. But it won't take too much more time up. I just want to ask, so how many trees do we envision need to be planted per year to get to the 1 billion?
So as we discussed earlier, Senator Sterle, what the government did in the original Forest Industries Plan was to seek to set the foundation. So whether it was access to to the Emission Reduction Fund or the regional forestry hubs, was really around setting those foundational pieces. And we know, for example, that the forest industry has made those, announcements today around projections for additional trees. We also understand that WA, for example, the state governments are big forestry, plantation owners. WA has promised or indicated it would spend $350 million over 10 years for softwood plantations, including another 50,000 new hectares. Victoria's allocated $110 million to expand its plantation, and we're also expecting a very significant expansion in the Green Triangle Hub. So really what we're hoping and what we're trying to set the foundations for is for industry and the state governments to be able to expand the plantation sector, recognising the impacts of bushfires, but allowing them to expand over the next 10 years. But because the Commonwealth isn't actually the plantation owner, because the plantation owners are the private sector or the state governments, we don't have a set plan, as it were, for where that expansion will happen in that level of detail.
Okay, Dan. All right. Well, then let's just go back to the announcement of 18,000, or the figure of 18,000 jobs around the announcement, around the plan. So can you let us know how many jobs have been created so far?
I'm not familiar with the that figure. Mrs. Campbell may be able to respond to your question, Senator.
Yep.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you. The plan also included, amongst the hectares, had a target of 18,000 new jobs in the forestry sector. Those will get further details on forestry jobs as part of the census, and Mr. Greenville talked earlier this morning, talking to Senator Rice about the jobs figures and where we get that data. We're expecting to get updated data from the census that's just occurred, and we should have those that best data next year.
All right, and I apologise because I missed when Senator Rice, I was actually doing something else. So if there are questions been asked, that's, no, I understand. Just go with that, no worries. Look, I might leave timber at that if I can, because we've got other stuff to get through, please. Trying to work to the time frame, because we do want to get the outcome 4. So I just want to now go to mouse plague. Mr. McCarthy, can I ask about?
That's also generally done under outcome 4. It's a biosecurity sort of pest and disease.
It's a sort of feral pest issue, Senator, so we'd normally do that under outcome 4 if that's okay. So.
Yeah, let's do that under outcome 4. In that case then, I'm keen to get to outcome 4, but I'll flick over to Chair with your agreement to Senator McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Senator Sterle. Senator McCarthy, over to you.
Chair, maybe whilst Senator McCarthy is getting ready, could I?
Senator Ciccone, why don't you do that?
Yeah. Look, thanks, Chair. And I should have actually asked earlier. I know Senator Sterle had written a letter to the Secretary, and the Secretary had indicated that there were a number of links or source on the government's website, the department's website, where we could find that information. I would hope that the Secretary could table that information and provide that information to the committee.
Yes, Senator, happy to. As I indicated when I talked to Senator Sterle earlier, I think we're endeavouring to respond to the issues that he flagged with me as we go through the various programs, and we're doing that. But he did ask for a series of plans or documents or whatever, which are in the public domain, and I do have a document I could provide the committee that basically sets out the websites or the internet addresses for those documents, just to assist the committee. So I'll make that available through the Secretariat. So I only have a hard copy, but I'm sure they'll be able to produce copies for you. So.
Thank you, Secretary. I'm happy to hand back to Senator Sterle with other questions on other matters, unless...
Thank you. I also, Senator Whish-Wilson has some questions on fish, which I'm not sure...
Well, so do I.
Excellent,
Yeah, sorry,
great. Well,
Chair.
Senator Sterle, you start with fish then.
Thank you, if I could please, thanks. Can the department shed any light on what is happening in the Commonwealth waters in Victoria regarding commercial fishes and the catch of King George whiting? Mr Metcalfe.
Thank you, Senator. That was a question I think Assistant Minister Dunian was placed to answer. Effectively, my short summary is it's an issue for AFMA, and we can take the detail on notice. There has been a small take in Commonwealth waters of King George whiting, but mostly this is a state issue, and I'll have to take the rest on notice. I'm sorry.
Okie dokie. Does the department hold information that lists the number of commercial fishers for each state and territory that operate in Commonwealth waters?
That would be a question for AFMA, and we can take that on notice.
Okie doke. Now, we didn't call that, did we, Chair?
No.
That's right.
No, AFMA weren't asked to appear today, Senator. So.
Too short, okay. Well, I'll probably leave the rest of my... Well, maybe I'll try this one. Can the department confirm what work is undertaking with the commercial fishing industry or other research organisations around ways to mitigate bycatch of specific species, or is that an AFMA one as well?
If it's about Commonwealth fisheries, it's an AFMA. We continue to work with those fishers, but I think the details are probably best to the manager of the fishery, which is AFMA.
Well, we'll put those on notice then. Okay. So can I ask about, all right, well, I'm finished in fisheries, and if Senator Whish-Wilson's got stuff that's fisheries, but I've got some other stuff that I want to close off around wine.
You want me to ask Glenn, or?
Yeah, well, while we're on fisheries, but come to you.
Yeah,
mate.
please, yeah.
Come back to me if we can, all right?
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Senator Sterle. I really appreciate that. I won't be long. Look, mine is fisheries, but it looks like it's a new developing area. The Commonwealth has just signed an MOU with the Tasmanian government around the potential development of offshore aquaculture in Commonwealth waters. Do you have the relevant person there? I could ask some questions.
Yes,
regarding that MOU, please.
Yes, Senator, we're here. So.
Could you confirm in terms of the MOU? I do have a copy of it, and thank you for putting it up on a website so we could read it. Is it going to be negotiated as to who's going to have, I suppose, legislative or regulatory supremacy in regards to the regulation of that aquaculture expansion?
We'll work through, and the MOU commits us to work through with the Tasmanian Government the next steps for that. What we're envisaging, and Tasmanian Government is consulting on changes to its legislation to allow this to happen. What we're envisaging, and the MOU foreshadows, is a fisheries management arrangement under the Commonwealth Fisheries Management Act, which is under Section 72 of that Act, which would allow state law to regulate aquaculture for the trial. This is similar to the offshore constitutional settlements that we have for a range of fisheries that come over into Commonwealth waters across the 3 nautical mile line. We have approximately 59 of those in place already.
Sorry, could I just ask you about one word you said there? You said trial. Mm-hmm. Could you explain what you meant by, is it going to be a trial period, is there, or initial trial?
Yeah, so the MOU is for a trial for the aquaculture strategy. Yeah. We're assuming that, we're envisaging that Blue Carbon CRC will run that trial for us. It's a relatively short-term, small area, and we'll explore the regulatory policy, environmental considerations as part of that trial. You did ask about regulatory arrangements, and I should clarify that there's no expectation that the environmental powers under the EPBC Act or the Sea Dumping Act, for example, would be transferred to Tasmania. This is really just a fisheries management arrangement that's envisaged in the MOU.
Okay, and in terms of that fisheries management arrangement, will that, for example, bring AFMA into the equation?
Very much. We're working closely with AFMA on the arrangements, and we envisage that the fisheries management arrangement under Section 72 would be underpinned with an MOU with the Tasmanian Government, which would expect the principles and rules that we would expect the trial to operate under.
Okay, so could I ask, is there any precedence for this kind of MOU or proposed operation around the country? Anywhere else in Commonwealth waters where this occurs?
There's long-standing practice to allow fisheries management arrangements from states in Commonwealth waters through the offshore constitutional settlements, and that's often where there's a straddling fish stock and the state fishery operates in Commonwealth waters, so this will build on that, but this is the first aquaculture situation.
Right, okay. Are you aware of the existence of a spatial planning committee between Commonwealth and state officials that has led to the progressing of this MOU and the concept of farming salmon in Commonwealth waters?
Not specifically a spatial planning committee. Certainly I'm aware of work that the Commonwealth has done together with the states on spatial planning over many, many years back to the days of the Oceans Policy, but not a specific committee.
Was there any specific discussion within that framework or that you're just referring to there in relation to salmon farming in Commonwealth waters?
I'll answer that in a different way. The National Aquaculture Strategy, which was released, I think, in 2017, envisaged potential for aquaculture in Commonwealth waters. So it's certainly been something that has been on government's agenda for some time. This will be the first trial, and it will certainly involve closely working with states, including on appropriate locations, which goes to your spatial planning question.
Okay, so just to be clear then, so there's been no work done as to appropriate planning for appropriate locations of aquaculture. That's still coming. It seems like the northwest off Stanley is where they're going to do the trial. So how much work has been done already to propose the trial in that location?
I think my understanding is Blue Carbon CRC has done some consideration about options, but ultimately those any areas would be subject to negotiation with a range of affected users, including Commonwealth Fishers, oil and gas, and ultimately agreed between the two governments. So we're not at that stage. I think the Blue Carbon CRC potentially has proposals in place, but they are just that at this stage.
Okay, thank you. And has AFMA begun consultations with the commercial fishing industry or NOPSEMA with the oil and gas industry in relation to the location of the trial?
Not in relation to the location. This is early stage. People have been told that there's a trial, but the detail we haven't started that consultation yet.
Okay. Is there any details, for example, around, I mean, I don't want to get down in the weeds here because I don't really have a lot of time, but, you know, the definition of a pen, for example, an aquaculture pen under Commonwealth legislation, would that differ from Tasmanian legislation, or is that just not been looked at this stage?
One of the things we're thinking about is I guess, enlivening Tasmanian aquaculture legislation, fisheries legislation to manage aspects. So I would expect that would cover pens, but all of this will still be worked through.
Yeah, because it does set the MOU flags development of an appropriate policy framework for efficient and effective regulation and approvals processes for offshore aquaculture.
Yep.
So you just referred to it then that the Tasmanian government may have jurisdiction over certain aspects of the regulation. Who will ultimately decide if the policy framework's appropriate in the context of aquaculture operating in Commonwealth waters? Will it be the Tasmanian government, or will it be the Commonwealth government?
The Commonwealth government will have to agree to enter into an arrangement to under the Fisheries Management Act and agree to any MOU about how that arrangement would account for. So it'll be a joint decision, but the Commonwealth will certainly have decision-making points. How far that MOU and that arrangement goes in the decision-making point is still to be decided.
Okay, and do you expect that the federal parliament will, a bit like we've seen with the offshore wind farm planning legislation recently, do you expect the parliament will at some stage be viewing and voting on legislation in relation to this?
It's too early to say, I think. For the trial, which is a scientific trial, we don't think that's necessary. Depending on how big and how significant that'll be one of the issues the trial looks at.
Okay. Section 4.14 proposes amendments to state and Commonwealth legislation, including Commonwealth Fisheries Management Act 1991 and the Tasmanian Living Marine Resources Act 1995. Is it still too early to say what the nature of these legislative changes would be, and how will they be negotiated? Will there be any stakeholder process or engagement in relation to this?
Tasmanian government is certainly doing stakeholder engagement now on its legislation, and they've opened that up. We're not foreshadowing legislative change from the Commonwealth at this stage, so it's still too early to talk about processes, but I would expect that there would be a consultation should that come on the table as part of the trial or beyond.
Have you done any preliminary or got any preliminary legal advice on whether you could do this through regulation rather than legislation?
There's a range of options. Our first element is to, our preferred approach is to have a fisheries management arrangement under the existing legislation under Section 72 of the Fisheries Management Act, but we'll consider alternatives as needed.
Thank you. Section 5.1 has a clause which states that no media releases or public statements concerning this MOU can be made without agreement between the parties, including no details of activities to be undertaken under this MOU except with the permission of both parties or as required by law. Is it fair to say that that means that a Tasmanian minister can't make a comment about work being undertaken or aspects of this MOU without permission and granted by the Commonwealth and vice versa?
That's certainly what's envisaged in the MOU, that it's cooperating in I guess I'd consider it a no surprises approach to policy announcements and statements.
Okay. What kind of international benchmarks or examples are you aware of that, deeper water aquaculture in open ocean? Seems to be mostly inshore, certainly is in Australia.
Yeah.
This is the first proposal of its kind. Is there any benchmarks the Commonwealth would be familiar with or
we're certainly, and Blue Carbon CRC's talked to me and we can get some details. It certainly has happened offshore overseas, and we see it as a growing area. But in terms of benchmarks, we'd work through that through the Tasmanian government, the Blue Carbon CRC, and through the trial.
Right, last question for me, and I'll put some other questions on notice. Is there any time frame in relation to the MOU? It wasn't clear from reading it. Do you at least have expectations on when the trial will get underway and how long it will take? Well, presumably the success of the trial will dictate whether you proceed further, for example, to legislation?
Yeah, we're expecting the trial to last in the order of 2 to 3 years, so it's not a quick process. Tasmania, as I said earlier, is consulting on its legislative changes. Should those go through, then there'd be an arrangement with Tasmania that I talked about under the Fisheries Management Act, and consultation with stakeholders will be involved as well through that process. So it's a 2 to 3 year short trial that we're envisaging.
Just as a matter of interest, I mean, obviously the Tasmanian government currently regulates the salmon industry, or salmonoid industry, through the EPA. There's significant concern in the community down here around the regulation, has been for a number of years, and there's social licence issues within the salmon industry. You're probably well aware of these. Is there any way the Commonwealth could have jurisdiction over the regulation of offshore permits in Commonwealth waters? I mean, would AFMA have the expertise and the legal power to actually also say what happens and how those spends are regulated?
There's currently, in terms of expertise, not yet, because Commonwealth hasn't managed any aquaculture pens. But it's certainly an option that's certainly on the table for the trial about how best to make this happen in the future. And the Commonwealth's interested in exploring this, not just in Tasmania, but across the country as a potential option.
So there's the potential, just to be clear then, there is potential in the future if the trial works out that the Commonwealth could be responsible or jointly responsible for the regulation. So consumers and Tasmanian people could have confidence it was properly regulated.
I'll say the future and how any future industry operates is subject to the trial and future decisions of government.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Senator
Thank you,
Whish-Wilson.
Chair.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Could I just flag that the Secretary has tabled a document, wishes to table a document listing the links to all the information that has been provided on request by Senator Sterle, and that document will now be circulated to the committee. Thank you. Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go to the Wine Tourism and Cellar Door Grant Program, if I could.
Just get the right officers to come to the table, Senator.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Metcalfe. Just while we're waiting, Mr. Metcalfe, can you just give me some guidance? I do have a few questions a little later on cotton. I'm just wondering, is that something I could still do in output 3, or? And this would be to the department.
Yeah, for sure. Cotton industry generally outcome 3. So.
Yeah. It will just depend on the questions. We'll see. The cotton RDC hasn't been called today, but we'll see if we can assist Senator McCarthy.
Yeah, I'm mindful of that. Look, in fact, I might just quickly go to that before I go on to. Sorry, no, you've got the department here now in terms of right. I'll come to the cotton one after.
Yeah, thanks, Senator.
All right. Look, can I just go to the grant that was announced on the 2nd of December 2016, just to look at some chronology here. Now, according to the department's website, it states that this funding measure is a demand-driven grant that aims to encourage Australian wine tourism, and that it's been administered by Wine Australia from July 2019. Can the department confirm what funding was attached to the announcement made by the then Assistant Minister for Agriculture, Senator Ruston, on the 2nd of December 2016?
I don't think anyone at the table has got current knowledge of that because everyone's new to their role, Senator, so we will need to go back and check on that point. So.
All right, can the department confirm how many rounds of the program have been completed and are in the process and those that will occur in the future? And this would be a current question.
So certainly, Senator. So round 3 closed on the 30th of September this year.
Okay, and what about into the future from the 30th of September?
I'll just need to check whether or not this is an ongoing program or a program that has a finite date. I thought it might have been ongoing, but I just prefer to confirm it's ongoing. Oh, well, can we just confirm? So certainly I can advise the committee that 3 rounds have happened to date with the most recent closing on the 30th of September, and I'll just confirm whether or not it's an ongoing program and what the table, if you like, or the expectation is for future rounds.
Okay. Can you confirm how much funding has been allocated to this road program since 2016 by financial year and across the forward estimates?
So I can confirm that it is ongoing and it provides $10 million per financial year.
So if there's 3 rounds, those 3 rounds have been annual rounds, or how do you define the 3 rounds?
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. How do we define the 3 rounds? So I don't have a detail on the dates that each of the earlier rounds closed, but I can seek to get that for you. Just one moment.
Okay.
Round 1 opened on the 1st of July 2019 and closed on the 30th of September 2019, and that was for sales made in the financial year 2018-19. Round 2 opened on the 7th of September 2020 and closed on the 30th of October 2020, and that was for sales made in 2019-20 financial year. And then round 3 opened on the 1st of July 2021 and closed on the 30th of October, as I mentioned, 2021, and that's for sales made in the 2021 financial year. Now I've just realised I'll just need to double check when it actually closed, because one of my notes says 30 October and one says 30 September. So I'll just confirm. I apologise to the committee. I'll just confirm when round 3 closed.
Okay, that would be good. And you said that 10 million per financial year. So how much funding has been allocated to date for each year the program has been operational?
So my understanding is... So my understanding is that this program is very popular, and so all the funding has been expended because it's effectively been oversubscribed.
Okay, and that's for the 3 rounds?
Well, the 3rd round is still being assessed, so I can't comment on the 3rd round, but certainly I can say that the 1st round and the 2nd round were oversubscribed.
Okay. And so what does that mean then in terms of funding?
Well, it means that if you applied for a certain level of grant, you might not get the whole level of that. So, for example, in round 1, each applicant received 63.3% of their grant, and in the following year it was similar, it was 64.84%.
And that was in order for it to be fairly spread across the applicants, is that?
That's right, because it's evenly allocated. Everyone receives the same proportion of their eligible grant, rather than giving some people 100% and some, 35% or whatever. Everyone gets the same proportion.
Senator.
And how many applicants were there for round one and round two?
In round one, there are 180, and round two, 176. But Ms Stanion wanted to just mention something.
I was just going to clarify, Senator, that the round three closed on the 30th of September.
Okay, thank you. So you'd still be in the process of finalising that, or can you give us details of how many applicants and what percentage is being given?
So Wine Australia so Wine Australia is still assessing the applicants. So there are 191 applicants, we understand, but they're still being assessed. So the percentage isn't available.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Can the department explain what work was undertaken within this grant program from the time it was announced on the 2nd of December 2016 to when the grant program opened in 2019?
As the Secretary's mentioned, we weren't, neither myself nor Ms Stanion were in our respective roles at that point. So I'm happy to take that on notice and, provide some additional information. But I would say that oftentimes, there is a period where grant guidelines and so on need to be developed. So some of that time would have been doing that kind of work, but we'll take that on notice. We just don't have that level of detail available, Senator.
All right, you may have to take these on notice then, but what happened in those 3 years? And for example, was there any consultation with the industry around the design of the grant program? And if there was, if you could provide details, please.
Yeah, we're happy to do that, Senator McCarthy. Thank you.
Thank you. How much oversight does the department have over this grants program?
It's administered by Wine Australia, Senator, so we are not closely involved in the day-to-day running of this program.
Okay.
Might also add though, Senator, Wine Australia is on the schedule for the hearing today after the dinner break, so they might be able to assist you with some of that additional information.
So is Wine Australia the sole decision maker regarding which organisations get funded?
I don't have that level of detail, Senator, but so I think it's best for those sort of administrative matters and grant decision-making matters that they're raised directly with Wine Australia.
And they're on at 7:15.
So that would be a yes?
I beg your pardon, Senator McCarthy?
So would that be a yes then, that Wine Australia is the sole decision maker in terms of the grants?
I'm not aware of the decision-making process for the grants and whether there's a panel or who the delegate is, but Wine Australia is on at 7:15, so we'll give them a heads up to be prepared to provide some information to the committee on their decision-making processes.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is what role does the department have? Does it not have any role in determining the applicants in any way?
That's correct, Senator. We don't determine the applicants. There are program guidelines in place.
Okay, thank you. Can the department provide a list of successful round one recipients, including the name of the winery, the amount of funding it received, and the location of their cellar, door by suburb and by state and territory? So that was 180 applicants.
That's right. So
would they all have been successful recipients?
Yeah, so again, we'll need to ask Wine Australia for that level of detail.
But can I just ask if the 180 applicants were all successful recipients?
Yes, they were, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Can the department confirm who set the threshold of 1.2 million in sales? Was it the department or the minister?
We'll check. because the program's been going for a bit of time, some of the I don't have that detail to hand in terms of who made the decision around the program parameters.
Senator, I think I know that Wine Australia are monitoring estimates, and so if you had questions, the more that you could flag what you're going to ask, the better they'll be able to answer them this evening. So we're very happy to assist with that. So.
Thank you, Mr Metcalfe. I'm sure they're listening to all my questions now and perhaps knowing that I'll be asking similar questions. Does the department think it appropriate that many of the recipients of these grants represent some of the largest wine companies in Australia with annual revenues exceeding millions of dollars?
I don't have the names of the successful applicants. I think that the decision, there was obviously a decision made that it would be, well, as I said, I don't actually have the program parameter details and why certain decisions were made, but we're happy to take that on notice and come back to you as to what the parameters are and then the outcomes as we discussed earlier.
Does the department believe it's appropriate that two of the recipients are ASX listed entities, with one of those entities having a market capitalisation in excess of $8 billion?
So as I mentioned, Senator, I don't have a list of all the successful applicants here, and I don't have information around the program parameters and why it was decided that way. So happy to take that on notice and come back to you.
According to the figures published on the Wine Australia website, Australian wineries total approximately 2,500 in number. Can the department provide an explanation to why the 179 wineries, or in your case I think you said 180, that received support via the Cellar Door grants in 1920, that approximately 163 of these wineries also received funding in the 2021 financial year?
So it's possible that many of the wineries don't have a cellar door and then maybe don't qualify for the grant guidelines or the grant requirements.
But you don't know why, do you?
Well, as we've discussed, because Wine Australia run the program, we're not in a position to... I don't have the grant guidelines here because it's not a program that we administer, but I'm just suggesting that it is focused on tourism and cellar doors, and there are some wineries who don't offer that as a offering, but will produce wine or will produce grapes.
Okay, so given that the Cellar Door program is purely demand driven, is the department satisfied that of the approximate 2,300 plus wineries across Australia that did not receive funding via this program, that they were not eligible to access such funding?
Well, again, Senator, I don't have the numbers of wineries that have a cellar door as a proportion of the number of wineries in total that you've mentioned. The grants are well known in the sector, and Wine Australia is well known and well connected in the sector. So perhaps Wine Australia can talk a little bit this afternoon about how they advertise the program and the availability of the grants to maximise the access for eligible wine, tourism and cellar door businesses.
Look, I just put it to you, is the department comfortable with government grants programs that appear to have only benefited approximately 7%
Senator,
of the wineries in Australia?
Are you asking the officials for an opinion on government policy? I think that's against the standing orders.
Well, Minister, would you like to answer? Are you comfortable that government grants appear to have only benefited approximately 7% of the wineries in Australia? Is it appropriate that it is approximately the same 7% of wineries that have benefited year on year?
What I heard the officials' evidence to be was that Wine Australia would be the best people to answer these questions. They're on later on in the day, so why don't we hear from the experts in the field that are actually responsible for this area, and then we can draw some conclusions from that.
Well, you're the minister, though. I mean, 7% of the same wineries year on year.
I just made
It's
the
just a
point,
fair
Senator, that the Chair's made it very, very clear that asking officials matters of opinion on government policy isn't
No, I'm asking you.
appropriate.
You're the minister. I'm asking you.
Well, I'm going to wait until I hear from Wine Australia, which is what the evidence from the officials was. They don't have the detail to hand. Wine Australia will. And so why don't we discuss it then?
All right, I'll be happy to bring the question back to you then.
Happy to take it once I've heard the evidence.
Can I just go to national soils, and then I'm going to go to cotton sugar if I can.
So what was the last one? National soils to...
And then carton.
Carton.
Cotton.
Cotton. Sorry. You said carton.
Too much country music.
Carton. You had to translate it for it.
Oh, okay. So, we have 3 minutes before the lunch break. Senator McCarthy, what would you like to do? Do you have much on soils? How do you want to handle
No,
this?
just a couple of questions. That should take us to the lunch break.
Okay, and then we'll come back and do cotton and land care with Senator Ciccone.
Yep.
Terrific.
Might have a glass of wine after this. Yeah, okay.
Do we have the department?
Yes,
Yes,
ready for you.
Okay, great. Can the department confirm when the National Soils Science Challenge was announced by the government?
Sorry, Senator, did you say the National Soil Strategy and the funding?
Science Challenge.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question, Senator.
Can the department confirm? Sorry, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we
Yes.
just missed a couple of
Okay.
words.
The National Soils Science Challenge.
Yeah.
That's disease.
When was that announced by the government?
So there's a National Soil Science Challenge which DISA are running, and then there is also a component of our soils package, which is a soils challenge grant round, and that hasn't opened yet.
So, Senator, if I can draw to your attention, there's a media release on the 13th of May that related to the budget initiatives associated with soils. So on the 13th of May, there's a combined release on soils that talks about delivering a $230 million plus package around soils. It included the National Soil Strategy, which was released at the same time. There were quite a number of initiatives administered through the Agriculture Minister's portfolio. There was also the announcement of the National Soil Carbon Innovation Challenge, which I think is the one you're referring to, and that's administered under the Energy and Emissions Reduction Minister's portfolio, so DISA, and also a part of that was Australia's organic waste processing infrastructure under the Food Waste for Healthy Soils Fund, administered under Minister Lee. So that particular one I think you're talking about is the National Soil Carbon Initiative Challenge, which was announced on the 13th of May as part of the budget, but as an overall package around soils. Some administered through agriculture, some administered through Energy and Emissions Reduction Minister's Department, and some administered on the environment side through Minister Lee.
So is it the 20.9 million that's set aside for the National Soil Science Challenge over 4 years?
Senator, that is our program, but that hasn't opened yet. And that is the $20.9 million program. And that's to look at foundational science, so gaps in our understanding of soil carbon. The program that's administered around soil carbon in the industry portfolio is really around reducing the cost of monitoring and measuring soil carbon and getting that price down to $3 a tonne. So there is they're two soil science challenges, or grants programs, but with quite distinct purposes.
So has any of that 20.9 million been spent?
No, not yet, Minister. So there will be a grant round that we anticipate will open soon.
Okay. And when will that be?
Ultimately a decision for the Minister, but before the end of the year is what we expect.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. That's the end of my soil science challenge, and there's a lot of budding scientists out there who'd be keen to know that.
Terrific. All right, we're going to take a break for an hour for lunch, and when we return, if the department could be prepared to do land care and cotton, and then that should complete outcome 3, and we'll move to outcome 4. Thank you. Thank you. All right, welcome back, and Senator McCarthy, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to just go through a couple of questions on cotton, if I could, before the end of this outcome.
Yes, that's right. That's what you're doing. You're going to ask some questions on cotton, I understand, and the department should have their peoples ready. Yes, terrific. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair. During the May estimates, Department highlighted community engagement being led by the Northern Territory cotton industry. Does the Cotton and Research and Development Corporation have any further information on how this has progressed over the past 6 months, or the department? And what feedback has the community given on the prospects of a large-scale cotton industry for the Territory?
Senator Rosemary Denninger speaking. The cotton RDC hasn't been called today. I don't have any specific feedback that they've provided to me, but I'm happy to take it on notice and see what the cotton RDC can provide in terms of, stakeholder and community feedback on the cotton expansion proposed in Northern Australia.
And does the department have any involvement in terms of trying to build community trust around the issue of cotton in the Northern Territory?
Not specifically, Senator. We engage with different industry organisations and work closely with RDCs on particular issues, but we don't have a particular role in promoting or advocating for industry development.
So is the department aware of recent clearing and construction activity at Tarwood for the purposes of a cotton gin, whilst approvals for the clearing are still pending through the Northern Territory planning process?
I'm not familiar with that. We do have an environmental approvals area in the department in a different group to mine, so I'm not sure if it's Commonwealth approvals that you're referencing or state and territory approvals. If it's state and territory approvals that you're referencing, then that would need to be taken up with with the relevant state jurisdiction. I'm not familiar with those.
No, it is the Northern Territory. It is the Northern Territory's planning approval process. I'm just asking if the department, the federal department, is aware of recent clearing and construction activity.
I'm not personally aware of that, and I'm not aware if any of that work has required approvals through our department. That's the way that we would become aware, would be through the EPBC approval process, but I'm not aware that they have had to seek that.
Okay, did you want to just take that question on notice then, or are you fairly confident that's the case?
Well, I'll take on notice whether any approvals have been requested through our department. Certainly, Senator.
Senator
okay.
McCarthy.
The industry focus seems to be on dry land cotton. What will the rotation crops be, and what are the implications for land clearing, erosion, soil quality if this isn't worked out from the start?
So I'm not familiar enough with the proposal. That might be something that the Cotton RDC can provide some input on. I'm not familiar enough with the proposal and the the rainfall patterns and so on. Certainly our understanding is that it would be a dry land crop.
Senator, normally with this type of proposal or land use, the appropriate authorities are the local territory departments, and so we don't have any involvement as a Commonwealth Department in sort of land use or particular types of cropping or whatever. Where we do have a responsibility, as you know, is if it triggers the role of the EPBC Act in relation to sort of matters of national environmental significance. So that would depend upon assessments of the issues, or whether there were other federal laws, for example, in relation to Aboriginal heritage, for example, that were triggered. So normally we wouldn't be sort of involved at the early stages of this sort of application. We'd rely upon the Northern Territory planning authorities and other authorities as to whether land could be used in this way, but it would only be if we have those sort of specific responsibilities triggered that we'd normally get involved.
So what does best practice regulation and monitoring look like then for a new cotton industry in the Northern Territory, and what measures is the department assisting the industry in developing this and working with and listening to communities downstream? Is the department involved at all?
I'm not aware of any involvement, Senator McCarthy.
Senator, I think last time
You're not aware?
Last time I think Cotton CRC was before the committee. I think that they've done some research in relation to sort of tropical cotton, etc. I'm not sure whether CSIRO has done any research. They've obviously done broader work in relation to Northern Australia, but we'll check. But as far as we know, our department hasn't been involved in those matters.
Thank you, Mr Metcalfe. I have questions which are obviously for those areas that you mentioned, but it's really important to understand just how much the federal department is across this and involved. So if there's any of those questions you think you can provide further information in terms of the notice, by all means send that through. So that comes, Chair, to the end of my questions on cotton.
Thank you very much.
Senator Ciccone.
Yes, Senator Ciccone, you're doing some land care questions, and that will bring us to the end of outcome 3. You are very late.
Thank you.
All right, off you go.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Now, can I just ask a couple of questions with respect to the Land Care National Program?
Yeah, we're here and happy to help.
Excellent, good. All right. First, I just want to refer to the Regional Land Partnerships Service Agreements. If that's also part of the Land Care National Program. Is that?
Cassandra Kennedy, First Assistant Secretary, Biodiversity Conservation Division. My colleague, Mr Costello, would be able to provide some more information on that, but yes, I understand that's correct. The Smart Farms program as a whole has 3 elements. It's 136 million altogether. One is Smart Farming Partnerships, one is Smart Farm Small Grants, and the other is Building Land Care Community and Capacity.
Yeah, thank you very much. And amongst other things, it sets out the Australian Government's expectations, I guess, of service provider engagement with Landcare and other community groups. In that, it also, as you know, includes a requirement that at least 20% of the combined value of projects delivered by the service provider must directly support the delivery of small on-ground projects and related activities that are delivered by or directly engaged with the local Landcare community. So my first question, how does the department ensure that this requirement is met?
Steve Costello, Assistant Secretary, Program Delivery, Biodiversity Conservation Division. The service providers have to report annually to the department on their achievement against that target, so we receive annual reporting on that and we review those annual reports.
So your team reviews those reports?
That's correct, Senator, yes.
Okay. Is the department able to provide a list of projects that are funded through the 20% provision?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator. Certainly there would be quite a lot of analysis involved in that.
Okay, if you could take that on notice, provide and come back to the committee, could you also include details of the on-ground outcomes of each?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Now, while the definitions of land care vary, it is widely accepted that local land care community involves a number of things like partnerships and voluntary community leadership, etc. So it's more than just about the individual land managers, as you know. How does the department define local land care community for the purposes of this requirement?
Well, it is a community-based movement, so it's not, as you've correctly said, it's not restricted to groups with land care in their name. It can be friends of groups, so friends of a local park or a reserve, or friends of a species. So it's really community-driven volunteer type activities.
But the department doesn't actually have a definition as such.
I could check the services agreement. It's given it's a contractual requirement. There may be a definition in the agreement. I'm not sure, but I'll certainly check that.
Which would be a standard definition, I'm assuming, for each contract?
Across all of those agreements.
All right, if you could check and come back, that would be great. Does the department have any information about the extent to which thousands of land care groups operating in Australia are satisfied with their level of engagement with the RLP?
Well, Senator, in fact, there is a review of the National Land Care Program currently underway,
yes.
And there has been consultation taking place. So that's involved a series of workshops, including with representatives of the land care movement, but also surveys as well, open to anybody, a have your say survey. So that the results of all of that consultation are currently being analysed. So we will certainly have that information at hand in the next few weeks.
So who have you written to about the survey?
Well, it was publicly available, so we promoted it through our social media channels, the National Land Care Program social media. There was media release put out about it, but also the representatives of the Land Care Network. So Mr Jim Adams from the National Land Care Network is on a reference panel for that review, and so is Mr Shane Norrish from Land Care Australia. So there's been the representatives of the land care movement are involved in the process and well aware that the consultations are underway.
So the department supports, I think it's around 65 regional agricultural land care facilitators in a program worth around 33 million over 5 years. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, it is.
Yeah. So most of these are employed by contracted service providers. Would the department be able to provide details of how it ensures that these positions, in fact, provide agricultural land care facilitation services?
Well, certainly, all of those, there are requirements for those positions in those services agreements, and there are also annual work plans agreed with the department, and also reports done annually by each of those regional agricultural land care facilitators. Report annually on their work, and we review that. So,
okay, so they have to provide reports into your team?
That's correct. Yep.
Are there any other measures or reports?
Well, they're part of the service providers themselves, who run a range of agriculture and environment programs. The service providers provide an annual report on all of their projects and activities, which may also refer to the activities of the facilitators as part of their overall operation, as well as a specific annual report from that facilitator.
Now, can I just also ask about the Building Land Care Community and Capacity Grants? Is that something that your team looks after
Yes,
too?
we can talk about that.
Excellent. Is it still the case that the Minister is responsible for approving the grants applications on the advice of the department?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
All right. And are you the officer that's in charge for advising the Minister on which grant applications
I am.
They should approve?
Yes, as part of a chain of command,
Okay.
of course, but I am the primary.
And what type of
responsible-
information would you ordinarily provide the Minister or their office?
Well, for every grant application, there is a set of grant opportunity guidelines which has criteria, and so we would do an assessment against the criteria and provide advice to the Minister on whether the project meets those criteria.
So
and
you
is suitable for
provide
funding.
a list of projects that you would recommend that the Minister should sign off on for funding, as well as those that should not also receive funding. Is that correct?
Depending on the nature of the process, whether it's a list, if there were multiple grants involved, or if there was an individual project, obviously it wouldn't be a list. But yes, typically.
Okay, so essentially you'd provide, here are all of the applications, this is what we say you should approve, this one's you shouldn't approve. Are there any other categories in between?
Yes, certainly, Senator. So it's quite normal actually for there to be more applications that meet the criteria than there are funds available. So we would provide the top group of proposals up to the limit of the funds available, but there could very well be projects below that line, below the limit of funds, that are also suitable and meet all the criteria. Then there would be some applications which do not meet the criteria and would not be suitable for funding.
Are you able to advise the committee how often the Minister has gone against the advice of the department?
I think we'd need to take that on notice. I mean, it'd be probably useful to know, do you mean just in relation to the BLCC program?
Yes.
I think we...
Just that program?
None, but there has been the situation which I've just described where there's been a certain number of projects.
So did you say none?
There have been no instances for BLCC where the Minister has gone against the advice of the department. However, there have been instances where there were more projects that met the criteria than there were at the time that we thought funds were available for that program. The Minister's asked us to find some additional funds because there were further projects that he wished to fund out of a process.
And where would you ordinarily get the extra funding then? From other programs?
Well, the Building Landcare Community Capacity is one component of a broader Smart Farms program. So the Minister has the authority to reallocate between those sub-programs. He has complete authority over the whole package, so he can... It's really his decision how much...
Well, are you also able to provide then evidence to the committee about how often the Minister's then maybe sought advice from the department about reallocating funding or seeking additional funding elsewhere to support projects under the BLCC?
Yes, I can take that on notice.
Okay. So how many grants have been provided over the life of this program?
I think it's, my understanding is it's 41 projects, Senator.
41, okay. Yes. And how many of these have gone to Landcare itself or a Landcare body?
Mr Costello probably has the detail, but yes, you're absolutely right that Landcare Australia and the National Landcare Network are key partners who receive funding in the order of 14 million.
14.4 million out of a total of 33.6 has gone to Landcare Australia and the National Landcare Network. So those organisations specifically with Landcare in their title.
But no community Landcare group, if I can use that phrase. We're not giving money directly to the local community?
Through other components.
Or is it through
Smart
Landcare
Farms?
Australia or the National Landcare
So
Network?
the grants through the Building Landcare Community and Capacity are for those peak organisations to support the Landcare network, but certainly Landcare groups have received funding through other components of that program, such as Smart Farms.
Have any new grants been made since estimates October 2020?
Yes, there would have been some new grants made in that timeframe, yes.
All right, and of the grants that have been made so far, can you confirm how many of them had their grant agreement signed by the department? A particular reference to the week that was leading up to the 2019 federal election.
There were 15 grants approved by the Minister on the 21st of March 2019. I think that's the period you're referring to.
And but the week of the general election, so the date in May, the 16th.
Approved during the caretaker period.
Caretaker
They were
period, all right.
approved before the caretaker period, Senator.
All right. So the Minister signed off on those, 16, did you say, grants?
15.
15?
Yep. 21st of March.
All right, and there weren't any signed off during the caretaker period by the Minister,
no approval,
but were there any
approval.
signed off by the department?
Well, by signed off, they were approved. The funding was approved by the Minister. The funding agreements were signed by the department.
And that's normally the normal process, regardless whether we're in caretaker mode or not. Is that correct?
Yes, the department doesn't approve the grants. The Minister approves the grants.
So you wouldn't have an instance where the Minister's approved the grants prior to the election being called, and then in the middle of caretaker, the department then signs off on the agreement. Is that?
That is what occurred in this particular program, yes.
Okay, so how many in that instance, how many occurred in the month of May in 2019?
I think we might need to take that on notice. My understanding is that the department moved quickly after the minister's approval, as we always do, to make sure that those contracts were in place and funding could flow. I'm aware that there were some contracts signed during that caretaker period that you're mentioning, but I don't have a number in front of me for exactly how many that was. We can take that on notice and come back during the session though.
Had recipients been notified that they were successful in the application for money through the program once the minister had signed off, but the department hadn't yet signed an agreement?
Yes, my understanding that is that there were media releases in relation to those projects.
Okay, that was my next question, how they notified, but only through a media release?
Look, I'd have to take it on notice. I'm sorry, it's a little bit before my time. Mr Costello might remember if there was correspondence.
There would be, because the normal practice is to provide a draft funding agreement and ask for details from the organisation to be included in a funding agreement. So in between the period of the award of the grant and the agreement being signed, there is certainly correspondence backwards and forwards with the funding.
From the department?
Yes,
not
that's
from
right.
the minister's office?
I think we'd need to take that on notice and just confirm, because there are quite a lot of grants obviously administered within the department and within my division, and sometimes the ministers are the ones that sign the letters notifying the successful applicants, and sometimes that is done by the department or even by the grants hub, for instance. So I would just need to confirm, and we can do that later in the session.
Okay, thank you. Look, I know earlier you mentioned about that you weren't aware of any, grants or agreements being signed preceding the general election or in that caretaker period. I think I've got, from my understanding, there's one example which relates to the a number of grants approved through the program. I think Primary Industries Education Foundation Australia and Agricultural Shows Australia. Are you aware of these grants?
My apologies. I am vaguely aware of those in the department, but my understanding is that they might be in relation to the Agricultural Productivity Division. I don't think they're ones that we have. We might need to take that on notice, Senator, and make sure we've got the right people.
Your team looks after grants generally, or is it just specifically National Land Care?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
We may have them.
I might just pause there for a minute. I don't know if Senator Keneally wanted to ask
Pausing or finishing?
I just wanted to check something, just based on the evidence that the
Senator,
officials...
I think we do have details on that.
So the Primary Industries Education Foundation was approved on the 21st of March 2019.
Sorry, you need to speak up, sorry.
21st of March, that grant was approved, according to my records here.
And confirming it was under the Land Care program. Yep.
So it was through your program?
Yes.
That your team administers, I should say, yeah, okay. So, from my understanding, and these were questions I'd asked earlier in estimates, I think last year, there was about 3 grants totalling around $900,000. Is that your understanding?
So the Primary Industries Education Foundation, $200,000.
Yep.
Agricultural Shows Australia, one grant for $572,000 and another one for $81,800.
So can you tell me when the agreements for these 3 grants were signed?
I have the date they were approved, which was the 21st of March, but the agreements themselves, I'd have to get back to you on the specific date the agreement was signed.
My understanding with the Agriculture Shows Australia grant, that I think that $80,000 grant was signed the day before the general election in 2019.
As we said, Senator, once the grant approval is done by the minister, and then it is the job of the department to continue that process forward to have a funding agreement executed as soon as possible. But that can take a different amount of time depending on how the recipient is placed and also in terms of resourcing within the department.
So who works out the timing of when the agreements or the money is actually passed on to the recipient?
It can vary from time to time. It really depends on how quickly the recipient is getting back to us in terms of those details that Mr Costello mentioned earlier, and how quickly we can have the paperwork ready to go as well. And as we said, some of these, proposals, do go through the Grants Hub round as well, the Grants Hub as well. I don't think that is the case for these ones though, but as I say, different grants and different funding opportunities will take different amounts of time to go from the point where the approval is received to the point where the funding agreement is executed.
So why delay? So Minister signs off in March. Why does it take some months for the department then to sign off on an agreement?
Mr Costello could probably talk through in a bit more detail the process steps, but I mean, essentially we have to know whether or not the funding recipient is still in a position to deliver the project that they applied for. Sometimes there's some time between. We need to make sure that they are aware of all of their obligations and that they are happy to accept all of those. There's sometimes a period of negotiation. So as I say, in each different circumstance, it takes a different amount of time.
And they may seek legal advice and then come back with questions about clauses in the agreement and that sort of thing.
I mean, there was a media release which, at the time, the Prime Minister, the DPM and the Minister had issued on April the 27th of 2020, strengthening our agricultural shows and regional communities. It had as its contact Coalition Campaign headquarters. Now, is that normal to have such contact details on the bottom of a ministerial media release?
Senator...
Or would there normally be a departmental contact or a contact to the Minister's office?
Senator, I think that's probably a matter for the Minister's office in terms of how they choose to issue a media release on a given point in time. I'd need to check whether there was also a departmental media release at the same time, which is also sometimes the case.
So how were Primary Industries Education Foundation Australia and Agricultural Shows Australia informed that they were successful in their application?
I think we'd have to take that on notice again, Senator. As we said before, sometimes the Minister will sign off a letter to the funding recipient at the time that they make the approval. Sometimes they leave that for the department to follow up on afterwards. So I'm just not aware of the nature of the correspondence in the instance that you're talking about, but we can confirm that on notice.
Have you been in this role since the election or prior to?
I've been in the role since February this year.
Right. So who was in your role prior?
I think there's been a number of, there was, I think Emma Campbell was in the role before I was, but I think...
this program was in the Agriculture Department at the time.
Yeah, good point, Mr Costello.
Senator, you're asking a very specific question about two grants. The department deals with hundreds of these things over the years, so I wouldn't expect an officer to have a detailed recollection in their head. This afternoon, we can check the points that you want and we'll give you the advice on notice.
Okay. I guess the main point is it normal practice for the department to provide funding or government-approved funding in the middle of a caretaker period?
I think that my colleagues have advised that the decisions were taken prior to the caretaker period commencing, and administrative action then to put that in place occurred in the normal course of action. So I think we've already answered that question.
Senator, I've got some follow-up information for some of the questions you asked. So the Primary Industries Education Foundation agreement was signed on the 13th of May and the Ag Shows agreement 17th of May 2019. 13th of May and 17th of May.
They'll, signed off as in the agreements were signed off? Okay, the funding agreements, okay.
The approvals were given on the 21st of March, as I've previously stated.
And look, we had to go at length to obtain some documents to a point we had to go through the Senate to get an order of Senate to produce some documentation with respect to this this grant. And as part of that, and I'm not sure if you're across all the details, Secretary, but under the order and the documentations that the Senate had received, there was one departmental officer, which we won't name, but commented to another in an email quoting that I think ag shows might be beyond the realm of the BLCC. So I guess my question to the department, was any advice provided or passed on to the Minister's office flagging that it was inappropriate that such grants should be approved?
Senator, as I think Mr Costello said previously, the decisions, the 15 decisions that were taken that day, there were 2 different categories. They were all suitable for funding, and there were 13 of the 15 that we recommended at the time were the best fit for the envelope of funding that was currently available. As Mr Costello said, they were all suitable and met the guidelines, and once the Minister decided to have some additional funding moved into that program, it was entirely appropriate for them to be funded.
So the commentary from, I'm assuming some of your staff was factually incorrect. Is that what you're suggesting?
In big organisations, there are always different views about different things. Senator, it's not just our department. There are many different organisations who have different views. I think that the officers have explained the situation quite well.
I think it's pretty serious when someone says, I believe it's beyond the realm of the program.
Well, that's their opinion.
True, but it is advice to another senior official.
Senator, I wasn't there at the time. All I know is that organisations with thousands of people, different people, we encourage people to express their views. Ultimately, the management in place at the time, undertook the course of action that they did, and I'm sure it's entirely proper. So.
Christina, did you want to go? Could I provide Senator Keneally time?
Thank you. Just confirming this is outcome 3, yes? More sustainable, productive, internationally competitive, profitable Australian agriculture and international markets and the like? Great. Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your...
It is still
yes.
outcome 3.
Great.
Yes,
Thank
that
you
is correct.
So much. I have a question, probably best to the Minister. The ABC's political editor, Andrew Probyn, has suggested that this colour booklet, 125-page booklet detailing Australia's plan to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 could well have been printed before the weekend and well have been printed before the Nationals party room agreed to it. Can you advise us as to when this booklet was printed, finalised and printed?
No, I can't.
Sorry, is this about outcome 3, Senator Keneally?
Yes,
the
because
connection?
this document goes
What's
directly to
connection?
access to it goes directly to access to international markets for agriculture. This document.
She's been waiting for
I think so. She's coming
all
late.
lunchtime. We've been
She's
waiting
been
for
waited
okay, and we've
all afternoon to
I
come in and do
props.
this.
Excellent.
Well,
I'd like to take
consider
this
this plan as a
opportunity,
prop?
We're talking about net
Is this a
zero
prop?
in the agriculture estimates. Can I just take the opportunity, Chair, over the lunch break, the NFF, and I know Senator Sterle will be very, very glad to hear this, that the NFF is absolutely stoked with the government's plan. It's a departure from the failed Kyoto approach, which saw farmers regulated into footing the bill without recompense or recognition. And we talked earlier this morning about the Queensland State Labor Government's impact through their native veg laws on the agricultural sector, particularly up there, and recognises that the National and Liberal Party's plan that was announced by the Prime Minister and Minister Taylor earlier this morning, the hard work agriculture has already done in driving down Australia's emissions, that our plan also recognises the tremendous opportunity that exists to use agricultural land as a carbon sink, something I know, Senator McDonald, you're very, very keen on, by working with and incentivising farmers to do even more. And the NFF also welcomes the review mechanism, the socio-economic review mechanism, which will see the Productivity Commission carry out 5-yearly measurements of the impact of the plan on rural and regional Australia, the first one being in 2023. So I think on a number of the measures that are reported, the National Farmers Federation is very, very glad to see the Liberal and the National Party agree to head towards net zero emissions by 2050 with a plan that actually doesn't tax agriculture and regional industries out of existence like Senator Keneally before you got here, your party chose to do, which is why they've been rejected at the last 3 elections.
Minister, how does this represent the Nationals' plan if it was finalised and printed before the Nationals party room met on Sunday?
Well, how do you know that, Senator Keneally?
Well, the
What's
minister can't
assumptions
the minister
you're making?
cannot.
Don't
The minister cannot
typeset
guarantee.
blocks
The
anymore.
minister
They
cannot.
don't go off to the printers
The minister
anymore and put the
cannot
little
guarantee
blocks
that this
in
was not printed until after the party room meeting.
change
I think-
documents quite easily these days,
So are
Senator
you
Keneally.
now
so I would
guaranteeing
not
this?
Be,
Are you
I would not be making those assumptions. if
Are
I
you
was
now guaranteeing that this was only finalised and printed after the Nationals met on Sunday
Haven't
afternoon?
you asked Senator Birmingham about this already? Are you?
I'm
What are you doing?
asking- I'm
Shopping
not-
questions?
I think you're confusing me with Senator Gallagher. We're not interchangeable. We're different people.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so you're asking questions about when
I'm
something
asking
was
this
printed.
minister, who is the leader of the Nationals in the Senate, if this document was finalised and printed after the Nationals party room on Sunday.
I haven't seen that document, to be honest, Senator
You haven't
Keneally.
seen this document?
I'm actually, well, you're waving a bit of blue paper.
This is the
around.
Prime Minister's plan
I've been sitting in
released today.
estimates.
This is the Prime Minister's plan released by the Prime Minister today.
It is the Liberal and National Party government's plan.
And how is it the
Agreed
Nationals
to
plan?
by both political parties.
You haven't seen
after
it, and you
thoughtful
can't
consideration
guarantee
by the
that it
National
wasn't
Party over the
printed.
last little
You
over
say
a
you
week.
haven't seen it.
Well, I've just read out, Senator.
You say you
I have
haven't
just read
seen
out
it.
what the National Farmers Federation is very keen to have seen in the
Hasn't this
plan.
whole last
What the
week
National
been a
Party
charade?
senators, including the chair of this committee and myself, are the types of things we have been keen
Worked
to
hard
see
for.
in a low emissions future that are also, surprisingly enough, also included in the plan.
How do you know it's in the plan? You just said you haven't seen it.
I read the NFF's media release.
So how do you know that this wasn't printed and finalised and printed well before the Nationals meeting on Sunday? How do you know that? You don't, do you?
I'm assuming
you
it
don't.
hasn't.
This is as useless as
Just like
Chamberlain
you're
with his
assuming it
paper.
has.
Senator
This
Keneally.
is as useless
Senator
as Chamberlain
Keneally.
with his paper.
But
Peace
I
in our
hope
time.
there's
Senator
That's a
Keneally.
charade.
Clipped it for you so you can go up on your Facebook. You've showed it enough
We
now.
done it? Yeah.
Peace in
One
our
more for the
time.
cameras, KK. One more for the cameras.
Got the clip. Fantastic.
So you can't tell us when this was
Senator
finalised and
Keneally,
printed. I
that
just
is
want to
not
be
a-
Well, it
clear.
hasn't come out
no.
of my office, so no, I can't tell you the details about when that was printed.
So it's possible it was finalised and printed before
I can
the
take that on
Senator
notice.
Keneally-
for you,
You'll
Senator.
take it on
I'll
notice.
take it on notice.
Oh, thank you, Senator Mackenzie. I
Always a
really
pleasure.
appreciate that. Interesting.
Is that your question?
No, I have a whole set of questions for outcome 4. I told you I had one question for
She's
outcome
even
3.
biosecurity.
Okay, fantastic. Because we've got nothing else to do. So,
apparently
what are you
the
doing,
National
Senator
Party doesn't have
Ciccone?
much
Are
else
We've been
you?
very
either.
busy. We have been.
Well, you got more questions, Senator Ciccone?
Look, I might just leave mine there, unless Steele or
Senator Stirl, do you have more
Deary?
questions for outcome 3?
No, I've been trying to get to outcome 4 for the last hour. When you
Oh,
asked
stop
me.
it. Stop it. You're driving me
I
mad.
couldn't see your hand.
All right, I think that brings us to the end, except that the Mr Metcalfe has a
Chair,
something to say.
earlier this morning, Senator Stirl asked some questions of the Executive Director of ABARES about new forestry plantation areas established through National Plantation Inventory Regions. I can table a document that sets out the new areas established in 2018-19, 2019-20 and in the 5 years to 2019-20. And that is based on data collected by ABARES in their 5-year plantation and log supply survey. So I'll make that available to the committee. So.
Thank you very much, Mr Metcalfe. Right, so does that bring us to the end of outcome 3? All done, all dusted. Fantastic. Thank you very much to the department. Please go with our thanks, those members who are representing outcome 3. If we could now move to outcome 4, where we are doing biosecurity. And Senator Faruqi is going to lead off.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, I have some questions for biosecurity, but also some for live animal exports. So can I just do them in one go?
They are all in this section, so please go ahead.
Okay. Fantastic. So I might start off with some questions about greyhound exports. According to the Agriculture Department's website, there have been 98 greyhounds exported overseas this year, up until the end of September. How many of those dogs had Greyhounds Australasia passports?
Senator, I'll just ask our colleagues who deal with exports to come to the table.
Thank you. Would you like me to repeat the question?
We're right to go, Senator. So, yes, if you could repeat the question, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Sure. So according to the Agriculture Department's website, there have been 98 greyhounds exported overseas this year, up until the end of September. How many of those dogs had Greyhounds Australasia passports?
Tina Hutchison, First Assistant Secretary, Acting Plant and Live Animal Export Division. Senator Faruqi, the department does not require greyhounds to have passports. We regulate for the health of the animal to meet importing country requirements. The greyhound passport arrangements are managed at a state level, so I cannot give you that information.
So you don't monitor whether greyhounds that are exported have the passport or not?
We
at
do
all?
not.
Do you know how many of those dogs were exported for racing or breeding purposes?
So when dogs are exported, it's not necessary for them to tell us the purposes for which they are going, so I cannot tell you the purpose for which they were exported.
Previously, there has been concerns raised in Australia, and I think by the government as well, about animal welfare standards in some countries where the dogs are exported to. For instance, there are 4 dogs that are recorded as being exported to China this year. I'm just figuring out from your responses to previous questions that you can't give me any assurances at all that those dogs did not end up at a racetrack.
Correct.
Okay. There was a news story in August about a number of greyhounds that had been exported to the UK and then reshipped to China. And it was reported that the Victorian state authorities were investigating it. Are you aware of that investigation, or is the Department of Agriculture even involved in that investigation?
No, Senator.
You're not aware and you're not involved. I guess what I'm getting to, and it's like I'm frustrated at a pretty nonsensical situation here where the Australian government notionally doesn't like sending greyhounds to countries where they'll be treated poorly, but then there's nothing stopping that from happening because the industry devised passport scheme, which does operate for export, is not enforced by the law. And dogs could end up in horrific situations and are ending up in horrific situations regardless. Is there something that can be done about that? Is there should we be changing the federal laws?
Currently, as it stands, the legal framework that the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment administers is in relation to meeting importing country requirements in relation to the health status of an animal. And once the animal reaches another country, that animal becomes subject to the laws and the activities in that country. So under the current framework, there is not an opportunity to look for the things you're asking for, Senator.
So the greyhounds, Australasia passports are pretty useless in that sense.
So the passport arrangement is managed by the industry themselves, and that
Yes, I do know that.
that is a matter for the industry and the participants in that industry to manage for their industry.
Okay, I'll move on to sheep exports. This year, were there any applications for exemptions to comply with the order prohibiting sheep exports to the Middle East during the northern summer?
No, Senator.
And what has the department's assessment been of how the northern summer prohibition order worked this year?
So the prohibition, which has now been in place for 2 years, is currently under review by the department. So when that legislative arrangement was put in place, we did undertake to review. So a review has commenced, taking data from both last summer and this summer, noting that this summer has not yet completed. So the department will review all that information and anticipates releasing a draft review or a public consultation draft of that review in December.
Okay, so there will be a public paper release.
There will be,
in December.
yes.
Okay. Do you have a date for putting independent observers back on ships?
Not yet, Senator.
Because I remember last time we spoke, the indication was that the program wouldn't be back up and running until international travel resumed. And as far as I'm aware, international travel to Australia is resuming outbound travel on the 1st of November, so in 5 or 6 days' time. So why aren't we then starting the program of independent observers as soon as international travel resumes?
So, Senator, there's a range of arrangements that need to be in place. It's not just about international travel being available to and from Australia, it's being able to move people around within Australia to get to departure points. It's about being confident that when they arrive in a third-party country, they're able to disembark, get on a plane and come back to Australia without being disrupted by whatever arrangements might be in that country. So we are well aware that the arrangement that international travel is starting to open up, so we're looking carefully at that. We also need to have a look at all the arrangements, not just to get independent observers to the vessels, but to get them home again. And we will recommence that program when we are confident that that can occur.
Is that like weeks away or months away or years away?
I expect it to be months away. I don't think it's realistic to think that it's weeks away, but I don't expect it to be a year away.
Okay. So you can give me an assurance that the program will be up and running in a few months?
In some months. Exactly when that is, as I said, I can't tell you, but it is the intention of the department to restart that program when those international travel arrangements are suitable to deploy officers and to have them return.
Okay. Thank you. I now have a few questions about the horse traceability register. So I'm not sure if the people who could respond to those questions are at the table.
We'll just need to.
My last line of questioning.
Yeah, Senator, we'll just need to swap over officers, so just give us 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Senator Andrew Tongue, Deputy Secretary, Biosecurity and Compliance. I might just hand to my colleague, Ms Ladusco.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering if you could provide an update on the working group on a national horse traceability register, in the sense that how many times has the group met this year, when did it last meet, and what has been the progress?
Certainly, Senator. Jo Ladisco, Biosecurity Response and Reform. Thank you. Yes, the horse traceability working group still continues to meet quite regularly. I think at our last Senate estimates we were talking about this. It first met in October 2020 and we've most recently met on the 22nd of October.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And what has been the progress? I mean, do you know, what are the updates since we last spoke?
I think it's still a work under progress, Senator. It's reasonable to say we've still spent some time working through some advice from a consultant as to what is out there in the existing tracing arrangements for other forms of livestock that could be adapted to the horse model. And I know we've talked about this before. That would be expansion of arrangements like for property identification and some livestock traceability and how effectively that would work. So it's still very much in trying to ascertain what a reasonable model would be and what each party's willingness to contribute to that model are. As we've also talked about before, there's a number of objectives to the working group, from safeguarding for biosecurity and animal disease spread through to animal welfare issues, through to human safety issues with horses. So I think it's still at the point where its primary focus is what could a system work and look like, and what would be the contributing factors from different parties. There is no easy answer to this, unfortunately.
Is there a place where any public updates are provided? Like, I know the Victorian government website says the meetings happen in April and May, but you were just telling me that there was a meeting in October as well. I know there was a lot of interest in this. Is there a way of providing updates to the public, whether it's on a website or somewhere else?
There is a website available on Victoria. Sorry, I can't speak to how quickly they upload communiques, but my understanding is Victoria, as the lead jurisdiction who support the Secretariat for this role, do make available communiques from each meeting. And there is a website link, which it sounds like you probably already have, but would you like me to read into record? Yeah. So it's agriculture.vic.gov.au/livestock and animals/horses/horse traceability. So I believe that's where the Victorian government puts the material on the progress of the working group.
When is the working group due to report to the Agmin Forum?
At the moment, we would not be thinking they will have a proposition to put to agriculture ministers till the start of next year.
So early 2022?
Early 2022, yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So last time we spoke, the Commonwealth had offered, as far as I remember, $50,000 to support the work of the working group. Do you know if that money has been allocated yet, and what is it being spent on?
No, Senator, as yet we haven't finalised the funding arrangements with Victoria for the disbursement of the funds. They were certainly offered and they've certainly been accepted, and they're being built into the forward planning for the working group, but we haven't actually provided the money.
And what's the reason for that?
Part of it was around the appropriate form in which we could disburse money to Victoria for the purpose, so more of a government nature, and we had to have some discussions with our own central agencies about the best form. I think the second is just making sure we have an agreement that properly articulates the use for which it's to be put.
Do you know if other jurisdictions are providing any cash contributions, or just in-kind contributions at the moment?
My understanding is it remains in kind. I'm saying that from the absence of knowledge that they have provided financial contributions, not to say that I know they haven't.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator. Now we are going to Senator Canavan. Do you want to do yours? And then, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, Chair. As I mentioned this morning, set some questions on the OARC Express investigation and issues around that. I believe in August 2019, the department had released a statement. I'll wait till officials
have the right officer come forward.
No problems. Thank you. I believe you issued a statement in August 2019 suggesting that you did not uncover any evidence that the video evidence was contrived or that fans had been turned off. Is that correct?
Well, that was the view from Peter Timpson, First Assistant Secretary, Compliance and Enforcement Division. Senator, that was the advice from Commonwealth DPP.
Okay. And was there a report released in regards to that at the time? Or was there a report done that informed that statement?
Well, it was the advice provided, I believe, from Commonwealth DPP when they assessed the evidence that was put before them.
Okay. Was there any internal report done on the evidence that was collected?
I'd have to take that on notice if there was a post-investigative review.
I'd also ask, could you take on notice if there was something pre to the DPP conclusions as well?
Yes.
Has the department ever received any admission from Animals Australia that it provide money to ship workers?
I'd have to go through the case file, take that one on notice if that's okay, Senator.
And just so we're clear, that's just any monetary payment, not for any particular purpose or anything, just any payment to a ship worker on the OARC Express. Has the department ever received any correspondence from Lynn White of Animals Australia that indicated a transfer of money to ship workers?
I do not have the investigation material before me, so I'd have to take that one on notice as well.
If you do have evidence, could you provide that to the committee? If you do have that correspondence, could you provide that to the committee?
Certainly.
If you were to provide money to ship workers in exchange for footage of suffering animals, would that be an incentive to allow the suffering?
I think that's an opinion.
Legal opinion.
Okay, all right.
Senator, that we probably should not attempt to answer that. So.
Fair enough. Is the department aware that of any evidence that there's an open reward from Animals Australia for footage that meets their threshold for animal cruelty?
Oh, I'm not personally aware.
Minister, you?
No, I'm not.
Well, I'm just asking the question, Minister. Sorry, but there's no. You don't. Take
As you know,
notice.
Senator, this is fairly happened some time ago now, so we'll need to check.
Well,
our
just
records.
keep in mind that question is just
Yeah.
it is an open reward, so not just if you could take that on notice, not just in regards to Oasi Express.
Yep.
Are you aware of Animals Australia rejecting footage from workers on the basis that it was not good enough and not showing sufficient animal cruelty?
We're not aware, Senator, but we're happy to take it on notice and search the files.
Does the department work with Animals Australia in any way? Do you have a relationship with them?
There are other colleagues here who might be able to assist whether there is any communication or interaction with Animals Australia, and I'll just ask them to come forward, Senator. Effectively, what we have, Senator, there are the team working on compliance issues, and the people coming forward deal with sort of live animal regulation and policy. So.
Animals Australia obviously has an interest in live animal export. They, the department engages with them. We have meetings with them from time to time. They participate in some of the, at least one of the formalised animal welfare advisory meetings that we have. Sorry, I correct that. The RSPCA do. I'll need to check whether Animals Australia do as well. But we have, you know, to the extent that we meet with them from time to time, they raise issues with us. They may participate in public commentary when there is a public release for consultation of matters related to live animal export. They raise issues with us. We meet with them on matters of policy development around live animal export matters.
How many meetings have you had in this year?
To my knowledge, we haven't. I'll take that on notice
including
and have a look.
obviously Zoom online type meetings.
Yeah,
these days.
I'll need to verify that and come back.
Bearing in mind that we're in the middle of a review of the Northern Summer Order, for example, and I'd be surprised if we haven't received some form of communication from Animals Australia as part of that. So.
I mean, I accept that, well, obviously the DPP conclusion was there was not a case for criminal investigation, but there is evidence, isn't there, that Animals Australia did at least email some people offering payment for video of animal cruelty. Is that? I'm sure you're aware of that. You're aware of those media reports.
I don't think that we should comment on those issues, Senator. So.
Okay. Well, it seems to me strange that you'd maintain a relationship with an organisation that has been engaging in that sort of conduct, or would appear to be engaging in that sort of
I don't think there's a suggestion that they've been found guilty of any unlawful conduct. We obviously engage with a whole range of different organisations, as you'd expect, and those relationships will vary from time to time depending upon the action. For example, Animals Australia occasionally write to me raising formal complaints about animal mistreatment. Those complaints are properly investigated and dealt with, so there's a professional relationship there. They take various other actions, so I suspect that to the extent that we interact with them, we certainly don't seek to give them any status or preference. So.
Do you have any internal guidelines in this space, in the animal welfare space, for the conduct of organisations that you do engage in with? Any standards you expect that they uphold?
We don't currently. We are developing a policy to make it clear both to the public in general and those types of organisations when and where the department engages, what types of matters we engage on, being matters of policy development, and what matters we don't engage on, being regulatory decision.
But that wouldn't go to the conduct of the stakeholder per se?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Senator Canavan. Senator Sterle.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Now, excuse me. I'll put it to the officers. I just want to talk about the Amber Heard thing that was written about, probably a year ago by Alice Workman in The Australian. Oh, sorry.
Senator, we'll just,
can you hear me all right?
Just give us 10 seconds to get the right people here, Senator.
Hello, Mr. Metcalfe.
So we're talking about Boo and Pistol, are we, I think, Senator?
Yes, could you imagine if those two dogs of skunk were bolting through the air terminal? You wouldn't run around chasing after them, calling them Pistol, would you? Anyway, them two. Yep.
Okay, we've got the right people here now, Senator.
Okay, so where are things at with Pistol and Boo's Star Wars? Carry on.
Thanks, Senator. Peter Timpson, Compliance and Enforcement Division. The department is aware of the current media reporting concerning the prosecution of Miss Amber Heard in Australia in 2016, and is currently liaising with the Australian Federal Police and the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions on the matter.
So it's been going for over 12 months now, is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Senator?
I'm sorry if it's hard to hear me. I said it's been going for over 12 months now, hasn't it?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
And can you tell me why it has taken this long?
Well, this is an ongoing investigation, and I prefer not to comment on the details as to why it's taken so long.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. We're talking about a celebrity or two celebrities who thought they could circumvent Australia's biosecurity laws and smuggle in two puppies into Australia. Now, we're not talking about murder and missing persons and all sorts of stuff. It's a pretty simple case of deliberately flouting Australia's biosecurity laws by celebrities. Why can't you talk about it?
Well, Senator, I think that it's a matter of, sort of strong public record about the decisive action taken by the then Agriculture Minister and the high-profile comments that the now Deputy Prime Minister made in relation to the inappropriate importation and the failure to declare the two dogs, and of course their subsequent departure from Australia. The issue of criminal liability is a serious issue. We take it very seriously if people mislead us or provide false statements in relation to their incoming passenger cards, and we're obviously aware of the allegations. Mr. Timpson has indicated that we are working with the law enforcement authorities, but you obviously wouldn't expect that we could say anything that would sort of go to any of the detail of those inquiries. The AFP and others may be prepared to talk in more detail, but we really can't say much more than we have.
But Mr. Metcalfe, if this was citrus canker or prawn white spot or something that we're confronted with every few years, something pops up, we'd be all over it and be having a Senate inquiry, regardless of any legal action. This is a pretty cut and dried case. Two celebrities thought they could sneak their dogs in on their private jet, and they were caught. Now, we're talking perjury. What is there to hide, and why is it taking so long? That's all I want to know. In fact, do I need to have a Senate inquiry on it?
Senator, there's nothing to hide. It is an active investigation.
Senator,
I know it's a damn active investigation.
On this
It's
one,
going to take 12 months. How can it take 12 months? We know the evidence that was there. Then they came, the celebrities thought that they're above Australia's biosecurity laws, and we know Barnaby Joyce, or Minister Joyce, had his little meltdown, and good on him. Okay, whatever. No, this is cut and dried. What's taking so long?
Well, Senator, it's only cut and dried if we can get a conviction, and we can only get a conviction if we work with our partners at the AFP and the Director of Public Prosecutions and with international partners. As much as we might like to pursue this matter, we have to go in the queue behind all the other matters that those organisations are dealing with and that our international partners are dealing with. But I think you can take it as read that as Mr Timpson's outlined, we're pursuing the matter and we don't intend to go away on it. We will continue to pursue it.
Yes, Senator, we are absolutely determined to ensure that biosecurity laws are fully enforced. Indeed, the Parliament has recently passed significant increases in penalties associated with breaches of the law. They now include matters such as visa cancellation of foreign nationals who flout the laws, and that's been occurring. But Mr Tongue is making the point that effectively the individuals associated with this matter all live overseas, and we are therefore reliant, or the AFP are reliant upon their ability to work with foreign collaborating bodies in relation to the issue. And we at the department are obviously reliant on the AFP to take this forward. So we understand your interest and concern, we all are, and we will continue to encourage those authorities to press on the matter as quickly as they can.
So thank you for that, Mr Metcalfe. So, and Mr Tongue. So what we're saying, if it was drugs or if it was people smuggling or something, it would be higher up the pecking order. Is that what it's leading to?
No, Senator. I don't know the pressures that some of our partner agencies are under. I just know that they're very busy and very active on a wide range of fronts, and we collaborate with them across a range of areas, not just this matter, but multiple matters. And I think the judgments about priority setting in those agencies are best left to those agencies. Yeah.
No, fair enough. Okay. So, Mr Tongue, can you just tell us how much this has cost the taxpayers so much from your department side of things?
I have to take that one on notice, Senator, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
And am I fair to...
Senator, I was just going to make the point that while, of course, the department's expended significant time and effort in relation to this matter, there is a spin-off, and that is the huge publicity that this case and other high-profile cases such as Joe the Pigeon that I think Senator Ciccone was interested in, which actually highlight...
That was my next line of questioning, Secretary.
They actually highlight that Australia has very tough biosecurity laws, the toughest biosecurity laws in the world, possibly apart from New Zealand. We take it very seriously, and cases like Blue and Pistol and the ongoing publicity just serve to remind people and provide effectively free publicity to us about how seriously we take these laws. And every day, as you know very well, every day we've got staff out there on the borders who are seeking to ensure that these laws are enforced and doing a wonderful job. So.
And Mr Metcalfe, there's no argument. This committee, more than any other committee in the Australian Parliament and the Senate structure, knows the importance of our biosecurity and what happens when we do have slips. And you know very well that we've never gone out there and targeted the officials. And we've always supported our officials, but I just think it's very interesting.
We deeply appreciate your interest and support, Senator.
So can I? Okay, so you'll take on notice how much this has cost your department so far, because this is a very, very serious issue, or very serious case.
We'll take that on notice, Senator. So.
Yep. Okay. All right. Can I then go on to the mouse plate, please? Have we got the mouse? I know it's not a government, a Commonwealth.
Mr Tongue can certainly help on that one, Senator.
Officer in charge mice, Senator.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm officer in charge mice.
You're the mouse man. You're Mighty Mouse.
That's right.
Right. All right. Mr Tongue, you've had a few roles over the years. Okay. So I know we've asked questions about the mouse plague in previous rounds of estimates. But we also know, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but there's been a surge of mouse numbers after winter with the weather warming up and more food around for them. Can the department confirm how many states and territories are currently being impacted by increased mouse numbers?
Senator, it's a complicated picture. In the work that we've been doing with our colleagues in states and territories, CSIRO and GRDC, there are a number of jurisdictions that are impacted, and the ones that I would call out are some evidence in Western Australia, some evidence in southern Queensland, rather more evidence in New South Wales, and some possible hotspots in parts of northwestern Victoria. The extent and number of the hotspots depends where the various jurisdictions are in the grain season particularly. So I think it's fair to say that we have interest from majority of jurisdictions on the matter.
Thank you, Dave. So, Mr. Tongue, is it still the view of the department that it does not have a role to play in terms of devising a national response to the mouse plague?
So, Senator, the management of mouse plagues is principally centred on state government working with industry and individual producers. Our colleagues at the APVMA have a role in approving the use of chemicals for mouse management. We continue to work with our state and territory colleagues on the adequacy of bait supply. So, for example, using our network of counsellors overseas to assess trade routes and production of zinc sulphide, which is the active ingredient that producers use. Mostly because of global trade disruption, we just want to make sure. We continue to work with our state and territory colleagues about what I would call information flow up and down the supply chain for bait. And we also play a role, if you like, in communication, using just the scale that the Commonwealth has on communication. Minister Littleproud has also put up a web page directing producers in particular to the various Commonwealth resources that are available to them.
So from our last couple of rounds of estimates to now what you've just stated, Mr. Tongue, in terms of APVMA, I wasn't aware of the Minister's frontline defence of the web page, so that's a good, not that should clap on. I talked about the mice. So what's changed from last time in terms of the role of the Federal National Department, a national plan?
Senator, I think we've always tried to play a role but not confuse the matter on the ground by pretending that the Commonwealth can do things it's not equipped to do. However, the wet autumn is highly correlated with mouse plagues. And so to have a plague, then to have a wet, relatively warm autumn, then tends to suggest the possibility of a second year, and subject to what summer looks like and autumn next year looks like, maybe a third go-round. And so we're responding, if you like, we're playing what's in front of us, and some of the issues that started to emerge towards the end of last season clearly had some potential Commonwealth interests in them, and so we responded accordingly, and we continue to do that.
So, Mr. Tongue, is the department aware that farmers have estimated more than 1 billion mice per week were being killed? Did you hear that figure?
No, sorry, Senator, it broke up a little bit.
Yeah, that I'm just saying we're aware that the farmers have estimated that more than 1 billion mice per week were being killed.
I've heard some enormous numbers, Senator. The mice tend to grow in number until they can't be sustained in the environment, and then the population collapses. So, yes, I have heard huge numbers, yes.
To your knowledge, I know this is probably...
Yeah, Senator, as you know, CSIRO have got some particular expertise in this area, and we've been working very closely with them. They may have more data that sort of goes to numbers and that sort of thing, but you're right, this is a serious problem spread across several states, and we're certainly seeking to ensure that Commonwealth leadership, working with the Grains Research and Development Corporation, who I think no, they're not coming today. Oh, yes, they are. They're here tonight. Would certainly be happy to talk to you. They've committed substantial funds to this issue. And, of course, the APVMA is a key regulator in relation to the relevant chemicals. So it's a serious problem, and I think everyone's worried that we might be into a second and possibly third year before, as history shows, it does appear that these sort of plagues or infestations sort of peak and then sort of collapse, but we don't appear to be at that point yet.
No, okay. So do we have it, and look, if it's for APVMA, I understand, but do we have enough bait? Because I know there was shortage issues, and you touched on that too, Mr Tongue.
Senator, yes, we do have enough bait. However, we continue to work with states and territories and the bait producers to monitor the bait supply. The active ingredient is manufactured in India. Because of global trade disruptions, this is a quite toxic chemical, and the containers that it's stored in are last on the ship and first off the ship. Including at the moment, disruptions out of Singapore and so on. So we're staying close to it, and we're also staying close to any shipments that might need to come in by air and need assistance to arrive by air. So we're working with Commonwealth colleagues and our councillors to assure ourselves. Rumours do sweep round about inadequacy of bait supply, but whenever we've followed them up, they do mainly appear to be rumours or localised supply issues, not national supply issues.
Good, okay. Can the department confirm when it last briefed the minister about the mouse plague?
Well, Senator, I speak fairly frequently to the minister on a range of matters, and I think it would be weeks, maybe a week or two since I last raised the issue, just to give him a bit of a verbal update on how things are going.
As you'd expect, Senator, we regularly meet with the minister and we discuss a whole range of different issues, and mice are certainly one of the ones that are regularly discussed. He has a very strong interest in ensuring that the Commonwealth can support the states and the industries as much as we can, hence the actions he's taken about ensuring that farmers and households and industries know where to go for information. I must just declare an interest, and I think Mr Tongue has. He and I both live in regional New South Wales and are actually eligible for a major rebate from the New South Wales government for any purchases of mice, poison and whatever. Fortunately, where we are, they haven't arrived, but it's possibly only a matter of time, I think. So.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. So there was probably about a week or two ago, Mr Tongue.
Yes, Senator, quite recently. I'd have to check. I'm happy to provide it on notice, but it would have been relatively recently.
Okay, no worries. If you could take that on notice, that'd be great, thanks. Have you brought any other ministers about the mouse plague?
So, Senator, the committee that I chair that's of state officials, GRDC, CSIRO and one or two others, meets every fortnight, and I most recently gave a report back to AGSOC, the senior officials, Agriculture Senior Officials meeting that Mr Metcalfe chairs, I want to say about a fortnight ago.
Okay, all right, well you can let us know that to be exact, that's all right. Has any ministers requested any briefings from the department about the mouse plague?
Yes, Senator.
Not yet?
Sorry, are you talking about the Agriculture Minister or other ministers, Senator?
Other ministers, sorry now.
Not to my recollection, Senator, but we can check on that. So.
All right, I'd like to go to biosecurity detector dogs, if I could, please.
Senator, we're having a bit of trouble hearing you. You're sort of just breaking up, so I wonder if you could... It's not your fault, I'm sure it's the technology, but... So.
You're going to inspire an outburst, Mr Metcalfe. Just be very...
Take it out on your computer, not on me, Senator. So,
Senator, I'm younger than Mr Metcalfe. I got detector dogs.
I did notice the bait, to use it, sorry about the pun, about the technology, and I was ignoring it. There you go.
Well done.
So, all right, I don't know what it is. Playing around with plugs or something damn thing here anyway. Should have be whole estimates in Perth when we have this problem. You hear me all right now? Yeah. You're all well, no, you're not actually, you're not, unless you're from Queensland on Thursday. So Senator McDonald, you can come across on Friday.
Thank you very much, Senator Sterle.
And Senator McCarthy's allowed to come. Okay, so can the department provide a list of where all the biosecurity dogs are currently located?
Senator, I'll defer to my colleague, Mr Hunter, First Assistant Secretary.
Yeah, thanks, Senator, for your question. Colin Hunter, First Assistant Secretary of Biosecurity Operations Division.
We've got 42 operational dogs at the moment, they're based in most capital cities around Australia, although we have moved some due to the COVID situation in some of the smaller ports. 4 dogs in Perth, 12 in Melbourne, 19 in Sydney, and 7 in Brisbane is what I have in front of me at the present point.
Okay, none in Adelaide, none in Darwin and none in Hobart?
No, Darwin and Adelaide dogs have been moved, but I suspect that we will move them back as we begin to open the borders for aviation shortly.
And the same with Cairns.
And the same with Cairns,
Remember
Senator,
Minister
absolutely.
Mackenzie announcing a dog in Cairns. It was terrifically exciting.
Yeah, so I do apologise, Senator, there for being a bit ambiguous, but we do have dogs normally based in those locations, but we've moved them due to operational reasons. We like to keep them busy, so we've moved them to mail centres at the moment in the bigger states to keep them busy.
Well, look, that's my next question, Mr Hunter. Thanks for that. Which mail centres and where?
So there's only 4 mail centres around Australia, Senator. There's one in Brisbane, which is a very small part of the operation, one in Perth as well, which is a small part of Australia Post operation. The 2 largest ones by far in Sydney and then second in Melbourne.
Right, thanks very much. Can the department confirm how many biosecurity staff are working in the mail centre locations as well, please, by location and state?
Yes, I can. If you just give me a moment, Senator, I'll get that information to hand. So in Perth we have 7 biosecurity officers at the mail centre. In Melbourne we have approximately 20 biosecurity officers at the mail centre. In Sydney we have 63 biosecurity officers at the mail centre. And in Brisbane we have 5. I have to say that those numbers wax and wane depending on the arrival of mail into Australia. So other officers may be moved from other parts of our organisation, from other areas of the operations into mail centres as we meet scale.
Oh, I see. Okay. And what about when our borders open up? You said the dogs are going back to the airports. So how will you manage the staff? Will they come from external other areas, or will they be coming out of the mail centres to go into the airports?
So at the moment, and I think we've given evidence to this effect previously, due to COVID, we've redeployed in excess of 300 officers away from our aviation, or what we call our travellers program. And those officers are currently deployed into mail centres and cargo areas, so that as biosecurity inspectors in cargo or as assessment officers in cargo, wherever we effectively need them. And we will begin to move those officers back as the borders open up.
Mr Hunter, thanks for that. But if we look, are they actively engaged in the mail centres and the cargo centres?
Absolutely, Senator, and we've increased screening, our screening capability in the mail centres as a consequence of that. And what we've been doing with the officers that have been redeployed from airports into cargo is effectively keeping up with a very, very, very busy increase in commercialised cargo as it arrives into Australia.
And that's what I was thinking, because I know this is not strange to this committee on our aviation and maritime security inquiries that we've done, but if they're kept busy now and when our international travel starts up, if we start shifting them around back to the airport, wouldn't that leave holes in the cargo centres and the mail centres? Or is there a plan to recruit and increase the numbers of the inspectors?
Senator, I think at a very high level, it's fair to say Australians haven't been able to travel, so they've been spending their money on consumer goods. As the country opens up, we anticipate, and I think it's fair to say, you'd read this in the financial pages, Australians are more likely to spend their discretionary money on travel rather than goods. And so we're going to move through a quite disrupted period where we've got both things going on, and then hopefully, and we anticipate this, that it'll even out, that we'll see some of the cargo demand dampen as people are switching out of online shopping into travel. And as airports open, we're not deploying the full 300 or so more staff that we've redeployed at the start of COVID. We'll do it in tune with demand and working with our border colleagues and our Federal Health Department colleagues to tune the right number of staff. So it's a quite complex sort of staffing picture at the moment.
Yeah, no, they're very good questions you asked, Senator, and it's something that we're working on right now. We are in the position to recruit some additional staff, and that's a process that's underway. And I mentioned right at the start this morning, I think, about the fact that our people are critical, but we are increasingly investing in technology, 3D X-rays, etc. And that's consistent with the Commonwealth Biosecurity strategy that we released earlier in the year. But you're right, for us getting the sort of the resourcing right around airports, ports, mail centres is a subject of a lot of detailed work at the moment. And just while I'm talking, Senator, I just want to take this opportunity to pay particular tribute to our staff who've been working in this area through the pandemic. They've been right at the front line. They've been a critical part of supply chains, of clearing food, goods, other imports to Australia. They've often been in places where COVID has been present. We've had staff who've had to isolate because of an issue at the Sydney Mail Centre. And I just want to put on the record before the committee our deep appreciation for the commitment and the resilience and the hard work of our staff and our leadership team who've been working through this quite extraordinary period. So.
All right, thank you, Mr Metcalfe. Chair, I do have many more. I've not really cut out yet, but is Senator Keneally in the room with you?
No, she's just disappeared. But Senator McMahon has questions. Would you like to?
No, I'm still going to keep going because I know she did. And I was just going to say I will give up some of my time for Senator Keneally, but if she's not there, I'll keep using my time.
All right, far away.
Okay, thanks. So, Mr Metcalfe, thanks for that. In that case, then, possible for you or for the department to confirm how many additional dogs and staff were working on mail over the past few years?
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Mr Hunter, yeah. Okay. Now, I've got a couple of questions around the Inspector General of Biosecurity and the Auditor General reviews. Who do I put that to?
Noting
and I've got
the Inspector General's on this afternoon, Senator.
Oh, that's right. I'll leave that. So what about biosecurity funding, Mr Tongue? Can I talk to you?
Yes, certainly can.
All right. Well, let me just make a note here. All right, So, Mr Tongue, does the department believe that enough funding and resourcing has been allocated to it to undertake necessary work relating to biosecurity matters and risk management?
So, Senator, at the October budget last year, the government injected an additional $400 million into biosecurity. That significantly lifted the department's budget. So this year, we have a revenue stream from cost recovered work, which has a number of elements to it of about $200 million flowing into the group. My budget this year overall is about $435 million, so appropriation funding is about $235 million, but that's just in the money that Mr Metcalfe gives me to run the function. Then there's money that supports laboratories and offices and a range of things. So all up this financial year, the total amount being spent across Outcome 4 is a shade over $1 billion.
Okie dokie. And you said cost recovered work, was it?
Yes, that's right. So a lot of our work is paid for by the people that we service. So we charge out staff who undertake a variety of inspection services, and there's a schedule of fees that goes with that. We recover some money from levies, for example, on self-assessed cargo, and all that flows into how we run and staff biosecurity.
So are you considering, now you said it comes from service or whatever, yeah. Are you considering a user pay service?
Yes, essentially. And what we called out in the document Biosecurity 2030, which was released with the October budget last year. We're continuing to work on those questions of cost recovery. The reason for that is our costs of delivery change. But as we've just talked about, we've also seen quite a deal of change in, say, demand on cargo operations. And as the Australian economy shifts and changes, that shifts and changes how we have to respond to it. And so we continue to work on questions of funding long term, noting that the function provides both a private benefit and a public benefit. So that's that basis for that mixed funding model.
No, I understand. So when do you think that work will be completed, Mr. Taylor?
I think it's ongoing work, Senator. I think we'll continue to chip away at this as we play what's in front of us.
All right. Well, then can you explain to us how a biosecurity levy is different from other government services?
Well, Senator, we do have a levy already in connection with self-assessed cargo, and I want to say it collects around $80 million a year, but somebody behind me might correct me on that. I think you're referring to the notion of a general levy. The idea of a general levy flowed from the notion that the mere import of anything creates risk to Australia, biosecurity risk. As a response to COVID, the government ruled out imposing a general levy, but as I said, we continue to work away as we play what's in front of us, looking at the balance of risks, looking at the balance of our work, and continuing to respond to changes. We continue to look at funding issues.
All right, thanks, Mr. Tung. Now, Chair, I'm happy to succeed to...
Oh, good. I was just going to tell you Senator Keneally's back. So if you wanted to...
I'll shut up.
Terrific. All right, over to you.
Well, shall we say that fact on you, Senator Sterle? Just kidding, just kidding. Thank you very much to the department for being here today. I have some questions regarding the report that was released by the Inspector General of Biosecurity into Ruby Princess earlier this year, where the...
Sorry, are those questions for the...
No, I have separate questions for the Inspector General. It's about his report, though. The Inspector General did state that, frankly, if the department had done what it agreed to do, then the chances of a Ruby Princess incident happening were significantly reduced. Does the department accept that statement from the Inspector General?
Senator, I think we accepted most of the Inspector General's recommendations. I'll defer to Mr. Hunter.
We did. We accepted all the recommendations.
Mm-hmm. I'm asking specifically, do you accept that finding or that conclusion by the Inspector General that if the department had done what it agreed to do, then the chances of a Ruby incident happening were significantly reduced?
Well, Senator, as I said, the Inspector General came to a number of conclusions and we've accepted all of those. We haven't argued with his report in any way.
Okay, thank you. I note from the Inspector General's report that the Agricultural Australian Border Force MOU has not been updated since 2017. When was that supposed to have been updated?
Senator, actually we've had a body of work underway. We have multiple MOUs with Australian Border Force covering a whole range of things, and I and my senior colleagues have been working with Border Force to try and get that gripped up in a more effective way. So work is ongoing.
On page 51 of the report, it says the Agriculture Australian Border Force MOU was last updated March 2017. It has several annexures covering roles and responsibilities for each agency, reciprocal training arrangements, communication and information sharing mechanisms, and targeted operations. So is that the MOU he refers to a specific MOU? Are you saying there's not a specific MOU?
There's that MOU, but there's a range of others that are to do with enforcement and compliance operations. And I'm happy to take it on notice and to give you a bit more detail if you like.
He says down the bottom on page 51, the MOU between Agriculture and Australian Border Force is supposed to be updated every 2 years or whenever required. However, an update has been pending since March 2019. Is that correct?
I believe it would be, Senator, based on the work we've currently got underway.
Right. So why hasn't that work been done? Why wasn't that done in 2019, and why hasn't it been done yet?
Well, as I say, Senator, we have already had a number of conversations with senior Border Force colleagues about updating a number of the arrangements between us. I can't speak to the time before when Mr Hunter and I arrived, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
Do we know when the update will be done? Because it's now 4 years overdue.
I'm
hoping not 4 years overdue. It's 4 years old. Yeah.
Okay, you are correct.
I think-
It's
I
4
think
years
that-
old. It's 2 years overdue.
It's overdue. The Inspector General's pointed that out, but I think what we're saying is that we are working with Border Force to update it, and particularly to update it, bearing in mind sort of the post-reopening of COVID arrangements. And to be honest, everyone's learned a great deal in recent times, Senator, and we want to make sure that that's all brought to bear in the relationship.
So, Mr Metcalfe, why wasn't it done in March 2019?
I don't know, Senator, so I can check, but as you know, I wasn't here at the time, so I'd have to go back and find out what was done prior to my arrival.
Can you take that on notice, please?
I will.
Thank you. And do you have a date for when this finalisation is going to be done?
I don't have any more information than Mr Tongue, but we can certainly let you know on notice what more information we can provide.
Because it seems to me that this MOU would have been well out of date when the Ruby Princess arrived in Sydney Harbour that day. It was at least a year over date.
Sounds like it was probably about a year after the due date for renewal. So.
Yes, it does sound like that indeed. The Inspector General's report addresses a number of issues regarding the granting of pratique, human health assessments and human health controls. I want to clarify some conduct that emerged from the report that relates to things that agriculture officers did or did not do that morning. We already know that passengers were allowed to disembark the vessel before a pratique was formally granted by agriculture officers in attendance. That was detailed in the Commonwealth submission, pages 37 to 39. It was also, that was the submission to the Brett Walker inquiry. Unless you need me to, I don't want to read all of that out, but it does make clear that at some time between 6:30 a.m. and 7 a.m., passengers commenced disembarking the Ruby Princess, and that someone from the Ruby Princess crew asked whether the vessel had clearance to disembark, and an ABF officer responded yes. And it also appears, as the Commonwealth said, that pratique does not appear to have been granted orally by a biosecurity officer prior to this time, and that so pratique was first communicated to the vessel operator at 7:39 a.m. by an ABF officer. Do you accept now that passengers were allowed to disembark before agriculture officers formally communicated pratique to the vessel?
Senator, I don't think we've got anything to really add to what we've said extensively last year before the COVID committee, and you and I had several discussions about this, and I provided a number of letters to the committee seeking to be quite clear and to accept responsibility. And of course the material that is in Mr Walker's report, and of course the Minister initiated and we extensively cooperated with the Inspector General's report. So I'd regard the Inspector General's report as the latest, best advice.
Yep.
What I also think is important about the Inspector General's report is the fact that the department has been able to accept his recommendations, and that the report contains information about the very significant program of activity that we've had in place since that time to ensure that we can do the best job we can. And I'm very committed to that.
Thank you. And I thank you for pointing out the previous evidence you've provided. This is the first chance we've had to speak since the Inspector General's report has come out.
It came out in April and we were here in May, Senator. So.
I wasn't, I mean, you and I have had a chance to speak.
Yeah, for sure.
Mr. Metcalfe.
Yeah.
You referred to the evidence you provided to me in the COVID committee. I'm just reflecting that you and I have not been in a committee together
for sure. No,
since
I
the Inspector
appreciate that,
General's
Senator.
report came out. So when you have previously acknowledged I think, I don't want to paraphrase you, but the things that were done and the things that were not done by agriculture officers on that morning. But the Inspector General did say that the agriculture officers failed to understand their respective functions. Is Pratik one of those areas now in your judgment where agriculture officers fail to understand their respective functions?
Well, I accept what the Inspector General says, and I can only point to the fact that we are undertaking a very substantial improvement and reform program. Part of that includes extensive training for officers across the department in relation to their legal responsibilities. And the issue about powers around Pratik are part of that area. So we obviously, I don't want to sort of go over what we discussed at length last time, but we are very committed as a department to having learnt from what happened, having learnt from the inquiries that have occurred, and to ensuring that in the future we work as well as we possibly can.
Thank you. You and I have previously had some lengthy discussions about responsibility to administer traveller with illness checklists. It does appear now from the Inspector General's report that the failure of agriculture officers to administer the traveller with illness checklist in the way intended would have, if they had done that, it would have, quote, appropriately managed to minimise the human health risk, and this was a crucial error. How did it come to be that agriculture officers on the morning did not understand that it was their responsibility to administer traveller with illness checklists?
Senator, I can't provide you with any more advice on that than has already been provided to the Inspector General and to Mr Walker and to the other committee. We have given you everything we possibly can in relation to it. Hindsight means that you look at things differently. I'm very committed to ensuring that we work as well as we can in the future.
Was it a failure of training?
Senator Keneally, I think that the Secretary has just, pointed out that he has been quite open on this. This has been the subject of an inquiry. We've had quite a lot of information. I don't believe you're going to get any more information on this at this time. You do have questions for the Inspector General of Biosecurity. We are well over time. Do you have many more questions that you want to put on this? Are they new? Are they going to give the Secretary to say something different? Because if not, can I ask you to reconsider where your questions are?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your intervention. I would acknowledge that I have advice from the clerk that I'm able to ask questions. It's up to the witness to decide whether or not to answer them.
No, what the guidance would probably not have included that asking the same question in various formats to get the same answer just becomes repetitive, and we all have other places. No doubt you have other committees you want to get to. So I'm just suggesting that you take on board the Secretary's response.
Thank you. I am seeking to understand, have you changed the training regime for, let me ask it this way then, have you changed the training regime for agriculture officers in relation to traveller with illness checklists since the Ruby Princess
I'll
incident?
ask my colleagues to assist you, Senator.
Senator, we've had a very significant body of work underway that includes changing our instructional material, rewriting our instructional material, training staff both in legal decision making but also in maritime matters, standing up a maritime operations centre and reinvesting in our capacity to support our officers real time. The government's given us $11.5 million to upgrade the maritime arrival and reporting system. There's legislation in front of the Parliament to tighten penalties around cruising and cruise ships, and to also enable us to give what we call group directions. And I'll defer to Mr Hunter on the rest.
Yeah, so we expect that, well, we've already undertaken training for 400 of our staff at the present point in time on their legal obligations, and we expect to get through 700 staff by January.
Sorry, how many staff do you have that need to be trained? Is 700 the full number?
I'm not in, so I'm not in any way making any judgments about who needs to be trained. The whole of the biosecurity operations staff are being retrained in biosecurity.
What is the totality of that number?
So around about 1,400 or 1,500 staff.
Right.
And we're now 400 into that. I expect to be 700 into that by January. And the only reason we're not at a higher level is because of the COVID disruptions in Sydney and Melbourne, where we've got large numbers as well.
So I don't think, those are very helpful answers, but I don't think they actually answer my question.
I think the answer is yes, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Metcalfe. Similarly, the Inspector General found that the acute respiratory diseases log had not been viewed on the morning of 19 March, but if it had, it would have been noted the log had not been updated since the 17th of March, and that would have prompted contact with New South Wales Health. Does that training also include the responsibility to review the acute respiratory diseases log?
So the whole process around our instructional material, as Deputy Secretary Tung has indicated, or our decision support material, has been revamped as it relates to human health, and that has begun to be rolled out. I'd need to take on notice the specificity of your question there, Senator, but I'm almost certain that in everything that we've done, we haven't left anything to chance, including rolling out new apps for people to assist them when they are boarding in these sorts of scenarios. Just a couple of other things, if I could, Senator. When Deputy Secretary Tung threw to me to ask me about whether or not we accepted all of the Inspector General's recommendations, I said we'd accepted them all. We noted 4 and accepted 38. So I just wanted to put that back on the record. And Mars, the investment in Mars is at 27 million.
Right, thank you. I also wanted to ask about the issue that arose that ABF officers seem to have received medical results, not agriculture. Again, is that part of the changes that you have made and the training you have made? And will that be part of your MOU with the ABF?
So I would anticipate that it will be part of our MOU with the ABF. But what I would say, Senator, is the legislative package that we now have before the Parliament intensifies the whole pre-arrival reporting requirements. So as a benefit, if you like, or as a learning from this, as you'll be aware, when a ship sails into the waters of Australia, they are required to report the human health status on the vessel as part of Pratik. The new legislation requires them to report as and when a change is occurs on the vessel. So again,
and report to.
It reports to us through Mars, and then we disseminate that information. In some cases, we've made that available to local jurisdictions, state and territory jurisdictions, as well as then we can disseminate that to ABF as well as necessary.
I really want to go to this issue about the MOU, because the MOU included an annexure titled Sea Traveller Processing at Cruise Terminals and Wharfside, and the document outlines each agency's responsibilities for processing sea travellers. It says, quote, "It stipulates that each agency is to train each other's agency's relevant staff to understand their respective functions and the controls used to manage risk and facilitate the referral of travellers to the other party." It seems on there's a prima facie case that did not occur with the Ruby Princess, because we had a circumstance where ABF was getting medical reports and then later on telling agriculture, and ABF was granting Patek and later on telling agriculture. I'm just trying to understand, and I'm a little concerned that we don't have any clarity about when this MOU is going to be finalised. But Mr. Metcalf, what, or perhaps your deputies, what work is happening to ensure that you are training the ABF's relevant staff as well as your own?
So, Senator, as we've been going on this journey, we've been working closely with ABF, and before cruising resumes, because each port is different, we will conduct exercises with the whole port community, including ABF, because the state government provides the human biosecurity officer. The state government runs the port and has powers in the port. There's us and there's ABF, and periodically a whole range of other players. So,
But surely we're not going back to blaming just the state government.
No, I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is we will be doing exercises at every port as cruising resumes, and we don't know when that will be, to ensure that all the roles and responsibilities are clear. And the port community now has access to the maritime arrival and reporting system that it didn't have when the incident occurred.
Sorry, who does? The Port Authorities?
The port community. So we've now got
port community, what is
so that means
Port Authority. The Commonwealth state agencies, all of whom are working at the port.
So what, they can all look at Mars?
They can get aspects of it relevant to their responsibilities.
So who is going to be responsible for detecting human health problems on board ships then?
So
if everybody's responsible, nobody's responsible.
So, Senator, at its core, we're an agent of the Federal Health Department. The state government is an agent of the Federal Health Department. The state government provides the human biosecurity officer, and they're the authority that finally decides if there's a problem on the vessel.
But don't they have to be told first?
And that's why we've changed the maritime arrival and reporting system. And I note here that the vessel also has obligations, and we have an investigation underway on that issue too.
You have an investigation into
Yes, we have
what?
a compliance and enforcement function.
Into the Ruby Princess?
Yes.
And when will that be concluded?
It's an investigation underway and I can't go into detail.
When did that commence?
I think we gave evidence to the other committee. It has been underway for some time, but it's obviously in relation to the ship operator, I think, Senator. So.
How are you going for time?
Yeah, thank you,
Got a few more
Senator.
people to ask questions.
Senator McDonald, thank you. So I do want to ask, if you look back at the Ruby Princess and look at the Inspector General's report, it seems to me that in some circumstances ABF, perhaps thinking they were doing the right thing, overstepped their responsibilities, and agriculture underperformed in some of their responsibilities. And we have an MOU that was at least a year old at that time. We have training currently underway. Are we going to have an MOU finalised, and are we going to have sufficient staff trained? Can you guarantee that before cruise ships start arriving in port again?
I'm happy to take that question, Senator, and the answer is yes, we will have sufficient staff trained before cruise season start, or before cruising starts again. And I'm reasonably confident in that because we've already done it on commercial vessels. So we've taken the learnings from all of this and we've applied it to every single commercial vessel that has arrived in the country. So these are cargo vessels that have arrived into the country.
But how many people are on a cargo vessel?
Well, there's been many COVID cases on board, Senator, on those vessels where we've practiced, where we've used the states and territories and the local jurisdictions to work on pre-arrival information that we're receiving into Mars, to disseminate the information that we get in Mars to the states and territories who want it, and to disseminate the information in Mars to the local port authorities who want it. We've stress tested that system commercially, and now we're about to stress test that system for the onset of the cruise vessels.
I will in a future hearing perhaps. I know the chair is very keen to move on, but I do want to come back and test this notion of having multiple people able to access different aspects of Mars, because I'm a little confused as to who will have the authority to step in, or who will have the responsibility to step in and say, there's a problem here with this ship. Because it's still not clear to me who is going to have that authority.
Oh, well, I think Mr Tung's made it clear that human health ultimately is the responsibility for the local health authorities who are acting as delegates or authorised officers of the Federal Health Department in relation to the health aspects of the Biosecurity Act. The department are the agents in that we have, people on the ground.
You're supposed to check the traveller with illness checks. You're supposed to check the acute respiratory diseases log.
There's really nothing I can add to what's happened in the past, Senator, but I am committed to things.
Will you
working
still have
well in
those
the future.
responsibilities, or are you going to buck pass them to New South Wales or state health authorities?
No, we're not. No, it's not buck passing, Senator. It's about ensuring, as Mr Tung has explained, that everyone is clear as to their responsibilities and their legislative responsibilities, and that there are good, strong, productive working relationships that not only work when things are working normally, but are able to deal with the unusual, such as we saw in this particular case. So.
I'm still not entirely clear. Who is going to have the primary responsibility for detecting a human health problem on a ship?
The ship's doctor, the ship's doctor or the ship's captain is the initiator.
They're the initiator.
Position.
They fill out their logs. Who's going to inspect those logs?
Well, they are responsible under the Australian law to report that through the maritime reporting system.
Yes, and who is going to be responsible then for receiving that and making determinations?
Andrew.
So, Senator, we maintain the maritime arrival and reporting system, but with the changes we've made, we've given ourselves the capacity to take out any friction in the system so that the human biosecurity officer, who is the state government medical official, who is the agent of the Federal Health Department, is able to see essentially what we see and give us advice. So this goes to the question of what risk does the vessel pose.
So why do you need to be involved at all then if the state health departments
because
can do it?
we are the agents of the Federal Health Department.
But so are they.
Yes, it's a complicated system.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to work out. It was a complicated system that led to a cluster of problems, and I'm trying to work out how it's being fixed.
It's us because we're there already, Senator. We're biosecurity officers. We are, as I've spent a long time talking with you about, our responsibilities are primarily in relation to animal and plant biosecurity.
Yeah.
However, under long-standing arrangements, because we have staff physically present, we also take on, as agents of the Federal Department of Health, the operational on-the-ground responsibility. But as I've said also before the other committee, our staff aren't medically trained, they're not doctors, they need to rely upon medical advice. We are able to, on behalf of others, pass information to the health authorities.
Yes, I remember
we're on behalf of others able to ask questions or try.
So you still have that responsibility.
Nothing is changing from that perspective, but as Mr Tung has said, we're trying to ensure that the system works as it is purely intended to be, and that we don't see a situation as we saw with the Ruby Princess.
And will ABF have access to Mars in that respect as well?
I can't be certain about ABF having access to Mars and whether or not they've accepted access to Mars. I'll need to take that on notice with everyone else that we're trying to get access to, which my focus has been on the states and territories and on the port authorities. I think the point, one of the points there, Senator, is, and without sorry, Chair, for labouring the situation here, but if there's a notifiable disease on the vessel, the captain or the doctor needs to notify that in the pre-arrival reporting situation. The pre-arrival reporting situation now is such that that can be shared automatically with the state jurisdiction, so they automatically get it. That is the requirement. If there's no notifiable disease, and if the HBO, the Human Biosecurity Officer, determines that there's no risk from a human health perspective, They don't board the vessel or they don't come anywhere near the vessel. We then do our normal job as animal and plant biosecurity
Again,
officers.
that was what happened with the Ruby Princess. They boarded the vessel, but then they didn't do the things they were there to do.
The HBO's never boarded the vessel.
The HBO's never even boarded the vessel.
Not the Ruby Princess, no. That was the key issue, as you recall, Senator, that they
correct.
assessed the threat as
They
low.
assessed the threat as low, and they didn't inspect
And
the
in hindsight,
checklist.
you know, whether they would have had a different conclusion, you know, that's what all these reports
Yeah,
have,
yes, that's correct. That
have
is
gone
correct.
to. We want to make sure that they've got the best information they can possibly get, and so they will have direct access to Mars. So.
Okay. Earlier, it has been said by members of the government that in essence the Ruby Princess was a failing of New South Wales Health. Now with the Inspector General's report, that statement is no longer completely accurate, is it?
Well, I think the Minister made some comments at the time of the Inspector General's report being released, and from the Department's perspective, we have agreed with all of the recommendations, and something that hasn't been reported a great deal in the media, but which is very important, is that part of the Inspector General's report that flags all of the work that is underway. And I think he does make a comment, and he'll be with us shortly, that had that ship arrived today, there may well have been a different outcome because of all the things that we've done. And that's what I can change. I can change the future, I can't change the past, Senator. So.
I understand that. That's
excellent point. Is that a good point to break your questions on, Senator Keneally?
I did have one more question. We were just discussing, I apologise, Chair. So yes, you say the Minister made the observations about the report and that you can't change the past, but looking back to the past, you do now acknowledge that it was not totally a failing of New South Wales
Senator, I've
Health.
got nothing further to say than I've said before, and I'm being careful there. But, you know, looking back on the past, there's a lot of things that would be different. Now, as you know, we had staff there on the day. I'm sure they were working diligently. I'm sure they were doing the best they could. We were dealing with an extraordinary, unprecedented pandemic.
But our system didn't work as it was meant
It's
to.
been carefully, forensically examined by, you know, one of Australia's leading barristers in Mr Walker, and the Inspector General, who's deeply experienced. He's a former head of biosecurity himself. We're focused on the future and what we can possibly do to ensure that our ports and our travellers are safe, that we are able to get people and goods moving across borders in a safe and regular way. And I think we've been demonstrating that, including through the fact that thousands of ships have arrived since the Ruby Princess, commercial ships and others. And while we've only been dealing with crew, not passengers, there have been quite a few cases where COVID's been on board.
My last question is this, and I may put some on notice, but my last question is this. In relation to the investigation that you're conducting into the Ruby Princess itself, what will happen to your findings? Where will they go?
So, Senator, that depends a bit on the findings. It's handled by our compliance and enforcement area.
Give me the range of options available to you.
Well, there's a range of options that...
Can you forward things to the DPP?
Yeah, and fines and a whole range of things.
And will you make that report public?
That would be subject to the nature of the report, Senator, and whether it was forwarded to the DPP or whether, you know, and the outcome of the investigation.
And do you have do you have an indicative time frame when this will be concluded?
Not at this stage, Senator.
And how long has it been going on?
Since the 16th of April last year.
So quite a substantial amount of time.
Since the 16th of April last year.
Senator, thinking about the future, is this going to be your last estimates with us?
Don't know, Senator McKenzie. Okay. We could have a spillover day.
That is a terrific...
Would you like
wondering
that?
how the pre-selection's going.
It's done.
Done?
Thank you for
So
asking
you're
that.
on the way to the other place.
Thank you for asking. Well, that'll be up to the electors, Senator McKenzie. Would you like to try your hand at a lower house seat?
No. Oh, the other thing, could you please table the document you were raising earlier?
Would you like to see it? I'm happy to
I
just
would
give
like
it
you to
you,
table
Senator
it, and
McKenzie.
to Senator Sterle's questions earlier this morning, the committee now has the government's, a representation of the government's
It's on the
plan
web,
to net
Senator
zero by
McKennedy.
2050, and he promised me that when we delivered ours, he would get back to us on the Labor Party's plan for net zero.
You haven't even
Politics.
you haven't even
All
seen.
politics,
Oh,
my friend.
Bridget, you haven't even
All
seen the
politics.
government's plan.
You
can
just
read
a
it now.
colour-coded piece of blue paper with things that were done before you even met on Sunday. That's not a plan. There you go, Bridget.
Guys, what's your plan? What's your
Okay,
plan?
neither of you are on topic now, so everybody's got to stop so that we can keep moving. I'm checking with Senator McMahon. She has questions. Now, we were supposed to be going. We're supposed to be going for a break now. We can go for a break now, or we can try and finish outcome 4. Senator McMahon is on this topic of biosecurity. How long have you got, Senator McMahon?
I've probably only got a few minutes. Will depend a little bit on answers, but probably only a couple of minutes on live export.
And Senator Cicconi's got item 4 as well. Senator McCarthy, you still
And,
got outcome 4?
I do, Chair. I have questions for the Inspector General of Biosecurity.
Well, he's not even got here yet, so you don't worry. We'll get back to you on that one. I've got you marked down for him.
He's online, Chair.
Yes, but we've not got to him because we've got to finish outcome 4 according to the agenda, and then we go to him, and then we pummel him with questions. So, Senator Sterle, do you have any more questions for outcome 4?
No, we're done and we're dying to get to the other part.
Excellent. All right, so what we might do is, Senator Cicconi, how long do you reckon you've got?
Same manner as McMahon, I reckon, just a few minutes.
Why
Depending on
don't we go for a break and we'll be back in 15
All right,
minutes. Okay, so 15 minutes, it's 20 past 4. How about we make it a short one? We come back in 10 minutes at 4:30.
Senator, just very quickly, Senator Sterle asked me about ministers and mice. Could I just put on the record that Minister Littleproud wrote to his state and territory colleagues on the 6th of September, and I'm happy to provide a copy of the letter to the committee.
Terrific, thank you very much. All right.
Of mice and ministers.
We will
Mice and ministers.
break at 4:30. Come back at 4:30.
Apologies to John Steinbeck.
Terrific. Welcome back, everybody, after the afternoon break, and we're going to Senator Sam McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. My questions involve live animal, principally to Mr Metcalfe and his team. First, I'd like to know if we could get a brief outline of where is live animal export reform up to, specifically with cost recovery.
Senator, it's David Hazelhurst, Deputy Secretary, Agricultural Trade. I might kick off and then defer to my colleague, Ms Hutchinson. So in relation to the reform process, we continue a pretty full program of reform which Tina can outline in more detail, working with the working group that we have with ALEC representatives and with the representatives of LiveCorp. That's a program that goes to a mix of the reform of approved arrangements, to digital and IT improvements. You referred explicitly to cost recovery. You would know, of course, that we put out a cost recovery implementation statement which had effect from the 1st of July, and we're continuing to engage with industry in the live exports sector, but also across our other commodities to take feedback on the way in which that cost recovery implementation statement is working. There'll be a further update of the cost recovery arrangements for the next financial year and each financial year after that. Is there a specific area that you'd like to get into? Or I can ask Ms Hutchinson to lay out some of the projects of reform that are underway within the working group.
Yeah, look, you just said that there'll there'll be an update. When will that occur?
Each year we're now going to be moving to updates of those statements each year for the next financial year. So I'd expect that we would be working on that through March and April, and I'd expect we'd put it out in mid-May to early June with a view to it having effect from the 1st of July. But those would be indicative dates, Senator.
Yep. And have there been any issues or any from industry to date with the process?
I might invite Ms Hutchinson to comment on that.
Thank you, Senator. To my knowledge, no, there hasn't. So in terms of if you're talking about the reform process, we're very closely engaged with the industry, both through the representative bodies that Mr Hazelhurst outlined, but also directly with exporters themselves. So, for example, over the course of some of the reform work that we've done, we've undertaken more than 30 hours of individual interviews with licensed exporters. So the exporters themselves are well engaged in the reform process. In terms of the cost recovery implementation statement, we are working through that internally, and as Mr Hazelhurst pointed out, there will be points of external consultation on that, public consultation, as well as with the particular finance subcommittee that the live animal exporters are engaged on. So there are two processes, one for the financial process, one for the reform process. The feedback that we have from the industry body collectively on the reform process is that the industry feels well engaged in that process, and we're very focused on ensuring that we're understanding the issues and problems from their perspective and taking them into account as we're implementing reform activities.
Thank you. And me an update currently, what is your proposed maximum dollars per head for cost recovery for cattle out of Northern Australia to Indonesia?
So that's not a measure that we aim to achieve. So if I understand the question correctly, you're asking, do we have a figure in mind above which we will not go? That's not a parameter we look at in terms of how we build or set up the cost recovery. What we have done is run scenarios to describe the impact in those terms in order to indicate what the implication might be.
I can give you an example, Senator McMahon. So, for example, in the modelling that we've done for an exporter of cattle to Indonesia, I see 3,500 head consignment, assuming the exporter has 45 consignments a year. So that would be one of the more high volume exporters. At this stage, we anticipate the cost recovery per head being around, the estimate is $7.04 in 24-25. That would be for the consignment around $24,600, which would be about 0.61% of the value of that consignment. That's based on the material that we've also previously released through questions on notice, but updated on the basis that through the finalisation of the cost recovery implementation statement, we took a decision based on feedback from industry to reduce the proportion of the animal welfare branch functions that was attributed to or applied to cost recovery by $1.5 million. And that has a flow-on effect then through to the cost base.
Okay, so sorry, that's 1.5 million you've taken off for the cost animal welfare branch. Is that correct?
The share of the cost of animal welfare branch, that is cost recovered. So the government took a decision to appropriation fund a greater proportion of the costs of the branch. That's correct. The costs themselves haven't gone down, but the amount that's cost recovered has gone down.
Yeah, I think it's an issue,
Senator.
Senator it's Andrew Metcalfe. I think we discussed at the May estimates this in some detail, and I think you were expressing concerns, and I think possibly other senators were expressing concerns as to whether it was appropriate for the cost of us providing our animal welfare policy responsibilities should be cost recovered or added to the cost recovery of our regulatory function. And subsequent to that, the decision was taken by the government to effectively pay for that function through appropriations, through taxpayer funding, and that it should not be a cost borne by the actual exporters. So.
Yep, correct. Thank you. So that has been put in now.
Yes, it's only a modest proportion now of those functions which are cost recovered, and they're tightly related to the regulatory activity.
Well done, Senator McMahon.
Thank you. Okay, so just the cost recovery models. You said 45 consignments a year. How many exporters do we have that would do 45 or more consignments per year?
There's only a small number, Senator, so the modelling was done on the larger exporters.
Yep, so sorry, how many?
I don't have that number right in front of me, but it would be a small proportion.
Okay, so can you take notice to report back to us actually how many exporters there are that will be sending 45 consignments or more out of Northern Australia per year?
Yes, we can. We can take that on notice.
And then if I'm a much smaller exporter, say I'm sending 10 consignments per year of maybe 1,000 head each, is that going to affect the modelling for the cost recovery? What would be the cost per head under that situation?
So, Senator, I don't have that information in front of me. What we did do and what we did provide, and I understand we have provided that to you as well, is a table essentially that exporters could use to put in their various variables so they could work out what those implications could be. So it's, for example, it will depend, some exporters may solely export to particular markets, or they may export some to Southeast Asia, some further afield. So because there's a combination of fixed and variable fees, to know exactly what the implications will be for exactly every exporter under every circumstance, and the export market, as you're aware, is very segmented. So there's only a small number of exporters, for example, who ship to the Middle East. There's only a certain number of exporters who ship out of Northern Australia to Southeast Asia, for example. So the whole industry, we're not talking big numbers, and within each of those there's high variability. So what we did was provided a spreadsheet with values in them to enable people to run the scenarios themselves. For the formalised scenarios we ran that Mr Hazelhurst referred to, they were done based on a high volume exporter. But if I'm happy to take those questions on notice, and we can look at any specific parameters that you would like us to look at.
Well, would you be able to provide that spreadsheet to this committee?
Yes, and we have provided that as part of a question on notice to the last committee, but we can do that again.
Sorry, I must have missed that coming through, but yes, if you wouldn't mind providing that again, that would be appreciated.
Yep.
Can I ask, do you have figures on the live export numbers for cattle have been this year and how they compare to previous years?
Yes, I have some of those numbers. So the cattle exported in, so I have the 2020-21 financial year, and the cattle exported being 893,148. I will just check whether I do have a comparison for previous years, Senator, and if not, I can take that on notice. So for the 2019-20 financial year, so I have them by sea and air, but for cattle exports in 2020-21, 887,964 head by sea, compared to 1,291,193 head in 2019-20. And slightly, I'm not sure if you're interested in cattle consignments by air. There were
Not really. Yeah, they'd be quite small in the overall.
Yep, they're quite small numbers. So,
Yep.
and then in 2018-19, there was 1,228,447 head by sea.
So they were significantly down on previous years in numbers.
Correct.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Can you tell me for this past 12 months or the past financial year, whatever it's easier to look back on, how many notifiable mortality level incidents were there out of North Australia in cattle and buffalo?
So, for buffalo, or did you ask cattle and buffalo? So I don't have the numbers split up by Northern Australia. So I have overall numbers, but not split up. Would you like me to take them on notice and come back to you, or?
Yes, yeah, I would please, because I am specifically looking into Northern Australia. So, if you could find out the notable mortality level incidents out of Northern Australia.
Oh, sorry. Okay, for the I can do that.
Okay, so you'll come back to us with that on notice?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. That was all I had.
Thanks very much, Senator McMahon. Can I just ask, those numbers you provided, 887,000 for the 2021 year?
Yes.
This year, I understand that live cattle exports have collapsed in the wake of higher prices and the competition from other countries, which, just to flag, won't have as high live animal export standards as we do, but that aside, do you have any projections on where we might land for this year, or do you know where we're up to for this year, export numbers?
I don't have them to hand, Senator, but we can find out for you.
So what happens on cost recovery if cattle numbers go from, 1.2 million to 887 to 400,000? Is that going to double the cost of?
So in the cost recovery structure, part of the cost recovery are set fees and part is variable. So so things like issuing a licence is a set fee, because whether you export once using that licence or 50 times, the cost is the same. And then there's a range of variable costs that are driven by volume. So arguably, if cattle prices go down and there's smaller consignments or there's less consignments, there's less inspections. So both the cost, if the department doesn't give you a service, so we're not inspecting a consignment, your costs will go down. So there are fixed and variable aspects of the cost recovery.
So given there hasn't been a shipment go out of Townsville for at least 3 months, the staff who would have been previously doing those roles have either been assigned to other places in the department or they were contracted to do the job as required?
Yes.
Which one would it be?
Correct. So if you're happy for me to talk generally. So the actual on-the-ground services are run by my colleague, but across Australia we've got live animal export services that are generally placed where most demand is, and they're supplemented by contractor or other work. But the live animal vets are able to do a range of jobs, whether they're import, export, on plant. So the resources are used flexibly to manage a range of demands in various places.
Terrific. Thank you. All right. Senator Ciccone, you had some questions, or you're done?
No, I've
you're
got some
done?
questions.
No?
I've got some questions.
Do. You don't have any more for outcome 4, though, do
Oh,
you?
sorry, I apologise, Chair.
No.
I have some for the Inspector General.
Yes,
You're correct.
excellent.
Thank
That's what I
you.
had
My
you down
apologies,
for.
yes.
Terrific.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, my questions relate to the pet food standards and stock feed regulations, which obviously has generated some interest of late. Some really sad stories of some dogs unfortunately dying after eating some bad
There's been some
pet
very
food.
sad stories.
Very sad.
Yeah.
Very sad.
I think, have you got one more officer to join you?
Yes, I do.
Right, so. Robin? Right, so.
Very good inquiry on Senator Ciccone, and well chaired, if I may say so myself.
Sorry, Senator, we couldn't hear the first
What was that,
part,
Glenn?
the first part of your
I
sentence.
said that there was a Senate inquiry into this, and it was well chaired, if I may say so myself.
That was one of my line of questioning, actually, there, Glenn. So,
Okay.
all right. So, my questions obviously relate to the safety standards of pet food and livestock. Now, it's my understanding that the pet food industry in Australia is largely self-regulated. Is that correct, Deputy
yes,
Secretary?
Senator, that's correct.
Okay. And it's regulated or self-regulated by Pet Food Industry Association of Australia. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator Robin Martin, First Assistant Secretary, Biosecurity Animal Division. Yes, the Pet Food Industry Association of Australia. Members of that association, then they follow the standard, the Australian standard.
And who are the members of that association?
I don't have a list. I think there's probably a list on their website, but it's some of the major pet food producing companies. So
I guess the standards they set for their members only applies to their members, obviously, not to others in the industry.
It's an Australian standard, so it's actually a Standards Australia standard for manufacturing of pet food. And so if you're a member of the Pet Food Industry Association of Australia, then you follow that standard.
But if you're not, you don't have to follow the standard.
You may or you may not.
Do we know how many organisations aren't members or that produce pet food or livestock feed are not members of this association, therefore don't have to adhere to the standards set by the industry?
So this is just for pet food, so it's not livestock.
Sorry,
food.
yes, so sorry.
It's just
Yeah,
pet food.
pet food.
No, look, I don't know the number. I understand that the vast majority of pet food that is produced in Australia, they are members of the Pet Food Industry Association, but not everyone is. And so there could be smaller manufacturers, so that not everyone is a member of that.
Okay, so then the association relies on the Australian standard for the manufacturing and marketing of pet food. Is that the main code that they rely on?
The Australian standard, I think it's 5812.
Are you able to just confirm that, if that is the number? You said you think, but
I'll just have to check.
A more definitive answer, if possible. Not to put you on the
AS
spot.
5812.
Okay, all right, thank you. And look, I do note, as Senator Sterle had already indicated, that there was an inquiry into pet food regulation in Australia in late 2018, and many submissions had stated that they were not aware, or the submitters were not aware of the existence of such standards in the industry. Was that a bit of a surprise to the department?
Yeah, I don't think I mean, I know that the industry has done some work to publicise the standard,
So as a result of the committee's recommendations, which one of them was that the document be made publicly available, has this occurred? Because there were some issues around whether it was publicly available or not.
Yeah, with Standards Australia, you actually have to purchase it or have a licence, and so the department is in the process of securing some licences so that it can be made available for a certain number of downloads. So we're going to do that for 2 years to see how many people access the standard.
So when do you think that process will start? When do you think people can start to download that?
We've just got to sort out a few requirements to actually make that available, so including one which may require a legislative amendment just to the financial ability for the department to get that. So
it's more of a budgetary issue? Do you need funding?
No, we have funding. It's just having the legislative authority to actually
purchase?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So as part of that inquiry, the committee recommended legislative changes and the creation of a new body to make the current Australian standard mandatory. And I think the government had obviously provided a response to that. Now, my understanding was that this was due to happen in September of 2021. Have options for a policy framework been presented to senior officials?
Yes, so there was a pet food working group which has looked at options, both regulatory and non-regulatory options to improve pet food safety. And so that report and a report that was being done by ABARES on economic feasibility of those options was presented to agriculture senior officials on the 16th of September, and then they reconsidered it again on the 30th of September.
Okay, now have the options also been presented to the Ag Ministers?
Not yet, but that's the next stage.
All right. So is there currently a mandatory recall system for when food safety concerns arise regarding pet food?
No, there's not.
Is that something that's been considered?
So certainly in the options, so the regulatory options would include various things which could include recall. And I think certainly the working group recognised that that was a gap within the pet food system.
Are there any plans to look into the stock feed manufacturing industry?
I don't think I'm the right person.
Or is there someone here at the table that's the right person?
Stock feed for export, Senator, or stock feed for domestic?
Domestic.
I think it's actually being considered by Safe Meat and that.
Could we take that one on notice?
Yeah. So I think it's actually being considered through that, but we'll take that on notice.
Is it falls under Ag, Safe Meat, or?
Well, it's broadly in our area. It's not
remit.
It's a.
Yes.
Yeah. We'll.
What was that, Minister?
We'll give our best
our
best endeavours to provide some advice on that, Senator.
All right. I mean, look, I only just ask because I understand last year a number of dairy farmers had lost cattle. I think down in Gippsland, actually, there was quite a large number of cows that had pellets, and it turned out that there was an oversupply of some ingredient. And sort of this is my next line of question really was about has the government sort of turned its mind to also looking at an inquiry or looking into whether we need to either have a standard or some form of regulation around livestock feed?
Yes,
Mafra way, I think.
And I'm pretty sure, Senator, that Safe Meat is actually looking at that standard for livestock feed, but we'll...
Can you confirm that?
Confirm that.
Yeah, because I think there was, if I recall, there was a very high level of zinc in sort of what the cows had consumed. Anyway.
Right.
If you could, that would be great. And I know the chair's just stepped out for 2 seconds.
I know
Have you-
Senator McMahon also has a couple of questions before they go, so...
Okay, cool. And I was just
if you
going to
run
say,
out-
have any of these issues been raised with your state counterparts?
So through AGSOC, which is the Agriculture Senior Officials Committee, that's where the pet food working group paper went. So all states and territories are represented on that group.
Is it the case that the states are the ones that have the authority or deal with these issues as they come up, or was it one of those sort of, Commonwealth state joint initiatives?
Well, I think...
Who has ultimate responsibility?
I think I'm right in saying Dr Martin is probably better qualified. Effectively, we are talking about areas of state jurisdiction and law. Commonwealth role is sort of national leadership, and then it's a matter for government and ultimately the Parliament as to whether there should be sort of a national legislative scheme or not. But ordinarily, we would expect that it would be something that is regulated by the states and territories. So,
okay.
But those are the sorts of issues I think that would ultimately go to ministers if we're talking about pet food, but more broadly sort of issues relating to animal nutrition. So.
Yeah, and I don't know if the department has a comparison of what the different states do and the Commonwealth in terms of legislative regulation and other forms. If you can take that on notice, just for the committee's benefit.
The group report did look at that. So the Commonwealth, we only regulate, for export of pet food, and also, so that's to meet importing countries' requirements.
Okay.
And then under the Biosecurity Act for imported pet food. So that's looking at diseases to make sure that they're not, that we don't bring any diseases in through pet food. So it's not looking at...
Be dry pet food, wouldn't it? Or do we
Yeah,
wet?
it's processed pet food.
Okay, well, whatever information
pet
you can
chews.
provide the committee, I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ciccone. One final question from Senator McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to Mr. Metcalfe. Given that live exports are very much a regionally based industry, could you tell me, do you have any of your live animal exports regulatory team that are actually based regionally?
Senator, I'll just get the relevant official back here, but I'm certainly well aware that the industry is based across large parts of largely northern and western Australia in regional and rural areas.
So thank you, Senator. So the question was, are any of the staff who work on live animal export regulatory issues based regionally? Was that the question?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
So from a national program perspective, we do have several staff who are located regionally. We have a staff member in Darwin, we have some staff in Brisbane and a couple of other regional places. But the majority of the policy and program staff are in Canberra, and obviously all the regional vets, the live animal export inspectors, are located all around the country.
Yes. Obviously, I'm aware that the vets and the inspectors are based where the exports are going out of. But specifically, the regulatory team, do you have someone based in Darwin and Brisbane? You said.
Yes, so we have a staff member in Darwin, and we have some staff located in Brisbane, and there's a couple of other places that people are located.
And how many staff are in that section altogether?
In the national policy and program area.
So yeah, people who make the regulations.
Okay, located anywhere or specifically located in regional areas?
No. How many are in that area altogether?
Okay, so in the national program here in Canberra, we have around 60 staff, and in the regional area, I understand there's around 25. No? 42.
Yeah. Senator, one of the, I suppose, silver linings of the pandemic has been to demonstrate how we can work virtually and how we just don't need people all in the same place. As a department, we have a very large number of staff based outside of Canberra and a large number of staff based in Canberra. But I think it's something that in the years ahead, we will probably be far more flexible about where we place staff and about where we recruit staff. That doesn't just apply to the live animal exports function, but more broadly in relation to our work. So that is something I am looking at ensuring that as a large department of state, but where our work is primarily focused on regional and rural Australia, we have more staff located outside of Canberra.
Senator, I might also add that...
That's good to hear, Mr Metcalfe.
Oh, sorry.
So sorry, just to clarify, so you've currently got 42 staff in the regulatory team that are based regionally? Was that, is that what was said?
So that they are staff who are located around Australia, but they do a range of export services. So they're inspectors in a range of export services. And then for the policy and program, if you like to call it, distinguish it that way, there's around 60 to 65 staff, some of whom are located in regional areas, but the vast majority are located in Canberra.
Senator, if I may, one of the things that Ms Hutchinson referred to earlier, which has been really important in how we've gone about our reform work, both in relation to live exports but right across the board, is that we've been really emphasising that reforms should be done both with the front end of our business, those that are actually on the ground, engaged directly with industry. So the teams that are working on reform work are drawing in people from our staff that actually work directly on the ground with industry, but also directly with industry itself. So not just through asking people for written submissions, not just working through the industry bodies, but as Ms Hutchinson referred to previously, actually getting out and engaging directly with exporting businesses on the ground. So it's been really important to us not to just have reform or policy work dreamt up in Canberra without the engagement directly with those on the ground, but to do it the other way round. So it's been really important for us to approach it that way.
Thank you, Mr Hazelhurst. That is my concern. You know, if there's a staff there of 60 that are forming policy, and it sounds like pretty much all of the people that are forming the policy are actually based in Canberra, and you know, there's probably not too many boats going out of Canberra, so that is my concern. Is that we get more people out into the regions, and if, as Mr Metcalfe well, that sort of is the intention of where we're moving, then that is something that I would strongly encourage.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator, if I may, you asked me a question earlier and I think I misunderstood. I was thinking of all cattle mortalities, but I think you were asking about specifically reportable mortalities, and I can advise that in the 2020-21 financial year, there were 2 reportable mortalities, one from Darwin and one from Townsville. And so far in the 21-22 financial year, there has been 1 reportable mortality from Darwin.
That's quite encouraging. Thank you for that.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Senator McMahon. That brings us to the end of outcome 4. So thank you very much to all of those departmental officials who've prepared for today. Please go with our thanks. And the Inspector General of Biosecurity, who has been waiting online so patiently, thank you very much. I don't think you've been playing computer games or anything. You've been listening intently. And
thank you, Chair.
So, I'm
Sorry, Inspector.
Fine.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Senator Sterle.
McCarthy. Yeah, I'm just going to say Senator McCarthy's seeking the call.
Thank you. So I now call via video conference the Inspector General for Biosecurity. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Very briefly, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank
just
you.
to update Senator.
You've gone quiet. Oh no, there you are.
Established
Okay. I'm going to suggest you turn your camera off because you're breaking
idea.
up badly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, try again now,
Senator,
please.
is that better?
That is better,
Is
thank
that
you.
better? Sorry, thank you. Inspector General Biosecurity established under the Biosecurity Act. I'm a bit over 2/3 of the way through a 3-year term. All of my reports are published on the IGB website and now are routinely provided to this committee and to some other areas. Just quickly, status, I think there were questions around the confidence testing report around Ruby Princess, etc. We are also in the process of working on a number of other reports. Currently have a report on accountable implementation of recommendations. In the fact-checking and finalisation stage, we have a report on carprobetin with the Department for fact-checking, and we're also working on a review for Australia's #1 plant pest, a disease caused by a bacteria known as Xylella. With that, I'll go to questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Delane. Now, we have questions for you from Senator Keneally. Who else do we have for? I think. Oh, okay. We may just have one. Senator Keneally, I'll just ask you to ask questions for 10 minutes. I'll just check in and see if there's anybody else and then keep you going if there's no one else.
Thank you, Chair, very much. And thank you to the Inspector for being here today. I did want to ask some questions in relation to your report, and thank you for the work that you did with the report. On your report, I think on page 51, you reference an MOU between Agriculture and Australian Border Force that was last updated on March 2017. And you note that it's meant to be updated every 2 years. Were you able to determine why that MOU was not updated in 2019?
Thanks, Senator. A lot of fine detail was really beyond the resource of my team. And it's a report of 198 pages and 42 recommendations already. So this review was initiated after a request from Minister Littleproud, and I agreed to do this review. Its primary, that was back in August 2020, the primary focus of the review was to start with the Ruby Princess and go from the department's point of view beyond where the outstanding report of Brett Walker went, which is there's a lot of documentation of what happened, who was involved, when did it happen. Mine was really to look at could we have confidence in the system more broadly, and so it went to why did things happen, and so I took a root cause approach. I guess as a more general start to answer your question, I state in the report basically that goodwill is not good governance, and so I've made some significant comments about the relationship between the Department of Agriculture, to use that short term, and health. And I mean, there seems to be good evidence that two departments have worked very well together, but in fact a lot of that cooperation was outside an MOU signed by two secretaries of major departments.
I'm sorry, Inspector General, you're breaking up a little bit and there's a few conversations in the room, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, it's just hard to hear you. And I'm just wondering, you said that two departments worked well together, but it was unclear to me which two departments you were referring to. Agriculture and who?
Agriculture and health.
And health.
I think the same, probably applies more broadly. where there is a lot of cooperation, but in fact, effectively, it's outside of the MOU. So I've took the view that if two secretaries were signing an MOU as to how their departments were going to cooperate, then that was sort of a step down from legislation and regulation. It was something that should happen, and generally it wasn't. So I expect the same thing is happening with the other departments. They're both very busy and they forget about the governance. So I'm quite long and strong that with the outstanding efforts of many, many staff and managers in the department, there's a lot of goodwill, a lot of energy, and a lot of work, but in fact, a lot of it happens in the absence of what would be regarded as good governance.
Sure, thank you. And I'm not doubting that staff were working hard, but you're right to say that goodwill is not good governance. And when the Ruby Princess arrived, we had an MOU that was a year old at that point, and it still doesn't seem to have been finalised. Your report also says that in relation to the Agriculture Australian Border Force MOU, that each agency have responsibilities for processing sea travellers and streamlining border operations policies and procedures, and that each agency is to train the other agency's relevant staff to understand their respective functions and controls used to manage risk and facilitate the referral of travellers to the other party. I wanted to ask about this because we know that on the Ruby Princess, we had a circumstance where the ABF officer, according to the Commonwealth submission to the Walker inquiry, the ABF officer was in fact receiving medical reports. It appears the ABF officer gave critique, although that still hasn't been clearly determined as far as I can tell, and that the ABF officer somewhat unfortunately misread those health reports initially, and all of this resulted in some miscommunication to the Department of Agriculture. I'm trying to understand, would it be fair to say that it seems ABF didn't properly understand their role and neither did Agriculture in relation to the arrival, the health checks, and the granting of critique for the Ruby Princess?
Yeah, I'd probably use slightly different words, but I think that's generally fair. The fact that there is lack of clarity and that if you look at other parts of the report, lack of clarity in numerous other situations, even after the Ruby Princess, is an issue in itself. And it's the Border Force officer, of course, couldn't issue critique, but inferred, I think, that critique had been issued, but in fact it had not been issued. There are other inconsistencies around the nation at that time, and the report goes in, spends a lot of time on cargo ships, and there's been lots of issues in dealing with critique there. And the legislative changes that have been proposed will help clarify that, and I think put the department in a much clearer position as to what their role is. I think right through the report are really comments littered about, which go to this sort of catch cry of goodwill is not good governance, and I've made the comment that intra and intra-jurisdictional goodwill and hard work, not good governance, has minimised the number of major Ruby Princess scale incidents that's happened, and all credit to the many people that worked very hard on that. But fundamentally, there need to be a lot of improvement. And Senator, this is really a continuation of a theme that came from my previous report, what I summarised, the operational model report, where I was very candid about the lack of regulatory maturity and inadequate frontline focus, inadequate co-regulation, and in fact an inadequately sustainable funding model. So there is a lot of, I chose to use the really old methodology or term of root cause. And so what's going on here? Fundamentally, I think you can read in my report that I was looking to why did the situation happen in Sydney, and was it a matter for Sydney? Was it a matter for cruise ships? Was it even a matter for shipping? And I guess at the end of the day, my answer to all of those questions is largely no. There's a whole lot of fundamentals about the way the department has been working, which lead to a high probability of those sorts of circumstances happening. Just so I do get it on the record, Senator and Chair, I mean, there has been the most enormous amount of work done by the department in 2020, starting from a very low base in many areas, which my reports have been candid about. But there has been a lot of work. There's been some very important appointments at senior levels. There's been the major new budget initiatives being talked about. And there is a lot of work underway to address issues which have been highlighted in my reports and elsewhere. But this is not a problem that was created overnight, and it won't be solved overnight. It's going to require some concerted effort.
Thank you. That's really quite a helpful answer and provides important context. I was going to ask you, what is your involvement now, either on a statutory basis or if you've been invited in by the department, to be part of the implementation of the recommendations in your report? Do you have a role?
No, I don't. I sort of can't play both sides of the fence in that sense. Yep. I stick very tightly to my statutory role, which is to review. Because of the nature of the issues that I've dealt with, it's you see some, if you like, management guidance in them, but ultimately it's the Director of Biosecurity is also the Secretary and his team to respond, and the Secretary talked about their responses, and he has given positive and comprehensive response to all of my reports so far. The department has some massive implementation challenges, fixing the old challenges, dealing with the new policy initiatives, and without, as my reports have clearly put on the public record, without what you would call a deeply embedded continuous improvement culture and project management approach, which, if you like, anything makes me nervous at the moment. It's the department has got a very large amount on its plate when there is certainly no shortage of biosecurity risks to our nation.
Thank you. That's actually quite interesting observation. One of the questions, and forgive me, I can't recall if your report went to this question of whether or not the department should continue to have a role in human biosecurity, given that it has significant responsibility in terms of animals and other forms of biosecurity. And as we've heard from the department today, they're changing the way that Mars operates and who has access to it, and taking a view that state health authorities should play a larger role in terms of managing human biosecurity and human health issues in particular. It still seems to me it's not clear where the responsibility will ultimately lie for human health and biosecurity.
Well, Senator, I would say that perhaps a similar way that Mr. Hunter referred in his response. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done here. I am not clear where it should lie, given the development of that new technology, the accessibility of state health officers, but someone still has to play the front role. The department is the owner holder for the nation of Mars and those responsibilities. It has the officers which go on to vessels for a range of reasons, including human health. But having said that, right at the moment, the dominant legislation controlling human health in Australia's ports is state emergency management legislation, I think in all jurisdictions. And that, of course, has its own, that's got its own variability, and the way the human health function is organised in different jurisdictions also variable. So, if you like, we're a very long way from a national consistent approach through state delivery. I think there's no doubt some significant improvements can be made. But so far, I haven't seen any documentation of a schematic about how it actually functions particularly well today, and therefore how it might function in the future. But I'd hope the relevant ministers and the secretary councils would be dealing with that.
One more question. It does seem to me in reading your report and listening to your comments today that, and also from evidence I've had in other committees from the head of Australian Border Force, that Australian Border Force really does not have a role under relevant legislation when it comes to human health or biosecurity. They certainly don't seem to believe that they have a responsibility in this regard. They seem to see that as a responsibility of human health officers, either through the Department of Agriculture or New South Wales or state and health territory jurisdictions. Is that a fair understanding of really in this schema how Australian Border Force should operate?
Yeah, that's fair and accurate, Senator. But I think you need people at the front line. Someone has to go onto these vessels. Someone has to see the log, those sorts of things. I mean, I think we've all learnt during COVID. I mean, it's been technology available for a while, but it's been very clearly demonstrated. You can do virtual tours of these ships. So a person can do remote checking through phones or video glasses or a whole range of things. So it would be possible for a human health officer, frankly, anywhere in Australia, to be able to provide expert advice. Now, because of the way jurisdictions and legislation is organised, I guess it's going to be always going to be on a jurisdictional basis. But there will be a biosecurity officer in the main, or a contractor in perhaps some remote places, who can carry out that, if you like, remote function with expert input.
Okay, thank you. I will leave it there, Chair, and I thank the Inspector General for his questions.
Thanks very much, Senator Keneally. Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Chair. I think Senator Keneally has got most of it, but I'd just like to ask a couple of extra questions if I could. And I'm sorry, Mr. Delane, I did have trouble hearing you, so it's quite possible you may have answered it. I just wanted to ask you about the new biosecurity bill before the Parliament. Are you confident that it will go to addressing some of the key concerns you've raised in the report?
Thanks, Senator. Yes, I hope you can hear me. Yes, I am. I did write a note too. I was invited by the committee to provide a submission. I wrote a relatively straightforward letter that advised me that I was pleased that the reforms were being progressed and they did go to address the recommendations that I had made in my report. I think the reforms also go to a range of other matters, but that's outside of my focus, so I've made no comment on those.
Okay, so in your view, does the department have the resources necessary to do its job to ensure Australia has a strong biosecurity system?
Is that an opinion?
I guess a general thing, it's not my job to comment on budget, but the department has a substantial quantity of resources, a lot of people. I think my report in summary said that there are some foundation issues which are major determinants of the efficiency and effectiveness of the department. The team is addressing a lot of the major things in great detail and with great effort, but to turn an organisation around to address the sorts of issues that I've raised, I think consistently in all of my reports is not an overnight fix. So it has the resources, but they've got a lot of work to do before it gets a lot better.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Delane. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McCarthy. Just a quick whip around the grounds to see if anybody else has a question for the Inspector General for Biosecurity. No, that seems to be... thank you very much, Mr. Delane. Please go with the committee's thanks. I'm sorry that you had to wait for so long, but we will look forward to seeing you at Senate estimates next year. I now call...
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you. I now call via video conference representatives of Dairy Australia.
Hello, Senator.
It is absolutely terrific to see you. I'm just checking in that yes, just checking who had questions for you first. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for committee members for the opportunity to update you today. When we presented in May, Victoria was about to enter its 4th lockdown. This time my colleagues in Melbourne are coming out of lockdown number 6. However, they'll both be at home, so can speak to you today without the mask job. I'm chairman of Dairy Australia and a dairy farmer, owner and operator of Donovan's Dairy in the far southeast of SA. And in Melbourne, we have David Nation, who's our managing director, and Charles McAlean, who is general manager for trade and strategy. And we look forward to discussing today the performance of Dairy Australia with you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann. I'm going to go to Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot very much, Chair. And hello, Mr. Mann. Good to see you again. Look, I've got some questions with respect to the Dairy Australia levy increases, in particular the Levy Poll Advisory Committee, which I understand is established under Dairy Australia. Is that correct?
It's established under legislation, not under us. No, it's not correct.
Sorry, I just asked volume. No, that's all right. Now, was it established back in March 2021? Is that correct?
Yeah, it is correct that the chair was selected then, but not by us.
No, that's right. But the committee, so the committee was established then, or did you say the chair?
David, can you have the exact numbers for us, please?
Thanks, Senator Ciccone. It's David Nation here, Managing Director. The committee was the Levy Poll Advisory Committee is an independent committee under the Dairy Legislative Instrument, and it was the committee was put together over 3 stages, starting with the chair in March.
Okay, so the chair was appointed or elected in March?
Appointed.
Okay. So when was the committee established?
I'd have to go back to timings just to reiterate the point made by James. It's not a Dairy Australia committee, Senator.
Okay. Yeah, all right. No, I understand that. So, but if you're able to provide that information on notice, that would be much appreciated. Can you explain, for the committee's benefit, what the process is for appointing the independent chair of that committee?
I'm happy to start answering that question if you like.
Sure.
The independent chair, it is appointed by the chair of Dairy Australia and the chair of Australian Dairy Farmers, as per the instrument that describes the formation of the committee.
Okay, so it's a joint decision between the chair of Dairy Australia and the chair of Australian Dairy Farmers. Was it?
That's correct.
All right, cool. Sorry, just the connection seemed to come in and out, so I just wanted to clarify that for the Hansard. How many individuals were considered for the role of independent chair of the committee?
At least 3. After that, we would have to go back and have a look at exactly how many applied.
Well, if you could, that would be great.
Yep, happy to do that.
Now, with regard to the appointed chair of the committee, Mr. Ron Story, he had previously been engaged, am I not correct, that as an employee or a consultant for another research and development corporation? Are you aware of that, Mr. Mann?
I'm just reading it here. He was chairman of Australian Export Grains Innovation Centre. So I don't know if that's an RDC or not. I'm sorry, Senator. I don't think it is, but I couldn't categorically say that. David or Charlie might be able to help me.
I'm not aware, as I say, I'm not aware of the backstory of the chairman, other than that he fully met the criteria for the role of Levy Pole Advisory Committee because he had no connection to the Australian dairy industry.
So what is the criteria then? Do you not look at someone's CV, or I'm assuming you interview them?
So the criteria, as I understand it, is that sorry, I'll get the right page. The chair must not be an employee, member of the board, or other body having management of Australian Dairy Farmers, Australian Dairy Products Federation, or Dairy Australia.
Is it not the case?
Relevant organisations. They're the relevant organisations that the chair must be independent of.
Okay. And I think it was maybe either yourself or Mr. Mann earlier had said, or possibly said that Mr. Story was also the chair, or currently the chair of the Australian Export Grains Innovation Centre. Is that your understanding?
He is or was.
Okay.
Yep. I'm not certain which one.
Which obviously is a joint collaboration between the Western Australian government and the regional development and the grains industry, RDC. Does it not concern you that maybe could be some perception out there in the industry that the role of the chair being partially funded by an RDC might raise a conflict of interest?
No, I don't see that with Dairy Australia. No, that doesn't concern me.
Now, levy payers were eligible to nominate to be members of the committee, and I think, from what I understand, applications assessed by an independent selection panel, as we know, who ensured an appropriate representation of dairy levy payers. Who was on the selection panel?
The panel consisted of Ron Story, Simone Jolliffe and Nigel Crawley.
And again, what criteria did the panel apply to determine who could be a member of the committee?
David, you'll have to help with that one.
I think it's really important to repeat that this committee, this process was at arm's length to Dairy Australia. We can give you our understanding of the process, but again, this is not providing a record about a process that Dairy Australia undertook.
Okay. Are you aware of how many individuals applied to be members of that committee?
My understanding is that there were 28 nominations for that committee.
And is it not also the case that whilst the committee is meant to be independent, it still includes 2 Dairy Australia directors and 3 farmer directors of Dairy Australia's regional dairy program boards?
So again, the legislative instrument that calls for the creation of a levy pole advisory committee calls for Dairy Australia to provide 2 representatives for that committee. Dairy Australia undertook its obligations under that legislative instrument.
I understand on the 13th of September of this year, Dairy Australia was formally notified by the Levy Pole Advisory Committee of the outcome of its deliberations regarding the options to be put to levy pays in next year's poll. As a result of the process, the committee resolved to present 4 options to levy pays: retention of the status quo, an increase of 15%, an increase of 20% and an increase of 25%. Now, why was the option of a reduced levy not included in the options put to levy payers?
That communication to Dairy Australia is a communication from the Levy Poll Advisory Committee to Dairy Australia. The question you ask is a question of the Levy Poll Advisory Committee that sent that notice to Dairy Australia.
Okay. Now, I understand on the September 28th this year, the Weekly Times had also ran an article that dairy farmers call levy poll choice, but Littleproud says his hands are tied. Now, it was reported in that article that the vast majority of the 40 submissions lodged with the committee expressed dissatisfaction with Dairy Australia and the levy rate, either calling for a reduction or no levy at all. Has Dairy Australia responded to that feedback or made any public comments?
Again, Senator, that is feedback about the role and function of the Levy Poll Advisory Committee, and that would be a most appropriate question to ask of the Levy Poll Advisory Committee. My understanding is that the chair of that committee has directly answered those questions on radio and in media and presented himself to journalists as sought, both before and after that article.
So Dairy Australia's made no public comments with respect to the levy increase?
We've made comments recognising work of Levy Poll Advisory Committee, recognising the options that will now form the Levy Poll in March 2022, and commenced an information campaign on what those options would mean for the future of the levy and the future of Dairy Australia and our capacity to invest for the future of the dairy industry.
And have you got any updates on the future of the dairy industry? I mean, are there any recent publications that that you've put together, any research of late that you want to share with the committee today?
Yes, we last week, Senator, we published our annual report and our performance report. We'd be very happy to table it with this committee. We'll shortly formally table it as is our duty. For wide dissemination to the Parliament. It's been another successful year of investment in innovation, in marketing and in trade, in further development of our sustainability program, and also a successful year in terms of on-farm extension and practice change and ongoing learning and development activities to advance the dairy industry.
Like we all want to. I guess the main thing here really is, does it not concern you? There's a large group of farmers who are clearly dissatisfied with the performance or the increase of levy, and what are you doing to try and work with them to ensure that the industry can be strong going into the future for many generations and many generation of farmers?
Senator, we'll work with everybody across the industry. We always do. We do lots of work. It's relevant to various people at various times, at various stages in their business career. So there's no way that all our work is going to be attractive to everybody every day. It's just not going to work like that. So some people will be unhappy with what we do in some stages, unaware of what we do at some times, but fundamentally we work in the best interest always of levy payers.
I guess my last real question here before I hand back to the chair, I mean, for any farmers might be watching to the proceedings today, I mean, what's the key message from Dairy Australia? What do you say to those who feel like, well, why am I paying these increasing levies and not really seeing value? What do you have to say to those farmers?
Well, I was happy to have the conversation about what we do with whoever wishes to engage with us, Senator, at any time.
And our message, Senator, would be to all those farmers watching that that the levy poll is a really important choice for them, from all the 4 levy options presented to them. And so we will fully inform them about what the difference between those options means for them and their individual business, for the greater good of the industry, and the difference that a collective levy can make to advance the industry. We'll also have a comprehensive program of continuing to communicate who we are, what we do, and what value we create for individual businesses that is ongoing. That is obviously especially important at this time as farmers have to make their decision about the vote for the levy.
And look, just one final question. I know ABARES data shows that our great dairy industry total factor productivity index has fallen from 163 in 2012 to 146 in 2020. Does it concern you that ABARES' reports that dairy industry is less productive than it was back in 2012?
Yes, clearly, Senator, it does concern us. It is that statistic, or a similar statistic, was first reported as part of our preparation for the Australian Dairy Plan. It's become a very big topic of conversation when we think about the whole of the industry and what all relevant organisations need to do to drive productivity, including Dairy Australia. One of our responses, and a shared response with Australian dairy farmers, was to commission a comprehensive analysis of productivity, we published a draft report mid-year, and we involved nearly 300 people in deliberations with that draft report. This is the first time, rather than just looking at the top-line productivity number, we've really tried to dissect what is driving lack of productivity in the industry. In a very short space of time, we will now publish the final report, and that then gives a much deeper level of insight as to where the industry is not, it has not achieved productivity growth and will need to achieve productivity growth going forward. We're very much committed to tackling head-on that statistic you quote today.
All right, and look, thanks very much, David and James, for your time today. I have no further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ciccone, and the Secretary has a comment.
Just possibly could help, Senator Ciccone. You're asking about what is AEGIC, I think. It's certainly not a research and development corporation. It's a joint venture. It's a company, a not-for-profit company established about 10 years ago by Grains Research and Development Corporation, which is an REC, and the West Australian Department of Primary Industries. And so it's a company that is really about helping the Australian grains industry to gather, analyse and share market intelligence that the industry needs to develop. So not an RDC, but a company that is part owned by an RDC.
So this is the Australian Export Grains Innovation Centre?
Australian Export Grains Innovation Centre.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Mr Metcalfe. Thank you again. Please go with the committee's thanks, and we look forward to seeing you at a future estimates. I now call via video conference representatives of the Australian Wool Innovation. There you are. Terrific. Do you wish to make... Hello, Mr Story. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
Look, just a couple of things.
He's got his own little name tag too.
You've lost sound.
Just a couple of things that we could.
Yeah. Could you start again, please?
Turn your camera off, that might work.
Yeah, I think it's Mr. Laurie.
Hey?
I think it's Mr. Laurie who's speaking.
Oh, is it?
Mr. Laurie,
Who's
you
speaking?
tried turning off your camera and then speaking.
No. Any noise? I have camera off. I can't hear anything.
Yes, camera off is better. Have another go now.
Yep. Have you got me?
We've got
No.
you. We've got you.
We
Go
can hear
ahead.
Yeah, very
Yes.
good. I'll speak up nice and loud. Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's the way.
Technology is a great thing in the bush. Just a couple of things I'd like to cover off on, if I could please. First of all, since the last Senate estimates, there's been a couple of changes made in the company. Obviously, one, I've taken over the chair's role from Colette Garnsey, who resigned about 4 or 5 months ago. So that is one significant change. The second change is around the CEO's role, and we have asked Stuart McCulloch to sort of separate the role of the CEO to a certain extent and do focus very much on the management of our overseas network. And that overseas network coming out of COVID is going to be absolutely critical. We've got about 99% of our wool, I think, goes into the northern hemisphere, and about 75% of our spend goes up into that area. It's not clear where we're going coming out of COVID as far as demand goes, as far as marketing opportunity goes, dealing with the product environmental footprint, and also opportunities to develop further markets there and get some more diversity into the marketplace. And so we've asked Stuart to go over there and spend 100% of his time dealing with that and get as much pull-through on wool as he possibly can. First of all, being able to identify real opportunities, identify product development has to be done, and really having a look and making sure that we're managing the PEF stuff and also the opportunities across the developing markets. And then that allows us to bring John Roberts in, who's online. John was Stuart's, working with Stuart under him, to come in then very much focus on the things around domestic issue, and that is in regard to strengthening our relationships, industry relationships, right from the government right through to all the stakeholders within the wool industry. So I've asked John very much to focus on that and drive that very hard. The 2018 review, I hear a bit about the fact that it hasn't been finished. I think the constitutional issues go to the AGM this year, and then whatever levy payers decide on that, shareholders decide on that, will be the outcome, and that'll be finalised. The 2021 review is well in the progress, and we've already made some reasonable changes, reasonable progress in the 2021 review. We'll continue to do that. There's been some pretty substantial changes made in the way we are operating with our stakeholders. Most certainly, we've had 2 webinars so far in the last month or 6 weeks, which have been very much focused on allowing all wool growers the opportunity to ask questions, and pressing everybody to ask questions, and myself and the board. And the second one, we actually put our auditors and our reviewer performers up on a webinar to allow wool growers to engage with them directly and not have to come through AWI. So there are certainly questions asked of those fellas about what they saw of the company, and it was great to actually hear that engagement. It was great to hear the auditors speak well of the process they went through with AWI, and also the reviewer performers be able to sit down and talk about some of the stuff in reviewer performance. So all of that's good. The serious issues probably haven't changed too much from last time. Obviously, the shearing issue is still a real thing with COVID, and I know that the borders are starting to open up, and that's going to be crucial to be able to get people across national borders, but also across the state borders to be able to shift. And we've got some real problems coming out of Western Australia at the moment, and certainly in other sectors of the industry. So that's a real problem for us. We're continuing to invest in anything we can when it comes to the management of flies, and certainly the latest investment around genomic, possibly looking at genomic and starting to identify some of the gene markers, or whatever the correct terminology is there, to help identify susceptible sheep is a big investment, and hopefully a big step forward, along with our fly vaccine, and also a lot of developing a lot of educational programs to help people when it comes to selecting and dealing with some of those things. So all of those things are important, and obviously the market has been fairly strong at this stage, although albeit Chinese are very dominant in the market, which is a very good thing, of course, but the market is strong. It's had a few bounces around, but it's performing fairly well at the moment. So I might just leave it at that, if I could, please, Senators, and happy to answer the questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. I'm going to hand to Senator Sterle.
Thanks, Chair, and please feel free to jump in at any stage. I know you might have questions too. Thanks, Mr. Laurie. and it's good to see you online. It's a shame your predecessor could never find the time to come to Senate Essex, but I know you have, so that's a plus.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Laurie, so Mr. Laurie, you did touch on a few things. You talked about both reviews and you talked about Mr. McCulloch's move, but I want to bring you to the attention of an article from Sheep Central on the 15th of October, written by Terry Sim. Are you aware of that article? It's titled "Former AWI CEO McCulloch Gets New Overseas Job."
I haven't got it in front of me, but I dare say I read it at the time.
Sure. So my questions, Mr. Laurie, are to that article.
Yep.
So the opening line of the article, which Mr. Sims says, and I quote, Australian Wool Innovation Chief Executive Officer Stuart McCulloch has been moved sideways to an international marketing role without proper executive search and interview process for the position, unquote. Is that statement correct, Mr. Laurie?
No, not at all. He's actually been managing, as part of his CEO's role, he's being oversight and managing that area now for a period of time. What we have done through COVID is downsize and remove a lot of the management capacity, and John Rogers could certainly give us a better, clearer idea on the number of people that have gone. So what we needed to do clearly, and it became very obvious and has been very obvious for a while, is that we need to up the ante as we're coming out of COVID, as I say. We want the ability, the intellectual property that Stuart has, his contacts and his ability and already his understanding of the issue to be focused 100% of his time on that, not necessarily about 20% of his time, which he was focusing on it at that stage. And so I asked him whether he would be interested to go and focus on that 100% of the time, with the sole purpose of pulling wool through the system, identifying any issues and problems, identifying product development, which he's already been working in, get far more cohesion and clarity around marketing opportunities, and obviously the legislative risk around the PEF. So it is a job that he's been doing for a considerable period of time, but I've asked him to focus 100% of his time on it rather than about the 20% of his time he was allocating to it before.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Laurie. Now, was that a promotion? Was it a step sideways, or was it a demotion in terms of remuneration for Mr. McCulloch?
Look, I don't know whether it was a promotion. I actually think it's a very important role. I think the separation of the two roles provides opportunities for us to focus on the things that are really important. There's no doubt about that. We've got to strengthen our stakeholder stuff, and that allows that to happen. And we've got to be in a position where we're driving the market. So he doesn't have the title of CEO anymore. He's got a title of a sort of marketing and product development manager. He doesn't have the same package that he had before. He has a reduced package, and that would be as you would expect when you've got him going out into that role.
Okay, I'm just writing down, sorry, marketing and development manager. So is it common practice to employ people within the organisation, move sideways or move around, I should say, without conducting the executive search and interview process, Mr. Laurie?
Yeah, it is. We've moved quite a few people around into different roles, moved them into their skill area and different roles, and that's been done by the CEO on a regular basis. I mean, we can identify people with talent that fit into a specific area. We can get them in there, and we can get them then be able to utilise their skills. So this is not unusual.
Okay, doke. Now, I think you did say in your opening statement that we know he's gone overseas, but has he got a location base yet? I don't think.
We are thinking of London, Senator, because that then allows him to get into the markets that we need. Obviously, our office is overseas, and we want to, all depending how we go, getting in and out of China. We've got the American market, the European market. All of those are going to be absolutely critical. I think it's difficult for us as a company. We want to invest. We want to target the areas that we can invest sort of from a marketing point of view very clearly. So all of the officers out there are going to have ideas about how they want marketing programs, but we want really clear advice to the board as to where the opportunities are as we're coming out of COVID. And we want people with a great understanding of the wool industry to be able to sit down there and really identify product development opportunities, because the way the market, we're not sure how they were going to come out of the market. We don't know whether formal wear is going to take a massive hit or whether, we needed developing new products to go into that. So that's where the expertise is crucial as far as we're concerned.
Mr. Laurie, when do you think the board or the organisation will land on a set time for Mr. McCulloch to take up his role, his new role, wherever that may be based?
He's already started in the role. But he'll be relocating. Obviously, he's got some things to tidy up in Australia. He'll be relocating early next year.
Early next year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Have any costings been prepared for the relocation?
We've been through. Board was prepared to give him his, the equivalent of his net wage. So we've had a look at some of the implications of moving over there, and there's some costings around tax implications and a bit of cost of living stuff, and that's about it. Obviously the relocation, there's, as in the normal process, when we're relocating staff, we give them some assistance in doing that. And that'll obviously, the detail of that'll be worked out as we go. And obviously there's got to be a good understanding of exactly what those costs are going to be from quotes and different things at this stage.
So for the levy payers, your members of AWI, there's not a set costing prepared that could be put to the greater membership to say, this is what we've allocated and this is what it will cost out of the levy funds that are paid by members. So you don't have.
Yeah, we know what the tax implication is, about 25K, and the cost of living difference is about 40K. So we understand those two figures clearly. Any shipping of household goods, if that goes at this stage, we haven't got a quote on that, but there's a normal company practice. They tell me how they calculate that. So they're the.
Right, sorry, Mr. Laurie, you just drop out for the last 10 seconds, but okay, but there's a cost. Yeah, got you back. So there is costings on wages there too. So what I'm trying to say is, when will you have it prepared for the membership to quite rightly be able to say to AWA, what is this costing us, both as a package, all up? There's got to be, I suppose, you said cost of living, rentals and all sorts of whatever that may be, and travel. So when do you think that information will be available to the membership, Mr. Laurie?
Well, the costing for his wages is the same. The figures that I've just quoted you are the tax implications and the cost of living changes. So those will be part of it. And then, so that is a normal, basically he's getting his normal wage. So that's already in the budget.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Laurie. I thought you said it was, I didn't know if it was a demotion or a reduction or something. I misunderstood that early in the piece. I thought that.
His wage?
Yes.
Yes, he's not getting the same package because he doesn't get the short-term incentive that the CEO would get.
Oh.
But he's getting his wage. So there's the wage that he gets paid, and then he gets paid an STI, right. And he doesn't get the STI, which is a reduction of about 10 to 15%.
Okay, all right, no worries. So sorry, when did you say, because you did drop out, when did you say you would have all that info available for all to see?
I think that info would probably be, Stuart's wages would probably be available now. I'm not sure what the normal process is, Jim. I don't know whether there's anything.
Sorry, not just the wages, but all up the cost of
the costs. Yeah, no, that's, I don't think we have any issues. I'm not sure what the normal process is, but yeah, I know we have.
So sorry, when will that be ready, Mr. Story?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be a disclosure item in its own right. Normally, Senator, it would appear in annual accounts.
Okay.
If there was some particular reason why such a thing should be disclosed otherwise, well, I suppose we could look at that, but the ordinary course would just be a normal accounting matter. I would have thought.
No, you can tell me what the ordinary, that's fine. I didn't know how it worked. I did not know how it worked. I didn't know if you reported to, every 3 months to the membership, these are the costs and all that sort of stuff or whatever, and this is the income and this is what's going out. That's why I asked that question.
Yeah, no, That's fine. If it's reported through the audited things, then that's what we'll do, yeah.
All right, so I'll come back to you, Mr. Laurie.
Yep.
Could this role be performed from Australia? I know you touched on the reasons why it might go to London, but...
Could this role be performed by Australia?
Yeah.
So what's previously happened when I first got involved in AWI pre-COVID, the CEO did a lot of travel at that stage, going into those markets and operating in those markets. One of the things that, as I view it, is that he needs to actually be embedded in the market to get a gut feeling about what's happening in those markets. And I know from his experience of the wool industry, he can then provide that information back to us. My view is that it is an opportunity for him to really sharpen the focus of our international offices and can do that operating locally. I don't think that we can be complacent at all in this very competitive market. We need to drive this very, very hard. And so therefore, having him embedded in that market and operating and managing that very clearly firsthand, in my view, is an important part of really progressing this.
All right, thanks, Mr. Laurie. Now, the article states, and I know you did touch on this in your opening statement, but the article states that current Chief Operating Officer John Roberts has been named Acting Chief Executive Officer ahead of a search process to be conducted by the board to identify a permanent CEO. Is that still correct?
There will be a board obviously voted in the AGM in 3 weeks' time, and that board will obviously then put in place a very clear process about how to deal with that. My presumption is that will happen, but I can't speak for the board on that time.
Sure, so that's about 3 weeks away, correct?
Yes, it is, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, is it normal practice for a board to appoint a CEO and for the CEO to make subsequent senior staffing appointments subject to board approval?
Is it normal practice for a board to appoint a CEO?
Yes, and then the CEO to make subsequent senior staffing appointments subject to the board's approval.
That will be the CEO's role, and in this position that Stuart McCulloch has, we wanted to shift somebody into that marketing role. So he's gone over there on a contract, and that obviously will then allow the new CEO to come into the company, to assess what needs to be done, and then to clearly set a very clear direction about where the new CEO wants to go. I think the view of the board was that we couldn't be losing any time with economies opening up around the world, and we needed to really get somebody in there operating now, which is what we're doing. And this will provide the new CEO with an opportunity to clearly come in and put his stamp on the company as he moves forward.
Okay, so have you got a new Chief Marketing and Innovation Officer role?
We have not at this stage, and the CEO will obviously, may not be John, but it'll be in his time as the interim. But if he ended up the CEO, then he would obviously have a look at what he would require underneath that. The understanding is that they're talking 3 to 6 months before you could get a CEO into the role on a permanent basis. And, our worry was that we don't want to go into sort of sitting there for a while and not having things going. So that's why Stuart's moved. John is there. John will have a look at what's happening there. And obviously the new CEO will then, over that period of time, just say he doesn't come on for 6 months. It might take him 6 months to get his head around the business, and then they'll make a decision about what structure they want underneath him, I would presume.
Okay, so Mr. Laurie, is it the case that the AW board did not conduct an executive search, a position advertisement process for the Chief Marketing and Innovation Officer role?
No, they did not, and what we did was move a person that we thought had all of the skills that we wanted over there, and then obviously as there's a new CEO in the role, then they'll obviously determine what structure they want, and they'll be talking to the board about that.
Okay, and my last question in terms of the article from Sheep Central, but you did say that Mr. McCulloch had some short-term incentives. Can you tell us what those short-term incentives are and what they're worth?
Basically, short-term incentive is a performance-based assessment of his work in the previous 12 months. That assessment is done by the board on how he's performed his job, and the short-term assessment was worth anywhere up to 15. I think it was 15% or more, 20% of his package.
So you did. Sorry, Mr. Laurie, you did say 15%, which I did hear, but I'm sorry, I should be more specific. I'm asking for because I don't know what Mr. McCulloch's package was. What does 15% represent? How much does it represent?
In dollars, it's 15%. Could be worth about approximately, say, $50,000 to $60,000.
Okay, and that's each year. That would be a possible. That wasn't me that whistled. Sorry, but what was there? Did hear it anyway. Sorry, did Mr. Laurie? So 50 to 60,000, and that was possible to be achieved year in, year out, if you met the performance-based incentives, the KPIs.
I think it's a possible year in, year out. It was an assessment that was done on an annual basis.
On an annual basis. Yep. Good. Okay. All right. Thanks for that. Now I want to go to general questions, Mr. Laurie. Has the AWU board stuck to the 60% marketing, 40% R&D split?
Have we? Look, we have, in this COVID era, we've tried as hard as we can, and I think there's a bit of a buffer there, sort of either way, plus or minus 4 or 5% they try to stick to. But I must admit, it's becoming increasingly difficult at a time when our marketing has been a bit of an issue, yet we've still got a lot of our R&D projects running. So what we're trying to manage that and keep within that. It's a very, very good guide. It has been a very good guide, and we'll try to stick as close to that as we possibly can. And I don't think there's been a lot of variation, to tell you the truth. I think the company's worked very hard to try and stick to as close to that margin as it possibly can.
Does the AWU audit this?
Does the AWI audit it?
Yes.
The AWI have got they monitor it on a regular basis as to where the spend goes, and they try to, so the 60, 25, 15 split, 15 being off-farm, 25 being on-farm research, they monitor that very closely, and because that's their guiding principle.
Okay. So where is this audited in AWI's accounts?
Exactly where it sits in the AWI accounts, I don't know. Our financial team monitor this on a regular basis. I don't know whether John wants to cut in there, but they monitor that on a regular basis. Where it's actually reported, Jim or John, I just can't tell you that.
And that's all right, Mr. Laurie. I'll flick to the other gentleman anyway, to Mr. Story or Mr. Roberts, if you could tell us. Do you have an answer for me there?
Right now, while you ask, Senator, no, but other staff listening to this and might send me a text with that information. Sorry, I'm not an accountant myself.
Oh, that's all right.
We could just take that under notice just for a little while.
Just for a little while, yes. And if you can come back to us, that would be good. Thanks very much. So can you tell me how much has AWI outlaid to grow groups, which could be in contravention to the statutory funding agreement of 2016 to 2020?
I can't tell you that. We would have to, I think you appreciate the fact you've got a couple of new jackaroos in the box, Senator. We will get the information back to you, but I don't want to mislead you. So it's very hard for me to answer that question without getting that detail. We will get that detail. I'm sure that it's there. John or Jim, neither of you would be privy to that at this stage, I wouldn't think.
You don't know, Mr. Story?
No, but Senator, you mentioned us being ever in breach of our funding agreement from time to time. We're not aware of any such instances.
No.
Well, you can take that on notice. I don't like to do things on notice, but I understand there's been a shift around. Because when we should say, Chair, when did we set the date to answers coming back to questions taken on notice?
10th of December, Senator Sterle.
Thank you. So, Mr. Story, as the Secretary, you've got till the 10th of December to get those back to us, those questions that you take on notice, okay?
Yeah, no, we'll get those back to you, Senator.
Okay, thank you. And while I'm at it, I'd probably ask, and if there is any, how much does it continue, how much has been continued to pay to breeder groups? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any, but
Okay.
I'm honestly not aware of any. But we'll find out for sure. We'll find out for sure and get back to you.
If you could do that for us, that would be good. Now, can you tell us why was a crucial paragraph prohibiting payments to grower representative bodies removed from the SFA when it was renegotiated? And that would be the statutory funding agreement, I assume. It would be, yes. Can you tell us, does anyone
Jim.
know that?
Jim Story.
Senator, when the SFA was renegotiated on the last occasion, it's the department that put it forward. It was a different type of funding agreement on this occasion compared to previous. It was far less prescriptive and more related to particular principles outlined in the funding agreement. And it's intended to be a homogenous agreement amongst the various RDCs going forward. So it's a little bit different.
And Mr. Story, you're just a little hard to hear.
I want to confirm to you again that we're not aware of any breaches of it, and the funding ratios were a guideline, not a requirement. As to payments to breeding bodies, there are no such payments per se. I have a part of the partial knowledge about this. It had come up, as a question in the wool, the peak body, the wool industry consultation panel at one point a couple of years ago. But what it actually was is AWI will attend industry events at some times, and sometimes has to pay to attend at such things in its own right, have its own stand or something like that. But so far as payments to industry bodies goes, we simply do not do that. That doesn't happen.
Okay. No, sorry, Mr. Story.
That's a bit of an odd one.
Okay, excuse me, gentlemen. Senator Davey also has questions for AWI. Not sure how much more you have, Senator Sterle, but I was going to suggest that we go through till 6:30 before we have our dinner break in order to allow both of you to have your questions, and then we could release AWI. But I'm not sure, Senator Sterle. How are you going?
No, I've got quite a few. Yeah, I've got miles to go, but I can finish this line of questioning. I've just got 3 more here, but I just want to, but I couldn't hear Mr. Story too well. But what I was asking about was why was a crucial paragraph prohibiting payments to grower representative bodies removed from the SFA. Mr. Story, you said it was the department that moved on. Is that what you said?
Yes, that's correct, Senator. The nature of the funding agreement is different now. The department had looked to introduce a different form of agreement, which is less prescriptive and more relating back to a principles-based approach. And that is an initiative of theirs which they've been wanting to have with all RDCs, not just us. I think we were one of the first with the new type of agreement.
All right, so I suppose what I wanted to do, Chair, I can't let go of this one. I just want to clarify this. So while Mr. Metcalf's listing then on that evidence, that the paragraph removed from the SFA stated that, and I quote, AWI must not spend the funds on making payments to wool grower industry representative bodies. So Mr. Metcalf, can you tell me why the department would have removed that clause from, or that crucial paragraph from the SFA?
Deputy Secretary, Agriculture Policy Research and Portfolio Strategy Group in the department. As AWI has indicated, there was a change to the format of the funding agreements for all RDCs. So I'm happy to look into that particular paragraph. I don't have a copy with me of all the previous statutory funding agreements and then the latest ones, but I'm happy to take on notice your question around that that particular paragraph and the implications of that. It might be, for example, that it's picked up elsewhere in the new format. I'm just not in a position to comment on that level of detail at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. If you can come back to that, I've just got a couple more. Excuse me. So can you tell us what is the relationship between AWI's levy expenditure on marketing and R&D and to wool prices, grower profitability and overall industry wool production and demand in recent years?
And demand, I'm sorry, Senator, your mic cut out. I think you were trying to put a link to the market and to marketing.
Yes. Sorry, I apologise for the crap technology that I'm provided with in this government-funded office. But anyway, I'll have another go. I'm not starting, Chair. I'm not starting, but geez, I hate this technology. So what I said was, sorry, Mr. Laurie, was could you tell us what is the relationship between AWI's levy expenditure on marketing and R&D and to wool prices, grower profitability and overall industry wool production and demand in recent years?
Look, I think the 60-40 split is excuse me, is basically managed on the monies that are available, which is the levy. So the levy is based on price, and obviously as that comes into the company, that sends a very clear message as to the amount of money that will be available to actually allocate into those areas. If you had wool production at 350 million kilos and $20, your levy income would be completely different and allow you to expend more money compared to about 310 million kilos as we are at the moment, and with an EMI of about 1350, 1360, whatever it is. So it very much determines your income. And so we operate basically on that. When it comes to profitability in the industry, there's certainly EMI being higher is a far greater thing for profitability in the wool industry. But the significant strength in the meat market at the moment has, really added a level of profitability through the industry, right across the industry, and that's been a very good. That's been a very, very good thing for the sheep industry coming out of the drought, that they've actually got real value in their livestock. So that's been a great thing.
All right. Look, thanks for that, Mr. Laurie. Now I'm going to pass it because you're going to turn off my mic or something, Chair, to give someone else a go. But I've got a heck of a lot more, and I'd love to keep going and I can knock off, but I'll wait my turn.
Yeah, all right. I think what we'll do is go to dinner and come back when everybody's freshened up. And AWI, if you'd just wait for us, because Senator Sterle has more questions, Senator Davey has questions, and then we'll be able to release you. So we will be back in an hour, which is, let's make it 7:15 rather than 7:20, just to stay on track a little bit. So 7:15.
That'll be fine, Chair. That'll be
Canberra
fine.
time. Thank you very much for your patience. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, we've still got you online?
Yes, Senator.
Terrific. Thank you for your patience. We're going to hand back to Senator Sterle to finish his questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. Mr. Laurie, I want to go to the AWI's Board Nomination Committee.
Yeah.
So can you tell us what is the Board Nomination Committee?
What is it?
What is it? Yes.
I'm not sure, Mr. Story, whether you should be answering this one.
Yes, I'll try and assist, Senator, if I may. AWI's Board Nomination Committee has existed since, I think it's 2010, when it was set up with agreement between ourselves and the department at the time. That was a bit before my time. It is literally a committee of 5 persons. That composition has been the same the whole way through, comprising 3 people external to AWI and 2 AWI directors. Its function is to a recommendation to shareholders, which is not binding, on persons that it considers are the best persons to be elected in the then current election of directors. In making that determination, they have regard to the considerations that are in the charter for that committee. And again, those have not changed that much over years. They have regard to the current composition of the board, i.e. the persons that are not up for election. They consider the persons that are the candidates. They consider succession issues. And then they come up with persons that, in their opinion, are the best persons to be elected on that occasion. Now, in doing it that way, Senators, it is a different prescription to what some other RDCs in particular would have, whereby persons that might come forward for election are actually dictated by some external body. With AWI, it's a very open election process, as you might be aware, and doing it this way retains that democratic structure such that the power of election really remains with the shareholders at all times. The arrangements for it have been tweaked a little bit over years. In, I think it was the 17 election, and then subsequently.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Story. I'm sorry. I'm really struggling. There's so much background interference. Could you try without your camera on, please? Sorry, it's just terrible.
Sorry, what do I need to do?
Try turning your camera off, please, Mr. Story, so it's just the voice that's coming over the line.
Sorry, my technical capacities are not good, Senator. How do I do that?
Just try leaning closer to the computer. That's it.
You're
well
on.
done. You've got it. Thank you.
I do apologise. I'm not sure what you've heard out of what I've said then, Senator.
Enough, Jim.
I'm trying to give a background to the setup of the Board Nominations Committee.
Thanks, Mr. Story. Sorry, I apologise. It's not your fault. It was terrible, but this is perfect now. So what I did pick up that it was established in 2010. There's 3 people external and 4. I think you said 4 directors. Is that right?
No.
Two.
It's always a majority. There's always been a majority of persons external to AWI.
Okay. So who are the 3 external people?
I'll just comment on that briefly, Senator. It has always been 3 persons separate to AWI.
Yeah.
There was some discussion at an industry level that the then AWI chair had too much influence over this committee because previously...
Too noisy, Jim. You're too noisy. Crack it off. We'll go down this way,
Yeah.
Senator.
What am I doing?
Jim, crack it off. We'll go down this way, Jim. Can you hear me, Senator?
Mr. Laurie, I can hear you perfectly, but the
Righto, so let me try and explain what it is. This year there were 3 externals, 2 board directors.
Yep.
3 externals were a independent chair. My understanding is a search company found the independent chair. Heinrich Struggles, who were the search company, they also sat on the review. The 3rd independent person was an independent person elected by the WICP, to stand as an independent, the 3rd independent person on that VNC.
So, Mr. Laurie, thanks. So who are the names associated there? Who actually are they?
The names of them: Samantha Hogg was the chair. The search company person, Jim, you'll have to give me his name.
Yes, his name was
Simon Cameron. Simon Cameron was the WICP member.
Okay.
And then two directors being James Morgan and Noel Henderson.
Okay, that's great. Now, I can hear Mr. Story trying to tell us who the other person was.
Yep.
His name was Michael Thomas, who's a partner of Heidrick and Struggles Australia.
Michael Thomas and a partner in...
Heidrick and Struggles, they're a major international search firm.
Okay, thank you very much. So how do members of the Board Nomination Committee choose who becomes a director of AWI?
With AWI is entitled to put forward 2 persons to sit on that committee. They cannot obviously be persons who are up for election in that year, and the board simply decides on those persons during the year.
And I understand that, Mr. Story, thank you, but how do they do that? How does the committee choose? All right, we know this, it's not directors that are up, so how do they do it?
The committee has regard to the criteria that are in the board charter. That's a public document. The criteria in the board charter are largely around the best fit that they see of the candidates who have come forward relative to the skills that are on the board anyway. And they also have regard to succession matters.
Right, okay. So can you tell me how does AWI and the Board Nomination Committee work with each other?
The AWI board in itself has no interaction with it at all. The AWI board puts forward 2 persons to sit on it, on the BNC, which, as we've said, is a minority position. There is no discussion during the year and leading up to the BNC delivering its process. There's no discussion at board level about the BNC's work.
Sorry, Mr. Story. Sorry, Chair. I can hear, your conversation with, I think it's Senator Davey next to you. I'm assuming.
I apologise, Senator Stirl. We'll stop speaking immediately.
Either that or speak up so I can hear what you're talking about, please. It's all nice things, Glenn, about you, don't worry.
Yeah. Oh, now it's happy hour. Okay. All right. Sorry, Mr. Story. I picked up a bit of that. So would you say that the Board Nomination Committee is independent from AWI?
Categorically.
Categorically. Just sorry, for my benefit, does that mean definitely or sort of or maybe?
It means definitely, Senator. We take deliberate steps for that to be the case.
Thank you kindly. So once again, how is it the case? How is that the case if 2 AWI board directors are on the BNC?
Because they are a minority membership on that committee, and the 3 persons who are external persons are deliberately selected, as we've outlined, and they are quite separate, and they have a majority position, on that committee. Furthermore, during the year of an election year, there is no discussion of BNC matters at AWI board level.
No, okay. But if it's a body that determines who's going to be on the board, would it not be the case? And I'm happy for Mr. Laurie or anyone else to jump in. But okay, they're independent. Absolutely, they are. What would you say? Categorically, they're independent. But how could it be that the 3 independent people would have no idea who's who in the zoo? Is this correct? They just look at the ticks in the boxes or the KPIs or whatever it may be. But it would be the case that the board directors of AWI who are on that committee, they would know who other people are who are running, wouldn't they?
Well, a little bit. Don't forget that one of the independents is an industry nominated person. So that person has in-depth knowledge of the industry for starters. Apart from that, the specification is for one of the independent members to be an international search firm member. And in this case, that's Heidrick and Struggles, who are a major international search firm, and their partner brings specific skills to the deliberations of that committee. The independent chair, that is very important that that person have no connection with industry at all, but as part of the qualifications for selecting them through a executive search process, one of the criteria for them was to have some experience with proceedings of this type, selection committee style matters, I suppose.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Story, does AWI fund the BNC?
Yes, it does.
And could you tell us what that amount is?
It differs. The chairman has a contract with AWI.
All right. So how much is the chairman on?
Are these not commercial in confidence matters?
Well, no, well, hang on. It's levy payers' money. So, all right, let's put it this way. How do levy pay? Oh, hang on. There's government money in there as well, taxpayers as well. So this is a Senate committee. This is not private enterprise. So sorry, Mr. Story, unless the chair overrides me with a ruling from the clerk, how is that in confidence when there's taxpayers' dollars and levy payers' dollars in there?
I'll stand corrected, Senator. I've said what I've said. It seems odd.
Well, no, Mr. Story, Mr. Story, it's not good enough.
Are you saying something to me?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Story. I'm saying it is not good enough unless I'm overridden by the clerk and the Senate processes. You cannot hide behind confidentiality. There is taxpayers' dollars in there. There are also levy payers. So can levy payers come to you and find out how much the chairman is paid out of AWI funds?
There are accounting rules, one supposes.
Okay.
Look, I am not deliberately trying to obstruct you, Senator, far from it. It just seems odd to me, that's all. However, in answer to your question, the chairman had a contract to the value of $20,000 of her work.
Okay, thank you. Now, what other funding goes to BNC costs from AWI? There's 20 for the chair.
The costs of the search firm, which agreed as a total because they did various jobs in this. They also did the search for the chair and also for their work in relation to their work on the BNC itself. In broad total, approximately $60,000.
Right, thank you. That's 60,000.
That's not quite it, Senator. Then the independent member of the BNC, the person put forward by industry, is also entitled to receive fees for their time.
Yep.
I anticipate that'll be in the region of $10,000 in his case.
Okay, so is that for last financial year, Mr.
No, that'll be for this BNC proceedings. It's only every second year, Senator, that the BNC meets.
And every second year. And that's a fixed cost, or does that get adjusted each?
No, they would be by negotiation on each occasion.
All right. Well, what I'd probably ask then, so when was the last election? Year before last?
2019.
Okay, so that's the figures for 2019. Sorry, so this is the figures for this year.
21. Yeah.
Yeah, 21. Sorry. Thanks, Mr. Laurie. If you could provide us with the figures for 2019 too, just to see what that variance may possibly be, Mr. Story, that would be appreciated. Do you have that close by hand?
Not at hand, but if I may just report on that briefly, Senator, because it's different compared to now.
Mm-hmm.
At that time, the chair of the committee was a department nominated person.
Mm-hmm.
And so there were no fees paid to department for that. But the department's intention, which I'd always flagged, had been to move on and to have someone else come into that role.
Yeah.
And so it was agreed that we do that, and I find someone by executive search, which is what occurred. The fees in 19 for Heidrick and Struggles, I'll find those, but they'll be broadly similar to this time. And the fees payable to the independent member put forward by industry, that they'll be broadly similar as well. But we'll take it under notice what the totals are, if I may.
Thank you, Mr. Story. Now, are people who aren't successful in being chosen as directors by the Board Nomination Committee able to seek information as to why they weren't chosen?
Not necessarily. If I may just comment on this for a minute, Senator. In a normal employment scenario, if I can put it that way, it would be typical for a search company, usually, to give feedback to persons about why they weren't successful.
Yep.
But the BNCs are a different beast. They're not applying for a employment job per se. And what the BNC is doing is not appointing them or any such thing. The BNC's job is simply to give a non-binding recommendation to shareholders on persons that they think would be the best ones in all the circumstances and having regard to the matters in the Charter, would be the best ones to be elected on that occasion. That's all.
So, Mr.
Now,
Story...
the persons to go back behind that is a quite different animal to an employment situation, and the BNC's job is concluded once they deliver their report.
So, Mr. Story, can a grower, a levy payer, sorry, I should say, not a grower, a levy payer run for a position as a director without being nominated by the board? The Board Nomination Committee? They can?
Certainly. There are a number of avenues for persons to get to the start line to be elected. It is a very open process.
Okay, so you've answered that. You've said that no, if they're not successful, they don't get a reason why.
Well, the BNC considers that their duties are finished once they've given their report, Senator.
All right, I hear what you're saying. Thank you. Are details of the membership of the Board Nomination Committee publicly available? They are now, you've just said it, but...
Yes, it's all in their report, Senator, which is a public document.
Okay, great. So can AWI understand how the BNC might look like a virtual political arm of the current board, ensuring that the status quo is re-elected? Could you understand how this may look to many? And
I would argue not, Senator.
Sorry?
For the reasons, partly for the reasons that I've outlined, there's a philosophical effort here of having an open election system and not have some external body who have no fiduciary duties to act in best interests, imposing candidates for shareholders to vote on. So if you've got an open and democratic system, then having a BNC or some other body that restricts that, we think that's not a good system. But so far as the BNC itself having being somehow beholden to AWI, well, I've outlined to you that it is a majority of independent members on it. It really is quite in order, Senator, for AWI to have representation on it. AWI directors
I hear
have a lot of knowledge.
That's right, Jim, that's right.
Yep.
So, this becomes a bit of a philosophical argument that people can argue. And one thing AWI will do is, after this election cycle, have another look at the BNC and the way it works. And if people have feedback that it could be improved again, then no doubt the board will look at it. But if anyone were to suggest to you that the work of this committee has been anything other than diligent and independent, then we would bridle about that, Senator, to be frank.
So, Mr. Story, so I understand that the BNC has selected 2 existing directors and a new person, a Miss Hack, as their preferred candidates. Is that correct?
They actually put forward 4.
Oh, okay. I missed one, sorry.
Creates an issue in itself because there's only going to be near certain to be 3 petitions available. But that's what they decided. That's their call. They did not rate the candidates. They just said these 4. So it's a matter for shareholders if they want to take note of the committee's recommendations to go from there.
So there's 4 running for 3 positions. Is that correct?
Correct. That's almost certainly going to be the case.
Okay. So are you able to tell us how they were selected? Did they just both? Did Miss Hack and I shouldn't just single out Miss Hack. I'm sorry, I didn't know there was another one. Let's just say the 2. Apart from the 2 existing ones, there's 2 other ones. How did they get in front of the board? Do they put in nominations or something? Do they?
They submitted CVs. They undertook probity checks. Then they were interviewed by the BNC, and then the BNC just made their call.
Okay. Now, were there any other candidates that that nominated as well that didn't make the cut?
Well,
There was 7.
none made it to the start line, apart from the 7.
7?
So, no, that was 7 that they were dealing with about that.
Okay, sorry. So there was 7 that didn't make it to the start line.
7 that did, Senator.
7 that did.
7 got interviews. 7 got interviews.
Oh, sorry. Okay, 7 got interviews. All right. Thank you for that. Now, does the BNC ensure that all the chair proxies are given to the 3 BNC recommended directors? So BNC ensures they vote.
That's a different issue, Senator.
No, I'll go there, Jim. I'll go there.
Very well.
In order to give clarity to where the proxies, any proxies going to the chairman were to go to, it was clearly stated by the previous chairman that the proxies at the AGM would be going to the BNC recommendations, so that there could be no ambiguity there at all. Everybody knew exactly where those proxies were going.
Right. Okay. And they can't leak out. That's where they go. The chairman himself doesn't hold it like previously.
They'll be going to the 3 that the board have nominated. They're going to, so they've been completely open about that.
Right. That's good. That's good. Okay. So just on the processes too, is it true that Mr. Littleproud has put AWI on notice to, and I'll use this wording and you can, don't take offence, give me the correct wording if I've got it wrong, but to clean up the act before Christmas? Is that true?
No, to clean up the act about what? AWI?
Yes.
Yeah, no, look, I think the Minister's expectations is that the company, as he said at a roundtable not long ago, he expects AWI and other RDCs to get very focused on what they're doing to make sure that they're getting their stakeholder engagement right. AWI, I think in his terms, have been a polarising organisation, and he expects it to change. And so, yes, that's exactly right, and it's exactly what we intend on doing.
So thanks, Mr. Laurie. So can I ask then, why didn't AWI ask the executive search company on the BNC for advice on how to get the best person for the Chief Marketing and Innovation Officer role and give transparency to shareholders that it wasn't a job for the boys? In other words, so it wasn't one rule for the BNC and another for the board.
Yeah, no, the Chief Marketing Officer, we had a bloke already doing the job in as part of his CEO's role. And all we've done is move him into that role 100% of the time because of his knowledge of the industry from top to bottom.
So then can I ask the cost that AWI provide to BNC, are they listed in the annual report?
Sorry, that you just dropped out the cost of the BNC in the annual report.
No, the cost that AWI incur or provide to the BNC, I should say. What Mr. Story provided that info.
The BNC, yes.
Yes. Is that listed in the annual report?
I cannot tell you that. Jim or John, do you know the answer to that?
Well, sort of. The current annual report, Senator, is for the year ended 30 June. So he did have limited costs of the BNC up to that point. And previous to that, as I've mentioned, the BNC only meets in a director election year, which is only every second year. So prior to this, it would have been in 2019.
So I'm not sure, Senator, whether it is included in that financial report of that second year or not, but we'll find out for you.
Yes, because that's what I need to know. And understand, Mr. Story, what you're saying, but it's still a cost. So,
yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Laurie, you've taken hold of that. And as the Chair had said, I think we said, is it 8th of December? No, not 8th of December, sorry, Chair, 8th of November answers to questions on notice. Was that what?
Yeah, no, we'll get all that back. We'll get all that back to you.
Good, very much. Now, I want to turn my questioning to Woolcue.
Yeah.
So can you tell us, and I don't know, Mr. Laurie, is this to you or Mr. Story, but I'll be on it anyway. What is the taxpayer contribution to the $6.4 million Woolcue expenditure?
I think in some of the documents there's a breakdown as to where some of the government was involved in co-funding, and there are other areas there that it was just itself. John, you've probably got that detail there, have you?
Yes, I'm just having a look, Senator. Where matching funds were requested, applied for. You just bear with me a moment.
Yeah, no worries, Mr. Roberts. We've got time.
I think we did provide this once earlier from a questioning post the last session, but
I apologise if you did, but don't recall asking it.
I can see here, Senator, with the Woolcue platform building costs of 2.24 million, there was no funds claimed. There were funds claimed on the wool selling system review, which was the research and development class. That was a value of 890,000. Project costs in the development, there was a portion claimed there. That was a total of $3 million in development. There was a portion of that claimed, but that only went for a certain period until after the initial implementation. So there's two segments there: the wool selling system review of 890,000, where matching funds were claimed, and the Woolcue project costs. There's a portion of that $3 million. I don't have the answer, but I think it's in the vicinity of 1 to 1.2 million was claimed for the development costs.
1 to 1.2, did you say?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
It's of the 6.4 million expenditure.
No.
Sorry, Mr. Roberts. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Roberts. It's so of the 6.4 million Woolcue expenditure, the taxpayer contribution was how much? You've given me three figures there.
Yeah, it'll be 890 plus the contribution was 1.2 million from the government, from the taxpayer.
So yeah, all right. So 2 million of the 6.4, roughly.
1.2 million of the 6.4.
Oh, 1.2. I'm sorry. Okay.
That's right.
I thought it was 890 plus 1.2.
No, sorry, I got mixed up there too. My apologies, Senator.
All right. And you are breaking up a bit too, so no worries. We'll get there.
I can turn my video off too, perhaps.
Try it. That's all right. Well, let's see now. Look, I've got to go to, I want to go to, and it's still with Woolcue, recommendation 1.14.2 of the 2018 ROP, and that's on page 102. Gentlemen, do you have that handy?
No, of the 2000 and which ROP, sorry?
2018, Mr. Laurie.
18. Yes,
Yeah.
no, sorry, I don't have it in front of me now.
All right, but I'll read it and,
Yep,
and
yep.
please jump in at the end and tell me
Yep.
how we're going, all right? So I'm going to quote it here, and it says, there has been stakeholder concerns relating to investments being made in areas where there is no market failure, e.g. Woolcue. Clause 26.2 from the SFA, refers to AWI being able to apply levy funds to other activities related to the industry. This is defined as activities of AWI other than marketing activities and research and development activities that are supported by levy payers and shareholders that relate to a function for which there is market failure. So recommendation 1.14.2 recommended that AWI, and I quote, provide greater levels of evidence and transparency that investments are being pursued in pre-competitive areas, for example, where investment would not have occurred by manufacturers. This should be included in both annual reports and relevant communication to industry stakeholders, such as through the renewed ICC. This should be implemented by the 31st of January 2019, end of quote. Now, this recommendation that I just mentioned is listed on the AWI ROP portal as implemented, yet AWI has persisted with Woolcue despite the lack of market failure in electronic selling, e-speccy and market reporting that are all supplied by local companies or service providers. So my question, I'm sorry about the long preamble, my question then through you, Mr. Laurie, is how can AWI say they have implemented this recommendation, but yet not be prepared to provide greater levels of evidence and transparency by releasing the Port Jackson Partners report into Woolcue?
Well, the Port Jackson Partners report is there for private briefing to be had. We're certainly happy at this stage. We've spoken to Port Jackson Partners again today about releasing it, and they're still saying that they don't want to release it. So I'm not sure where we're up. I think let's just have that briefing and get that over and done with, Senator, and we're happy to go down that path.
Can we just confirm that that is the case, Mr. Laurie, because the committee has been waiting on agreement to finalise that briefing after the aborted one that we had a little while ago.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. My understanding was that the Secretary was going to get back and work out a time. So we're waiting to do the.
We'll prioritise finding a date then. Thank you.
Yeah, no, happy to do that. To the evidence of market failure, I think the Wool Systems Review thing John can explain, he can talk to. To the Woolcue, there's also a major component of Woolcue that people don't want to talk about. It's the traceability component that's certainly being very much developed at the moment. And in a market where everybody wants traceability and understand the provenance of their product and everything, Woolcue's also developed a significant arm there, and now there's quite a bit of work going on around that traceability in the industry at the moment, and John can explain the discussions he's had with people in regard to that part of it, and so we're happy to cover off on all those things you've spoken around, but John has been dealing with this, and I think it'd be better for him to answer that question for you.
Mr. Laurie, we will go across to Mr. Roberts, but I must, and I know, and I'm sorry about the markup where we hadn't got back together because some
it's all right.
Were quite taken aback with the thought that levy money could be used by an external enterprise, and then they just say, you can all go to heck, we're not going to tell you what was in it. But anyway, we'll get to that later. But I mustn't forget, Mr. Laurie, that the basis of my question was that, and I'm very keen to hear Mr. Roberts, that that AWI have said that recommendation 1.14.2 was implemented when clearly, and we can blame Port Jackson Partners or whatever, I don't know how you want to do this, there isn't transparency.
No, happy to be as transparent as we possibly can be. I don't have an issue. Let's get the review done on the Port Jackson papers, so that'll tick off on that one. John can go through the systems review stuff. Look, obviously, I'd need to go through and have a look. It's been, I'd have to go back through and have a look at the process why that was ticked off. It's a bit hard for me to answer that without understanding exactly why that was ticked off, but I'll find that out for you and we'll get back to you, Senator.
Okay, that's Mr. Laurie. There's no more to be said on that. I've made my point clear, and I appreciate you will come back to us. And I'm not being challenged on the point that it's not complete transparency. And as I said, blame Port Jackson Apartments, whatever, but we will get to the bottom of it. So, Mr. Roberts, did you wish to help me out with my lengthy preamble that led to the question about this?
Yeah, I'll certainly try, Senator. In terms of not addressing market failure, when the wool selling system review was commissioned in 2014, the panel that was in place never actually referred to market failure. They referred to creating greater transparency, creating greater efficiencies and greater competitive tension. And they looked at a number of matters there. They never specifically mentioned market failure, but they did acknowledge that there were a number of commercial opportunities that could be leveraged by the eventual finding of developing a wool exchange portal, which is now WoolQ. My understanding is that when we developed the platform, it was well within our constitution, if in section 2 of objects of our constitution, where we were certainly, and I'd have to go back to the constitution and provide you with that, but we were certainly well within our constitution to develop this platform and leverage opportunities for wool growers.
Sorry, Mr. Roberts. So, okay. So have you finished, Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, because there's so much interference and noise at the back, you know, so, okay. I did struggle to hear a lot of that, but we've got the hand started, so hopefully it's only my end, but anyway. Now, I want to just move on to Director Independence reports, if I could, please. I'll put my questions to you, Mr. Laurie, and you can direct me where it needs to go. So I believe the 2018 ROP requested AWI to be more transparent with publishing or making available reports on directors' independence. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. So are you able to tell me, or someone tell me, why did Ms. Garnsey not release the full report into direct independence when the 2018 ROP had found that 2 directors, one being Mr. Wal Merriman, who's no stranger to this committee, and Mr. David Webster, had questionable, I'm quoting this, questionable independence based on number and materiality of registered interest and length of tenure, end of quote. Despite this ROP assessment, Mr. Merriman was allowed to restamp for election in 2019, and Mr. Webster, who was elected in November 2008, has been allowed to stay on the board and now will be allowed to exceed the ROP's recommendation for 10-year terms, despite the resolution being put to shareholders at the 2021 AGM.
I've got no idea who's talking there, Senator.
Me either.
No.
Can someone help me out who was talking there? Did you accidentally leave a mic on, or just hard?
Just some interference, I think, Senator Stirl. Please, do you need a question and answer repeated?
No, so can I give you, I think I know where you're at, Senator. The independence, the assessment of independence of directors is a process that goes through. We get an independent person coming to the board, and then they go through and work with the board. And one of the questions that they do ask each individual board member is whether they still believe all the directors are independent after a time frame or not, or whether they're not independent. They collate all the information, they ask a lot of questions, they interview us, talk to us all in regard to that, and then they collate that information and make a judgment based on that information. Now, where that is published, I was of the presumption, Jim's story, that was published in the financial report. Is that right or not?
We state in every annual report our view of the independence of directors. In assessing the independence of directors, AWI goes to the ASX corporate governance principles. They're the gold standard for corporate governance requirements, really, and apply the tests in the ASX corporate governance principles to determine independence or not. Our determination has been that all directors meet the tests of independence that are outlaid there. Now, the ASX principles have some guidance in relation to directors who may have more than 10 years of service. Specifically in that situation, the guidance in the ASX corporate governance principles is that each such director must be tested annually for whether or not they may have become, for example, too close to management. That testing is part of what is done in the annual board review, and the annual board reviews are always conducted with the assistance of an external governance party, Senator.
All right, well, Mr. Story, okay, well, that's the first half of the question. Can I go to the second half, where I'm led to believe that the resolution was put at the shareholders' 2021 AGM that no one could exceed 10-year terms.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but if I'm wrong...
No, it's going this year, yeah.
And it's going this year, Mr. Laurie. Does that mean that
Yes.
Mr. Webster can still nominate and run even though he's exceeded 10 years?
No, so if it gets, if the shareholders support that 10-year resolution, then it'll come into play at the next election, and he won't be able to stand. If it isn't supported, and the status quo remains, then potentially there's nothing stopping him in the Constitution from standing. Yes.
Oh, okay. So it hasn't gone to the AGM yet.
It goes this year, 3 weeks' time.
Oh, well, my apologies. I'm sorry. I thought it has already come and gone. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's 3 weeks.
All right. Now, Mr. Laurie, thank you very much for your help. I just got one. Actually, if Chair, I would just ask if Senator Ciccone is near you. Is he near you?
He is near me, yes. Would you like me to throw something at him? No,
Yeah,
sorry.
what I might do is, I'm sorry, I've just got to do something. I'll just, yeah. Throw a kiss at him. Do something that's just lovely to be in the room together, and there's no COVID. Can I pass on to my friend and my colleague Senator Ciccone, and can I just thank Mr. Laurie, Mr. Story, Mr. Roberts, and I look forward to those questions taken on those, the answers coming back. And I'll give Senator Ciccone a go there, please, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Senator Davey has some questions on the same matter. Are you happy that she continues, and then if Senator Ciccone still has anything left, he can mop up?
I'll leave it to the leaders in the room. Thanks very much. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Senator Sterle. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Some of them are the same topics as covered by Senator Sterle, but just I need some clarification or a little bit of more understanding. First of all, I want to go back to Mr. McCulloch's new international role. So that is a completely new role. He's not replacing a former staffer. So we've now got Mr. McCulloch being marketing and product development, which will be based overseas. We've got the CFO. We've also currently got a vacancy for Chief Marketing and Innovation Officer. Is that correct?
No, he will fill the role of the Chief Marketing and Innovation Officer, and he actually in that role will be, I think John can answer the numbers better, but we've depowered our offices and the management of our offices overseas through COVID. And so this role is basically sitting in there and covering off on all of those roles that we haven't. It's about repowering where we've depowered it over the COVID period.
So my understanding is previously there have been long-standing consultants based in
UK and the EU.
Yeah.
So would I be correct in interpreting what you've just said as those consultants may no longer be engaged and Mr McCulloch will be a full-time representative of AWI based internationally?
He'll be over there. The consultants have been there for. What I was saying before is when a new, am I still there?
Yes,
yep.
keep going.
When a new CEO comes into the role, they'll obviously put their stamp on what structure they want. But at the moment, it's critical that we actually have somebody in there who can drive this. We didn't have the managers in the offices that we had before. We certainly have someone trying. We needed to do that, and they'll obviously have a look at all of the roles that are being performed by AWI in those overseas markets.
Right. I guess what I'm just trying to understand, because you sort of covered off that while, yes, Mr McCulloch will not have the same packages he's got as a CEO, just the components that you ascribe to tax and cost of living is fairly significant. But then if you've still got the consultants internationally, you might have restructured. I'm just trying to establish whether your salary budget across the executive is going to go up or down or remain the same.
It's certainly not going up at this stage. There's been no new people put into any role. We've shifted people around into roles to focus more on the issues that are there, so it won't be going up at this stage. But that will be at the role of the new CEO. Will obviously put a structure in place if they want to, and they will have a look at. I would presume all of the roles across the senior executive to see whether they fit into where they want to go.
Now, with Mr McCulloch being internationally based, we know and we've heard a lot, particularly in the last couple of weeks, about the way the EU is moving in the new net zero marketing paradigm. We know that there's been talk about Europe putting on carbon tariffs. Europe are also looking at product environmental footprint labels. My understanding is the current algorithms being proposed could be detrimental to wool. Will Mr McCulloch's job be trying to advocate for changes to those European market initiatives that may actually harm Australia's wool trade?
Yes, there's no doubt. Part of his role, as I said to begin with, is dealing with the threats to the industry. The PEF, the product environmental footprint labelling in Europe, Parliament is most definitely one of those. And the concern is that whether there'll be a flow-on effect through other parliaments. So part of his role is to make sure that we have a very, very good strategy to try and nip it in the bud in the European Parliament and make sure that we can identify any potential risk in any of legislation in any other parliament that is going to create a problem for our natural fibres, and especially in this very space. But part of his role is very much to do that.
And can I just ask, how much support has AWI had, particularly on these sort of market impediments and the PEF labels, which I understand could be devastating, from the department? I probably should have asked the department earlier, but Mr Metcalfe is still at the table. So from both of you, whether you're working together to address these concerns.
Andrew, I've raised this issue has been raised with the department on a regular basis. I think they're very mindful of what's going on over there. Obviously, any avenue that they have, we've been able to tap in through the normal things. The minister is aware. We've raised the issue with the minister. As you know, Senator, I think we've raised the issue with you too. So we've been highlighting it everywhere we can in the political environment, and certainly through the department. and I think you'll find that everybody understands the risk clearly and everybody's playing their part. But Mr. Metcalfe might be able to add some more to that.
Thanks, Job. Senator, really nothing more. It's certainly an issue that we're aware of. We receive regular reporting from our colleagues in key posts overseas, and ensuring that that ultimately there is a fair treatment and a proper understanding of the extraordinary attributes of Australian products, and the very strong commitment that our farmers have to sustainable farming practices is something that we promote whenever we can, and including through international forums. So,
how long has the PEF concept been discussed, and how when were we first made aware that this is actually a risk to our sustainable, renewable, biodegradable wool products, compared to, how the PEF will be applied to synthetic materials, for example?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator, as to when the department became aware of it. Mr. Laurie might be aware more specifically around the wool industry.
Yeah, look, I think the PEF goes not just fibre industry, of course, it goes across a lot of products. So the issue, I think, with AWI has been, look, I'd only be guessing here, and I'd say 12 to 18 months when it originally came to our attention. It was also a bit odd. One of the reasons it was a bit odd was that you had the circular, we're talking about a circular economy, which wool fits into absolutely brilliantly. There's biodegradability and sustainability just going round and round. So I don't think anybody saw a risk of that. That's one piece of legislation I think that's going through. And then all of a sudden the PEF came out, and the determination of its environmental footprint, all depending on when the assessment was done and what was included, didn't actually match up with the circular economy. So that's where it became a real issue for us quite clearly, that the determination of that was the problem. It appeared in the circular economy, it appeared to fit in there beautifully, which meant that we weren't having to use it in landfill, and we had the microplastics and all of that wasn't a problem, absolutely fitted in there beautifully. But then we turned around and the assessment, the timing of the assessment of what actually has been assessed didn't match. So that's when we realised that it was a bigger issue. But somewhere around that sort of 12 to 18 months ago, it became obvious that there was a major problem there.
Thank you. It has been put to me that people were trying to raise red flags a lot earlier than that, but I'll take your word for it, Ms. Laurie. I also want to ask about WoolQ. Specifically, I hear you, and I've read some of your briefing papers, that there is more to WoolQ than just the marketing platform. I'm looking at some of the figures where I've seen that there's been 2,677 bales listed for sale across 10 sales outside the open cry system, but that's a very small percentage of all bales sold in Australia last year, and it's incredibly short of your target, which was 2% of sales. So on the market side of WoolQ, would you accept that it's not really being taken up to the extent that you had originally imagined?
I'm happy to answer that one if you like, John. It's John Roberts here. It's disappointing, Senator, particularly when we did the first development process. So we had the Wool Exchange Portal Working Group. There seemed to be very enthusiastic support for the platform more broadly, particularly in the areas of traceability, but also in selling. So we set those targets based on some of the support we were seeing, and yes, so it has been a disappointment, certainly.
Now, my understanding, and notwithstanding, there's still going to be a private briefing on the Port Jackson report, we hope. But that was looking into commercialising WoolQ. when we're talking of commercialising, are we talking about just commercialising the market aspect of it, or the entire Wool Q product, which includes the e-Specie, the Ready Reckoner, the My Wool Q?
Well, the commercialisation discussions that we're having at the moment with various parties revolve around the Wool Q market, which is the selling component. The remaining component, which is the various grower tools, the e-Specie, and the traceability capabilities that we're looking to develop, we would like to work with industry to make that technology available. We've been working on a traceability forum that's been organised by Wool Producers Australia, which has been a very, very good format. And we've been able to work with the entire industry about the need for traceability to do two things. One, to address exotic animal disease outbreak, and two, to leverage the commercial opportunity that exists for wool growers in terms of traceability. So it's become very clear that we want a national traceability scheme, and we think that Wool Q can play a key role in that. So we would look to make that available to the broader industry, the traceability component, because that's a tool that's been built for wool growers, and we would look to commercialise the selling component, if that answers your question.
So when we talk about the investment of $6.4 million, when and if you commercialise, because you'll only be commercialising one segment of it, what sort of return on investment are you looking at? Will there be a return on investment, or will it be will it recover costs?
Longer term, we believe it will recover costs. To draw a direct line between cost recovery with the traceability element, we would not be able to do that. And I think this is the trap we've fallen into. We allowed the success of Wool Q to be measured by sales volumes, whereas, as you're well aware, that's a small part of it. This tool was built to future-proof the industry and take head-on this big opportunity that now exists in terms of traceability.
So it's been put to me by stakeholders that the market side of it, of the Wool Q, was unnecessary because there were already products existing that were covering that aspect. So potentially it would have been a better investment to just focus on the traceability side and working with other industry players such as, Cotton Australia, that already has a fibre traceability product, and getting that right rather than trying to establish something that was competing with existing commercial products.
Yeah. Well, look, I think that you're possibly right. When the Wool Exchange Portal Working Group, which was an arm's length working group, built the concept, there was debate about whether it would have the selling capabilities. Initially, the thought was that we would actually engage with existing market players in the online wool selling arena. They were approached. There wasn't an appetite to work with Wool Q, and the Wool Exchange Portal Working Group decided that they wanted to they did need the capability to sell. That, again, wasn't a major part. Pre-COVID, we realised that we weren't getting a great deal of traction. We had a very strong wool market. Wool was being sold efficiently by the traditional auction system. So it was agreed that we would focus more on the traceability components and working with industry. When the COVID struck, the Minister encouraged all agricultural commodities to embrace online selling platforms wherever they possibly could, to defend ourselves against the possibility of not being able to hold open cry auctions. We did take Wool Q market off the shelf. We made it available to industry at no cost, and we did hold a number of auctions. But it's clear, and I think you've made a good point, Senator, the focus really needs to be on the traceability component and working with the broader industry, which we are looking to do with AIA, with AgriFutures, and of course other RDC.
And just finally, I just want to understand how WoolQ, you've got the WoolQ speci side, which allows you to identify the specifications of the fleece. And then you've been working with Everledger on a fibre identification and tracing program. Do those products interlink, or are they separate? Is this two sort of investments in separate issues, or I'm sort of trying to struggle why you'd need I would think that looking at the specifications is the beginning of the fibre identification and tracing program.
Yeah, look, the e-speci is all about getting the raw data off the farm. And that's, you've got to capture that raw data, micron, VM, length, strength, staple strength, the whole lot in the shearing shed, and that's the start of the data journey. What our overseas customers want is to trace the wool beyond the ship's rail. At the moment, we have a very good system in Australia with the Australian Wool Testing Authority. They do an excellent job in testing the wool, and we can trace wool reasonably effectively to the ship's rail. Where it gets harder, of course, is when it gets overseas, and you have to then trace the wool up the supply chain to the finished garment. And so the piece with Everledger is more about placating the downstream consumer, who is now wanting to know not only the origin of their wool and where it's from, but also the journey it's travelled on. And that's no longer a nice to have, it's basically a minimum expectation. So that they are separate pieces, but they ultimately will interlink.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I'll hand over to Senator Ciccone.
Thanks, Senator Davey.
Oh, thank you.
Over to you.
Thanks a lot, Chair. And look, just following on from Senator Sterle's early comments, so just bear with me and help me out here. There's a few things here that Senator obviously couldn't be here for the remainder of the evening. But the first question goes to page 48 of a recent, I think, Accenture Review of Performance report, where it talks about the culture of AWI.
Yep.
Now, while the majority of staff reported positive sentiment, small groups of staff, it appears, have reported outcomes that need to be addressed. And again, I know there might be some sensitive issues here, but really around the issue of bullying at the organisation, or alleged bullying. What has AWI done about what seems to be an amount of instances of bullying at the organisation?
Look, I'll start off with that, but I think Jim, as the company secretary, might be good to be able to deal with this. There's what we want to do is make sure that all staff members feel comfortable if there is bullying, that they can report that, number one. So we need to have a proper process in place to be able to deal with that. I think we do believe that we have that, but obviously you want to make sure that that's as strong as it possibly can be. From a board point of view, we just don't want to accept any sort of behaviour that's outside the ordinary, so we will make sure we deal with those issues. Jim, I'm not sure what the process is, or John, exactly what the process is for dealing with that.
Well, there should be a zero tolerance for bullying.
Yeah.
I haven't been in this role. I've only been in this role a week. I'm not sure what measures are normally taken to address this, but there is certainly a zero tolerance within the company for bullying, I can assure you.
Yeah, and something I'd expect. I mean, just for a bit more context for those who are listening, I mean, so in that report, 14% of staff said that they didn't feel comfortable that reporting bullying or harassment would not have had any impact. Just over 19% say diverse perspectives are not valued or encouraged, and just over 12% feel they can't voice opinions freely to management. Does that concern you, to receive that type of negative feedback?
No, any of those issues do. There's no doubt about that, and we've got to. The company's got to be better, as John said. It's not acceptable anywhere. So no.
Now, did any of the cases involve, or the alleged cases of bullying involve senior staff members?
I haven't had any complaints. To be honest, I haven't had one complaint, so I can't.
All right, so you're not aware of any cases?
No.
All right, that's fine too.
I'm not, and I don't know. No, I'm not aware of any cases.
The company secretary or anyone else?
What I can say there, Senator, is that I know every month the senior executive have to fill out a questionnaire from the company notifying if there has been any incidents of bullying or harassment or anything untoward, and that is reported every month through to the company secretary.
Okay, so is the company secretary aware of any cases?
Jim, I don't know.
I don't know where Jim's gone, but look, I'd have to go back through all of the board papers. The CEO makes anything declarations in the board papers, but I don't recall.
I got on a mute.
I don't recall anything coming to mind on that. On
All right, well, can you take that on notice? Can you also take on notice whether then, if there had been, any support had been provided to staff or staff members from the Sydney office had been removed as a result of any alleged bullying?
Yeah, no, we'll find out.
Thank you. All right. Now,
I would like to offer you just some comfort on all that, Senator. The company has a whistleblower policy, which would be a typical governance for listed companies, for example. We do pride ourselves actually on the openness of those procedures. There have been no matters of the type that you're referring to come to attention, is all we can say. There is that monthly reporting procedure for the managers to report through any such matters as John referred to. Again, no such matters have come forward in recent times. There was one matter that came up a few years ago about a relatively senior person who then was left the company. We'd had a zero tolerance view of all that, Senator, is all I can say. And staff are encouraged to bring forward any matters if such exist. To our knowledge, there are none.
We'll check up. I've just got a text from one of our staff. There's been no issues reported.
All right.
That we're aware.
Thanks, Jock. Nick, just one last area to do with, I think, late Walpole papers. I'm aware, well, it's been put to me that there have been complaints about Walpole papers not yet reaching shareholders when voting opens opened on September 13th and closing on November 5. And apparently a similar thing happened back in 2019 and 17. Is that your understanding?
We've looked into this very issue. One of the things that the company has done this year, it's sent out the Walpole papers and, my understanding, the papers for the AGM 2 weeks earlier than required to try and make sure that we can deal with some of the issues. The other thing that we have done is, certainly with Walpole, make sure that on a daily basis, I think there's information going out to encourage people to vote in Walpole and to be quite clear that there are about 4 avenues to do it. One is through your voting papers, the second is online, and the third is if you can't online, there's I think Link Market Services have got a helpline to be able to help you go through. So even if you haven't got your papers, there are other avenues for you to go through, and we're regularly putting that out into the media so that people understand that. I don't think last week we were asked this question and there hadn't been any. I don't think Link Market Services had any complaints of papers not turning up, but we are aware that we've heard a bit of talk about it, so it's very important. But to go back to your point of in 17 and 19, yes, there were issues. That's one reason we made a decision to send everything out 2 weeks earlier to try and overcome it.
All right, and it's good to hear that you've seemed to have much more positive feedback. Apparently, too, back in either 2019 or 17, there was meant to be an inquiry to look into why the papers hadn't been received. And I think, it included one of the directors, James Morgan, hadn't received their papers.
Mm.
Was ever a report produced as a result of that inquiry?
I'll have to leave that one up to Jim. He deals with the company, Link Market Services.
We'd have to go back and look at records from that time, Senator. Certainly the board was interested at that time.
All right, well, could you take that on notice?
I would have reported to them. We can only take it on notice.
Yeah,
we'll do. We'll have a look at that, Senator.
All right. And look, just lastly, what have you done to inform growers about how to vote in the event of delays in receiving papers?
We are, at the moment, I think every day we're sending stuff out social media. We've got state campaigns. We've got campaigns going across Australia. We've got wool growers of enormous things turning up to events talking about it. But as I say, we've provided a hotline for people to ring. We've got an online service if they want to use that, if they can't get their papers. So whatever we can do to help, Senator, we're trying. If you can think of any other good ideas that are top of what we've done, I'd be happy to work with you.
No, good on you, mate. And thank you very much for your time tonight. I know it's been a lengthy marathon. It's also timely because one of my masks that I brought today into Parliament has got
Is that a black sheep, Senator?
sheep. Got
Yeah,
sheep
no,
on it
good
today.
idea.
So hopefully you can see that, but keep up the good
I
work.
can.
Got one for all the commodity groups, Senator?
I'll bring my cow in. If I'd known about dairy, I would have brought that in earlier too. But no,
Oh, very
I just want to
good.
say thanks a lot to, I know Glenn had to pop out, but on behalf of everyone here, thank you for your time today.
Chair, can I just, I've said this before the committee, but just wanted to again put on the record that, as you're aware, in my previous role, I undertook the 2018 review of performance of AWI, and several of the recommendations of that review were discussed here tonight, but I've obviously haven't contributed to that discussion. So, yeah.
No, always terrific that you make those disclosures in advance of any question coming up, but thank you, Mr Metcalfe. So, AWI, Mr Laurie and all of your team, thank you very much for your patience, and you go with the committee's thanks. We will see you at a future briefing.
Thank you, Senators. Thanks for your time.
All right, I now call representatives from Meat and Livestock Australia. We have Mr Strong on, I can see, and who else? Mr Beckett is there, yes.
Okay, Chairman.
Ferguson, great. Ms Broad. All right, Mr Strong, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, please, Senator.
A brief
Can you hear me
opening
okay?
statement? Mr Strong?
A brief opening statement. Can you hear us okay?
Yes,
Hello?
thank you. I think there's somebody on the line who's perhaps on hold. There we go, now they're off hold. That's excellent, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for inviting us to MLA to present to the Senators this evening, and also with myself and Chairman Beckett is also Lucy Broad, who's our GM of Communications, and Andrew Ferguson is our CIO. So a very brief opening statement just to take the opportunity to highlight the success we're seeing across the red meat and livestock industry and how there's plenty to feel incredibly positive about. There's of course plenty of challenges as well, and there always will be, but it's really important for us to just quickly reflect on some of the industry achievements and consider the facts that are contributing to the success. And years of determination, innovation, hard work from producers has once again enabled our industry to navigate challenges, including the pandemic, with relatively minimal disruptions, and herd and flock rebuilding, globally strong demand, and a shortage of protein for African swine fever are all contributing to record prices. And we're now in some of the most prosperous times that we've ever seen. And underpinning this success is a strong foundation built on what's important to consumers across the globe, which is provenance and traceability, food safety, biosecurity, and nutrition backed by consistently great eating quality. The industry collectively has invested in many programs and solutions to make us so much better, and we're seeing the benefits of those efforts in current demands and prices, and we need to stop being surprised by our success. So we're very focused on supporting and working with the industry to continue to lift on-farm performance and display unwavering resilience, and MLA's planning for the next 5 years and beyond, and how we can contribute to a much longer period of sustained success. There's been a lot of progress in the last couple of decades around free trade agreements, which have gone from 1 to now 16, traceability systems, meat grading systems, the support systems that we can provide high quality, high value product into high value markets around the world. And we're very focused on connecting consumers both here and around the world to make sure that they continue to be excited to eat our product. So we're very proud of the position. As an industry, we're very proud of the position we're in today, and so look forward to talking to senators about some of the current items.
Thank you, Mr. Strong. Broadcasting, I've been asked by a witness, somebody offline, if we can mute or lower our mics when it's a remote witness. Can you turn us down? I think we might be giving some feedback across the lines. You'll do your very best. Yeah. All right, we'll plough on. Thank you. All right, Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Strong, for your opening statement. I just have a few questions for Meat and Livestock Australia, beginning first with the topic of the day and of the week. Can Meat and Livestock Australia provide an update on the work it's undertaking in relation to its net zero emissions target by 2030?
Certainly we can, Senator, and this is a program that Meat and Livestock Australia has had underway now for 4 years, and the industry took a really ambitious approach to setting the CN30 goal in 2017, and since then have been working really hard towards that. On a broader...
How's it going?
Sorry?
How's it going, Mr. Strong?
It's going very well. So since 2005, the industry's more than halved its greenhouse gas emissions. So it's now about 12% of emissions, so down from more than 20. But most importantly, the drivers behind that are actually productivity driven. So we shouldn't and don't need to have this progress at the cost of livestock numbers or productivity, and we're very much focused on reducing emissions while still being profitable and productive and having intergenerational sustainability of our industry. So there's a number of key things, Senator, that are probably worth highlighting. That the progress to date is underpinned, like I said, by increased productivity, and we already have evidence of the opportunity and benefit from investments in technology, so feed supplements, but also increased performance from improved genetics, where we're seeing higher quality cattle producing more kilos at a younger age, which reduces the carbon footprint of those livestock. One of the biggest footprints of the red meat production sector is the cow herd, so increasing the productivity of the cow herd, so getting more value out of the cows that historically might have been drier in the herd unproductive, so identifying those and either having them perform better or removing them from the herd, that has a big impact as well. So there's a number of pieces of evidence already, and we've still got 9 years to go, that give us a lot of confidence about the ability to get to this net zero position. And one of the really neat things I think we're seeing, Senator, is the co-funding by the government in the research in our sector has been crucial to pushing this issue forward. And we have a roadmap, a carbon neutral by 2030 roadmap, which lays out what's required going forward. We've got about $95 million worth of investment lined up that's already been spent and also lined up over the next 5 years. But that is about another 150 probably between now and 2030 to meet that end. But already we also are seeing other sectors which are then working with us as well. And there was a really exciting release went out today from a brewing company, the Young Henry's Brewing Company, that are looking at how they can be carbon neutral as a beer producer. And of course, they are very keen to have the drink beer, save the world slogan. But then being able to use that brewer's grain as a livestock feed, we know that for ruminants, 80% of the feed they eat is actually not consumable by humans, so it's byproducts rather by cellulose feeds. And so if we can use that byproduct grain for feeding the livestock as well, then it might be eat beef and drink beer to save the world. So it's great to see that collaboration and joint investments to solve the problem.
I think that's very interesting, especially around the brewery. Can I just go to your focus though across with the cow herds? Where in particular across Australia is the focus, or is it right across the country? Obviously here we're very strong in the Northern Territory in terms of our cattle industry. So I'm just curious to know if there's any particular points in the country where results much sooner.
Yeah, Senator, largely we think about the cattle investments as north, south and west. And so from a consultation point of view, the way we engage with a broader stakeholder base, we have a Northern Research Council, a Southern Research Council and a Western Research Council. But one of our key strategic partnerships that we're investing in at the moment, and we're making more of a focus on these strategic partnerships, so rather than individual programs or projects, trying to align things to a common goal and a bigger, more ambitious output. So one of the key areas that we're focusing in is in the northern cattle industry, and we have a thing called NB2, which is Northern Breeding Business 2, which is our the second phase of that program, and it's very focused on productivity and performance, but it also dovetails in with the sorts of things that will contribute to CM30 as well. So it's very focused on, and it might sound like simple things, but they're hugely beneficial. So getting a smaller percentage increase in cows and calf, a small percentage increase in live calves on the ground, small percentage increase in keeping those calves alive, so single digits, 3, 4, 5%, and get an extra 10 kilos of calf out of the weaners. And if we can make incremental gains like that, it creates $20 million a year in value for the northern industry for 250 producers just as a target group. But what that also then does is that lines up with the things that we know will drive us towards carbon neutrality. So getting more productivity out of the herd we have, getting more kilos out of the animals that we are trying to turn off at a younger age.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Strong. Thank you for that. I'll go to a couple of other areas for a line of questioning. Could you just provide the committee, and by all means, if you need to take these questions on notice, let us know. Could you just provide the committee with a list of people that are eligible to vote at the AGM for Meat Livestock Australia?
Yeah, so to be eligible to vote at the AGM, you need to be a member. And we have about 49,000. That's correct. 300 or 400 members at the moment. And all of those are eligible to vote at the AGM. So the structure of MLA, we're an industry-owned company, so it's a publicly unlisted company. But all you have to do is register as a member, which is free, and as a levy payer. So of those 49,000, 200 or 300 producers are all eligible to vote at the AGM. At the moment, they get one vote as a registered member, and then they can fill in a levy return, which we send them a pack to do in plenty of time prior to the AGM, where they just have to verify the number of levies they pay, and then they're allocated additional votes on the basis of the number of levies they pay.
Okay. Mr. Strong, I lost a little bit of you there. I think there was a bit of noise on the committee floor there. Can I just ask, how are the votes weighed?
So they're either so all the votes have equal value. So if somebody only has the one vote from being a registered member, one vote, but then as they put in their levy returns, the number of votes that they have will be increased, and they'll get a voting, a notification of their votes for the AGM, and all of those votes will carry the same value. So we don't have any differential structure as far as different values of votes. Each vote has the same value.
Okay, thank you. And has it been practiced in the past to provide associations with copies of the share register, which expresses voting entitlements for AGMs?
Yeah, it hasn't. There's been quite a few, well, not quite a few, there's been a few questions and consistently questions about, from from a small number of interested parties about the detail behind it. And from a privacy point of view, we're very conscious that that information is provided to us for the express purpose of those members being able to vote at the AGM. And so we don't feel like we're in a position to provide that to anybody else. But what we have done, Senator, is responded to some of those inquiries to do the best we possibly can to provide information which puts at ease anybody's concerns. So there have been concerns about the types of members that might have been voting, for example. So does one portion of the industry have a greater weighting than others? And we've gone to great lengths to provide quite detailed analysis of the breakdown of the types of members and to very specifically answer those sorts of questions to try and give members that have had those inquiries some comfort.
Okay, Mr. Strong, just before one last question, Chair, just Mr. Strong, can the committee have a copy of that register?
No, we'd prefer not to provide it just because it's provided to us for that explicit purpose. And but if the committee has any specific question about the proportional types of groups of votes, then we'd be more than happy to take that on notice and find a way to get the information to you that you need.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Strong. We may have further questions on notice for you, but over to you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator McCarthy. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. Good evening, gentlemen. A couple of questions or lines of questioning. First one relates to food safety. You mentioned it in your opening statement, and in your website you talk about enhancing product integrity and delivering product assurance, etc. Are you familiar with the chemical substance PFAS? PFAS?
Yes, sir, we are.
Polyfluoroalkyl substances. Have MLA looked at potential PFAS contamination in Australia in light of the increasing evidence and concern in the US and European markets around food and water contamination?
Not, Senator, we're very aware of the issue and the challenge and how geographically dispersed that challenge is. It doesn't fall within our remit to be doing any of the analysis or assessment of the affected property, soils, plants, livestock or other. What we have been involved in a number of times is where there's been some inquiries in this space. Our team has certainly worked with those other groups that are responsible for the tracking and management of contamination or potential contamination, certainly through the traceability system and our the team on the Integrity Systems Company. We've absolutely worked with those groups that are responsible for it to help them in any way we can to trace that product or trace the livestock and identify them.
Okay. So, Mr. Strong, would that be, for example, I know you focus on on-farm activities primarily, but would that include potential contamination sites around defence establishments and airports, for example? Is that anything specific in that?
No, that's certainly outside of our remit. So anything that's not captured within a property identification code, so the identification for a property on its livestock or run, that absolutely falls outside our remit. But within the LPA program, the Livestock Production Assurance Program, there is actually there's a requirement around biosecurity, of course, but there's also a requirement around chemical contamination. So if anybody is aware of a potentially contaminated site or soil that's potentially contaminated that might provide a risk to the livestock for any reason, and the most common one, for example, is olive dips, then they have a requirement under that system to identify and secure those areas and make sure that if any animals are potentially exposed to those, that they declare that on their national handling deed.
Okay. So would you do any advocacy work with other government departments, for example, if you felt it was an increasing issue, like a consumer issue, for example?
Yeah, it's pretty challenging, particularly when these things are covered by policies of other departments and they fall into other departments' jurisdictions. What we can absolutely do, like I say, is work with whichever of those departments or even interested producers around the the tracking and tracing of those livestock, or how they might be captured within the QA system. Or the other option, of course, is if there's potential solutions or interventions that aren't yet quantified or qualified that might qualify for R&D or some further investigation, then that's potentially something we could look at as well. But we have to be very careful about crossing over into other areas which aren't our responsibility and blurring the lines.
Okay, but there wouldn't be any voluntary monitoring amongst your members, would there, unless someone brought that to their attention?
I think it depends, Senator. This is an issue that in the areas where it's a known issue, there's a very high level of awareness. So I think there would be a lot of producers that are in those specific spots that would be doing monitoring of their own accord. But I also think that the other
stakeholders,
the authorities in those areas would be aware of it as well, and they'd be engaging with the producers on how to best manage that.
Right, thank you. Another source of potential PFAS contamination for products such as meat, particularly because it requires cryopacking. And I know that one of your remits is developing technologies to help develop product shelf life. Have you monitored sources of contamination in packaging? Has MLA talked to any packaging companies about the use of PFAS in packaging of your products?
Not that I'm aware of specifically, Senator. It's certainly not a product that I've come across in any of our packaging discussions. There's a number of things that have been looked at as far as packaging mediums, and particularly CO2 being used in retail packaging to extend the shelf life and maintain the colour of meat for a longer period of time, which ultimately we then found out had a negative impact on tenderness, which wasn't particularly helpful. So it looks good, but just doesn't taste as good. So we know that there's quite detailed processes in monitoring those things, but I'm certainly not aware of PFAS being considered as a product in that sort of area.
Okay. I think you probably answered my next question on whether you've liaised with the packaging industry about the safety of packaging. If you could perhaps take that on notice if there's been any discussion. I mean, this is something I've spent the last 10 years working on is packaging in general in the country, and I'm particularly interested in whether MLA has promoted any PFAS-free compostable packaging in meat products, or was that the kind of thing you'd leave the retailers to do who were selling the meat?
Well, the retailers or the packaging companies, but we can certainly. So we do quite a bit of work in different types of packaging, and packaging that provides extended shelf life, but also when you talk about compostable or more readily recyclable packaging, we certainly look at. So there's one project we've done recently looking at using food waste for packaging, and if that comes off, that's going to be a fantastic opportunity for somebody. But we can certainly specifically ask the question about is PFAS being used or potentially used in product packaging, so that we can answer that for the definitive consent, and we can get back to you.
Because I do have here a very large kind of chart that talks about PFAS-free paper food packaging alternatives. I mean, there are a lot of alternatives on the market, and obviously it's just putting PFAS aside. It's something customers are getting more interested in anyway, is compostable packaging. And obviously a lot of meat is sold in non-compostable packaging. So, if you want to sell more meat, it's perhaps something you should consider.
We'll point out for you specifically, Senator, if we're not aware of anything at the moment, but we'll answer that for you definitively about PFAS packaging, PFAS in packaging.
Excellent, thank you. Just my last couple of questions. You talk in your website when you're talking about environmental sustainability. You talk about one of your many points or your remits is to develop novel feeds and supplements that can reduce enteric methane emissions. I'm particularly interested in seaweed, being Tasmanian and growing seaweed. Are you familiar with Asparagopsis seaweed that's being developed in Tasmania?
Yes, Senator. Not sure about developed in Tasmania, but yes.
Well, grown in Tasmania.
Been grown and
I think it's endemic to Tasmania.
And the work that Sea Forest is doing down there, I think is fantastic. This was part of what I was alluding to before, I think, about the opportunity that we're seeing with multiple industries coming together where the red Asparagopsis. Sorry, should we ask the rest of your question first?
Yeah. Well, I was just saying, don't be too hard on CSIRO in other areas of their research, because obviously they've helped get us to this point where we know that a strange seaweed has remarkable qualities if it's eaten by cows, and they seem to like it. But I'm interested in, having met with Sea Forest, as I'm sure you have, and you're familiar with the work they're doing. Obviously, one of the bottlenecks is how farmers can apply that seaweed product to feed. Is there any research and development work that MLA are involved in helping farmers apply that product? That seems to be kind of where the research and focus is needed at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, there is, Senator. And I think where I was sort of excitedly heading before, this is a great example of multiple industries working together, and what you would have seen at Sea Forest. It's fantastic that an opportunity for a business that size that's effectively new, making use of resource and facilities that were being unused from a previous business, and then the expansion of that to start with, off the back of research that MLA, CSIRO and James Cook University did to identify red Asparagopsis as a valuable supplement to reduce more than 90% of enteric methane production for livestock. Now, that initial work was done with freeze-dried product, and which works fantastically, and that's absolutely something which can be used, but it's got a reasonably high cost of delivery. So while that'll absolutely get underway and that'll be used and that'll be commercialised, the next round of work is looking at how do we find a better delivery mechanism that fits in with the feeding programs, which is actually more economical. And also might then provide a byproduct as well that we can use for other things. So,
are you aware of any work that's going on in that regard, Mr. Strong? That's what I'm primarily interested in.
Absolutely, there is. Yeah, so certainly there is, and so to be very specific, there is another method about delivering Asparagopsis suspended oil, for example.
In canola oil.
Yeah, different types of oil, and oil is a product which is used routinely as part of a feedlot ration, so that would make it an easy delivery mechanism for that type of supplement. That wasn't captured under the initial patent, so there's been a bit of scrambling to get that now aligned with the commercialiser and with the current patent owners, Licence CSIRO and JCU. And I understand that's largely been sorted, and CSIRO, one of the good things they were doing as part of our partnership, they were helping work through that with Future Feed, who's the commercialiser. They're the company that's got to commercialise it, and we absolutely see this as a potential way forward. But
well, on that point, Mr. Strong, just before you go on, have you done any kind of work or any, perhaps not modelling at this stage, but do you have any expectation that this could be broad acre and a larger scale, considering your ambitious climate goals with reducing emissions? Consumers are increasingly looking for this when they buy beef products. They're wanting to see that they're supporting climate action. Is this something you think will potentially have a big future?
Absolutely. And so there's a couple of parts to the answer, Senator. So the progression of this is fantastic, but that's a bit of a challenge. So the freeze-dried is awesome, but it's a bit expensive. If we can deliver it into oil, which is a routine part of the feedlot ration, then that'll be fantastic. We then go to do that at broad scale, and oil as a supplement on a broad acre basis reduces the ruminant's ability to digest cellulose. It's like, bugger, because that's the big thing they actually do out in the rangeland. So that's part of the next step. So delivering in things like supplement block, for example, or so for the next phase of this, and we've got some research in the very early stages or being planned now to look at how we might deliver something like a red asparagus supplement on a broad scale basis. So, and that'll be the next phase of R&D, which the team's certainly on to.
Right. Well, two last questions on that. Do you have any, can you tell me how much money is being spent on that kind of research and who's doing that? Is it still CSIRO or is it individual farmers or the, Sea Forest, the seaweed companies themselves?
So I don't have the exact number on the investment so far. We'll try and get that for you before we finish, but it's a combination. As far as the research investments, it's a combination of all of those things. So yes, some of the work is still being done with CSIRO. Absolutely, some of it's being done as co-funded projects with commercial producers. Future Feed, a commercialising organisation, is doing some of it, and the seaweed companies like Sea Forest and others are certainly involved as well. So our investment in R&D in this space going forward will largely be limited to co-funded development, commercialisation, R&D with companies that are wanting to push it forward, because the discovery is largely done. So.
Okay.
Senator Whish-Wilson, may I ask if this could be your last question, please?
You'll probably like this one as my last question, Chair. In terms of your members, like getting them interested in an asparagus feed, for example, or trialing it on any kind of application. I mean, how important is it that they're I suppose acknowledging the need, whether it's to sell more beef or whether it's because they care about the environment and climate or both? How important is it that they're driven by climate action? Is it something that they are recognising, or is how much more education and awareness do you think there needs to be across the industry for the uptake of these kind of products?
Senator, not much. I think the industry, we've been at this for 4 years, and I think the red meat sector has demonstrated what you can actually do when you focus on this area with and invest in R&D, including organisations like ours and co-funding with the government, but also partnering with the commercial operators. And at Beef Australia in May, up in Rockhampton, the opportunity from supplements like red asparagus, but I mean, apart from cattle price, how exciting that was probably the most commonly talked about new invention or opportunity. So I think there's a great groundswell, and particularly, Senator, because we're really focused in these areas on productivity and profitability and this long-term sustainability and looking after the environment. And none of these things are new to the red meat sector. So it's not a hard sell. It's not a hard sell.
Well, that's really good to hear that farmers out there support climate action. Thank you, Mr. Strong. I appreciate it. Well, I know they do in my home state of Tasmania. It's just in one small area in Canberra, in the national capital of our country, that they don't seem to support it. But there you go. Thank you very much.
Senator Whish-Wilson, when you accused me of a particular sort of behaviour when I was asking questions the other day, I'd hate to return the serve. That would be.
I would be disappointed if you didn't, Chair.
Oh, fair enough. All right, Senator Roberts, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for attending. And I'll make it clear I don't support climate action.
Thank you, Malcolm. I appreciate that.
So can I refer to your CN30 document calling for the red meat industry to be carbon neutral by 2030? First of all, I take it that you mean carbon dioxide neutral, because carbon is an element in every cell of every living organism. So this plan includes a statement that carbon neutrality does not need to come at the expense of herd numbers, which, quote, can be retained at the 10-year rolling average of 25 million cattle and 70 million sheep. Is this a quote correct from your CN30 website page?
That sounds like it, Senator, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Strong, what is your starting herd size? The latest numbers that you have for herd and flock size, please.
I think the current herd is about 6 million.
Yes, that's correct.
How much?
26 million.
Thank you. I have a CSIRO figure for the long-term average herd size to the year 2000 of 35 million. Then the drought hit and the herd
That's
last
very
Christmas...
optimistic.
Sorry?
I think that's a very optimistic
Then the drought
number.
hit and the herd last Christmas was down to 27 million. So you're proposing a substantial reduction in current and potential herd size, are you not, from 35 down to 25?
Could we check where you got 35?
CSIRO.
Have you got a report date or anything
No,
we
I
could check? Yeah.
Don't think so, but we got it from the CSIRO.
So probably two things, Senator. The 35 isn't right.
Sorry?
And the first one is the 35 isn't right.
Is not right.
But the second one, which is more important, is that since we wrote the roadmap, which has been updated progressively, we've been clearer and clearer, if that's possible, that the investments we're making and the goals that we have for CN30 are not reliant on or driven by a reduction in the herd. They're absolutely driven by things which will align with productivity and profitability for the sector.
I'm having difficulty hearing you, but let's continue. So you're allowing the rural sector to keep 70 million sheep, which is pretty generous of the MLA. Can you tell me the number for the Australian sheep flock in the very worst year of the drought when graziers were shooting starving animals?
So the premise of your question is not right either, Senator. We're not allowing anybody to do anything as the flock size is concerned.
Mr. Strong, you might just have to lean towards your microphone. You're cutting in and out a bit there.
Try and be stiller if that might help as well.
It does. It does.
Okay. So, Senator, I have to reject the premise of your question. We're not allowing anybody to make it, to either increase or decrease the flock. That's nothing to do with our role. What we're identifying is that the investments that we're making with and on behalf of the industry on the path to being carbon neutral are not going to be reliant on a reduction in the herd or flock, because they're going to be tied to productivity and profitability measures. So we are very aware that there's discussion and arguments that things like a carbon neutral goal are reliant on limiting livestock numbers or reducing production or profitability, and we completely reject those.
So you didn't answer my question. The number in the size of the national sheep flock in the very worst year of the drought was 64.5 million. That was a 100-year low, wasn't it?
No, I don't think those numbers are right, Senator. Are you talking about most recently? Are you talking about the most recent numbers in the last couple of years?
I'm talking about the year in the latest drought when the numbers were lowest was 64.5 million sheep. And that was a 100-year low.
Did you?
Okay.
Is this a CSIRO
Yes.
number as well? All right. It would be good to go back and find where those numbers came from.
Okay, but just say that is the case, Senator. What was the point?
Sorry? What was your question?
Just say that is the case, that the 64 is
That was
the
a
number.
100-year low, wasn't it?
So the most recent low was, I think, was the low for 100 years. Yes, it's been.
Okay.
The flock got to the lowest level that we've known for a long time. Yep.
What was the size of the flock at the start of the drought in 2000?
So the drought from 18 and 19.
No,
It's completely separate droughts. What do you?
Well, in some areas they are, in some areas they're not. So what was the size of the flock in 2000?
So sorry, Senator. The number of the size of the flock in 2019 has absolutely no relevance whatsoever to the size of the flock in 2000.
Well, as I see it, it does. But what was the size of the flock in 2000?
Well, I think, yes,
You've got
perhaps
three full generations of sheep go through the system and 3 significant droughts. They've got no relevance whatsoever.
Well, let's go on to another question then. How many times in the last 30 years has the number of sheep dropped below 70 million?
I'm not sure, Senator.
The answer is twice. The lowest flock size was 64.5 and the highest was 160 million.
So I think you're probably referring to the days when there were, we've had big impacts of wild dogs, people wet out of sheep in Western Queensland. There's, a huge number of influences on those numbers. Do you have a question, Senator Roberts?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out
paint picture?
what the basis of their calculations are. So my calculations, the average for Australian sheep flock is not 70 million as you propose, but 92 million over the last 30 years. Now, are you using an average that is based on the herd and flock numbers during the worst drought in 100 years as a base point for your zero carbon calculation?
No, we're not, Senator. And again,
Okay,
your numbers
thank
aren't correct. Your numbers aren't right, though, Senator. I think it's important. I think it's important.
Well, perhaps you could give us the numbers.
Senator,
Yeah, so
Mr. Strong, it's Minister Mackenzie here. Can I make a suggestion? Rather than debate the veracity of each other's figures, it might be useful, Mr. Strong, if you could give the Senator some comfort by taking these questions on notice and then getting back to him with, once you've had a chance to actually look at the detail, answer his questions about flock numbers and herd sizes over the period of time he's asking for them, rather than trying to scramble for them now.
Thank you, Senator. Are you comfortable with that, Mr. Strong?
Yeah, certainly, Senator. We'll provide you with the beef and the sheep projections, which are public documents we produce each year.
Sorry?
And then
We'll provide you with the projections, the numbers.
Okay. And what about the actual in the past?
So we'll provide you with the beef and sheep projections, which are public documents we produce each year.
And what about the beef and sheep numbers for the past?
And they both include 20 years
Thank you.
of flock and herd numbers.
Thank you. That's what
in those documents.
Great. So this Meat and Livestock Australia Red Meat 2030 vision document that I have here promises you will double the value of sales of Australian red meat, whilst, as we have just seen, freezing herd and flock numbers to what I say at the moment are drought levels. To achieve double the sales, Mr. Rogers, you'll need to double the retail price and hold the sales volume, won't you? And how is that possible?
So, because what you said is not right, and the Red Meat 2030 is the industry strategic plan. It's a 10-year plan for the red meat sector. Our 5-year plan is built off the back of that, and there's two key components of it. One is to double the value of red meat sales, which was obviously driven by volume and price, and the connection to a CN30 document is one of the reasons for being clear in all of our CN30 communications that all of our investments in this space and this goal is not reliant on reducing the herd or the flock.
Okay. So if it was, it would mean a doubling. I'm pleased to hear you say that. A local IGA here in Canberra has T-bones last weekend at $44 a kilo.
Oh, wow.
So
says more about their wages, I think, Senator,
will everyday, what do you think about everyday Australians buying T-bones at $88 a kilo, if what I'm saying is correct?
I think, having been a meat retailer, Senator Roberts, let me tell you about the varied pricing structures of meat retailers in this land. And I could go out and find an extraordinary price of meat. I could also find other meat sold at very affordable family prices. Do you have a point that you'd like to make against Mr. Strong?
I'm not making
answer?
points, I'm just asking questions.
No, fair enough. I'm just trying to, we're going to run out of time for our
Okay, I've only got
witnesses.
two short questions
Thank
left,
you.
Chair. Mr. Strong, did the MLA put in a submission to the RRAT inquiry into the definition of meat and other animal products, the inquiry into labelling of fake meat?
No, Senator, we did not.
It would seem central to your mission to defend and grow red meat consumption. So your strategy as head of Meat and Livestock Australia appears to be to hold herd numbers and to double the price of meat and not defend against competition from fake meat. Why aren't you defending against competition from fake meat?
So, Senator, the three things you said are all completely incorrect. So what we did do as part of the inquiry into meat labelling was provided support to our representative organisations and the broader industry representative bodies, including commissioning the piece of research, which was the first objective piece of research around the actual challenge of how products are labelled, and which featured quite significantly in a range of the submissions. And our role is very clearly to support the industry in the best possible way we can. Organisations like RMAC and the other representative bodies were much better equipped than us to engage in the discussion around the specific Senate and inquiry process, and our role was much better and more effective and more useful for the industry to play the support role for those organisations, which we very happily did.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Strong.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Senator Davey.
I just have a request for an update, really. Thank you very much. ISC and your e-vendor declarations, how is that going? What version are we up to, and how are the licensing arrangements going?
So it's going pretty well. More importantly, it's going better. I'm not sure the version we're up to, but Senator, we've had a real focus in this area, as you know well, and been making great progress. And the team actually just reported back to the broader organisation yesterday about the progress with the ENVD use and application, and certainly the offline function of that base level of support. So it's coming along very well, and that'll be delivered December, January, end of this year. The licensing arrangements are also going better. They've still got some challenges because there's some works in progress. The NVD is still progressing. What we've tried to be very clear about, Senator, is that we realise there's a number of organisations who quite rightly and fantastically for the industry see this as a great business opportunity for them, and we want to do everything we can to support them. And I think what we will see settle out over the next little while is this line where we both very happily meet, where we can rise the tide to a point that there's a base level of service available to everybody to be able to participate in a digital mechanism for managing information through the supply chain that the commercial companies can then readily attract or attach to and exploit from there going forward. And we're working very hard on that. So we appreciate that there's a few teething challenges every now and then, but I think we're getting better at responding to those as well.
So the issues that we had sort of last year, where a lot of commercial companies were sort of, they felt that they already had a product that was suitable, and it wasn't talking to the ISC product. Are we getting past that so that it is more commercially interchangeable, and so that the competition that's in the marketplace there is complemented by ISC rather than being ISC just being another competitor?
Yes, Senator, we absolutely are. And there's been a couple of big watershed moments for that. And one is just the progression of the technology. We had a product in the ENVD which floundered for quite a while because we had a plan of that being just picked up and operated by commercial organisations in the first instance, but that didn't work as far as the individual development investment was concerned, and quite rightly. So we've now, on behalf of the industry, made the investment to get it to that base level. But as we're going through that path, we're trying to work out how to structure and build the thing, and these guys needed robust APIs. So there was the technological and ask challenge. I think we're past that now. I think we're past that point. And there's going to be a bit of levelling about where we exactly land, but we can give you an ironclad commitment that our responsibility is ensuring that every producer can participate in a electronic vendor declaration process, but that's it. And then the commercial organisations who then see that the opportunity for a value add and a build, the decision-making tools and other products over and above that, will absolutely make sure that we facilitate their access to what we have. We'll absolutely support those integrators and work very hard to make sure we're not competing with them. And we'll cross over, but we're not going to be competing with them.
And how is it going with cost recovery nowadays? Because it was a significant investment that MLA has done. ISC is a wholly owned subsidiary. Are we starting to see a return on investment, or at least cost recovery, or is it still costing levy payers and government money up front?
So it's still costing, Senator. We're still investing in quite a bit of development and so technical development, but also development and support of the adoption and uptake of the system. So we are still investing in that, but we have reinstated and actually reviewed and adjusted all of the charging lines that we had put on hold off the back of the horrendous drought. And we made a decision to waive all of those fees and charges for 18 months, but that's all been reinstated, and we used that as an opportunity to assess what some of those charges were, and we've adjusted them to better reflect cost recovery on things like NVD books, but also to also encourage the uptake of the ENVDs. And that seems to be working well.
Great. And can you just take on notice for me what version you're up to and how many licences you've actually issued? Just, I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
Okay, well, we can do that.
That's all from me. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator Davey. Thank you very much, Mr. Strong. Mr. Beckett, we didn't hear from you at all, but we look forward to it in the future. And thank you for coming. It was a request of this committee that more of the chairs of the boards come, and we're very grateful, even though we haven't asked you a question. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I am here. Thank
Yes.
you. I hope to see you in person next time.
Indeed, we hope so too. All right, thank you. Please go with the committee's thanks. We now call representatives from Wine Australia. Now, we would like to press through the break. If Hansard is happy to do that in broadcasting, and also the Minister and the Secretary. Yes, everybody's looking okay with that. Terrific. We'll press on. Good evening to representatives of Wine Australia, to Dr. Allen and Mr. Weinart.
Thank you, Senator.
Terrific. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, but I have one offering. First of all, I'd like to introduce Mr. Weinart, who is our interim CEO, and this is his first Senate estimates. He holds the position of Chief Operating Officer at Wine Australia. And secondly, we were listening to Senator McCarthy's questions earlier today. We have prepared answers to those. So if you wish to make up time, we can table those, or we're happy to answer those questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Allen. How very practical and useful of you. And welcome, Mr. Weinart. We'll be gentle. So thank you. All right, over to you, Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Chair, and yes, welcome, Mr. Weinart. Thank you, Dr. Allen. I will go through the questions because we've got still quite a few to get through in terms of Wine Australia. It will assist me. Obviously, if you've got the answers, it'll be much quicker. So let's start, shall we? So can Wine Australia confirm how many grant applications were received for round 1 and round 2 of the Wine, Tourism and Cellar Door grant?
Yeah, so we had 180 for round 1, 176 for round 2, and 191 for round 3.
Okay, and could you provide details around how many grant applications were deemed eligible, but not funded?
Yes, they were the eligible ones. They were the eligible ones. I'd have to take on notice ones that weren't eligible.
Okay, thank you very much. Can Wine Australia provide details around how many grant applications were deemed ineligible for round 1 and round 2, and that's what you're going to take on notice?
Yes.
And why were they deemed ineligible, and what were the main reasons? Thanks, Mr. Wynot. Under grant guidelines, Wine Australia does not have an appeal mechanism for unsuccessful applicants. However, it appears that dissatisfied applicants can lodge a written complaint for review directly with Wine Australia. Can you confirm if there were any complaints received, and if yes, please provide details?
As far as I can recall, no, but I will take that on notice. I'll check with our grants team, but I can't recall any, no. If we did any, we'll table that.
Thank you. The grant guidelines outline that applicants had the opportunity to progress their case with the Commonwealth Ombudsman if dissatisfied with the Wine Australia review. Is Wine Australia aware of any cases? And if so, please provide details.
I'm not aware. Once again, I'll do a formal check, but I'm not aware of any, no.
How much oversight does Wine Australia have over this grant program?
Well, we administer the program on behalf of the department. So we set up the system and we review all the applications against the confirmed guidelines. So we run from start to finish in effect. We have a contract with the department for the delivery, so we have control in that respect.
So would you say Wine Australia is the decision maker, not the department?
Yeah, so we have a formal process to go through, and that's included in the guidelines and on our website in terms of the process. So the grants team review each application against the confirmed guidelines in terms of whether they're valid or not, and then the decision on the final awarding of the grants is via the delegate, which is the CEO of Wine Australia.
Okay. The program allows for funding of $30 million over 3 years, or $10 million, as I was told earlier today, per year, for grants of up to $100,000 maximum, unless oversubscribed, at which point the grants will be adjusted down based on the demand. And given the maximum allocated was $64,835 per applicant, why does it appear that only $8.3 million was allocated to grant recipients?
No, I can confirm that the full 10 million has been allocated for round 1 and round 2. And in round 2, there was actually more than 10 million because we earned some interest on the money from the department, which we gave out in the grant. And we will allocate the full 10 million in round 3. That's oversubscribed as well. So all of that's being published on Grant Connect.
So that's for 1 and 2 and 3 now.
Yeah. So okay. 3 is we've done the review process. We haven't done the payments yet. We're partway through that process, but I can confirm that it's once again quite oversubscribed, and we will allocate the full 10 million.
Okay. Is Wine Australia aware, or did it have any involvement in how the minimal threshold of 1.2 million in sales of rebatable wine was arrived at in order to be eligible to access these grants?
No, yeah, so in our document we'll explain that, but it's basically the minimum or the amount of the rebatable wine sales that gives you the maximum wine equalisation tax. So, which is 350,000. So the 1,206 times 29% gives you the 350. So that's how that was worked out in terms of the threshold, because above that, people, when the wine equalisation tax was reduced from $500,000 to 350, it was above that the people affected. So it wasn't a threshold that we developed, but it was done because of the change to the wine equalisation tax.
Thanks, Mr. Wynot. I missed a little bit of what you said there due to some other noise, but I got the general gist of your response. Thank you. So does Wine Australia believe it's appropriate that 2 of the recipients are ASX listed entities?
That's an interesting question. Given the entities involved and how much they invest in the wine sector, which is predominantly regional, as we know, I think it's reasonable. With 180 to 190 applicants, it covers quite a broad range of the sector. Now, we think there's roughly about 1,600 cellar doors. So it's about 12% of cellar doors were eligible in any one round. Some of them are very large and some of them are small to medium. So I think it's unreasonable.
If one has in excess of $8 billion?
Well, I mean, that they still invest. They're the biggest grape grower and they buy the most amount of grapes. They employ a lot of people. So, the guidelines were set up to support people who are investing in the regions in terms of tourism and, cellar doors to encourage people into the regions, which is partly why the guidelines were set up to promote, well, there's a criterion there about cellar door sales rather than online sales or electronic sales. So, you know, anyone who meets the guidelines, I think it's appropriate they receive the grant.
So according to figures published on the Wine Australia website, Australian wineries total approximately 2,500 in number. So can Wine Australia provide an explanation to why the 179 wineries that received support via the cellar door grants in 1920, that approximately 163 of them, these wineries also received funding in the 2020-21 financial year?
Yeah, there's a fair number that have received grants across all three periods. If you look at eligibility criteria, then each grant stands alone. It starts and finishes because it's based on sales in that respective financial year. Some cellar doors haven't met the criteria from one year to the next, so they may have dropped off, but we have seen a high number that have been accepted in the grant or met the grant guidelines for each year of the grant. As I said, it relates to an individual financial year, so they're not mutually exclusive, the grant rounds.
So are you satisfied that of the approximate 2,300 plus wineries across Australia that did not receive funding via this program, that they were not eligible to access such funding?
Yeah, and that may be for whatever reason. So we did a very strong promotional campaign from when the grant was set up and all the way through, as well as our peak industry body, the state and regional associations. It's been widely publicised. We made sure that if anyone who applied in one round hadn't applied for another round, that while the round was still open, we contacted them to understand why. So we think there's roughly about 1,600 cellar doors. That's about 12% got the grant, and the ones who didn't would have met the guidelines and the criteria.
Okay, Mr. Weiner. And is Wine Australia comfortable with this grants program that appear to has only benefited approximately 7% of the wineries in Australia, and is it appropriate that it is approximately the same 7% of wineries that benefit year after year?
Like I said, we administer the grant based on the guidelines, and the guidelines were set up in response to the reduction in the wine equalisation tax. So that strategy level would have all been decided by the relevant people. And like I said, it's based on the threshold in terms of the reduction in the wine equalisation tax. Now, tax is not something that we get involved in. Obviously, that's for other people. So we've administered based on the guidelines, and the process has been quite successful, and we've received a lot of good feedback from where people are investing their grant money in terms of reinvesting into their business in the region. So I think it's been an successful grant.
Thanks, Mr. Weiner. And if there are any parts of my question that you feel you need to provide further information on, please do so. I'm just going to take you to another section here, just on the topic of the day, the week, the month, the year, net zero emissions. What research or support for industry is Wine Australia undertaking to meet zero net emissions by 2050?
So that's one of the key pillars of our strategic plan, as you would imagine. It is definitely a target for the sector, which was the development of the 2050 plan was led by Australian Grape Valley Wine, our peak sector body. We have a whole raft of research about climate adaptation and dealing with climate change, whether it be mulching or irrigation, new rootstocks that do better with increased temperatures. There's sunscreen for grapes. We're doing a whole heap of work about carbon sequestration in the vineyard, trying to measure that to see what opportunities there are. So we're also working on a roadmap to get to that 0 point in 2050 with the sector and our major research partners. So it is a significant strategic objective of ours. Our researchers are working on it. It's very much led by our peak body and the whole sector. There's a lot of activity happening. We did a climate atlas with the University of Tasmania and a couple of other researchers that provided each of the regions in Australia that grow grapes with some climate modelling, and now that's going to be expanded to all of agriculture. So that's a good piece of work that we led. So it's a significant priority, and it's something that will only increase in importance, obviously, over the next periods. We're happy to provide you any more detail on that if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Weiner. We'll certainly follow up with you on future estimates. So thank you for your strong evidence here this evening. I'll just put this last question to the Minister. I'm sure you thought I forgot about you, Minister. But now that you've heard the evidence from Wine Australia, are you comfortable with government grant programs that appear to have only benefited 7% of the wineries in Australia?
Well, I'm well aware of how grant programs can be completely oversubscribed, particularly due to limited funding. And I've heard the process outlined by Wine Australia and the officials earlier today, and I'm comfortable with that process.
So it is appropriate then that it's approximately the same 7% of wineries who benefited year on year, Minister?
Well, Senator, as you well know, I'm representing the Agriculture Minister in this portfolio area. This isn't my area of expertise, given it's not my portfolio. But from the evidence I've heard today, this sounds like, there were a lot of wineries eligible. Wine Australia's made some decisions around that. That's a matter for them.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator McCarthy. Wine Australia, thank you. That brings us to the end of our questions for you this evening. Thank you for your patience in coming on so late in the day, and please go with our thanks. We'll look forward to seeing you at the next estimates.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
All right, we now call representatives from the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority. And I'm looking to see who we have. Do we have Ms. Croft, Dr. Lutz, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can see those names coming up. Ms. Croft.
Sorry, Senator, yes, I'm here.
No problems at all. We probably caught you. We will move a little more quickly than perhaps you're expecting. Ms. Croft, I'm wondering if you have an opening statement.
No, Senator, I do not.
Thank you. I'm going to pass you directly to Senator McMahon for questions.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for appearing. I'd first like to ask you regarding minor use permits for autogenous vaccinations. Now, I know at last test you asked some questions regarding this. And basically, as I'm sure you're aware, some concern about the time taken to approve minor use permits. Can you tell me, is it the case that you basically have 5 months in which to either approve or to go back to the applicant with questions?
Yes, Senator. In fact, the statutory timeframes for permits are 8 months for new and 3 months for renewals. But specifically in relation to the autogenous vaccines, yes, we have been approving them in approximately about 5 months, which is a couple of months ahead of the statutory timeframe.
Okay, so sorry, the statutory timeframe is 8 months, is that correct?
Yes, for a new application, or 3 months for a renewal.
Okay, and is it the case that if you have questions of the applicant, that resets that timeframe?
It doesn't necessarily reset, but we can issue what's called a Section 159, which is a request for additional information. And as part of that, that then provides extra time for the applicant to provide that information and obviously for us to assess that information once it's received.
And how much extra time does that provide?
I think it depends on the application, Senator, but I can provide that to you on notice.
Okay, so just to be clear here, we're talking specifically about minor use permits for autogenous vaccines.
Yes.
So if you're happy to just confine your answer specifically to that scenario, how many times can you have one of these Section 159s where you go back to the applicant for more information?
Senator, I might refer to Dr. Logan, who might be able to answer that question for you. Sorry, I had some trouble with the video, which I've now managed to get on.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Ms. Croft, and thank you, Senator. So with the extension of the timeframe, we're allowed one extension of a timeframe with a request, and we do our very best to make sure that we approach each applicant only once for additional information by coordinating our assessment. And we also undertake to both receive that information and assess it as rapidly as we're able to within that scope. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So effectively, that could mean an application takes 16 months to go through.
I think, Senator, it would depend on if we have had applications where people can sometimes take 6 months, 12 months to come back to us with the information that we've sought. So the time frame is dependent to a certain extent on how long it takes people to respond to our Section 159 request. Sometimes if, for example, we're requesting additional data and the company doesn't have that data and perhaps has to go and do further trials to produce that data, then it is possible that application timeframes can extend by some margin.
Yeah, sure, I understand that, but just if we assume that the applicant gets straight back to you, it could still take up to 16 months for that application to be finally processed. Is that correct?
Dr. Logan, would you like to answer that question?
Yes, certainly. So the extension we're allowed to add is an extension period of 6 months. So if we're adding that to the statutory timeframe of 8 months, that would be a 14. And we are only allowed legislatively to add one extension to the timeframe.
Yep, thank you. Now, I'm told that in most overseas jurisdictions, these minor use permits, if they are by the same company, using the same techniques, the same adjuvants, everything is exactly the same except for the infective bacteria, that it is basically a formality that is passed in a number of weeks. However, that is not the case in Australia. I'm told that you assess each application, even though everything is exactly the same, that you assess each application as though it's a brand new application, and that it's certainly quite a long process and much longer than a few weeks. Would you like to comment on why that is the case?
Well, Senator, I think it is right to say that we do assess each application on its individual merits and that it must satisfy the statutory criteria. I'm not in a position to talk about the arrangements of other jurisdictions, but if Dr. Logan wants to add anything else on to that, I'd welcome it.
Thank you. I would simply add that for all applications, we need to be satisfied that the statutory criteria, particularly for safety, efficacy, are met, and that's the basis on which our applications are assessed. We will take into consideration existing knowledge on the composition of a vaccine and other relevant information we will have to hand as part of our assessment of each application, if it's relevant to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I understand meeting all the requirements for safety, etc. But, you know, we are talking about autogenous vaccines that are used on individual farms in individual herds or flocks usually in situations where there is some urgency, where that herd or flock has been exposed to a new pathogen, that there is currently no registered vaccine for, and therefore, in terms of animal welfare, health, and production, it is every day counts. So I mean that's the situation I'm talking about. Is it not possible for you to adopt a system similar to what's used in the UK, where if, as I said, if everything is the same about the application, except for the causative organism, that there is a way to actually just assess it against previous applications for the same composition of the vaccine, and just say, yes, everything is the same except the individual organism that was isolated, and therefore for these particular types of applications we have a 6-week period of assessment.
I think, Senator, it's important to note that we may have to follow the legislation that the Parliament has given us, and that means that on each occasion we must be satisfied of the statutory criteria. We understand the time imperative, and while we have 8 months, we're working already to do it quicker than that at the 5.8 month mark. We have issued some guidelines to industry about making it clear about what we require as part of our assessment, again, to assist with speeding up the time frame that it's with us. We are also looking at our modular structure, which is essentially what sets our timeframes within the agency, to see whether or not we could further reduce those down to something closer to what it is currently for renewals, which is that 3-month mark. So I understand what you're saying in terms of the time imperative, and we're looking at all the options available to us within the agency to do that while still meeting our legislative obligations.
Thank you, Ms Croft. I understand you needing to meet the legislative requirements. I would, with respect, say to you that it appears to me to be your interpretation and application of the legislation, which is causing considerable delay, and I would certainly ask you as an organisation to do a review of that interpretation and application of the legislation with respect to these very specific minor use permits for autogenous vaccination. So that is something that I will put to you as an organisation that I would like to see. You obviously do understand the urgency in these cases, and also the fact that the use of autogenous vaccines has a significant impact on the decrease in the use of antimicrobials. And with awareness currently of antimicrobial resistance and ways that we can decrease that, the expedited permit of these autogenous vaccines is one way that we can immediately decrease our use of antimicrobials. But sorry, there wasn't a question in that, there was a request. I just want to go on to, are you aware of the recent TGA rescheduling of lignocaine from an S4 to S5?
Dr. Logan?
Thank you. Yes, Senator. Thank you for that question. We are aware of that rescheduling, yes.
Is that rescheduling process, did you have any input or advice or anything to do with that?
The APVMA works as a mechanism for applicants who are interested in considering rescheduling to have applications forwarded to the TGA. And so on this occasion, we received an application and prepared the submission to the TGA for a very specific and limited change in the scheduling of lidocaine.
Okay, so you're saying you actually prepared and submitted the application on behalf of the applicant to the TGA?
The process we have is that the APVMA serves as the applicant to the TGA. That's correct.
So that is a normal process, is it? That a commercial entity will come to you and say, we want this drug rescheduled, and you'll then go and submit that application for them? Is that how it normally works?
The process is that the APVMA undertakes the health assessment associated with that application. So we do an assessment of the toxicity of the compound and consider that against the scheduling factors developed by the TGA, and then we'll present an application setting out how those scheduling factors have been addressed. On occasions where we do not feel that a scheduling factor is appropriate, we will liaise with the applicant and will not submit an application where we consider the scheduling factors are not met.
So when you say submit an application, did you, in fact, as an organisation, recommend or support or put views in favour of this rescheduling?
We put forward a proposal for scheduling for consideration by the scheduling delegate of the Therapeutic Goods Administration, who has the responsibility to take a decision.
Okay, so sorry, when you say you put forward, does that mean you supported or recommended it?
We put forward a number of words for a proposed entry for the scheduling, yes.
Okay, and can you tell me what those words were?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I'm afraid I don't have the exact wording in front of me at the moment.
Yes, I understand. I'm happy for you to take that on notice, but yes, I would like you to provide those exact words. Now, you said you consider the health assessment when putting forward this application. Is that animal health? Is that what you take into consideration?
The main assessment in terms of the a submission to the scheduling is considering the potential effects on human health, as well as the other factors which are put forward in the structure for the scheduling factors for consideration by the scheduling committees and by the scheduling delegate. So it's a human health assessment.
That's quite amusing. You know, the V in your name stands for veterinary, so I'm pretty bemused that you're putting forward assessments of human health, but not animal health.
There is definitely a very detailed assessment of the potential effects on animal health prior to the registration of the product. I was referring specifically here to what has to come forward to the Therapeutic Goods Administration for consideration of scheduling.
Okay. So with regard to animal health, does that include animal welfare?
We do not have a specific criteria within our statutory criteria in relation to animal welfare. However, indeed, in this particular occasion, the rescheduling of lidocaine had as a specific driver a key animal welfare component to it.
So do you have on staff or have access to anyone who is an animal welfare specialist, and were they consulted on this recommendation?
We have, as staff in the APVMA, a very experienced and highly competent veterinary medicines team who assess all aspects of the registration of a veterinary medicine.
Yep, and are any of them specialists in animal welfare?
I would need to take that one on notice. Thank you, Senator.
Yes, thank you. Did you take into any consideration the significant negative animal health and welfare aspects of rescheduling of this drug?
I think, Senator, we'd have to take that on notice and consult with our veterinary medicines team.
Okay, look, you can do that. Can I just ask, sorry, are any of you actual veterinarians?
None before the committee here this evening, Senator. Of the three of us, no, we're not, unless Dr. Logan wants to.
Apologies, I will confess to a long buried history. Thank you, Ms. Croft. Yes, I'm actually a veterinarian by training. Prior to being a toxicologist, it was in the distant past.
Very good. Thank you for that confession, Dr. Logan. And if you're a toxicologist, that's even better. Can you tell me how much of this drug does it take to kill a cat, a small dog, other small animals?
Thank you, Senator. I'd like to take that question on notice to be able to ensure I'm providing you absolutely accurate figures.
Okay, yes, you can do that. I would certainly hope that, I mean, this is something that every veterinarian knows. I would certainly hope, or almost obviously, I would certainly hope that it's something that the veterinary team with AVPMA is well aware of. And I would hope that the consideration of people now being able to do it yourself at home surgeries and the welfare implications of that were taken into account and were reported to the TGA, because it doesn't actually sound to me like that's the case. Am I correct?
I indicated previously, Senator, I'd like to get the exact wordings. However, I would like to clarify that in general, this entry to reschedule lidocaine is tied to some specific animal husbandry uses where farmers are already using this for animal welfare grounds in routine husbandry procedures. And this rescheduling of the product was to ensure they have additional access to this medication. A number of states have put in place legislation to mandate the use of local anaesthetics during routine husbandry processes.
Yes, I understand that. I would just like to point out for the committee's benefit that this drug lignocaine is an injectable local anaesthetic. It is extremely toxic, or it certainly can be, depending on the way it's used. It can be extremely toxic, and it also can have massive implications for human health and welfare, as well as animal health and welfare. And it is now going to be available on the shelves of Coles and Woolies. I'm sorry, I know you obviously haven't seen this as an issue, but I see it as a massive human and animal health and welfare issue. But thank you, Chair. That is the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McMahon. And it sounds like you've raised a significant issue, and I have no doubt that Ms. Croft will be coming back to you with a very good answer, because I'm not sure which bit I'm more surprised about, that it could end up on the shelves of Coles or Woolworths, or that people are doing at-home surgeries on their animals, which both are don't sound like an ideal outcome. All right, thank you very much to APVMA. That is all the questions that we have for you this evening. I'm sorry? I'm so sorry.
But I know you.
Ciccone does have questions. He's confirmed that with me twice, and I've just blocked that out of my mind, like I forgot Senator McMahon's question to the MLA. So I do apologise, and please do go ahead.
I don't think I can really top with Senator McMahon's line of questioning, though. That was really interesting in listening to a lecture. So, but I look forward to the other responses we get. Look, I've just cut down, and I'll just be very brief. I'll put some others on notice in light of time. I just wanted to ask some questions with respect to reported performance metrics, particularly regarding the on-time completion of permit applications. What was the percentage of permit applications assessed on time in the fourth quarter of 2018? Can you confirm
Senator,
whether it was
I don't have
87%?
I don't have the historical data. I have last financial year and the first quarter of this year, but I don't
take it on notice.
I
And just looking at your current annual report, it shows that by the June quarter 21, completion of permit applications on time had fallen, I think, by 70% or thereabouts.
It was 74%, Senator.
Yeah.
On time.
You would explain the reduction?
Senator, we do see some volatility in our numbers in the same way that application numbers a couple of years ago were in the 50s and are now at 99%. So we do see changes. However, what I would say is those numbers have improved even in the first quarter of this year and are back above 80%, and we expect that trajectory to continue. There was a number of overdue applications that the team has worked through, and so we would expect that from between here and certainly the remainder of this financial year that the numbers for permits would be similar to that in the pesticide and veterinary medicine space.
All right. Look, also on page 32 of the current annual report, 60% of emergency permits were finalised within 14 days and 95% were finalised within 28, and which were not met. I'm led to believe that these sort of permits are quite vital for farmers, especially when they're facing new pests and don't yet have registered products to use. Does the decline concern you as well?
Senator, I think it's important to note that those timeframes were things we did set internally, but they're not statutory timeframes. So there are no statutory timeframes for emergency permits, but they were certainly the goal that we were working to. And again, we were at 95% within 28 days, and that is again a trend we'd like to see continue. I certainly know for the three most prevalent types of permit applications, which were essentially for the mouse plague, fall armyworm and capra beetle, we were doing those within an average of 22 days. I understand that's still a bit more than 14 days, but we are certainly seeing improvements in our permit timeframe performance.
Okay. I mean, is it the case that with the backlog of applications is to do with staffing, or is it other reasons as to why?
It can sometimes, Senator, depend on the volume. So in years where we have a lot of pest incursions in one single year, it is sometimes difficult to ramp up very quickly, but we do try and move the resources around the agency as best we can when we have this particular last year. We have had a number, as I said, the mice plague, the capra beetle and fall armyworm certainly were significant volumes of permit applications, but we do understand the importance of these particular types of applications to farmers, and we do prioritise them in the queue when they come in. We are aiming, as was in the annual report, to do more within that 14-day period, but we are still at 95% for the 28-day period.
All right. Just quickly turn to the financial statements in your latest report, if I may.
Yes.
On the current estimates, how much revenue through fees and levies are you expecting to take this financial year?
Senator, I will just check. So in the order of about 38 million, Senator.
All right. And is that an increase from the...
Sorry, 39 million, Senator.
And that's an increase from the previous year, I take it?
So the actual result for 2021 was 38.8 million. So similar.
Yeah, okay. So just looking at the cash reserves and revenues on page 67, the actual is sitting at around, I think, 7.5 million in excess of the budget. Can you confirm that the excess is collected from levies and fees?
Senator, I think the 7 million that you're referring to is the overall surplus for the financial year. So I guess that's drawn from two things. One, the revenue was higher than we had projected. So the revenue was more than $4 million more than we had expected. But also we had $2.5 million lower expenses in the financial year. And so that draws you to the $7 million surplus. So some of that, I understand the industry levy, the industry income, including levies, was around $3 million higher than we had projected in our cost recovery statement.
Okay, because your current levy structure was introduced back in, what, 2020 or 2019?
No, the levy structure has been in place, and I'm happy for someone else to correct me, but I think at least since 2014 and going back further than then, but the current levy structure has been in place since then.
Since when?
Since 2014.
2014, okay. So there was a first draft of the levy structure which wasn't accepted. Have there been any reviews into your levy structure?
Well, we do a cost recovery. So that there was a cost recovery statement put in place after the 2014 legislative reforms, and that remained in place until last year when it was revised, and a new fee structure came into place on the 1st of July last financial year.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, considering the extra funding you've got, do you think you might look at reviewing or reducing whatever fees and levies you might charge?
So the current cost recovery arrangements are in place for a 2-year period, expiring 30 June next year, although if no new agreement is reached, they remain in place. We are currently working through our cost recovery working group with the sector to look at what future cost recovery arrangements might be in place.
All right. Look, I might leave
the short answer to that question is yes, Senator,
yeah.
We are looking at that.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that. I might leave my questions there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone, and I'll have another go at this. Thank you very much, APVMA, for your time in preparing and coming to estimates this evening, and we look forward to seeing you on a future occasion. Please go with the committee's thanks. Good night.
Thank you.
I now call representatives from AgriFutures Australia. Oh, they both are together. Fantastic. Hello, Ms. Hull, how are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator.
Terrific.
Thank you for having us.
And hello, Mr. Harvey. And I'm going to ask if you wish to make a brief opening statement.
Senator, no, not today. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'm going to go straight to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Is that working for you? Is that working?
Loud and clear, and
AgriFutures?
everybody seems to be able to hear you.
Great, thank you. I'm here late in the evening asking questions about industrial hemp, because it's something I'm very interested in, my party is very supportive of. Could I ask what's the current AgriFutures budget allocation for research and development in the industrial hemp industry?
Senator, I'll need to take that on notice to give you an exact number. It's around about 200,000 per annum at the moment, around about that, but I would like to just check that and verify that.
All right. Can I go back to, was it approximately 2017 that AgriFutures identified industrial hemp as being an emerging industry? Is that correct?
So in 2017, we did quite a lot of work looking at potential industries that could grow to the size of about $10 million within 4 to 5 years. Industrial hemp was one of the products that we identified as having that potential, at least that potential. But I didn't want the impression that there was nothing that happened before that. There has been work done over many, many years by a number of organisations on industrial hemp, as you probably know.
Indeed, and there was very restrictive regulations around it, which inhibited its growth, and I'm very aware of. In fact, I asked questions on that back in 2012. But in 2020, you employed a a consultant, industrial hemp project development consultant, and put together a number of specific targets or areas that you wanted to see more research and development done in. Variety performance testing, seed funding, national hemp cultivar trial system, and outline areas for financial support, cash and in-kind contribution. I think that the finish date for that was supposed to be 2020. Could you give us an update on what happened to that particular program?
So, Senator, as a consequence of some of that work that you referred to, we've now got an industrial hemp variety trial system running across Australia. We've got the trials are designed largely to test different cultivars to see what cultivars perform the best and give the best economic return, and that is now playing out. This is the first season that's in the ground. We literally have planted Victoria, and I believe we're well on the way to planting in Tasmania, West Australia, and South Australia trials to look at variety performance. The trials, just to fill that out a little bit, the trials are organised by a trial coordinator that makes sure that they're actually operated at best practice, and we also have an agronomist involved in those trials to make sure that they're properly managed.
Okay, so who is that agronomist, as a matter of interest?
Sorry, Senator, I'll need to take that on notice.
No problems. And would that be where the 200,000 per annum you mentioned earlier is being allocated?
Actually,
more broadly allocated than that?
Senator, I will need to check that those numbers. My understanding is that the variety trial is actually in addition to that 200,000. I will need to check that.
Okay, because it did say on your website that the completion date for this project was August 14th, 2020. I'm just presuming that's still continuing.
So the project that I just referred to is one that is really in its first year of trials this year. So I'd need to go back and see what project you're referring to that finished in 2014.
2020, yeah.
So yes, that project that finished in 2020, sorry, Senator, I misheard you. It was the precursor to this investment we've now currently.
Thank you for clarifying that. Is there an opportunity for increased funding across all facets of industrial hemp production, including food, fibre, fodder, extracts, plus funding to expand the national trials in Queensland and New South Wales?
Senator, we are currently talking to the industry bodies, and there's two particular ones that we're talking to about their priorities. And we are looking at running a workshop in the next next month to 6 weeks to actually go through and see what the next layer of priorities are from an industry perspective.
You mean the industry's priorities, Mr. Harvey? Is that what you...
Correct, yes.
Okay. And what correspondence have you had with those organisations, such as the Tasmanian Hemp Association, in recent, say, the last 12, 18 months?
Look, I'd need to go back and check our file and see exactly what correspondence we have, but we do have regular correspondence with the Australian Hemp Council and also with the Australian Hemp Alliance.
Mr. Harvey, have they been pleased with the amount of attention and focus that AgriFutures has put into the hemp industry?
The Australian,
or has there been some frustrations?
The Australian Hemp Council has raised some frustrations, which we have addressed, and in fact, the workshop that we've got coming up in about 4 weeks' time is a consequence of the interactions that we've had with both the Australian Hemp Council and also with the Australian Hemp Alliance.
Okay. Will there be an industry report showing the updated outcomes from the funds invested in the RD&E strategic plan project? And when will you be releasing that?
So we have recently reached agreement with the Australian Hemp Alliance to mutually, we've agreed to discontinue that project. There were some issues around changes in staff, and we came to a mutual agreement that we would be better off not continuing with that investment and to put those funds into running this workshop. and getting all of the players around the table to decide on the priorities.
Okay. And what does with AgriFutures, what kind of upside have you determined that this industry could have in terms of? I mean, we could pick some benchmarks here, but export, domestic, value add. What kind of estimates have you made about the potential of the industry?
So, look, Senator, it probably going to be best to take that on notice or refer you to one of our reports, the Coriolis report, which we did a couple of years ago, which go in and gives the estimates. I don't have those at my fingertips at the moment, but I think it's fair to say that it does have a degree of potential. It's a very fast-growing, high biomass crop, and there are lots of different uses for different parts of that crop, which make it potentially quite attractive and quite a good rotation crop.
So if you could just explain to me, how would the process work from here? If you hold this workshop and you determine the priorities of stakeholders, I mean, it's a fledgling industry with a lot of potential. How does the funding flow? Do you recommend to other government agencies to fund the industry, or is AgriFutures able to allocate those funds itself?
Within AgriFutures, we have appropriation. So we have appropriation from the federal government to invest in new and emerging industries, and we make a judgment around which have the greatest potential, and we go through a process of then allocating our resources accordingly.
How much, for example, would AgriFutures have allocated in the last decade to the cotton industry as a comparison?
Senator, AgriFutures does not invest in any cotton research. That is undertaken by the Cotton Research Corporation.
Okay, can you give me some other examples of industries that you've made significant investments in?
Senator, in our emerging industries, we have a budget of about $4 million, and that has increased from $2 million 3 years ago. And we invest in, at the moment, we're investing in, I think, 40 different industries.
Yep. Righto. So how much have you invested to date in hemp? You mentioned you're taking it on notice, but you thought you were putting about 200,000 per annum in at the moment. How much have you invested in hemp since, let's say, 2017?
So, Senator, I will need to take that one on notice.
Could you give me just even a ballpark figure?
Senator, look, I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Would it even be $1 million?
Senator, I need to take that on notice.
All right. If you could take that on notice, and what would be required to get your investment up to the full $4 million, if that's a ballpark for an amount you could invest in an exciting emerging industry?
So, Senator, the $4 million, just to be really clear, the $4 million I'm currently investing is across 40 different.
Oh, 40. Okay, Roger. Okay, and what would be the most that you've invested in any of those 40 industries? What would be? Do you allocate it evenly, or do you prioritise where you make some kind of scientific or economic or subjective decision on how you allocate that?
So, Senator, the process we run is almost best described as a life cycle. So we'll start with a very small investment where we'll do some feasibility study, get a sense of the potential, and then we'll go into some very early feasibility, potentially trials. If they look good, then we'll ramp up to some larger trials, and we'll normally look for then a co-investment from the industry itself, a voluntary contribution. And if there is that commitment from the industry and there is interest in raising a voluntary contribution, that does give us some confidence to invest more and ultimately get the industry to a point where it goes and applies for a statutory levy. And we've done that with a number of industries now. So we really run through a life cycle approach from a very small investment, and as it grows potential, we increase our investment and look for co-investment from the industry itself.
Excellent. And where would you say the hemp industry is on that life cycle at this point in time?
Well, hemp is definitely one of the crops that we've identified as having the potential to get to $10 million within 4 years.
Yep.
So it is, but it's not at the stage yet where we have a co-investment or a voluntary contribution coming in from the industry itself.
Right. Okay. So, but you've been through those trials, and that's what we discussed earlier. The 2019 was the initial trial, and that's now progressed.
And we're now got some really significant trials on the ground in looking at variety. So we've got the variety trials. We're also, one of the big issues with hemp is that you have a very large biomass. So if you're growing it for seed, what do you do with the actual plant? So we've done also some work in terms of, is it appropriate? Is it capable of being grazed? So we've got some grazing trials with sheep, looking at how it affects meat quality, whether there's THC in it still, those sort of important issues, because you need to be able to get rid of the biomass. And we're also investing in some manufacturing project to see whether or not you can utilise the biomass once you've harvested the seed for other purposes.
Like hempcrete, for example?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. I think they're doing that down in Tassie. Some private investors have bought the machine that can actually break up the stalk, and that sounds like it's underway. Okay, excellent. Well, perhaps my last question then is in terms of potential future co-investment and, what was the final stage? You had co-investment.
So once after we raise a voluntary levy and the industry continues to grow, we get to a stage where the industry itself may well go to the minister and apply for a statutory levy.
Yeah.
And then it would move into being a levied industry like the other industries under the Research and Development Act.
Okay, and are you happy that the industry is, I suppose, coherent or homogenous enough for you to do that?
There are clearly different views in the industry around a whole range of issues. Not unusual in a new emerging industry. You often do get very strong personalities and approaches. I don't think they're at the point yet or not at the point yet of being ready to go for a statutory levy. More normally, we would be going through a process where they would establish an industry to the point where they are interested in a voluntary levy. And we're not at that point yet, Senator.
All right, so that hasn't been discussed in any workshops or in any communications at this point? Not with myself. Will it be something that will be raised at the workshop, or is the industry aware of this life cycle approach? That's where they need to get to in terms of their representation?
Look, it may well be raised at the workshop, and that's a possibility. But I still think, to be realistic and to make sure, Senator, that I'm giving you the right expectation, I still think it is a little way off.
All right. Well, I can recommend a fantastic fella in Tasmania called Tim Schmidt. If you, he's been a great leader down here at the Tasmanian Hemp Association. He's very involved in the national body now too, and I think he's dead keen to see this industry get up and running.
Thank you, Senator. And yes, I do know Tim, and I have spoken to him.
Excellent. Thank you for your time. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. And Ms Hull, can I congratulate you on another terrific Rural Women of the Year process and announcement last week. I was obviously disappointed that the Queensland person didn't get up, but they were all outstanding. It was, must have been a difficult decision, but congratulations on running that program. I think it's extraordinary.
Thank you, Chair. And they were all outstanding women, every single one of them, and each one of them could have equally carried the title. We're very excited about the winner, and we're very excited that the AgriFutures team were able to pull off such an amazing process for the day. And we had, 5 different time zones, 7 states and territories, and it all worked like clockwork, and that only comes down to a great team at AgriFutures. So we're pretty proud of them.
That is terrific, and yes, I thought that too, with different people in different rooms. But wasn't it lovely? They were all able to bring their support crew, family and mentors, and everything else to do that. And great to see Joe Palmer doing the presenting, but thank you. Look, that is all the questions that we have for you this evening. Sorry it's so late and that we've run over time, but really appreciate seeing you. Look forward to seeing you at estimates. We promise that we'll schedule you earlier in the evening because this is not the first time this has happened. So just...
This is fine. We're happy to participate at any time, Chair. We're very happy to participate anytime.
Aren't you wonderful? Thank you. All right, please go with the committee's thanks. Look forward to seeing you at the next estimates, if not before.
Thank you.
All right, we now call representatives from Horticulture Australia. I hope by video conference. Yes, Ms. Bird is on. Mr. Brand. Do you have anybody else?
I think it's Ms. Bird.
Great. Ah, there you are. Terrific.
Good evening.
All right. Good evening. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, I don't. I believe we just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. And I know that Matt Brand is joining us, our CEO as well, who obviously hasn't quite joined the link as yet.
All right. I'm going to pass to Senator Ciccone to ask questions.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair, and good evening, Ms. Bird.
Good evening.
I might wait for the CEO for some other questions, but I might just jump to some governance matters, if I may, first. And I'm just also conscious that we did discuss some matters at length last time round, and thank you for that too. Are you able to provide an update to the committee on your staff turnover rates, or have there been any updates since the last round of estimates?
So I believe the last annual report, the annual report we're preparing at the moment has an annual staff turnover rate of 25%. Is in line with the industry norm. We did speak about this last estimates too, I believe. Apologies if there's feedback noise.
That's all right. We were just struggling to hear you, but can you hear yourself?
I can just hear wind. What sounds like wind. Can you hear me?
I can, clear. Yeah.
Great.
All right. Sorry, could you just provide that figure again? Because I didn't quite catch that from...
I believe the last annual report had a figure of 25% annual turnover, but I will need to get that confirmed when our CEO joins the hookup. I think that's again consistent in this current annual report.
Okay. I think some feedback that's been received, that some industry bodies, from industry bodies, that their relevant contract managers for export projects are turning over multiple times in a year, and there's quite talented individuals that are moving on, which is obviously frustrating a number of these industry bodies. Have you heard of that type of feedback?
We're certainly aware that turnover is an area that we're keeping an eye on. I think there's a range of reasons for staff turnover, and I guess with the difficulties of the COVID environment is also creating a difficult working environment for our team.
Yeah. Is there anything in particular you're doing to try and retain them? Is there?
We're certainly looking at a range of different areas, including sort of looking from a morale perspective, career progression. We're doing some different training initiatives. So there are a range of things that the team and our HR specialists are looking at in terms of supporting our staff and with a particular view on retaining key staff.
Well, I can't remember if I asked last time, but do you carry out staff feedback or surveys?
Yes, we do. We do a range of culture surveys as well as general staff surveys and exit interviews. So there's a range of ways that we can get information to be trying to learn, ways that we can be improving in that area.
Okay, and how have the data that you've received changed in recent years?
In terms of feedback from those surveys,
yeah,
is that what you? We've actually, the latest culture survey that we conducted has saw some key improvements in some areas that we previously had concern, and so I guess we were pleased to see some of those areas of improvement.
I guess, you know, when you have 25%, I mean, that's a fairly high turnover rate by any standards in any organisation, I would have thought. Is there anything specifically that you or your organisation is doing to try and change that?
I think definitely an area for us is, as I said, looking at career progression, looking at other ways of providing incentives for staff. We're also looking at some of the mechanisms in terms of how we're working with stakeholders to try and ensure we have a positive work environment that keeps staff positive and engaged and feel rewarded in the work that they're undertaking.
Okay. Now, when's your AGM coming up?
It's in November, I believe. I'd say the 26th, but I would need to check my diary to give you the exact date. But yes, in about 4 weeks' time.
Okay. And your AGMs are usually held around the same time?
Yes, generally late November, I believe. Almost every year it's been similar timing.
Are you able to detail who the candidates will be for the board, the Hort Innovation Board?
Certainly. So we have 3 positions that will be declared vacant this upcoming AGM. And I think last time I failed to recollect promptly who the people who were up for whose positions were being declared vacant, but one of those positions is mine, as well as Stephen Lynch and Sue Finger. So we have 3 vacant positions on the board, and through a director nomination process, we have new candidates that will be going up for election at the AGM.
Okay. So who comprises the selection panel that considers the candidates?
Certainly. So this year we had 4. The committee always has 4 members. The secretary of the department is actually a member or his nominee, and this year that was Christine Mulhern was the representative for the department. We had Stephen Spear, who was a levy payer, and that levy payer is also nominated by the Secretary of the Department. Generally, the chair would chair the Director Nomination Committee, but given that my position is up for a re-election, it was inappropriate, obviously, for me to sit on that committee. So the board nominated Paul Harker, who is our Deputy Chair. That was the 4th member of the committee. And then the final member is an independent appointee that's nominated by the board. And this year that was Dr. Tony Gregson.
Okay.
So that committee of 4 oversee the entire director nomination process.
Have you had any concerns from growers about having one of their main customers been on that panel selecting candidates for the board? And without sort of trying to single out the individual, I mean, there's someone who works for one of the 2 large supermarket groups. I mean, I think for a lot of farmers, they might feel a bit intimidated or feel it might be inappropriate, one would say.
No, I certainly have not had. I've not had any direct feedback or heard any feedback. That's the first I've heard reference to that, to be honest.
All right.
I guess the other aspect of our board is that all of the directors are elected by the members themselves, who are the levy payers, essentially. So I guess our director composition going forward from some recent constitutional changes mean that all directors will be elected by members.
Okay. Now, I don't know if we've got the CEO or not, but I know last time, and I wanted to say thank you for also providing a copy of the Phase 2 Hort Labour Force report by EY. Have there been any changes since that report? I think they predicted around 11 to 24,000 for labour force shortage. Is that still current, or do we have any updated figures, any updated reports? Is there a phase 3 of that EY report?
Look, I'm personally not aware of any changes to that report, but we will need to take that question on notice to get you a firm answer, given that our CEO obviously is not present today.
But he was meant to be present, is that not the case?
Yes, he is. I believe there must be some technical issues. He is meant to be here. I wasn't meant to be presenting my own.
All right, that's all right. I'm not going to put you under...
Best to answer your questions, but clearly I'm not as close to the content.
No, that's understood, Ms. Bird. It's all right. I won't... I might put some of these actually on notice as well too. I was just also curious to ask whether the organisation be consulted about the establishment of the government's newly established agriculture visa.
Whether the organisation has been consulted, did you say?
Or had been consulted, yes.
I'm not aware that we have been consulted, and I guess I would question whether it is our role to be consulted. We're not. We don't have a role in representing industry. We're not agri-political. I guess from a perspective that we can do research and development and provide information to industry to assist them in representing their interests and acting in the political space. That certainly is our role, but for us to be directly involved in that sort of consultation, I would have thought, other than providing the research like the EY report that you referred to,
that's right.
would be the extent of our role.
So what work have you been doing on an ongoing basis to assess the labour force shortage, the skills that primary producers require? Has there been any other work apart from the EY report?
I know there was a follow-up report to the EY report, and I will welcome Matt Brand and Anthony Kachenko, who may have some sound issues.
We're just, sorry, can you hear us?
We can, yes. Hello.
Okay, sorry, very sorry. We had some technical difficulties, so we're now on. I guess to answer that question, I think, Senator, we are working obviously with industry through the peak industry bodies. The second wave of that EY report, which we've talked about before, essentially still identified that there was a gap, but obviously now with borders opening up and a number of the visa programs, the expectation is that the issue won't be as significant as it was first predicted.
Okay, so is there a phase 3 report? What makes you say that it won't be as significant?
Senator, if I may, at this point in time, industry haven't advised us that they would require a follow-up report in terms of a phase 3. So at this point in time, we're happy with the work that's been done today to inform industry at this point in time.
Okay, so just to go back to what you just told the committee as evidence, what is it that makes you say that the problem isn't as big?
Senator, if I may, I think that it's a dynamic environment, as we know that each week and every month the conditions are changing in terms of borders, whether it's interstate or export, and overlaying that with the COVID vaccine rollout. And at this point in time, the signals are looking positive for industry. However, it's a watching brief for us. And if we get a request from industry to seek some further data to inform the current market environment, we will certainly act accordingly.
Okay. I mean, you may not have heard earlier, I want to ask the Chair, but in that second phase, the EY report, as you know, it suggests there's between 11 to 24,000 possible workforce gap. Is that still the case, or are you saying that the gap is actually smaller than what's been forecast by EY?
Senator, that gap was at that point in time when the report was provided. Obviously, it took on board modelling, and there were 4 scenarios that were articulated in the report. I don't have any data to suggest that the numbers are higher or lower or different at this point in time.
So how do you back up what you just told me then, that the problem isn't as big as what it is? Is it the fact
Senator,
that there are less producers now? I mean, are we producing less, that we don't require as many workers?
What we're seeing, Senator, is that some growers are making decisions about production on farm, but with the borders opening up, with like we heard earlier today, with the Pacific workers coming in, the view is that there will be some sort of narrowing, but as we said, that was an estimate that we did through modelling at a point in time.
I guess you're not answering my question, which is how do you justify what you just told me earlier, that the problem isn't as big as it was? So what is the problem? Can you quantify what the problem is?
Well, as we said in the report, somewhere between 11 to 24,000, but at that point in time, what we're seeing right now is that the borders are opening up and that there are initiatives that the government's putting in place through Pacific Islanders, etc., that we believe will help reduce that number. But we don't have the actual data.
All right, and I'm assuming things like the agriculture visa as well too. Would that be factored into your research?
Well, I think it's an indicator that there's work being done in that space to look at filling those gaps.
So the department hasn't spoken to you about the ag visa before it was announced?
Oh, we heard on the grapevine that the ag visa was coming, and then obviously there's been media reports and information since then.
But you weren't asked to provide any information.
Senator, I guess as I was saying, as Matt was coming in, from our role, we're not here to represent industry as such. We're here to support industry with research, but then they can represent themselves in a political space. So from that perspective, we wouldn't expect to be consulted in terms of the visa being introduced. That really is a space for our industry bodies to be negotiating with government.
I guess expectation is one thing, but my question is, were you?
Sorry, what's the question, Senator?
Thank you, Mr Metcalfe. That would be excellent.
The chair of Hort Australia is absolutely correct. They are precluded from engaging in agri-political activities. They're a research and development body. The department did consult with Berries Australia and with the National Farmers Federation Horticultural Council Workforce Working Group in design of the agriculture visa.
Thank you,
amongst
Secretary.
many others. So.
Thank you. All right. Now, I'll just quickly turn to I think the grower sentiment report after the last round. I think we touched on that last time around as well. I know you provided a 5-page summary to the committee. On page 12 of the report, I see that between the years 2017 and 21, grower satisfaction with hort innovation has gone down quite significantly. What are you doing to address that?
Senator, there's a number of things we're doing. We've actually initiated a project and we're basically looking at how do we reset and reframe the relationship working with the 37 peak industry bodies that we have, knowing that they're obviously form a role as a peak industry body, but they also often are service providers as well. And what we're doing is we've initiated a project. We've just done 50 one-on-one interviews. With COVID, we were looking at doing a workshop, which will now be in the new year. And we're actually looking at setting up a working group with some of the interviewees, which are all the PIBs and some of the other industry representative organisations. And we're really wanting to work on a couple of key areas. One is absolutely getting clarity on roles, responsibilities. There's still a lot of work to be done around that. There's still, I guess, legacy issues from when Hort Innovation was created and versus the old HOW model. but also importantly, the advice mechanism and how we work with the PIBs as a critical mass, but also the wider levy payers to ensure that we get the advice mechanism right. And we're actually going to look at trialling, I guess, a number of different ways of getting advice, because it's clear that it's not one size fits all because of the differences across the 37 industries. So as part of that work, we believe that will really help address some of the concerns or issues that get raised around particularly the advice mechanism, but importantly that way of working, which is important to ensure that we are investing the highest value investments for the levy payers.
All right. I note on page 14 that respondents list a lack of interaction as the main reason for the decline. And this sentiment's stronger amongst large and extra large growers. How do you explain the lack of interaction that growers report?
I think. Well, I guess there's a couple of things. One of the things we've started to do more of is with the larger growers is have more interactions, because obviously those larger growers also have other growers that grow for them. So we are looking at ways of trying to engage with their grower groups. We've got our extension and adoption, our regional extension managers that are based in regions across Australia, and that's really about helping light up those grower networks. And obviously coming out of COVID, obviously the last 18 months to 20 months have been very difficult getting out and about, but what we want to do is to do that in the new year.
Okay. And look, my last question. Yep. I do know on this. No, look, I'm mad at my word, Minister. I also note that on the same page, extra large growers also indicated they felt that your organisation was not actioning their feedback. So why might extra large growers have this view?
So I didn't hear the first bit. Not actioning. Is that what you said?
Extra large growers indicated that they felt
Yep.
that you weren't actioning their feedback.
I think, Senator, it goes to some of the challenges we have in our industry with the number of growers we've got, the number of industries. It is a very dynamic environment, and that's why we're doing this work at the moment around the advice mechanism, to really look at how do we get a situation where the levy payers are feeling that we are investing behind the activities that they believe are critical to their business. Obviously, we can't keep everybody happy, but it is going to be more and more important that we are seeing and working hard to work with growers, and particularly with the rationalisation that's happening in the industry. The larger growers often have, as I said before, have a number of other growers that grow for them. So it's really important that we work with their networks to get that work done.
I'm not going to say anything. Thank you very much. It's good to see you, Ms Bird, and the team as well. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time preparing for this evening, and that is all the questions that we have for you. So thank you for your preparations.
Thank you.
I'm pleased that you're able to get on. The technology sorted itself out, and
thank you.
this is a great way that you don't have to now be driving, flying to get back home. So thank you again, and please go with the committee's thanks. That concludes today's proceedings. The committee is due to recommence its examination of the budget estimates on... Oh, I'm so sorry. Just before we complete, Grains Research and Development Corporation. I'm most sincerely sorry to be telling you this by video conference, but we had tried to contact you earlier to let you know that the senators who'd asked you to attend this evening with questions no longer require you. And whilst you do terrific work, and we're very sorry not to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Chair and Senator, and greatly respect the hours you're doing, because our grain growers are out in headers right now as we speak, and I'll be taking the tie and coat off, Senator, to go and do exactly that, get back on the header.
Yeah,
We've got 10 more minutes. I can ask some questions if you really want.
No, we salute you, and yes, thank you for... I do apologise for not giving you more advance notice, and you do look terrific, so your time wasn't wasted.
Thanks, Chair. Have a good week.
Thank you. Good night, and I thank. We're due to recommence its examination of the budget estimates on Friday, the 29th of October. I thank Ministers Mackenzie and Duniam, officers of the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, and all witnesses who've given evidence to the committee today. Thank you most sincerely to Hansard, to Broadcasting and to the Secretariat. Good night.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, ball boys.